Chapter 74, Hit and Run. Latest update for Iron Soul of Steel. 40 minutes, 6 boxes of medicine, 10 boxes of food, 2 boxes of ammunition successfully obtained. No trouble, no accidents, no delays. The first run in the role of a porter was more pleasant than imagined. Quit while ahead or keep going. Although the brothers didn't speak, the eyes in the darkness were all looking forward to Weiss making a wise decision. The target is in good condition, cover and support are in place, the Federation officers and soldiers are in ideal mental and physical condition, and there is still plenty of time. Is there any reason not to do it again? Weiss had already made up his mind early on. For the sake of safety, before taking the soldiers back to the material storage point along the original route, he adjusted the cover and support deployment appropriately according to the enemy's patrol pattern. Next, even if they encountered an enemy patrol, they would be invincible. As the saying goes, the first time is strange, the second time is familiar. Weiss and his porter squad returned to the target location with ease. Following the preset priority order, they picked 4 boxes of medicine, 8 boxes of food, and 4 boxes of ammunition, and carried them back to the sewer entrance on their backs and shoulders. Successfully achieved X2, should we continue? 2 transport runs, and no enemy patrol appeared the whole time. This is the best case scenario, but also the most tangled situation. According to the results of previous surveillance and reconnaissance, the Normans patrol the urban area day and night. Although there is no particularly strict regularity in time and route, under normal circumstances, the patrol vacuum period of any street block will not exceed 3 hours. In other words, the more consecutive actions, the greater the probability of encountering an enemy patrol. Of course, encountering does not mean being discovered. With the cover of night, as long as you are fully prepared and remain cautious when the enemy passes by, it is entirely possible to resolve this potential danger. Do it, of course, do it if there's an opportunity. But this time, Weiss didn't participate in the transport himself, but joined the cover squad. He put his sniper rifle on his back, chose a collapsed building near the street corner, climbed to a high point about 20 feet off the ground, observed the surroundings, and then used materials on the spot to quickly build a simple sniper position. Just as he finished setting up spare ammunition, he saw the light of a flashlight at the street corner. It's here? Squinting, he saw a series of red virtual frames as expected, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, exactly 20. Weiss quietly lowered his body back into the ruins, facing away from the enemy patrol's direction, and used a flashlight to signal his companions, warning, enemy patrol appeared, plan A, avoid if possible, if discovered, then engage. He sent the signal twice in a row, put away the flashlight, and carefully returned to the alert and sniper position. In his line of sight, the Norman army patrol moved along the road, but they were not in a single column, but in an arrow-shaped combat search formation, with the wings sweeping across the buildings along the street. Among this patrol, only 7 or 8 people had flashlights on. If one were to infer the enemy's strength from the flashlight light, they would undoubtedly greatly underestimate the opponent's strength. The combat supply depot belonging to the 1st Battalion of the 413th Regiment was in a building along the street. Without evaluating the pros and cons of this location in urban defense, judging from the current situation, it was within the line of sight of the Norman army patrol. If there was the slightest movement, it might attract a Norman soldier to come and check, and the two sides would inevitably engage in a firefight. Weiss picked up his sniper rifle, gently disengaged the safety, and the scope's field of view tracked the path of the enemy patrol, closely monitoring their movements. After turning the corner, the Norman army patrol walked south along the street at a leisurely pace, getting closer and closer to the supply depot storing a large amount of combat materials. At this time, more than a dozen soldiers of the vanguard squad were inside. They should have already received the warning of the enemy's appearance. According to the prior deployment, they had hidden on the spot and were ready for battle. Once a firefight broke out, Weiss's side had the tactical advantage of a 3-sided attack and long-range response. No matter how the Norman army patrol resisted, they were confident in resolving the battle within 5 minutes. From this perspective, Weiss and his soldiers could confidently shout to the enemy, "Fight if you want, fearless." Weiss focused entirely on the enemy in front of him. His vision was highly concentrated, and his alert range was confined. Correspondingly, at another high point on the battlefield not far away, 2 alert Federation soldiers were constantly watching the situation in the nearby block. Opposite the street corner was a fixed Norman army guard post, stationed with a small squad of Norman soldiers. They had only a dozen people and were equipped with a machine gun. To deal with the threat from this direction, the supporting squad had already buried bombs by the roadside. As long as they crossed the street corner, unless their footwork was incredibly fancy, they would be hard-pressed to escape the ambush of the roadside bomb, resulting in being unable to take care of themselves at best, or being blown to pieces at worst. In his field of vision, the Norman army patrol was approaching. The Norman soldier serving as the wings had already walked to the building with the collapsed outer wall. Obviously, its dilapidated appearance deceived the Normans. In the past 2 days and nights, the Normans had not entered it to search. In fact, if you climb over the broken walls, it is easy to find the combat supplies hoarded in the ground floor rooms and basement. Seeing the Norman soldier stop, seemingly peering into the ruins, Weiss became tense immediately. He squinted his eyes, superimposing the night vision effect of the human radar onto the sniper scope, while precisely taking into account the influence of gravity and wind speed. The sniper rifle in his hand was not an old Grumman fire stick derivative model, but a Klemper-Heeson sniper rifle that was commissioned by the Federation Army before the war and equipped in large numbers during the war. On the battlefield, This small-caliber sniper rifle was praised by Federation officers and soldiers for its portability, reliability, precision, and flexibility. Using this new type of sniper rifle, experienced Federation soldier shooters could hold their own when facing Norman snipers using Falcon sniper rifles. "Don't look for death, kid," Weiss muttered in his heart. Judging from his personal experience on the battlefield, this generation of Norman's youth was no longer as simple as their fathers. From another perspective, it was blind loyalty. They would not fight to the death fearlessly just because of an officer's order, but like ordinary people, they could be very brave when excited, and timid when rational. They had flexible minds and strong implementation capabilities for tactical strategies, just like a technical team on the green field. When things were going smoothly, they could be a super-class gorgeous army, but when they hit a hard nut, they could also become soft-footed shrimp. Because of this, he believed that the Norman soldier in his line of sight would likely choose to stop and walk away as if nothing happened if he knew that there was a fatal threat hidden in that building. The reason that guy was still walking in was probably because he thought what was hidden inside were AO City civilians or scattered defeated soldiers. Such prey, once discovered by the Norman army patrol, would mostly raise their hands obediently and let the enemy drive them. Just as Weiss feared, that Norman soldier stepped on the ruins and went up, using his hands and feet to reach the highest point of the collapsed wall, turned on his flashlight to shine down, and shouted come out in awkward Ulster language. Facing such a situation, Weiss did not hesitate at all, aimed, fine-tuned, fired, hit with one shot. The gunshot was the signal. The support squad ambushed around immediately opened fire on the Norman soldier on the street. The vanguard squad hiding in the target building followed closely and joined the battle. They either drilled into the ruins and shot at the Normans through holes, or climbed to a slightly higher place and threw bomb grenade over the wall at the enemy. Although this Norman army patrol was in a combat alert state, encountering such a sudden situation, most of them were knocked down before they could dodge. The few who were not knocked down on the spot crawled into the rebel pile by the road. Weiss squinted and scanned the battlefield. The red virtual frames on the street basically only had a layer of blood left, and it was only a matter of time before they completely lost their vital signs. There were 2 hiding in the ruins on the west side of the street, 1 seriously injured, 1 slightly injured. 3 were hiding behind the broken walls on the east side, 1 slightly injured, 2 basically uninjured. With the naked eye losing the target, the Federation soldier shooting soon stopped. Taking advantage of this gap, Weiss shouted, "Vanguard squad, the enemy is in the building to your north, 3 people, combat effectiveness intact, use bomb grenade to eliminate them. Support squad, there are 2 enemies across the street, they are injured, suppress them with direct fire. Cover squad, block the enemy across the street with all your strength." After shouting the order, Weiss could no longer stay in his original position. He quickly put the sniper rifle on his back, put the spare ammunition into his pocket, moved through the ruins like an agile ape, and soon arrived at another sniper position surveyed in advance. During this process, gunshots and explosions followed one another in his ears. With such an intense firefight, needless to say, it would soon attract a large number of the Norman army. After arriving at the new shooting position, Weiss did not hesitate to use the human radar. More than half of the blood bars on the street were already gone. On both sides of the street, the living Norman soldier were reduced to 3. The 2 on the west side were still in their original positions, and the one on the east side was fleeing north, now in a low health state. The nearby enemies were not to be feared. On the street corner, a dozen red virtual frames were moving quickly. Seeing that they would soon enter the explosion range of the roadside bomb, the Federation soldier of the cover squad did not miss the opportunity. After a burst of extremely powerful and fierce explosions, there was not a single figure to be seen in that direction. The gunshots were still continuing. While shouting all squads retreat, Weiss pulled out a signal gun from his lower back and fired a green signal flare into the sky, ensuring that everyone participating in the operation could receive the mission accomplished, time to go signal. Under his direct gaze, the soldiers of the vanguard squad were the first to withdraw from the battle, carrying various boxes and running back. Immediately after, the support squad withdrew from various shooting positions carrying hot machine guns. At this time, the sharp whistles of the Norman Army Emergency Assembly could be clearly heard in the surrounding blocks, and vehicles were already rumbling on a main road not far away. At this point, the soldiers of the cover squad began to ignite the delay fuses of the demolition points one by one, and then quickly withdrew to the sewer entrance they came from. Everyone who should have retreated had already retreated. Weiss examined the battlefield for the last time. At least up to this moment, the Federation soldier had successfully conducted a battle with 0 casualties and high returns. Chapter 75, In the Zone. The latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel updated fastest. When Weiss was the last one to return to the sewer exit, the series of explosions on the surface had already ended. One could imagine that the leaping flames and smoke, the scattered corpses, and the mottled bullet holes everywhere had returned this district to the state of a brutal battlefield. The essence of urban guerrilla warfare is to come and go without a trace, leaving the enemy unable to defend against it. From the moment Weiss fired the first shot to the last person entering the sewer, the entire process took less than 10 minutes, the efficiency was undeniable. The attackers quickly withdrew from the battle, but this was not a true disappearance, they needed to retreat through the sewers, returning from the combat zone to the distant garrison area. The Normans would not turn a blind eye to this, they could employ various methods, including trailing, pursuit, and intercepting at various points. Considering the journey back was fraught with danger, Weiss and the sergeants selected multiple sewer junctions and preset explosives for emergencies. Of course, although the technology for electrical detonation of explosives had appeared in this era, it was not yet widely popularized. Before the Battle of Aokang began, the detonators distributed were still conventional fuses, and soldiers generally controlled the timing of the explosion by the length of the fuse. In other words, for these preset explosion points to be effective, they had to be controlled by friendly soldiers at close range, which was not only unsafe but also tied up manpower. To solve these problems, Weiss and his soldiers adapted to local conditions and used them flexibly, creating simple automatic fuses with strings and bomby grenades, or white phosphorus and detonators, significantly increasing the number of warning points and blocking points. After observing for a moment in the sewer, Weiss signaled the rearguard personnel to set up automatic fuses with strings and bomby grenades. As long as the enemy passed through here, it would detonate the explosives hidden in the corners. However, the sewer system of AO City was extensive. Even if this entrance was blown up, if Norman soldier wanted to enter the sewers, they could directly crawl through street drains, use ropes to descend into catch basins, or find maintenance passages in nearby blocks. In this regard, urban guerrillas simply could not stop them. The main force had already withdrawn first. The rearguard, consisting mainly of the support squad, had 9 people including Weiss. They did not need to carry the combat supplies obtained tonight, but each of them still carried quite a few things: rifles, bullets, a considerable number of bomby grenades, and extra explosive packs. The group followed the surveyed route and had walked about 4 or 5 miles. Just as they were approaching a sewer junction, they suddenly heard rapid footsteps coming from another direction. Weiss quickly signaled his companions to stop. He went to the junction alone, lowered his body, and quietly peeked. Although he did not activate his special vision, through the silhouettes and the swaying flashlight beams, he could still make a judgment in the first instance: it was the Normans. Seeing that the number of opponents was not small and they were coming aggressively, Weiss did not hesitate to put down his rifle, pulled out a bomby grenade in each hand, pulled the pins, threw them, picked up his rifle, leaned against the wall, and shouted, "Watch out for the explosion." As the words fell, 2 consecutive deafening explosions came from the junction. Immediately following, a blast of air mixed with the stench of mold, rot, sourness, and fishy odors rushed toward them. Weiss didn't care about the discomfort his senses and organs felt from this odor. He growled, "Bomby grenades, attack in groups," and then flashed half his body out to observe the situation at the junction. In his line of sight, the Normans were either dead or injured, and those who were neither dead nor injured were all lying on the maintenance walkways on both sides of the sewer. The soldiers behind him had already come up, and Weiss gave the order, 2 per group, first group, throw. 2 Federation soldiers responded and each threw a grenade at the Normans. The Norman soldier on the other side fired their guns with a loud clatter. The crisp sound of gunfire was amplified in this enclosed passage, leaving Weiss in no doubt about their identity. With some combat experience, the Federation soldier already knew how to avoid being hit by enemy gunfire while throwing grenades. Coupled with the dim environment of the sewer, which greatly reduced the accuracy of the Norman soldiers' shooting, both groups of grenades were thrown without any pressure. This series of explosions, just by the shockwave alone, had already left those Normans dizzy and disoriented, not to mention the damage caused by the flying shrapnel. By the time the third group of soldiers threw their grenades, the gunfire from the junction was sparse, indicating that the crowd of Normans had been beaten to the point of having no resistance left. Weiss signaled the soldiers to stop the attack, peeked, and then shouted in the Norman language, "Surrender, or die." The Normans did not respond, but instead replied with a bomby grenade. Because the posture and force of the throw were not well controlled, this bomby grenade exploded before it even reached the junction. Weiss and his companions, except for their aching eardrums, were basically unscathed. Since the surviving Norman soldier chose to continue fighting, they did not hold back and threw 2 more waves of grenades as if they were free. In the repeated explosions, the engineering quality of the AO City sewers stood the test. There was no large-scale wall collapse, nor did any cave-in occur. As the lingering effects of the explosions dissipated, the sewer was filled with dense smoke. Even with a flashlight, the distance visible to the naked eye was no more than 10 feet. Weiss peeked and squinted. In his special vision, out of dozens of Normans, less than 1 in 10 remained. The few who were lucky enough to be alive, thinking the smoke obscured the opponent's vision, were helping each other retreat. Weiss was not soft-hearted towards the enemy. He walked directly to the junction with his rifle, fired 3 shots in 10 seconds, hitting every time, and shot 3 Norman soldiers who were trying to retreat. Then, he growled, "Follow me," and led the soldiers through the junction. Although no pursuers had appeared behind them yet, they had already been delayed here for several minutes. Coupled with the great commotion caused by the intense firefight, presumably many Norman soldiers were already rushing here. To avoid being entangled by the enemy, the best way was to evacuate quickly. Under Weiss's leadership, the rearguard squad hurried along and soon caught up with the main force. On one hand, they were carrying the combat supplies obtained that night, which affected their operational efficiency. On the other hand, they heard consecutive explosions from behind and were worried that their commander and the rearguard squad needed support, so they consciously slowed down and made corresponding preparations. After rendezvous with the main force, Weiss quickly adjusted the personnel allocation, letting the soldiers who were originally in the rearguard squad take over carrying the heavy loads from their companions, and letting the soldiers who had been carrying ammunition boxes for a long distance be replaced to take charge of the rearguard. To buy enough time for the main force to retreat, he selected a blocking point on the original route suitable for blasting to block the passage, and personally led the rearguard squad to lie in wait there. After waiting for about a quarter of an hour, the Norman pursuers appeared. Weiss told the soldiers to be patient and crouch in a side passage out of the enemy's sight. Only after the Norman soldier approached did he suddenly throw a large wave of grenades at them, followed by a burst of machine gun fire and indiscriminate rifle shooting. After finishing off most of the enemy's vanguard, he decisively detonated the explosives set at the junction. These explosives, with power equivalent to 2 boxes of bomb grenades, were placed near the top of the sewer. Every blast caused a collapse, and it worked every time. Having blocked the most direct pursuit route of the Norman army, Weiss immediately took the rearguard and rushed to the next blocking point. When they arrived there, they found another group of the Norman army coming straight at them. The increasingly brave comrades of the Federation army, relying on their familiarity with the underground world of AO City, led by Weiss, used bomb grenades and machine gun fire to pave the way, rushing through like a surging flood, and hard-beating the Normans, who were usually good at tactical coordination, until they had no spirit left. Then, without waiting for the enemies in front to reorganize their forces, they took the initiative to detonate the previously set explosives, blocking the way for this group of enemies as well. Having led the rearguard to win 3 consecutive battles, killing a large number of enemies while their own losses were minimal, Weiss was not satisfied with this. According to the original plan, he should have taken the rearguard from the combat zone in the northwest of the city to return to the garrison area in the northeast of the city at this time, using a long-distance march to shake off the enemy's pursuit. However, after the recent combat contact, he found that the Norman army was coming very aggressively, with the clear intention of not stopping until they had wiped out the attackers. In order to divert the enemy's attention in the wrong direction, he ordered the soldiers to make some simple trigger-type bombs with bomb grenades and strings, and then carried out a non-stop long-distance march, sneaking directly from the combat zone in the northwest of the city to the central area of the city. Having been beaten by the Federation army for 2 consecutive nights, the commander of the Norman army would certainly not choose the inefficient method of treating the head when it hurts and the foot when it hurts. In the sewers under the central city, the Norman army also deployed troops to conduct searches. Before Weiss and his team arrived, the Normans had already engaged in firefights with the lurkers in this underground world. The sound of gunfire and explosions coming from a distance from time to time, the scorching smell permeating the air, and the occasional corpse were all proofs left behind by the firefights between the two sides. At a large junction where multiple main lines and branch lines intersected, Weiss and his soldiers stopped. Confirming that there was no enemy activity nearby, they quickly started work, using bomb grenades and explosive packs to create explosive traps. Not long after, a team of Norman soldiers came from one of the side passages. When they passed the junction, the traps set by the Federation soldier were triggered, and a series of explosions took out half of the Norman soldier on the spot. After the explosion, the Federation soldier, who were already fully in the zone, poured gunfire from the dark. The only machine gun they brought fired off an entire ammunition belt, and the riflemen fired at least 2 magazines each, plus 1 to 2 bomb grenades per person. Under such firepower density, this group of more than 20 Norman troops suffered a catastrophic disaster in just a few minutes. Having dealt with this very unlucky group of Normans, Weiss did not clean up the battlefield, but directly led the soldiers to a relatively hidden side passage, walked half a mile along the side passage, and arrived at a maintenance passage leading to the surface. Above this passage was a building near the Grumman building. The main body of the building had collapsed, and it was impossible to leave upwards, but they could use the remaining space to temporarily avoid the enemy. Arriving at this hiding point discovered by reconnaissance personnel earlier, Weiss had the soldiers move large pieces of building debris to plug the maintenance passage from above, creating the illusion that it was blocked by the collapsed building. Next, everyone took a short rest in this narrow but safe space, organized their weapons, counted ammunition, replenished food, and let the large groups of the Norman army surround and search nearby. They didn't need to care at all. Chapter 76, Breaking Out at Dawn. If they stayed in this hidden temporary shelter until dawn, they could completely avoid the enemy's spearhead, and their companions who had returned to the nest in the northeast sewer of the city would also be safe. In that case, Weiss wouldn't mind resting here for half a day with his rearguard squad. However, these assumptions were only theoretically possible, no one could guarantee anything. If the situation deteriorated, only Weiss and his elite squad would be able to step up and salvage the situation. Therefore, after a brief 40-minute rest, Weiss led his brave and tenacious Federation army comrades back onto the journey. Before dawn arrived, unless artificial light sources provided illumination, the underground world of AO City remained pitch black. However, after the baptism of blood and fire, the environment here had quietly changed. Beyond the original damp, musty stench, one could catch the scent of bitterness and sweet blood. The maintenance walkway was as slippery as ever, and one careless step could kick a discarded bullet casing on the ground. The sound of the shell casings hitting the ground and walls created a series of slight, crisp noises, instantly making everyone feel as if they had been electrocuted, every hair on their bodies standing on end. The clinking sound still echoed in their ears. Even without a signal from Weiss, everyone stopped in unison, raised their weapons, took up positions, and even held their breath. Yet, after quite a while, there was still no unusual noise in the sewer. Weiss entered his special vision, scanned all directions front, back, left, and right, and only then was he convinced that the danger alert had been lifted. Had the Normans already withdrawn from the sewer? Weiss himself felt this hypothesis was unreliable. Admittedly, before thoroughly defeating the Federation army in the south of the city, the Normans shouldn't be stationing large numbers of troops in the dark, filthy sewers. However, after being repeatedly attacked by the sewer stalkers, given the Normans' usual temperament, they would never easily give up before taking revenge. If there was anything that could make the Norman army quickly leave this area, it must be because they had engaged in a firefight with opponents in another area. Could it be the nest located in the northeast urban district? The urban guerrilla force he had worked so hard to build up, the ammunition and supplies he had painstakingly hoarded, surely they wouldn't be destroyed just like that. Thinking of this potential possibility, Weiss immediately became anxious and led his soldiers forward. Everyone had to maintain their speed as much as possible while being careful of objects on the ground that might make noise, and they also had to guard against enemy situations that could appear at any moment. Even with highly focused energy, it was hard to avoid oversights. Although Weiss possessed a formidable reconnaissance system, its continuous usage time and frequency depended on his mental endurance, meaning it couldn't be used at all times. As their speed increased, the frequency of using his special vision to scout decreased accordingly. As a result, when passing the fourth intersection, they caught themselves bumping into a large group of Normans. To be precise, at a turn in the sewer, they saw a large number of Norman soldiers assembled in the sewer section ahead. Looking out, it was like arriving at a rat's nest. No, it should be said they had broken into a cockroach nest. Fortunately, Weiss, who was leading the squad, braked in time and stepped back half a step, removing his figure from the line of sight of those Normans. The Federation soldier following him fortunately didn't cause chaos in the rush. They quickly stopped and waited for the commander's next command with absolute trust. Weiss steadied himself and tried to calm his breathing. He hadn't had time to look closely at that first glance, but he estimated there were over 100 Norman soldiers. These guys were sitting or standing on the maintenance walkways on both sides of the sewer, not only silent but without even turning on their flashlights. If he hadn't sensed a clear change in the atmosphere ahead and squinted to take a look, Weiss and his brothers would have walked straight into the enemy's pile. With such a huge disparity in strength, was there even a chance to fight? They couldn't fight them head-on, and it was hard to outsmart them, so the best way was to take a detour. Weiss didn't hesitate at all and led his brothers back the way they came. However, just as they reached the necessary intersection, they discovered two Norman soldiers turning from another fork into the one they were in. Not only that, but they also noticed the presence of this group of Federation soldier and immediately shouted, "Who's there?" Weiss hurriedly replied in the Norman language, "Friendly forces. Give the password." The other side said again. Password? There was actually a password. This kind of thing couldn't be bluffed through with made-up nonsense. Weiss knew this clearly, so he didn't hold any illusions. He whispered, "All units, attack." And, without giving the other side any time to react, raised his gun and fired. The two sides were no more than 10 meters apart. Although Weiss's shot wasn't carefully aimed, it still hit the enemy squarely in the chest. At this distance, the power of the large-caliber revolver was enough to blast a bloody hole in the Norman soldier's body, capable of causing serious injury with one shot and death with two, but the disadvantage was that its penetration power was limited. Even firing directly against the chest, it was difficult to pierce through the body to injure someone behind them. Weiss fired continuously, and the Federation soldier, deep in enemy territory, were not to be outdone, delivering an explosive barrage. In this dim sewer, the thumping sound of the Grumman rifle seemed exceptionally powerful, and the light from the muzzle flashes revealed the enemy's painful expressions and falling postures before their eyes. His companions provided strong firepower. After Weiss emptied the 5 rounds in his revolver, he quickly dodged and moved. Once the gunshots rang out, those Norman soldiers who had been assembled and waiting would definitely rush over here. They were numerous. To block them, nothing less than machine guns or grenades would be effective. Considering this, Weiss held his gun in his left hand and took a bommy grenade from his lower back with his right, pulled the pin, and threw it forcefully behind him. The spot where this bommy grenade landed and exploded happened to be the turn where they had previously stopped. Several Norman soldiers had just rushed there, and because their line of sight was limited and no one warned them, they didn't realize that death was standing right in front of them. When the first grenade he threw exploded, Weiss pulled another one from behind him, seized the opportunity, and threw it with just the right amount of force, then growled, "All units, charge." Attack meant fighting, charge meant fighting while advancing. Just in that moment, Weiss's soldiers had cleanly and swiftly dealt with the enemies in front of them. They stepped over the enemy's bodies lying helter-skelter, quickly and decisively passed through the intersection, and then ran wildly all the way, completely ignoring the anger of the Normans who were roaring, shouting, and venting their fury with gunfire. After turning into secluded side paths at 2 successive intersections, Weiss led his soldiers to gradually slow down until they stopped completely. Their breathing had calmed down. At this time, they reloaded their ammunition, took bommy grenades from their combat packs to hang in the empty spots on their belts, and while staying alert for enemy traces, listened intently to the complex and subtle sounds in this sewer. Observing calmly for a moment, Weiss whispered, "Attention! Follow me." After saying this, he held his gun in one hand and a grenade in the other, stepping through the water covering his feet, and walked forward cautiously. The sewer system of AO City both drew on the historical experience of other cities and utilized the technical advantages of an industrial metropolis. Its scale and complete design were enough to be listed as one of the hallmarks of this era. Of course, on this relatively cold planet, most regions were covered in ice and snow for more than half the time. There were few cities like AO City that had a 3 to 4 month rainy season every year, so the demand for flood drainage was not common. Furthermore, people's first impression of a city was often its surface buildings. Almost everyone who had visited AO City would marvel at the grandeur of the Grumman building, and few were interested in the city's underground world, unaware that the layout of the passages here was no less complex than the urban area. The main drainage channel running through the city was wide enough for a truck to pass through, and the crisscrossing branch paths were like blood vessels spread throughout a human body, some thick, some thin, some long, some short. In order to avoid the Norman army as much as possible and avoid fighting in unfavorable conditions, Weiss led his soldiers specifically into the side paths. When they reached narrow places, they even needed to pass through sideways, and for such deep and narrow side paths, Norman soldiers often just took a hurried glance with their flashlights. There were a couple of times when their line of sight was only a few body lengths away from this Federation soldier squad. After more than half an hour of trekking, Weiss and his squad had basically escaped the search net laid by the Norman army in the sewers of the city center. However, the route they planned was not to return directly to the nest, but to go east first and then north, returning to the area where the main force was stationed via a winding route. As they walked, they suddenly heard intense gunfire and explosions in the sewer behind them. It seemed someone was in a fierce firefight with the Norman army. Was it friendly forces encountering the Normans, or was it a trick deliberately used by the Normans? Weiss's mind raced, combining the changes in sound to judge the realistic probability of these two possibilities. Before long, he found that the sound of the firefight was approaching from afar, so he ordered the soldiers to move to an intersection, used the remaining explosives they carried to create 2 explosion points on the spot, and set up a machine gun in the side path. Once deployed, Weiss went forward alone, followed the sound of the firefight for a distance, and crouched down at an adjacent intersection. Ahead, in the pitch-black sewer, a series of hurried footsteps rang out. Weiss waited quietly. When the footsteps were close enough, he narrowed his eyes. At this moment, jumping into his view were 3 green wire frames in a low health state. Judging friend from foe only took a glance, but helping friendly forces escape required extraordinary courage and wisdom. He rose slightly and called out, "Hey, guys, friendly forces." Hearing this voice, even if those 3 harbored doubts, they had no time to hesitate or waver, and they quickly came to Weiss's side. No sooner said than done, Weiss pulled the pin of a bomby grenade, threw it forcefully behind them, and then turned to run with them. While running, he kept throwing grenades, managing to slow down the pursuers with 3 bomby grenades. After throwing the grenades, Weiss accelerated to catch up with the 3 and called out, "Follow me." Just then, one of the 3 replied, "Is it you? Captain Klemperhesen?" This voice fatigued and weak, yet retaining a light and pleasant quality. Who else could it be but Goddess Baston? Chapter 77, Leveraging the Situation. In the noisy sewer, trailing bullets ricocheted off the walls, sending debris flying through the air. Weiss supported Octavie, while the other 2 helped each other, wading through the water, slipping every few steps, and stumbling past the sewer junction. Covering fire. Weiss shouted in a hurry. Ahead, the members of the rearguard squad who had followed him through life and death were already prepared. As soon as they crossed this life or death defensive line, the only water-cooled heavy machine gun emitted a powerful roar, the larger caliber Grumman rifle thundered, and the smaller caliber Klemperhesen rifle popped. This burst of fire instantly suppressed the Norman army's pursuers, but they were outnumbered, and it was not wise to linger. Weiss decisively ordered the detonation of the explosives planted at the junction. After a deafening explosion, the path leading into the junction was collapsed. The Normans could take a detour, but it would inevitably cost them quite a bit of time. Taking this opportunity, the group made several turns in the maze-like sewer and quickly slipped out of the Normans' fishing net. After walking a long distance, Weiss led everyone into a secluded maintenance tunnel to catch their breath and treat the wounds of the 3 new companions. Weiss had been supporting Octavie the whole way, and when they stopped, half of his clothes were soaked in blood. Clearly, Goddess Baston was seriously injured. Upon closer inspection, not only did she have abrasions on her shoulder, but also a bloody, mangled through and through wound that had only been hastily treated with bandages and hemostatic cotton, which had failed to stop the bleeding. Although there was no professional medic in the rearguard squad, the experience of several battles was enough to turn ordinary soldiers into half-medics. With the help of 2 companions, Weiss bandaged Octavie's wound as quickly as possible. During this process, Goddess Baston gritted her teeth, letting beads of sweat drip from her forehead and temples, without making a single sound. What a tough woman with a heart as strong as steel. Octavie didn't cry out in pain, and the 2 strong men with her were no slouches either. However, one of them had a wound on his lower back. It wasn't just a large wound, but it had also damaged his internal organs. If he couldn't undergo surgery in time, he probably wouldn't last long. "Where did you go? How did you get hurt like this?" Weiss asked Octavie in a low voice. Goddess Baston glanced at him and replied in a cold tone, "To complete a mission that should have been ours to finish." Seeing that she had no intention of saying more, Weiss didn't press the issue, lowering his voice further, "He is seriously injured, and his condition is very bad. We must return to the temporary base as soon as possible. There are enough medicines and some basic medical equipment there." Octavie didn't even frown, standing up by leaning against the wall. "Then let's go." Weiss didn't stop her, and looking at her, she didn't seem to need his support anymore. So, he led the way out of the maintenance tunnel, scouted around to confirm there were no signs of enemy activity, and then urged everyone to hurry on their way holding the authentic map, and relying on the identification numbers of the junction locations. It wasn't difficult to reorient themselves and determine their route. The road home wasn't far. If they didn't have to consider the enemy's blockades and other negative factors, they could arrive in at most half an hour, but the reality was that they had to dodge and weave along the way. Although it was already late at night, the Norman army in the sewer seemed to be increasing rather than decreasing. Not only did they form patrol teams to conduct dragnet searches, but they had even built bunkers and set up machine guns at the junctions. With their path blocked by the Normans, Octavie was worried about the safety of her companion, and wasn't Weiss the same? The enemy had dispatched troops and deployed battle lines here. Could it be that they had discovered their lair, and because they were met with the tenacious resistance of the Federation officers and soldiers, they were unable to succeed for the moment, which was why they were making such a big fuss. In the pitch-black sewer, Weiss felt his way to Octavie's side and whispered, "If we can't get around it, we..." After a moment, her usual cold voice came from nearby, "If we really can't get around, we'll have to sacrifice the few to save the many. In the darkness, Weiss frowned. Choose 1 or 2 soldiers to attract the enemy's attention. From a rational perspective, this was a relatively feasible method, but from a human perspective, even if these 1 or 2 soldiers volunteered, as a commander, making such a decision was exceptionally painful. Was there no other way? Was there really no turning point? Just as Weiss was gnashing his teeth, unable to harden his heart, he suddenly heard intense explosions coming from the city area. This situation was strikingly similar to when the Norman army had fiercely attacked the defenders in the city a few days ago. Explosions came one after another, and the sewer was filled with roaring sounds. Not only was the ground trembling, but the ceiling and walls were also shaking and swaying, as if the world were about to collapse. The Federation Army's counterattack has begun. Octavie spoke up abruptly, but even in delivering this exciting news, her voice lacked any obvious warmth. Did you know before? Or was it just a guess? Weiss asked. She didn't answer directly, but instead asked back, does it make any difference whether I knew or not? It seemed that this was a question not worth delving into. Weiss left Goddess Bastion and went alone to the end of this tunnel, carrying his sniper rifle, and leaned against the wall to peek at the movement on the other side of the junction. The Normans seemed very surprised by the artillery fire coming from the opposite direction, and they seemed to lack confidence in the sturdiness of the AO city sewer, fearing they would be buried here. Before long, under the orders of their officers, they voluntarily evacuated the junction, presumably returning to the surface via a nearby maintenance tunnel. Looking at the empty sewer junction with only sandbag bunkers left and no people in sight, Weiss had a series of exclamation marks in his heart. This really was a case of when you think you've reached the end of the road, a new path emerges. A turning point had appeared in the desperate situation. Weiss suppressed the impulse in his heart and forced himself to keep his companions squatting in the deep tunnel for another half-hour. Facts proved that remaining calm and patient was highly beneficial. After the Norman army stationed at the junction left, several more groups of Normans passed by, with as few as 20 or 30 people, and as many as 70 or 80. If they had encountered them head-on, even if they had repeated the old trick of using preset demolition points to block the enemy's pursuit, casualties would have been inevitable, and if they were even slightly careless, they might have been wiped out entirely. Judging from the increasingly sparse explosions, the shelling targeting the city area was drawing to a close. Weiss led his companions through the sewer, which was as empty as a street in the middle of the night. Behind the bunkers temporarily built by the Normans, they could occasionally see crates of ammunition, but these were of little value to them. Along the way, Octavie's severely injured companion lost consciousness for a time. They hurried, finally stepping into the previously designated security perimeter. Seeing the traces of a firefight at the junction here, with the smell of burning lingering in the air, Weiss's mood suddenly grew heavy. However, as they walked, he discovered that the tunnel ahead was blocked by a collapse, and knowing this was a defensive tactic used by his companions, he felt a little more at ease. The group wandered around, and the longer they walked, the more blocked sewers they encountered. From this, it seemed that the efforts of him and the rearguard squad had not successfully diverted the Normans' focus. While they were maneuvering against the enemy in the sewers in the city center, his lair had still been besieged by the Normans. After walking for a very long time, in front of a tunnel that seemed passable, Weiss activated his special vision and saw several green wire frames on the other side. Knowing that for defensive purposes, they might ignite the fuses of the explosives at any time, he decisively shouted, "Guys, it's Klemperhiesen, we're back." A familiar voice came from the tunnel, "Captain Klemperhiesen? Is it really you?" "Yes, it's us. Our troops have launched a counterattack in the city, and the Normans have retreated from the sewer." The companion on the other side of the tunnel hesitated for a moment. "That's exciting news. Captain. How many people are with you? If possible, please walk over one by one, keeping your distance from each other." The Normans were good at trickery, which had made the Federation officers and soldiers suffer quite a bit, and staying vigilant had almost become an instinct for them. Because he had confirmed the other party's identity, Weiss responded calmly, "No problem, guys, I can go over alone first. However, someone on our side is seriously injured and needs treatment. You'd better send someone to call the medic and have them bring surgical instruments." After speaking, Weiss slung his sniper rifle over his back, spread his hands, and walked into the tunnel at a leisurely pace. This was a long and narrow tunnel, it wouldn't take much explosive to block it, and with the same amount of explosive, even if they added 2 or 3 times as much, they wouldn't be able to blast the passage open again. The beam of the flashlight coming toward him made his eyes uncomfortable, so he simply closed his eyes and walked forward. As he walked, someone suddenly came up and hugged him, their hearty voice making his ears ring. "The brave and fearless Klemperhiesen. We were worried that you and the rearguard squad had met with misfortune. It's so good to see you." "So good." Weiss opened his eyes, and Sergeant Pastor's face came into view. All around, familiar faces were filled with sincere anticipation. "Yes, guys, I'm back," Weiss said. "Believe in me, I will continue to bring you victory and honor." Confirming that the commander in front of him was the real deal, Sergeant Pastor asked eagerly, "Are all the members of the rearguard squad still alive? Who is seriously injured?" Weiss called out, "Everyone come over one by one," in the direction he had just come from, and then answered Sergeant Pastor's question, "Our people are basically all here. The one who is seriously injured is from the Special Operations Brigade. We met them on the way back and had a fight with the Normans. The damn Normans surrounded this area, if it weren't for our troops launching a counterattack, we wouldn't have been able to get in at all. Then what should we do next? Try to rendezvous with our main force, or support their counterattack from the enemy's rear?" Sergeant Pastor asked. Weiss hadn't seriously considered this question just now, but after the survival crisis was temporarily resolved, he was able to think calmly and conclude, act according to the situation, leverage the circumstances, and pay back the pain the enemy has inflicted on us twofold. Chapter 78, A Long-Lost Friend. The latest chapter of Iron Soul of Steel is updated fastest. At a surface observation post in the headquarters controlled area, a collapsed building accessible to the basement via a maintenance tunnel, Weiss stood before a narrow ventilation window, watching the morning light, feeling as if it were a lifetime ago. Listening to the rising and falling sounds of gunfire and explosions, hope rekindled in his heart. Judging by the commotion in the city, it was undoubtedly the Federal Army launching a counterattack, but Weiss had no idea if they possessed the capability to turn the tide of the war or even recapture AO City in one fell swoop. For days, he and his city guerrilla force had lost contact with their main forces, and the soldiers sent to the south of the city for reconnaissance and communication had vanished without a trace. He was unclear about the changing situation of this battle, nor did he know the scale of the forces the Federation Army had committed to the counterattack. If his mere 200 or 300 people were to rashly join the action, the result would be no different than a moth flying into a flame, but if they were to wait passively and miss the opportunity to make a difference, it would be equally regrettable. Ascertaining the situation in the city was already a top priority for Weiss. Currently, Octavie was injured, and her two companions were not in good condition, so the three special service elites with the strongest individual combat power could not be counted on. Under Weiss's command, there were still over 60 old subordinates from the Guard Regiment. Excluding those who were injured or handling logistics, about 40 were capable of performing battlefield reconnaissance tasks. Weiss selected those in better mental and physical condition, organized them into 8 three-man teams, and sent them in various directions. He ordered them to break through the perimeter of the headquarters controlled area and reconnoiter the deployment and activities of the Norman army in the sewers and on the surface. If they could contact their own main forces, they were to report the enemy situation they discovered along with the status of their own headquarters. This time, Weiss did not personally join the reconnaissance teams but stayed behind to make further deployments. The previous night, the headquarters controlled area had been besieged on all sides by the Norman army, and the soldiers had detonated multiple preset explosive points in succession, blocking the Normans by collapsing the tunnels. This method was fine for an emergency, but once the Norman army freed up their hands and focused on dealing with the remaining enemies in the sewers, they would surely look for paths to enter this area. Maintenance tunnels, water storage wells, and drainage pipes could all be utilized by them. The former two were clearly marked on the city sewer layout, but drainage pipes were numerous, and most could accommodate an adult traveling light. For Weiss's underground defensive fortress, this was a potential threat that was impossible to guard against completely. To make as accurate a defensive deployment as possible, he had each detachment re-examine the accessibility of all junctions, tunnels, and pipes in their defensive zone. Based on this, they created a new defense map, utilized existing supplies and ammunition to preset explosive points and blocking positions, set up rapid evacuation routes, and prepared for a total evacuation in the worst-case scenario. Afternoon, while Weiss was lying on an empty ammunition crate doing mapping work, a soldier appeared before him, practically rolling and crawling, reporting with a face full of joy that the reconnaissance team sent to the southeast of the city had made contact with the main force and was returning with reinforcements. Upon hearing this news, Weiss was overjoyed. As he turned and walked to the junction, he heard the sound of heavy footsteps coming from the tunnel. To be safe, he squinted and looked. What jumped into his field of vision were all green phantom frames, and everyone was at full combat strength. Fighting alone and facing constant danger, a turning point had finally arrived. While he could force a calm expression, his heart was already surging with emotion. Through the light of the kerosene lamp, Weiss saw his veteran subordinate, Alvar, leading the way, followed by a team of fully armed Federation Army officers and soldiers. When they walked closer, he suddenly saw a familiar face behind Alvar. "Schmidt, is that you?" Weiss widened his eyes, the words slipping out. "It's me." The newcomer answered loudly, 1st National Defense Division, 98th Combat Regiment, Captain Schmidt. While introducing himself, this old acquaintance stood still in front of Weiss and gave him a proper military salute. Weiss hurriedly returned the salute, the words "brother, long time no see" already on the tip of his tongue, but he was suddenly punched in the chest, the force so great that he almost fell to the ground. Weiss's chest hurt, and his head buzzed. "What's going on?" When, before him, frowned with a serious expression. His chiseled face was still as heroic as before, but it now bore a scar extending from his jawbone to the base of his neck, adding a touch of ruggedness and murderous aura, which also made the 3 silver stars on his shoulders seem to carry more weight than Weiss's 3. The 1st National Defense Division was a new type of field unit personally formed by General Fan Luo, the former principal of the Baston Military Academy. Although it suffered heavy losses twice in the Monomolan Mountains on the Western Front, its reputation for being as firm as iron and as resilient as steel had long resonated throughout the Federation and earned the respect of its opponents. Because he led this military reform, Fan Luo's prestige soared, and the Baston elites who joined the 1st National Defense Division with him, as long as they survived, mostly grew into the backbone of the unit and gained promotion opportunities that their peers could hardly reach. Wen retracted his fist, spread his arms, pressed his hands on Weiss's shoulders, and lowered his voice, saying, "On the Western Front, at the moment when we were nearly annihilated, brothers depended on each other for life and death, but you lived a peaceful life alone at the Advanced Staff College. What for? A higher stepping stone. A better opportunity. I can understand your choice, but I cannot agree with it." It was undeniable that going to the Advanced Staff College was indeed an ideal springboard that could make one's career smoother, but Weiss's original intention was to strive to stand in a higher position to exert a greater influence and to bring greater help to the federal army. Standing in front of Wen, Weiss did not want to defend himself like a pathetic worm. He held his head high and said, "No, Wen, you don't really understand my thoughts. One day, you will understand." Wen let go of his hands, unfurrowed his brow, and returned to the expression and tone Weiss was familiar with. "Just now, I heard that a young Captain Klemper Heesen, leading his unit that refused to retreat, used the AO city sewers to maneuver against the enemy, and over the past few days, had taken out quite a few Norman soldiers. If this is true, Long Cromwell Heisen, you have not disgraced our expectations of you." Weiss gave a light snort. "All right, let's not talk about such empty things between us. Alvar, settle everyone here for a short rest. Follow me." Wen did not refuse and followed behind Weiss with his hands behind his back. The two returned together to the maintenance tunnel where the top was blocked by collapsed debris and came to Weiss's simple desk. "I currently have 3 officers, 18 sergeants, 263 soldiers, and 61 civilians here. Among the military personnel, 47 are seriously injured and have completely lost their combat capability, while 60 or 70 have relatively minor injuries and still possess some combat ability. Our ammunition and supply reserves are quite sufficient, and fresh water is not a problem, but we engaged in fierce fighting with the enemy last night and were forced to collapse many tunnels." Weiss gestured in a circle on the sewer layout with a pencil and then said to Wen, "So, tell me about you, tell me about the progress of the battle on the surface." Wen took out a military map from the briefcase he was carrying. It covered the entire urban area of AO City and the surrounding regions. There were some lines and symbols marked on the map with a pencil, but it was relatively rough. Without an introduction from the map user, it would be difficult for others to figure out the specific military deployment from these lines and symbols. In the past few days, our reserve troops have arrived in the southern part of AO City, and the counterattack began this morning. As far as I know, the full-line counterattack is being conducted from 3 directions, the west of the city, the east of the city, and the urban area itself. The 1st, 7th, and 8th National Defense Divisions are the main combat forces in the urban area. By the time I followed your men into the sewers, our vanguard forces had reached the central urban area, and the Norman army's resistance in this area is very strong. I think if we can use the sewers to outflank the enemy's rear lines and attack the enemy from both front and rear, striving to capture the central urban area before dark, the situation will become very favorable for us." After listening to Wen's account, Weiss asked somewhat impatiently, "In terms of strength, do we have an advantage? How much? Can we suppress the enemy's fleet in the air?" Wen glanced at him with annoyance. "Captain, I hear fear in your words." "Captain, I do not fear the enemy. Even if we do not have air cover, the battle will continue, it is just that different situations call for different strategies," Weiss explained. Wen hesitated for a few seconds. "The enemy's flying fleet has been lured away by us, at least today, they will not appear in AO City. In addition, I went to see Nicola yesterday morning. Our flying units have assembled a considerable force. As long as the enemy's warships return to AO City, they will launch an all-out attack, leaving the enemy's warships with no time to attend to the ground battle." When mentioning Nicola Leopold, Wen changed his tone, a tone of affirmation and pride. Before the war broke out, the vast majority of people thought that airplanes were just circus performance tools and could not be compared with flying warships at all. But as the war progressed, especially after the Federation fleet suffered repeated strikes and the Federal Army lost its protective umbrella on the battlefield, the fighter units, with their tenacious and eye-catching performance, gave the desperate soldiers of the Federation Army new hope. Weiss chimed in, "I have seen him a few times, seen the red and white painted fighter he flew on the battlefield." "Oh, you are talking about his Flying Flame Knight," Wen replied. Judging from his tone and the content of his words, he not only maintained contact with Nicola but also met with him from time to time. By comparison, Weiss, who had a closer relationship with him at the Baston Military Academy, felt as if he had been exiled. "He has realized his ideal," Weiss exclaimed with emotion. "How enviable." Wen said, "His current ideal is to drive the Normans out of the Ulster Free Federation. Aren't I the same?" Weiss said. "Let's get back to the point." Wen set his gaze back on the map in front of him. "I heard that you used explosives to blow up the Grumman building and the Karsten building. This is a truly remarkable victory. Now, the enemy is organizing a defense around the last skyscraper in the central urban area, the August Steel Tower, and several adjacent high-rise buildings. Although the warship on the roof has left, the Normans have deployed quite a few weapons in the building, occupying a high position. Their firepower is dense, and it is very difficult for us to break through from the front. Since you are experts in demolition and have sufficient ammunition, can you find a way to blow up the August Steel Tower? I brought half a company, and we can unconditionally cooperate with your actions." Blow up a skyscraper? That was not Weiss's credit, but Octavie's. "So," Weiss said to Wen, "come on, I'll take you to see someone. What you just mentioned is actually her achievement, not mine." Chapter 79, Responsibility and Mission. The latest chapter of Iron Soul of Steel, updated as quickly as possible. In a sewer right next to the reservoir, Octavie was placed on a maintenance walkway along with many other wounded. To provide them with the driest environment possible, soldiers stacked ammunition boxes, canned food crates, and medical supply boxes, all sorts of empty or unopened crates to build makeshift hospital beds. As the highest-ranking officer currently in this urban guerrilla force, the best treatment Octavie enjoyed was a set of clean and tidy bedding. Octavie felt both happy and hopeful about Wen Schmidt's arrival, but when they spoke of the obstacles the Federal Army encountered during the counterattack, she slowly set aside her positive emotions and calmly recounted the story of that night. The night the Norman warship raided AO City, we temporarily formulated a new battle plan to blow up all the skyscrapers in the city center. Although we weren't determined at first, as the war situation deteriorated rapidly, we found that we had no other choice but to blow them up at all costs. When I led my team to approach the Grumman building from underground, I discovered that the enemy had already taken countermeasures. They had occupied the Grumman building and blocked all passages from underground into the building. If Long had not brought us explosives that were not in the plan, even if we had forced our way into the building, we would not have had a way to collapse it. Yes, in a sense, the members of the Grumman family destroyed the pride of the Grumman family, the Grumman building, with their own hands so it would not become an enemy stronghold. That night, only 5 out of the 42 people in the team I led survived, and the 2 teams sent to blow up the Karsten building and the August Steel Tower were almost completely wiped out. After Octavie stopped speaking, Weiss continued, later, you made a comeback and blew up the Karsten building. The third of the 6 iron laws of the 4th Special Operations Detachment is to complete the mission even if it means dying generously. Octavie said word by word, by blowing up the Karsten building, we only completed 2/3 of our mission. Unless the August Steel Tower is recaptured by our army, even if I only have one last breath left, I will blow it up. Instructor Grumman, let us complete this task. Wen intentionally used the old title, and the distance of the conversation was instantly narrowed. However, the ice beauty of Baston Military Academy possessed a tenacity that did not match her appearance. Her shoulder was seriously injured, and her right arm could no longer be used, but with a swiftness that the 2 people opposite her had never imagined, she pulled a pistol from her holster with her left hand, aiming at the gap between Weiss and Wen. Both of them were stunned for a moment. Long, you have once again relieved me and my soldiers at a critical moment. I am deeply grateful, but you have your tasks, and I have my mission. Do not bind them together based on subjective judgment. Wen, you and your troops are battle-hardened elites. Your superiors ordered you to look for breakthroughs in the enemy lines and wait for an opportunity to flank the enemy from the rear. Blowing up the August Steel Tower is not your only option. I am very gratified to have such outstanding cadets, but I will not let you complete my unfinished mission for me. Octavie said in an icy yet humane tone. Weiss thought for a moment, I fully understand and agree with what you mean. However, there is one point that needs to be clarified. The last order my companions and I received from our superiors was to hold our position with all our might and not to evacuate unless it was an absolute last resort. As you can see, I and my troops have evacuated from our original position, but we did not give up fighting because of this. Instead, we continue to maneuver with the enemy within the territory of AO City. Therefore, from a military perspective, we currently have no specific combat mission, and the commander has the right to act according to the situation. As for Wen and his troops, I think you have already analyzed it very clearly just now. From now on, we unconditionally accept your command until the August Steel Tower is destroyed. After listening to Weiss, Octavie did not immediately refute him, and Wen hurriedly expressed his position. Yes, from now on, I and my troops will unconditionally follow your orders. The mission target is the August Steel Tower. Octavie shook her head and said, you are still too young. Acting on impulse like this will end up costing many people who trust you their lives, and even. Weiss and Wen both understood the unspoken words. The heroic female officer put away her semi-automatic pistol, tidied her attire with one hand, and stood up. Captain Klemper-Hessen, Captain Schmidt, according to Article 5 of the Federal Army Military Regulations, you and your troops are now under my command and will follow my orders. This military command relationship will be automatically lifted after I die in battle or after we successfully blow up the August Steel Tower. Do you have any objections to this? No objections. Weiss and Wen replied in unison. Octavie held her head high, puffed out her chest, and ordered in an instructor's tone, Captain Klemper-Hessen, I need you to select 50 soldiers, collect at least 3,000 pounds of explosives or equivalent explosives, and transport them safely and securely to the sewers in the city center. Can you complete the mission? The previous night, Weiss had taken his soldiers on a big job. In addition to medicine and food, they had also obtained 4 crates of explosives, 2 crates of bomb grenades, plus the ammunition they had previously stored, so it was not a problem to make up the number Octavie mentioned, so he said loudly, guarantee to complete the mission. Captain Schmidt, I need you to organize 2 assault groups and 2 support groups to carry out combat reconnaissance on the sewer area at the bottom of the August Steel Tower. If the enemy has completely blocked the surrounding passages, we need to carry out a few small-scale demolitions to open up the underground passages. No problem. Wen replied. We have more experience in underground demolition, so the demolition task can be handed over to us, Weiss suggested. Sergeant Lyle of our company is a top student in chemistry at the Federal Engineering University. He is familiar with the properties of various explosives and is one of the best demolition experts in our 1st National Defense Division. Moreover, he has already trained a batch of qualified demolition experts in our company, so there is no problem handing this task to us. Wen faced Octavie for the first half of the sentence, and then turned to Weiss for the second half. However, our soldiers are definitely not as familiar with the sewers as Long's troops. If possible, I hope he can send a few soldiers to act as our guides. Weiss had no intention of competing with Wen in terms of demolition tasks, and he showed the generosity he should have regarding Wen's request. The company I command happens to be the most professional reconnaissance spearhead of the 9th Army Corps. I'll assign 2 scouts to each of your assault groups and support groups. That's generous enough, right? Very generous, Wen replied without hesitation. Octavie watched the 2 of them seemingly bickering but actually looking out for each other, as if she had returned to the training ground of Baston Military Academy. Unknowingly, tears welled up in her eyes. She feigned arranging her hair, turned her head away, and wiped away her tears quietly. After a while, the two excellent graduates of Baston Military Academy had sorted out all kinds of detailed issues, and she suddenly asked, "Do you still remember our training slogan?" Weiss and Lwen shouted the familiar slogan without hesitation, "Forge ahead, Baston. Invincible, Baston." Afterwards, after more than an hour of preparation, Lwen's elite troops were in place in the sewers of the central city of Ao City. As expected, the Normans had blocked all the passageways and pipes leading to the bottom of the August Steel Tower, but this could not stop the determination of the Federal Army soldiers. The demolition experts under Lwen's command surveyed 3 demolition points and set up explosives and fuses using engineering demolition methods. On Weiss's side, the soldiers were transporting sufficient explosives to the designated area. As for the commander-in-chief of this military operation, Major Octavie Grumman, she resolutely went into battle with injuries and sat in the front line to command. Everything was basically ready, and the operation entered the countdown. Just at this moment, the soldiers sent to scout the enemy situation in the north of the city suddenly brought back shocking news. During the bombardment by the Federal Army, part of the wall of the stadium in the north of the city collapsed, and hundreds of Federation military and civilians tried to escape from the collapsed breach, only to be subjected to intensive fire by the Norman army, resulting in countless casualties. During the reconnaissance, they discovered that a large number of civilians and many captured Federal Army soldiers were being held in the stadium. Obviously, if the Federal Army successfully recaptured the city center and continued to advance to the north of the city, the Federation military and civilians concentrated in the stadium would likely be accidentally injured by artillery fire. Furthermore, once the Norman army lost their minds due to repeated defeats and raised their butcher knives to these unarmed civilians and prisoners of war, it would be a tragic disaster. When receiving this emergency report, Weiss was coordinating reinforcements near the sewers in the city center. Ahead was an operation of small-scale demolition to break through and large-scale demolition to destroy the building. The result not only determined the life and death of these 100 or so participating officers and soldiers but also related to the fate of thousands of Federal Army soldiers on the ground battlefield. It had an immeasurable impact on the progress of the Battle of Ao Keng and even this great war. Behind was the safety of a large number of civilians in Ao City and captured officers and soldiers. These innocent and precious lives were like eggs in a big basket. If ignored, any slight accident could result in the basket breaking and the eggs being destroyed. Weiss was extremely conflicted and anxious about which was more important and what to do. He ran forward all the way, quickly found Octavie, and explained the situation to her. After listening, Octavie was silent for a long time. From the fact that she destroyed the Grumman building with her own hands, it can be seen that she is a person with enough courage, but this time, she was obviously hesitant. In the end, she stared at Weiss and said slowly, "As I mentioned before, the 4th Special Operations Detachment has 6 iron laws. Completing the mission at all costs is the 3rd one, and the first 2 are about loyalty, justice, and responsibility. Logically speaking, I should immediately adjust the deployment and at least divide half of the force to rescue our civilians and brothers, but as you know, even if we try our best, blowing up the August Steel Tower may not be successful. If the forces are dispersed, the probability of success will be even lower, and the stadium in the north of the city also needs our all-out efforts. The more we want to take care of both, the more we can't take care of either." Weiss was speechless. Octavie's words became impassioned. Responsibility and mission are more important than our lives. It is difficult for us to make a choice, but we must make a choice. Long, your soldiers have already delivered the explosives. Leave the rest to me and Lwen. You hurry to the north of the city and find a way to protect the civilians and brothers trapped in the stadium and rescue them as much as possible. I know this is an extremely arduous task for you and your soldiers, and many people will lose their lives because of it. Standing here, turning around may be a farewell, but in such an era, facing such a trend, since we have chosen to fight, we have assumed glorious responsibilities and missions, so we should go forward without hesitation and never look back." With the heavy responsibility on his shoulders, Weiss still held his head high. "I understand, Instructor Grumman. You are right. We have assumed glorious responsibilities and missions. Even if we die on the battlefield, it is worth it." Octavie's firm and unyielding gaze suddenly became extremely gentle at this moment. She raised her left hand to salute. "Goodbye, Cadet Long Krunberheisen. I will always be proud of you. Baston will always be proud of you." On the contrary, the hesitation and worry in Weiss's eyes were swept away, replaced by a determination that disregarded all difficulties. He saluted and shouted the famous slogan of Baston Military Academy again, "Forge ahead, Baston. Invincible, Baston." Chapter 80, Explosive Outburst. The latest chapter of Iron Soul of Steel, updated as quickly as possible. Through the binoculars, Weiss saw the clear silhouette of the stadium in the north of the city. It was a massive structure capable of holding 100,000 people, with cable-stayed bridge-style pylons and steel cables standing all around it, giving its exterior a strong industrial style. During his time at Baston Military Academy, he had visited the stadium twice, experiencing the grandeur of federal competitive sports and witnessing the Ao City citizens' adoration for strength and speed. Those thrilling scenes felt like they were just yesterday, but the sight before him now made it feel like a lifetime ago. On the southeast side of the stadium building, there was a gap 40 to 50 feet high and over 10 feet wide, where many people dressed as civilians were moving corpses back and forth under the supervision of armed Norman soldier, and the mottled bloodstains at the opening were still shocking. When the Norman army attacked the city, both the attacking and defending sides had engaged in fierce battles nearby, and given the size and structure of the stadium, it was naturally unavoidable that it would be struck by artillery fire. Although the outer walls of the stadium did not suffer large-scale collapse at the time, the aftermath of the war eventually became apparent. Weiss could imagine that at the time of the incident, the instinctual desire to survive had prompted the detained civilians and soldiers to rush out amidst the chaos, but upon the order of the Norman commander, the soldiers had cold-bloodedly pulled their triggers, firing a rain of bullets into flesh and blood, thus creating a bloody tragedy. Under the gloomy sky, black plumes of smoke drifted across his line of sight from time to time. In the direction of the city center, the sound of gunfire and artillery remained intense, and in the area before him, the Norman army was also making intensive preparations for battle. Not far from the stadium, Weiss saw a Norman warship parked on the ground. Judging by its size, it was a 30,000-ton capital ship, and judging by its silhouette, it should have been a warship captured from the Kingdom of Wessex. Capital ships built by northern nations were consistently heavily armored, with weaker armaments and slower speeds. The Normans had deployed it here, seemingly using it as a ground command post. During the observation, Weiss carefully read the combat capability data of this warship. It was clear that it possessed normal flight and combat capabilities, which meant it could still take off and fight if necessary. However, a single ship, in large-scale military operations, would not only be unable to act alone but would also become a target for enemy artillery and bombs. On one side were tens of thousands of AO City Federation military and civilians trapped in the stadium, and on the other was a Norman warship that had a significant impact on the AO City battle situation. Weiss seemed to be standing at a crossroads where he needed to make a choice. Octavie and Llewellyn remained in the sewers on the side of the city center. They were about to join forces to attack the Norman army guarding the August Steel Tower and do their utmost to blow up this last skyscraper, and regardless of whether they succeeded or not, they certainly would not be able to spare any hands to help Weiss. Weiss pondered for a long time before finally hardening his resolve to face the challenge before him with unconventional thinking. At dusk, the gunfire and artillery that had lasted all day in the city paused briefly. Weiss was unsure if this was the Federal Army intentionally adjusting its rhythm to exert force in the upcoming night battle, or if something had changed at the operational level. At this point, his deployment was fully underway, and unless the battlefield situation underwent a drastic change, he would not, and could not, call a halt midway. Taking one last look at the blood-red sunset, he entered the sewer, moving from a branch line that required him to bow and turn sideways to a main passage that was taller than an adult and wide enough for a small cart to pass through. After running for a distance, he returned to a branch line, then entered a drainage pipe that required crawling. His speed slowed down, but he crawled forward without stopping for a moment, and before long, he arrived at a damp, muddy drainage ditch with a grate on top. Although his military uniform was covered in mud, he didn't care and continued to crawl forward until he reached behind his companion, stopping with his head close to the other person's buttocks. Looking ahead, there was a long line of Federation soldiers gathered like mice lining up to steal eggs, and looking back, the following companions were taking their positions one after another. The sour, rancid smell in the drainage ditch was nauseating, but Weiss and his soldiers had to lie motionless inside, waiting for the arrival of nightfall or the earlier arrival of the opportunity to attack. On the small hills and intersections not far away, Norman soldiers moved about at artillery positions, bunkers, or sentry posts, and when they spoke in slightly louder voices, Weiss and his soldiers could clearly hear that pronunciation style which was completely different from the Ulster language. 100 feet away was the Norman warship anchored in the sports park. There were no large buildings in the vicinity other than the stadium, so there were no main sewer lines or branch lines, only drainage pipes and ditches that were like capillaries. Therefore, the Norman army's alert and defense system around the warship was mainly aimed at threats from the ground and the air, which gave Weiss his only opportunity. Although it was unlikely that this warship had equipment for manufacturing artificial star source stone, it was highly probable that it was the Norman army's operational command hub in AO City. If they could destroy the command and communication facilities here, and kill or capture the Norman army's command personnel, it would definitely be of great benefit to the Federal Army's counterattack operation. Would the regret of missing the opportunity at Belkacor Pass be made up for here? After deciding on the two-fisted tactical option, Weiss took a few reconnaissance scouts on a risky close-range reconnaissance of the sewers in the direction of the stadium, discovering that the Normans were not only well prepared for underground infiltration attacks by the Federal Army but also had watertight alert deployments. They had stationed soldiers at every sewer junction, built bunkers, and even set up autocannons, and even the pipes that could be crawled through were riveted with thumb-thick steel bars. This meant that Weiss's troops could not reach the underside of the stadium without alerting the Norman army. It looked bad, but things always had two sides. Since the Normans had deployed alert and defense forces here, there was no need to crudely and directly blow up the passages, and as long as the Federal Army could find a way to break through the Normans' alert and defense, they would have the opportunity to transfer and evacuate the Federation military and civilians in the stadium through the sewers. Based on the experience and lessons from the Battle of Belkacor Pass, Weiss properly distributed the troops at his disposal. The most elite combat forces were organized into two assault groups, which would penetrate the Norman army's ground alert line from two drainage ditches and approach the moored Norman warship. Once the attack was launched, the two assault groups would separately attack the Norman warship from the bow and the stern. Upon capturing each section, they were to destroy communication, control, and power facilities as much as possible. They were to use the ship's weaponry if possible, and firmly destroy it if it could not be utilized. The weaker troops were organized into one assault group and one support group. When Weiss led his elite forces to raid the Norman warship, the Norman army on the stadium side would certainly withdraw troops to reinforce, at which point the assault group would launch a fierce attack on the Normans' underground alert line from the west, and the support group would follow up, blocking excess branch tunnels along the way with explosives, leaving only one main passage leading directly to the underside of the stadium. Theoretically, This passage would allow the Federal Army to evacuate the tens of thousands of Federation military and civilians trapped in the stadium within a few hours and allow them to retreat to the south of the city center, which was the area currently controlled by the Federal Army, before dawn. After that, how to deal with these civilians and disarmed soldiers would be within the decision-making scope of the superior commanders. Weiss waited patiently in the stinky drainage ditch for over half an hour, the natural light filtering down from the grate above gradually weakened, but it was still some time before dark. Suddenly, the sound of artillery erupted in the direction of the city center, with explosions following one after another, making those closest to the ground feel a slight tremor. The artillery fire lasted for about 10 minutes, and Weiss heard an exceptionally loud explosion, followed by a tremor that was stronger than ever before. If 80% of the 3,000 pounds of explosives were used for the ultimate demolition aimed at collapsing the August steel tower, its power would be equivalent to a full main battery salvo from the strongest battleship. Of course, if the Federal Army could have dispatched a loyal-class battleship with top-tier combat power to fly over AO City in time, there would have been no need for the elites of the 4th Special Operations Detachment to sacrifice themselves, nearly to the point of total annihilation, to blow up those towering skyscrapers that Federal citizens had spent so much energy and resources to build. Pass the order, prepare to move. Weiss lowered his voice and issued instructions to the companions in front and behind him. The Federation soldier, who had honed their skills and tempered their will in urban guerrilla warfare, obeyed Weiss's command, narrowing their hungry eyes, tensing their strong legs, and baring their sharp teeth like a pack of hyena that had discovered prey on a snowy plain, waiting for their leader to issue the roar of attack. Outside the drainage ditch, some Normans were shouting, some were yelling, and others were talking. Weiss closed his eyes and listened. Ha, the August steel tower had collapsed. Yes, it had collapsed. Octavie and Llewellyn had succeeded. How many Normans hadn't had time to escape the building and were directly buried? Well done. Well done. This was a heavy blow to the Norman army. From now on, they had lost an important commanding height and observation post on the AO City battlefield, and furthermore, their attention had been drawn away for a short time. This is the moment I've been waiting for. Attack. Weiss suddenly sprang up. Although the grate of the drainage ditch was heavy, he pushed it up and shoved it a few feet away with ease, as if pushing aside a wooden board. Then, while raising his Klemper-Hessen rifle, he squinted to observe the enemy situation directly ahead. From the drainage ditch to the Norman warship, there were 2 anti-aircraft gun positions, 3 autocannon positions, 4 Norman officer, and 20+ riflemen. If they could break through this area within 5 minutes, they would have a chance to forcibly board the warship before the Norman ship crew member on board closed the hatches. With one hand, he unwrapped the cloth covering the sniper scope to protect it from mud. In 1 second, he raised his rifle, and in 1 second, he aimed. With the first shot, he took down a Norman officer dozens of feet away. Then, he stepped out of the drainage ditch, smoothly worked the bolt to chamber around, raised his rifle, and lifted the muzzle, locking his sight onto the Norman warship 100 feet away. On its deck and gangways, many Norman ship crew members had run out to watch the spectacle of the August steel tower collapsing, not realizing that what awaited them were predators emerging from the underground. Weiss's second shot accurately killed an officer on the warship. Before the sound of the gunshot had faded, he shouted, "Machine gun teams 2 and 4, strafe the enemy ship's deck." The water-cooled heavy machine guns produced by the Krumble-Hessen factory, although their single-shot power was less than 1/3 of the Grumman rotary autocannon, were more suitable for close-quarters combat in terms of range, rate of fire, and portability. As soon as the smooth sound of the machine guns rang out, a dense rain of bullets immediately poured toward those unlucky fellows on the deck of the Norman warship. In an instant, the Normans on the warship were wailing and howling. Chapter 81, Infantry storms the warship. 2 belt-fed, water-cooled machine guns poured bullets onto the deck and side corridors of the Norman warship without pause. This type of fully automatic weapon had a firing rate several times that of a rotary cannon. It took only half a minute at its fastest to empty a 200-round ammunition belt. On board the Norman warship, the Norman ship crew members were completely unprepared for a close-range attack, and a mere 2 machine guns left them with heavy casualties. Witnessing this scene, Weiss was certainly gratified, but he did not get carried away. The tactic he was employing was a desperate gamble. He had to forcibly suppress the enemy's firepower to cover the assault force as they stormed the Norman warship, aiming to dismantle its combat capabilities from within. If they failed, the guns on this Norman warship alone would be enough to tear these attackers to shreds, leaving them no chance to retreat the way they came. Therefore, while the machine guns were firing wildly, he advanced with short, quick steps, observing the upper part of the Norman warship, especially the bridge, through his sniper scope. During this, he spotted 2 figures who had stepped out onto the open observation deck to assess the battle, and he decisively killed them. After half a minute of intense firing, the riflemen and machine gunners began reloading, causing the attackers' firepower to drop sharply as the opening blitz entered a transition phase. Under the setting sun, 2 Federation soldiers, their belts and straps laden with Bomi grenades, each turned to one side and hurled grenades fiercely toward the Normans' gun positions, bunkers, and sentry posts. Top-tier grenadiers needed not only to be physically strong with outstanding arm strength but also possessed of accurate judgment and control. Valke Chalmers from Neuchâtel Federal State and Carson Mudchek from Lorraine Federal State were representatives of the excellent grenadiers in the Federation Army. They could not only throw Bomi grenades over 100 feet but also land them directly into enemy foxholes, making them rare technical talents on the battlefield. Weiss loaded bullets into his rifle magazine, closed the bolt, and turned to see his broad-shouldered countryman Carson Mudchek working both sides, blowing several stubborn Norman soldiers out of their bunkers. He quickly scanned ahead and found that the path to the bow of the Norman warship was no longer significantly obstructed, the entry hatch at the bottom of the Norman warship was still open, and people were running inside. To prevent the Norman ship crew members from quickly closing the hatch, Weiss called out, "Carson, follow me. When you're sure, throw a grenade into the enemy ship's hatch." With that, Weiss shouldered his sniper rifle and charged forward, head low and back hunched. At this moment, without needing specific orders, the Federation soldiers of the first assault team were already rushing toward the bow of the enemy ship. They fired at the Normans along the way as they sprinted, never getting overly entangled with the enemy. While advancing toward the Norman warship, Weiss activated his special vision to conduct a technical scan of its status, finding that the upper and lower limits of its movement speed remained the same if flight mode were activated. These two sets of data would change by orders of magnitude. This important information gave Weiss a surge of motivation, and he and his assault troops were getting closer and closer to their target. The hatch was right before them. Without obstruction, it would take only 3 or 4 seconds to storm inside. Following Weiss's instructions, Carson threw 3 bomby grenades in succession toward the bow hatch of the Norman warship. 2 hit the steel plate beside the hatch and bounced off, blowing away a group of Norman soldiers attempting to retreat into the ship, while the third was successfully thrown inside and exploded. Seeing the attackers rushing toward the ship's hatch, even the least capable Norman soldiers deployed around the warship could discern their intentions. One could figure out with their eyes closed how terrible the consequences would be if the enemy succeeded. In this critical moment, the Norman soldiers, who had been scattered by the Federation army, began to fight desperately to block them. As Weiss was running, a blood-covered Norman soldier suddenly jumped out from a nearby bunker, swinging an entrenching tool at his head. If he were a newcomer facing this, that shovel strike might have succeeded, but having undergone the strict training and elimination processes of Baston Military Academy, and having been repeatedly forged, tempered, and tested by death on the battlefield, his combat skills, heart, and reflexes had reached a whole new level. What was this shovel strike to him? Without hesitation or delay, Weiss used the momentum to deliver a flawless side kick, sending the sturdy Norman soldier flying backward. And then? Naturally, he continued to charge forward. 2 seconds later, a few steps from the hatch, a wounded Norman officer struggled to stand up and fired 2 shots at Weiss with a pistol. Weiss sensed the danger, stomped his left foot hard, and suddenly shifted his body to the right, his spine twisting into an S shape from head to hip like an agile loach. Although body movements could never compare to the speed of a bullet, there was still a fraction of a second between the Norman officer aiming, pulling the trigger, and the firing pin striking the bullet. This time difference allowed him to dodge the bullets fired at close range by the enemy. Then, he performed a side roll, drawing his pistol with practiced movements during the roll, and without standing up, he fired at the Norman officer while prone. 2 shots, 2 hits, a beautiful KO. In his line of sight, the 2 fastest and fiercest Federation soldiers rushed into the boarding hatch located under the bow for the flying warships of the Norman Empire and the Ulster Free Federation. Conventional entry hatches were designed more than 10 feet from the bottom, with crew members boarding via airport facilities or gangways. In this regard, likely considering natural environmental characteristics and conventional strategic and tactical settings, the Wessex warship designers had a unique approach, consistently placing hatches near the bottom of the warship, requiring basically no tools to board. The excellent Grenadier Carson had previously successfully thrown a bomby grenade into the hatch, so the crew members near the hatch were certainly killed or injured. The 2 Federation soldiers seemed to encounter no internal resistance after boarding, with one leaning against the hatch, calling for the following companions to speed up while firing at the Norman soldiers resisting desperately near the hatch. Seeing this, Weiss dropped his sniper rifle, pulled out his second sidearm, and ran toward the warship's hatch with a pistol in each hand. When he stepped on the pedals and jumped onto the warship, his heart, which had been suspended in midair, finally settled, but only a few seconds later, he suddenly sensed a tremor beneath his feet, and his heart rose again. The enemy ship's power system had started, and the levitation system was operating. Time was pressing, and Weiss had no time to ponder the madness of infantry seizing a warship. He shouted to the Federation soldiers beside him, "Matson, stay and provide cover. Everyone else, follow the original plan and attack toward the bridge." With that said, Weiss led the several soldiers who had boarded into the warship. This scene was so similar to the situation when they attacked the Norman warship at Bellecaser Pass, but there were many differences in the details. Walking inward along the corridor and passing through 2 hatches, 2 people ran toward them. They wore cloth military caps and dark uniforms, clearly dressed as ship crew members. Both held rifles, but when they encountered the attackers head-on, their first reaction was not to fight but to shout. Weiss would not be polite to them. He raised his hand and fired 2 shots, both headshots, directly clearing the path. Walking past 2 more hatches and following the upward gangway, they arrived at a circular corridor, which encircled a steel cylinder about 10 feet in diameter that looked like the ammunition supply channel on the warship. There were double-track slides at the front and back of the corridor, less than 3 feet wide, presumably for ammunition trolleys to transport large-caliber shells and propellant charges. Standing in the corridor, Weiss squinted and looked around, discovering over a dozen Norman soldiers in the chamber toward the bow. He initially wanted to send them to heaven with 2 bomby grenades, but then he realized that this should be the firing chamber for the bow main gun. If spare shells and propellant charges were stored inside, using grenades directly could destroy the bow in one go, but the problem was that he and his brothers beside him would also be finished here. Given the current situation, was it worth it to perish together with a group of Norman ship crew members? Of course not. Therefore, Weiss ordered 2 companions to face the opposite direction, while he led the remaining men along the slide toward the bow. After walking a dozen steps, the slide disappeared beneath a closed hatch. Driven by the mindset of seizing the ship, Weiss immediately came up with a plan. He waved for his companions to hide beside the hatch, while he pounded on it, shouting in the Norman language, "Open the door! Open the door! Open the door quickly!" The people inside did not open the door blindly but asked who was outside. Weiss kept pounding and bluffed, "The captain has ordered it. Open the door quickly!" The sliding hatch opened a crack. Weiss seized the opportunity and fired a shot at the head behind the door, while the Federation soldiers waiting by the side each grabbed one side and forced the hatch open. Weiss occupied the advantageous position, lowered his body, lunged forward, forced his way into the hatch, fired into the air, and roared in the Norman language, "Those who resist will die." As he expected, this was the warship's forward main gun room. 2 huge gun mounts occupied nearly half of the gun room's space. Beside the gun mounts were 11 Norman ship crew members, who looked like they were preparing for firing, holding nothing but oil cans, wrenches, and ramrods, not even a decent weapon. Hearing the attackers roar, they all simultaneously revealed expressions of terror and helplessness. Weiss scanned the area. There were no shells or propellant charges ready to fire beside the gun mounts. During the previous reconnaissance and surveillance, this Norman warship had not used artillery to support the frontline troops, suggesting that the frontline situation was controllable in the eyes of the Normans. Until now, there was no need to risk artillery counterattacks from the Federal Army by using this big guy's heavy guns, which indirectly confirmed the suspicion that the Normans had set up their command headquarters on this warship. The accompanying Federation soldiers quickly controlled the bow main gun room. Although these Normans were honestly raising their hands, Weiss really had no extra manpower to guard them. Between humanity and duty, he could not find a balance. After a difficult weighing of options, he growled in the Ulster language, "Finish them." Having charged through a hail of bullets and walked on the edge of life and death, the mindset of the Federation soldiers had long since become as hard as iron. Facing the invaders, even a group of enemies who had given up resistance, they did not hesitate in the slightest. With a burst of point-blank fire, they killed all the Norman ship crew members. As the gunfire ceased, Weiss reloaded his pistol magazine while instructing the soldiers, "Destroy the aiming and control equipment of these cannons, and continue forward." Chapter 82, A Missed Opportunity. The latest chapter of Iron Soul of Steel updated as fast as possible. Bang bang bang, thud, thud. The semi-automatic pistol in his left hand and the revolver in his right wove a simple yet deadly symphony with distinct sounds and rhythms. When the bullets ran out again, Weiss leaned against the bulkhead, fished out a brand new, heavy magazine from the pouch on his belt, gave a flick with his left hand and a tap with his right, reloading the 2.5 PIR caliber Schmidt semi-automatic pistol in less than 2 seconds. Then, using his left hand to assist his right, he ejected the empty shells from the revolver and spent nearly 10 seconds loading 5 3.2 PIR caliber bullets into the cylinder of the Glentpsa 3.2 PIR caliber revolver. The semi-automatic pistol was born in the later stages of the last Great War. Because of its high rate of fire, fast reloading, and sleek appearance, it was welcomed by the officer class. However, its single-shot power was relatively weak, and it required high maintenance, making it prone to jamming on the battlefield. Since the outbreak of the war, its reputation among combat units has been mixed. The revolver has a long history and high reliability. It remains the standard issue weapon distributed by the Norman army to officers and sergeants to this day. Its single-shot power is great, perfectly complementing the semi-automatic pistol in close-quarters combat. While Weiss was reloading, the accompanying Federation soldier companions quickly swept several adjacent ship cabins and advanced upward along the corridor to the next level of cabins. Based on the specifications of this warship, the hull should have 5 to 6 levels of cabins, followed by the deck and superstructure including the bridge, funnel, main turret, etc. Starting from the bottom floor, Weiss had already led his companions to the 4th level. The number of Norman ship crew member encountered along the way was not small, but the resistance faced was not significant. There was even a refreshing feeling of cutting through melons and vegetables. However, Weiss did not get carried away by the progress before his eyes. He constantly reminded the soldiers to remain vigilant and support each other, continuously using his own human radar to scout enemy situations and judge the situation, thereby controlling the pace of the advance, avoiding disconnection between the front and rear of the unit, and not missing offensive opportunities. Soon, Weiss arrived at the corridor entrance of the next cabin level, where 2 Federation soldier companions were working together to drag an injured companion back from the corner ahead. Seeing Weiss, they stopped. The injured man was a sergeant. He had been shot in the right shoulder, and the wound was located low, so it was estimated that his right arm would be difficult to save. Even so, he still forced himself to report to Weiss, "Captain, the corridor ahead is guarded by Norman soldier, the firepower is very strong. We used 2 bomb grenade, but it didn't seem to have any effect. The corridors on the warship were very narrow. With the power of a bomb grenade, it was enough to sweep a long stretch of the corridor, but as long as the Normans leaned against the doorways of various cabins, they could quickly hide in the cabins when a grenade came, naturally avoiding the attack to the maximum extent." Weiss nodded at the sergeant, "Don't worry, leave the next battle to us." After saying that, Weiss signaled 2 soldiers to take him to the lower cabin to treat his wounds, while he himself took the few soldiers who followed him to the corner. He did not rashly poke his head out but instead used his revolver to poke his military cap out to test the reality. Gunshots rang out from the other side of the corridor immediately, but none of the bullets hit the hat. In this environment, missing was not surprising. The defensive side only needed to throw 1 or 2 grenades to cause great damage to the attacking side. The reason they didn't use them was not because they didn't think of it, but because they had no stock at all. Weiss pulled back his military cap, put it on his head, and lowered his voice to the soldiers beside him, "Don't care what I say, when I charge, you charge. Get ready." Then, he took a deep breath and roared, "Throw bomb grenade, but didn't actually throw one. Instead, he waited a second and suddenly got up and rushed toward the other side of the corridor. Those Norman ship crew member might not be able to understand the Ulster language, but the pronunciation of Bommy Grenade was very close to theirs. Weiss bet that they would shrink back into the cabins, so the defensive firepower in the corridor would be in a vacuum state for the time being. He hunched over, stuck to the wall, and ran forward quickly, squinting to observe the enemy's position and number while running. 3, 4, 5. Hearing the footsteps in the corridor, the Norman ship crew member realized they had been fooled by their opponent and hurriedly came out to resist, but the initiative had been lost, and there was no tyrannical weapon like a grenade to make up for it. The result was like a gopher in a whack-a-mole game, hammered down one by the charging Federation officers and soldiers. A few seconds later, Weiss fired the last bullet from his revolver, killing the last Norman ship crew member at the cabin entrance. Upon careful inspection, these 5 Norman ship crew member used 3 rifles and 1 pistol, one without a gun was holding a wrench in his hand. The battle had just come to an end, and before he could reload, a burst of rapid footsteps came from the corridor ahead. Weiss let out a low roar of avoid, dropped the revolver, pulled a Bommy grenade from his back waist, pulled the ring, threw it with well-judged force, and hid in a cabin with an open door. After a deafening roar, he picked up the revolver, got up and walked out of the cabin, walked a few steps along the corridor, and saw several bloody remains where the bulkhead was scorched and deformed. Judging from their uniforms, they were undoubtedly Norman ship crew member. Weiss had no joy or sorrow in his heart, his expression was cold as iron. He waved his hand to the back and said in a low voice, "Advance." Going up to the next level, the cabin corridor was much wider than the levels below, and there was a recessed slide rail in the center, connecting the cabins on both sides. The doors of these cabins did not have the common small round windows, and the door handle positions were circular dials. Once here, Weiss and his companions seemed to have poked a hornet's nest. Normans in crew attire swarmed in, some running from the end of the corridor, some coming out of the cabins on both sides. If this were a group fight, Weiss and his companions would have been drowned alive by their opponents, but the advent of industrial civilization made tools leap qualitatively in the improvement of force. Pistols, rifles, Bommy grenade, all these were greeted onto the enemy, and the guy carrying the machine gun also followed. A dozen or 20 people actually cleaned up 50 or 60 opponents. The gunfire finally stopped, but the ears were still ringing. Weiss led the soldiers along the corridor, their boots stained with the blood of the Normans. Behind the cabin doors on both sides of the corridor were independent gun rooms for casemate secondary guns. The slide rails on the corridor were likely a backup route for transporting ammunition to the guns. These medium-caliber secondary guns had both rate of fire and power, making them important weapons on a warship whether for air combat or ground combat, but they could only fire outward and could not deal with threats inside the warship. The corridor was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder and blood. The fresh air coming towards him made Weiss speed up his steps. Walking up the steel steps, the air movement became more and more obvious, and the light in front of him was also changing. Finally, he stood at a cabin entrance and saw the world outside. Outside the cabin door was a spotless hardwood deck. Weiss stood at the cabin entrance for 2 seconds, waiting for his companions behind to catch up. A Norman officer who looked like a Norman ship crew member suddenly walked over from the outside. When he realized that the person standing at the cabin entrance was a Federation soldier in unconventional attire, he looked panicked and wanted to draw his gun, but before the gun could be drawn, his forehead was already pressed by a pitch-black muzzle. This guy hesitated for a moment, obviously not wanting his brains to be splattered, so he slowly raised his hands. Weiss pressed him with the gun and walked out, observing the left and right sides with his peripheral vision. After external strafing and internal strangulation, there were basically no people on the deck of the Norman warship at this time. He originally wanted to let this Norman officer who gave up resistance be a guide and lead them to the bridge command room, but found that his Norman language vocabulary could not express the meaning accurately at all, so he had to grab his collar and ask, "Where is your commander?" Unexpectedly, this Norman officer pointed to the stern with trembling hands. "What's the situation?" Just then, Weiss heard the roar of an engine coming from the stern, so he hurriedly followed the accompanying soldiers to escort this Norman officer to the stern. As a result, just after walking to the funnel position, he saw a monoplane catapulted from the special slide rail at the stern. This crude monoplane was the standard lifeboat of a Norman warship. "Your commander?" Weiss asked, pointing to the monoplane flying into the sky. The captured Norman officer nodded repeatedly. "Count yourself lucky to run fast," Weiss muttered. At this moment, he did not know that the person he watched slip away was the Duke of Dalens, who had a very high status in the Norman Empire. The Dalens family was a typical military family in the upper class of the Norman Empire. Their ancestors had countless generals and marshals, and in modern times, family members had held prominent positions such as Minister of the Army and Chief of the General Staff. Since the outbreak of this Great War, whether in Wessex or on the Federation battlefield, although the Norman army had lost many generals, no general-level commander had ever died in battle, let alone been captured by the enemy. Weiss's unauthorized assault almost created such an unprecedented record. If it had become a reality, it would have been a heavy blow to the Norman Empire, and a huge encouragement to the Federation military and civilians in distress, and even to the Wessex royal family and government who had not given up fighting. Of course, these are stories for another time. On the deck of the Norman warship, Weiss led more than a dozen Federation soldier from the midship to the stern, and then from the stern to the bow, cleaning up all the Norman ship crew member who were still resisting stubbornly. Night was falling. Standing on the bow deck and looking at the city, one could see bright flames flickering in the dark ruins. The collapse of the August Steel Tower undoubtedly greatly boosted the morale of the Federal Army, which had been fighting hard all day. Tonight, as long as the Norman fleet could not return, it would be the best time for the Federal army to retake Ao City. Weiss did not linger on the scenery of the bow, nor did he yearn for the glory of retaking Ao City. Seeing more and more Norman soldier gathering towards this warship on the ground, he looked back and observed that there were open-air gun positions on the side of the bridge. These guns were not large in caliber, but they could hit planes above and blast infantry below. Just before the attackers jumped out of the drainage ditch, quickly approached, and forcibly broke into the warship, the Norman ship crew member did not have time to operate the guns to intercept. After that, the flames of war spread inside the warship, and the Norman ship crew member were sent to perform combat tasks they were not good at, and as a result, they sent their heads one after another. When Weiss and the others arrived on the deck, there were not many Norman ship crew member left at the gun positions. Limited by the firing angle of the artillery, they were helpless against the attackers close at hand, so those who were sensible ran away, and the dull ones gave their opponents another wave of heads. Basic artillery operation and primary artillery command were fixed subjects at Baston Military Academy. Although the Normans' artillery was quite different from the standard weapons of the Federal Army, the operation principles were similar. Weiss hurriedly assigned tasks to the Federation soldier who followed him, letting most of them continue to attack the bridge, while he led 3 old subordinates from the reconnaissance battalion to those open-air gun positions. Unlike ordinary infantry of the Federal Army, soldiers of the reconnaissance battalion not only had to possess various infantry skills but also learn to drive various vehicles and use various weapons, so as to be useful in reconnaissance operations. Although during the war, various training had simplified procedures and lowered standards, and reconnaissance soldiers who joined during the war could not be proficient in everything, it was still much better than forcing ordinary infantry to do it. Arriving at the secondary gun position 1 floor higher than the deck, Weiss picked a single-barreled autocannon that used magazine feeding. He fumbled for half a minute, tinkered with it a few times, and successfully got the hang of it. He strafed the Norman soldier on the ground, fired all the shells in the magazine, went through the process of unloading the magazine and loading the magazine again, then handed this autocannon to the 2 old subordinates who followed, and then led another one to run to the other side of the ship's side, picked an identical autocannon, and operated the gun to fire with ease. This string of shells was fired, and 3 or 5 Norman soldier were torn into pieces at every turn. The efficiency was undeniable, and it was also damn refreshing. However, the Norman soldier on the ground were not stupid. Seeing the autocannon on the warship firing at them, they knew it was the attackers at work, so they all raised their guns and fired, but the open-air gun position had a 2-foot-high baffle, and the autocannon's gun body was equipped with a steel shield, providing the operator with the most basic protection. Just like this, Weiss and his companions emptied one magazine after another, empty shells rolled all over the ground, consuming the enemy's strength and morale bit by bit, and winning an extremely favorable situation for their companions attacking the stadium. Chapter 83, Starlight Piercing the Clouds. The Normans have retreated. Standing at the upper secondary gun position of the Norman warship, watching the sparse Norman soldiers retreating, Weiss let out a long sigh. Although the Battle of Belkacor Pass also ended in victory for the Federal Army, it was a tragic, Pyrrhic victory. The Federal Army had paid a very heavy price to exchange for a nearly scrapped Norman warship and a fortress that had been reduced to ruins, but this time, the situation was completely different. There were hundreds of fully armed Norman soldiers guarding the Norman warship. If one included the security forces around the stadium, the force the Normans could deploy was more than 10 times that of Weiss's unit. Although the battle losses had not yet been tallied, the fact that the Normans had retreated gave him and his companions a chance to make history. Next, all they had to do was seal the access hatches, make good use of the weapons on the ship, and sit and wait for the Federal Army to arrive. This miraculous surprise attack would then come to a successful conclusion. If all went well, Weiss's group of ragtag mob would be written into military textbooks as the creators of this classic battle case, becoming objects of worship for future soldiers. Before everything settled down, all honors and achievements were merely speculation. The reality before him was that the Norman soldiers had retreated, but the battle was far from over. Without time to wipe away his sweat, Weiss hurriedly gathered the Federation soldiers on the deck of the warship, sending some to provide cover for their comrades from above and mop up the remaining enemies, while others moved ammunition, organized armaments, and prepared to fend off a counterattack from the enemy. Finally, he took off his backpack, took out a signal gun and signal flares, and fired 2 green and 1 red signal flares toward the center of the city. With a force of less than 200 men, launching a surprise attack on a heavily protected Norman warship was, by conventional thinking, extremely unlikely to succeed. Because of this, as the initiator and commander of the operation, Weiss had actually forgotten to arrange how to communicate after the success when he said goodbye to Octavie. 2 green and 1 red signal flares were the most common battlefield signals for the Federal Army, usually fired by the vanguard to guide the rear guard to continue their advance. The Federal Army in the center of the city had yet to respond, but gunfire and explosions were heard from the direction of the stadium as promised. In this 2-pronged battle, the surprise attack on the Norman warship was extremely difficult, and the operation to rescue Federation military and civilians from the stadium was theoretically easier, but the reality might be vastly different. The reason for this was, firstly, the disparity in strength between the enemy and themselves. Even if 2/3 of the Norman garrison were urgently redeployed, the dozens of warriors Weiss sent still had to deal with hundreds of Norman soldiers, and these enemies had set up machine guns and autocannons at various intersections nearby. Dealing with these fire points was not easy. Secondly, the number of rescue targets was huge. Even if an evacuation route was opened, maintaining order and preventing non-combat casualties such as stampedes was a very challenging task. In addition, among the evacuation targets, there might be some who were immobile or injured. Handling and settling these personnel was something difficult to predict in advance and required improvisation. During the brief lull in the battle, Weiss speculated, pondered, and worried, but the real trouble was far from over. As night fell, the city's urban areas, streets, and open spaces gradually disappeared into the darkness, and visibility rapidly decreased. The enemy could approach the warship under the cover of night at any time, waiting for an opportunity to launch a counterattack. To guard against a counterattack by the enemy, Weiss activated his human radar. Upon checking, he saw that the enemies on the ground were still gathering on the periphery, but the situation in the air made his scalp tingle. On the northeastern horizon, the Norman fleet had returned. Wasn't it agreed to hold back the enemy's fleet and buy a day and a night for the brothers launching the counterattack in AO City? How could the enemy fleet arrive just as night fell? Not to mention that he and his soldiers had no ability to operate this warship to take off and fight. Even if they did, could they withstand the enemy by rushing into battle? Since they couldn't fight back, wouldn't the desperate surprise attack and the rescue operation for the trapped Federation military and civilians all be in vain? Time and again, facing life and death, Weiss had gradually developed a strong heart. He did not panic, nor did he despair and give up. Instead, he gritted his teeth and silently observed and estimated the strength of this Norman fleet. There were no capital ships in the true sense. The strongest were two secondary capital ships, between a battleship and an armored ship. Were they fast warships built by the Norman Empire, or large cruiser captured from the shipyards of the Wessex Kingdom? Did they carry high-power lethal weapons, those aerial torpedoes capable of destroying a battleship in 2 or 3 hits? There were 7 frigates. 3 were genuine first-class frigates, standard products of the Norman Empire, fast and heavily armed, making them quite difficult opponents in air combat. 4 appeared to be second-class frigates, or old-fashioned frigates of the Wessex Kingdom, fast but with weaker firepower. There were 3 non-combat ships, which were very fast and carried a large number of personnel. They should be fast transport ships carrying marine troops. The situation was indeed a bit tricky. Just as Weiss was worried about the rapidly changing battlefield situation, the hull shook violently, and a huge explosion came from beneath his feet. A moment later, billowing smoke rose from the stern, and thick smoke also poured out from the hatch in the midship. Before long, the subordinates sent to clear out the remaining enemies on the ship returned, covered in dust and dirt, reporting that a group of Norman ship crew members had moved propellant charges from the stern ammunition depot to the engine room, blowing up the air propulsion device at the rear of the warship. Until they spent a great deal of effort to repair it, the warship had no flight capability. Immediately after, another Federation soldier came to report that all surviving assault personnel had boarded the ship, and all external hatches had been sealed. A preliminary count showed that there were over 120 Federation officers and soldiers on board and nearly 200 Norman ship crew members who had surrendered. They had all been locked in the crew dining hall on the 3rd deck. Before Weiss could make further arrangements, a short, shrill whistling sound struck. A moment later, the outer wall of the bridge exploded, and everyone ducked to avoid shrapnel and debris. The aftermath of the explosion had not yet faded when someone shouted, "The Normans are attacking!" Followed by the roar of autocannons. Weiss squinted and took a look. Good heavens, hundreds of Norman soldiers were attacking from all directions. However, after subduing the remaining enemies on the ship, his 100 or so commandos could focus their attention on the battle to resist the Norman army. Although the enemy had field guns and autocannons to cover their attack, the sturdy defense of the warship and the many weapons on board gave Weiss and his soldiers enough confidence to hold onto this trophy. All hands to battle stations. Tell the guys to keep a guard on those Norman ship crew members. If they make any suspicious moves, kill them without mercy. Also, use the enemy ship's shells to set up explosive points near the boarding hatches. If the boarding hatches are blown open by the enemy, use explosives to block the passage. After quickly making the deployments, Weiss did not continue to show off at the upper secondary gun position but ran with a few helpers to the casemate secondary gun room on the 1st deck, using the medium caliber secondary guns to suppress the Normans' field guns. Caliber is truth. This domineering battlefield principle was once again reflected here. As for the Normans' naval guns, neither Weiss nor his helpers were professional operators. They adjusted and calibrated as they went, and after a few shells were fired, the Normans' artillery fire on that side stopped on its own. So, they moved to the other side of the warship, 2 shells were fired, and the artillery fire supporting the Norman army attack also came to an abrupt end. Without artillery support, charging at a warship that was much stronger than an ordinary steel fortress with infantry was akin to throwing eggs against a rock. Even with the cover of night, countless Norman soldiers were still riddled with bullets by the rain of fire poured from the ship. This act by the Federation soldiers could also be considered venting some frustration for their northern allies. In less than a quarter of an hour, the counterattack of the Norman army was dismantled. Weiss assigned his soldiers to form 2 temporary gun crews to continue using the secondary guns of the Norman warship to bombard the Norman soldiers lingering and gathering nearby, while he himself walked through the internal passage to the bridge. There, a Federation soldier who knew a little about radio equipment was trying hard to repair the radio damaged by the enemy, but the situation was not ideal. Weiss took over personally, but in the situation where he was unfamiliar with the Normans' communication equipment and could not find spare parts for repair, he was helpless and had to use the old method, sending signals with flares to his own troops who were still fighting in the center of the city. Perhaps they had understood, but under the stubborn resistance of the Norman army, they were still advancing slowly through the ruins-filled city, or perhaps they thought this was a trick by the Normans. Standing on the bridge, Weiss looked longingly to the south, hoping that the main force of the Federal army could descend like a divine army, sweeping away the remaining enemies like autumn leaves blowing away. At that time, even if the war situation worsened due to the early arrival of the enemy fleet, it would allow the trapped Federation military and civilians to retreat calmly. As for whether this Norman warship should be used to hold off the enemy and fight to the last moment, or be actively blown up to avoid aiding the enemy, the Federal Army would not suffer too much loss. Large reinforcements did not appear for a long time, and the counterattack of the Norman army was like the rising tide, wave after wave, sometimes strong and fierce, sometimes weak and feeble. The Norman warship, which resembled a fortress, became an excellent barrier for Weiss's ragtag assault team to resist the enemy. They handled the unfamiliar weapons, moved box after box of ammunition, mechanically loaded, fired, and kept up infinite fire. Although the killing efficiency on paper was unprecedentedly low, as long as they could continue to kill the enemy, what did it matter if they exerted effort and sweated? If it weren't for the dark clouds of the Norman fleet pressing down, this combat mode could be considered a live-action version of a beach landing. Only half an hour later, the Norman fleet had already approached Ao City. They did not rush to open fire but turned on their searchlights, sweeping the urban battlefield with blinding beams of light. This silent demonstration was undoubtedly a huge deterrent to the Federation officers and soldiers engaged in the battle. The sound of gunfire and explosions in the city seemed like a hot stove being doused with a basin of cold water, immediately weakening significantly. However, in the southeast direction of the city, swarms of Federal Army fighter aircraft appeared in Weiss's special vision. Compared to the limited production of airships, combat aircraft powered by piston engines and equipped with machine guns and bombs had obvious advantages in mass production. In recent aerial battles, the Federal Army would often send out 100 or 200 aircraft to form a large echelon, dispatching 4 or 5 echelons a day. Although losses remained high, the scale of investment in the next air battle, which took place not long after, often increased rather than decreased. These crude, inconspicuous aircraft were continuously put into the battlefield, and with steadily increasing combat efficiency, they provided stronger and stronger battlefield support for the Federal Army. Chapter 84, The Pass. In the night sky, those Norman warships with searchlights on were like giant squids constantly waving their tentacles, swimming in the ink like seawater. Around them, a large group of brave mantis shrimp arrived, attacking repeatedly with agile movements. The flames of the explosions lit up the night sky like fireworks. This scene, Weiss had witnessed more than once. He had been full of anticipation, and had also felt lost and frustrated. Having experienced the vicissitudes of life, his state of mind had become calm with the accumulation of experience. Long. Klemper he sin. The wind brought a light, ethereal female voice, as if it were a hallucination, but listening closely, someone was indeed calling him. It was Octavie. I'm here. Weiss shouted from the warship, is that you? Major Grumman. It's me. The female voice replied from afar, we've come to reinforce you. Weiss squinted, and in a daze, he saw hundreds of Federation soldiers pouring out of the sewers. What an inspiring scene. Brothers, our reinforcements have arrived. Hurry. Find a way to open the boarding hatch. Weiss quickly ordered the Federation soldiers on the ship. Previously, to prevent the surrounding Norman soldiers from boarding, the Federation soldiers who had taken over the ship had tried every means to block the boarding passage. Reopening it wasn't as simple as just opening the hatch, but it wasn't a difficult problem that would trouble them. Without needing to ensure the structural integrity of the warship, they decisively adopted the most violent and direct method, using a series of explosives to blast a passage in the lower deck of the warship to welcome the reinforcements arriving via the sewers. The Federation Army troops poured into this area like a rising tide. Coupled with this captured Norman warship acting as a fire support point, the nearby Norman soldiers quickly retreated. Weiss was worried about his subordinates in the direction of the stadium, as well as the tens of thousands of Federation military and civilians trapped there. While the reinforcements were boarding, he took some soldiers and left the ship voluntarily, preparing to rush to the stadium via the sewers. In the open space next to the warship, Weiss met Octavie, the goddess Baston, who was dusty but still heroic. You succeeded. The two said almost in unison, and then, they both showed expressions of relief. Where is Lwen? Weiss asked. He's slightly injured, but he should be fine, Octavie replied quickly. There was a moment of silence between the two, then Weiss continued, I don't know what the situation is like at the stadium, I have to go over and see. Also, the power system of this warship has been destroyed by the Normans and it cannot fly. If the Norman fleet gains the upper hand in the air, they will likely concentrate their firepower to destroy it soon. It's best to have our people prepare to abandon ship. After all, it's just a piece of war booty. You are absolutely right, Octavie said, it's just a piece of war booty. If the combat situation is unfavorable to us, there is no need to sacrifice our soldiers for it in vain. You go ahead. I will stay here to coordinate with friendly forces and help settle the rescued civilians. A hurried glance, and it was time to part again. Weiss felt reluctant, but this emotion was different from romantic feelings, it was a pure sentiment between old friends. Since the war started, the casualties on all sides had reached staggering numbers. The old acquaintances from Baston Military Academy were becoming fewer and fewer. Every meeting might be the last farewell. In such a situation, how could one not feel sad? Take care. Major Grumman. Weiss saluted solemnly. Octavie actually smiled slightly, take care, Cadet Long Krunberheisen. This smile felt more moving than the morning sun. Goodbye, Goddess Baston. Weiss turned and left resolutely. He took a small squad of soldiers and entered the underground world, following the deep sewers towards the location of the stadium. At this moment, he had no idea what a surprise was waiting for him ahead. Getting closer to the stadium, more and more people were coming from the opposite direction along the preset retreat route. Among them were many elderly, weak, women, and children, as well as many soldiers walking with difficulty. These people were supporting each other, moving at a slow speed. Although this scene meant that their own assault team had successfully rescued the trapped people from the Norman soldiers guarding the stadium, their condition looked very bad. Retreating at this speed would likely take much longer than predicted. As he walked, Weiss saw a few familiar faces and quickly stepped forward. Hey, Lersight, how is the situation ahead? Captain, you're here. The soldier looked at Weiss with joy. We won a complete victory, the enemy has been driven away, and everyone is saved. This was certainly a great victory, but the early arrival of the Norman fleet caused a sudden change in this battle where the offensive and defensive momentum had reversed. Weiss was worried that the Federal Army would end the counterattack early and return to defense if they lost air superiority. In that case, the tens of thousands of Federation military and civilians in the stadium would have to evacuate before dawn, and the faster, the better. Looking at the expectant expressions of his soldiers, Weiss couldn't bear to reveal the cruel reality on the spot. He patted the other's shoulder and nodded with a gratified expression. You continue to stand guard here, don't slack off, stay vigilant. I'm going to the front. After giving the order, Weiss moved against the flow. He originally thought that the closer he got to the stadium, the denser the crowd would be, but along the way, the evacuating crowd did not increase significantly. These rescued Federation military and civilians seemed to be walking in a park, leisurely, without any feeling of hustle and bustle or rushing. Walking to a fork in the road, seeing Federation military and civilians gathering from both branch roads, Weiss chose one side and soon traced the flow to a sewer entrance. Seeing the elderly, weak, women, children, and wounded soldiers crawling out of several pipes that only allowed one person to pass, he immediately understood the crux of the problem. The assault team did not decisively blow up the passages for entering and exiting the sewers, but organized the military and civilians to evacuate using the existing pipes. In this way, it was no wonder the speed was slow. There were no Federation soldiers of his own at the pipe entrance, but a few unarmed soldiers were maintaining order. Weiss came to the entrance and shouted inside, "Who is maintaining order up there?" "Who?" "Captain, is that you?" A Federation soldier's voice came from the pipe. "It's me, Klemperhesen," Weiss replied. "Do you want to come up?" The other side asked. "Of course. We'll clear the rightmost pipe immediately." Shortly after, the right pipe temporarily stopped the evacuation of personnel, and Weiss quickly climbed up the pipe. When he came out, he found himself in a corner of the stadium. He scanned the area. Although the stadium had been attacked by the flames of war and was no longer its original self, in the surrounding spectator areas, many Federation military and civilians were standing, sitting, or lying down. A rough glance showed at least 30 to 40,000 people stranded here. "Brothers, thank you for your hard work," Weiss said as soon as he came up. "How is the situation? The retreat speed seems a bit slow." A familiar face approached. "Captain, you successfully captured the enemy's warship. That's amazing." Weiss looked closely. The visitor was the commander of the raid and rescue operation, 2nd Lieutenant Mar Rogerson, who led 40 warriors to fight the strong with the weak. The current war situation was delicate and the situation was urgent, so he didn't talk much nonsense and went straight to the point. "Our problem there has been basically solved, and you have also achieved great success here. Now the most important thing is to let the people here be transferred to our controlled area as soon as possible." 2nd Lieutenant Rogerson said, "Sorry, Captain, we failed to blow up the pipes entering the sewers according to the original plan. First, because we used up most of our explosives when we raided here, and second, look, there is debris everywhere. If we want to blow it up without hurting our civilians, we must do some extra preparation work, but we have neither enough manpower nor that much time." Weiss thought to himself, how about going by land? Our reinforcements have arrived at the warship, and the nearby enemies are retreating. From the stadium, the straight line distance is only 4 to 5 miles. "Parrot." The 2nd lieutenant called out loudly, "How is the situation outside?" A voice came from the height of the stadium seating area, "Same as before. The enemy is still there." 2nd Lieutenant Rogerson then explained to Weiss, "We broke into the stadium from the sewers and, with the help of captured comrades, annihilated the enemy's guards and controlled the stadium, but the danger has not been completely lifted. On the periphery of the stadium, the enemy has several fire points and has deployed machine guns. They cannot threaten the inside of the stadium for the time being, but they have blocked the ground roads. We must eliminate them to let the people here leave the ground safely." Earlier on the upper deck of the Norman warship, Weiss observed the surrounding situation with special vision and indeed saw quite a few Norman soldiers around the stadium. Some had retreated from near the warship, and some had been stationed there earlier. For the Federation army that controlled the Norman warship, the position of these enemies was quite awkward. The direct distance was just beyond the range of the machine guns. If they used secondary guns or even main guns, they might cause accidental injury to the Federation military and civilians in the stadium. Weiss turned to the accompanying soldiers and ordered, "Lore, you go to the warship and find Major Grumman. Report our situation here to her and let her find a way to organize reinforcements to open up the ground passage and cover the evacuation of our civilians and wounded." After sending the messenger, Weiss said to 2nd Lieutenant Rogerson, "Our soldiers are too few, and fighting the enemy head-on is definitely not going to work. Reinforcements will arrive soon. We will continue to organize the evacuation. In addition, there should be some soldiers here who are not injured or only slightly injured. Organize them temporarily and distribute weapons to them. At least it's a temporary combat force." 2nd Lieutenant Rogerson hesitated. "I considered this before, but after I arrived, I found that the Normans only distribute very little food to the people here every day. Even if our soldiers are willing to fight, their physical condition is difficult to handle. Weiss gritted his teeth and said, "Those bastards." The Normans seemed to have heard this curse and were angered by it. They opened fire without a word. The shells came with a sharp whistle and smashed fiercely into the outer wall of the stadium. The violent explosion made the originally calm and composed atmosphere in the stadium suddenly become urgent. Chapter 85, Desperate Retreat. The latest chapter of Iron Soul of Steel is updated the fastest. Where did that shell come from? Damn, it's a Norman warship. Second Lieutenant Rogerson looked around while asking and answering his own question. Judging by the intensity of the explosion, it was a large-caliber shell. Generally speaking, only the main guns of medium-sized warships or the howitzers of ground forces would have such power, ordinary field guns were a grade or two lower. Although the main structure of the stadium did not collapse again, a large plume of grey-brown smoke spread across the north side, turning the newly liberated yet still trapped Federation military and civilians into a group of frightened rabbits. At the entrance to the sewer, the previously orderly queue fell into chaos. At this moment, a Federation sergeant, holding a tin megaphone found from who knows where, stood on the steps of the spectator stands and shouted, "Everyone, do not panic. Follow instructions." Order did not deteriorate further, and the retreat continued slowly. The battlefield situation changed in an instant. If the situation had truly changed, Weiss and his team could not just wait for reinforcements step by step. They had to consider the lives of these tens of thousands of Federation military and civilians. Whether by breaking out together or dispersing, they had to choose a method that would ensure the safety of the majority. Thinking of this, Weiss grabbed Second Lieutenant Rogerson's arm. "Where can we observe the situation outside?" The second lieutenant looked left and right, then instructed a soldier, "Babler, take the captain up that staircase and go to Parrot. Be very careful." Just as Weiss stood up, another sharp, urgent whistle struck, followed by a deafening explosion. The shell landed in the north side of the stadium again. Based on the sound alone, it was hard to tell if it came from ground artillery or an aerial warship, but judging by the interval between the two shells, it was unlikely to be the work of a single cannon. Seeing that the Federation soldier assigned by Second Lieutenant Rogerson was hesitant, Weiss nodded at him with a confident and firm expression, signaling him to continue with the order. Next, the two quickly crossed the spectator stands, entered the stadium's work area, found a vertical steel ladder, and climbed it to the top edge of the stadium's outer wall. A former subordinate of Weiss from the reconnaissance battalion, Paratigui, was lying on this top edge monitoring the enemy situation. "Hey, Parrot." Weiss crawled over her stealthily. "Hey, Captain. How is the situation outside? Where are the shells coming from?" While asking, Weiss squinted to observe the battlefield environment. To the south, hundreds of Federation officers and soldiers were no more than a few hundred meters away, but to the east and west, even closer than the Federal Army, there were still many Normans, and to the north, in the more distant streets, countless enemies were spreading like a tide. It seemed the Norman counterattack had already begun. If the Federation military and civilians trapped in the stadium could not evacuate early, they would be drawn into this fierce battle, and no one would be able to guarantee their safety then. There are still many enemies nearby, and their firepower is very strong. "Our troops won't be able to get over here for a while," Private Parrot said. "The shells seem to be coming from the enemy's warships, but I'm not too sure." Weiss didn't dwell on it too much. He held his sniper rifle with one hand, freed the other, and pulled several clips of ammunition from the pouch at his waist, placing them to the side to speed up reloading during sustained fire. While preparing for combat, he asked the soldier who had led the way but hadn't climbed to the top edge, "Hey, Babler, are there any other gates in this stadium that can be used?" Captain, according to our reconnaissance, it seems only the north gate, northwest gate, and west gate can still be used. The other gates have been sealed. Can you blow them open with explosives?" "I think it should be possible." "All right, go tell the second lieutenant that if he can blow open the southeast gate, have him organize everyone to break out from there. I will do my best to deal with the enemy's firing points. As long as they rush out and get past the bushes, they will be able to link up with our troops." Weiss ordered in a calm tone, as if he were an omnipotent Superman. "Yes, sir, I'm going right now. How many people should I send up to help?" Weiss looked at the young soldier who had joined the team later and whom he didn't have much of an impression of, and answered calmly, "None." Hearing this answer, Private Babler looked stunned, but Weiss had no time to explain and directed his attention straight to the battlefield. A moment later, a sharp and urgent whistle descended from the sky again. Although Weiss could not capture the complete trajectory of the shells, nor could he distinguish which of the flickering muzzle flashes was associated with them, based on his experience and observation of the battlefield, he was basically certain that these shells were fired by enemy flying warships. A few seconds later, another whistle struck, landing not far away, which further confirmed Weiss's speculation the shells came from an enemy cruiser. He could even infer more accurately that this Norman warship was using its side or bow twin-mounted guns, firing in quick succession at short intervals. However, the enemy's intentions were very strange. If they wanted to destroy the stadium and blow the Federation military and civilians inside to pieces, why only use 2 naval guns instead of a destructive salvo? If they wanted to deter the attacking Federal Army, why not place the impact points further forward? Not long after, Private Babler poked his head out from the steel ladder and said in a hushed voice, "Captain, Second Lieutenant Rogerson asked me to report to you that we have set explosives at the southeast gate and are about to blow it open. After it's blown open, our troops will provide cover in the front, and the others will follow to break out." To Babler, Weiss only replied with a good. He turned his head to look at the soldier who was about to live and die with him. "Hey, Parrot, are you going to stay here and be a hero with me, or go down there to help our civilians evacuate. It is my honor to fight alongside you. Private Parrot answered readily. Then get ready. You are responsible for observation, and I am responsible for sniping. Weiss raised his rifle. The scope seemed pitch black, but upon careful identification, he could still make out the outlines of objects with the help of distant searchlights and the intermittent flashes of explosions. Whenever the enemy fired, clear muzzle flashes would appear in his field of vision, some were scattered, others were flashing continuously. As long as he placed the crosshairs behind the muzzle flash, the probability of hitting the enemy should be 30 to 40% in the earlier battle to raid the Norman warship. In order to maximize the slim chance of victory, Weiss had done his utmost to conduct reconnaissance and combat. The number of times he had activated his special vision was already approaching the limit that his normal energy could maintain. By this point, every time he used human radar, the feeling of his body being drained increased by 1 point. If he forced himself to keep using it, there was a possibility of fainting at any moment. The few remaining opportunities must be used at critical points. A moment later, a deafening explosion came from inside the stadium, and a large plume of grey-white smoke gushed out from the southeast corner. The demolition was successful. Weiss didn't lean out to check the situation on the ground. Just as his scope captured a muzzle flash, he quickly adjusted the crosshairs and pulled the trigger. Without caring whether he hit the enemy soldier or not, he reloaded rapidly, aiming and firing again following the muzzle flashes in his sight. He repeated this, non-stop, until the bullets in the magazine were exhausted, then moved to the side and backward, pulled the bolt, and reloaded the clip. They are out. Parrot reminded him from the side. Weiss loaded the bullets and took the opportunity to pull out the signal gun and flare from his backpack, fire the signal flare to the south, 2 green and 1 red. Parrot followed his instructions. Weiss raised his sniper rifle, and his line of sight returned to the battlefield. In his field of vision, 3 continuously jumping muzzle flashes appeared. Judging by the size of the flames and the rhythm of the jumping, 2 were autocannons, and 1 was a light machine gun. With their firepower output, 1 minute was enough to kill hundreds of Federation military and civilians. Weiss did not hesitate at all. Squinting, observing, aiming, and firing were done in one go, lasting no more than 2 seconds. During the reloading interval, he panted heavily to cope with the extraordinary consumption of energy and physical strength, and then it was the coherent process of squinting, observing, aiming, and firing again. 2 bullets hit the enemy's 2 gunners accurately, and the firing of the enemy's 2 autocannons stopped abruptly. However, when he reloaded again, the roar of the enemy's autocannons sounded again. Weiss gritted his teeth to resist the heavy fatigue, took a shot at the location of the muzzle flash, and the firing of that autocannon stopped again, but this pause only lasted for a moment. Are they all not afraid of death? On one side was the Norman stubbornness that exceeded expectations, and on the other were the battlefield sniping principles deeply engraved in his mind. Between his own safety and the safety of thousands of military and civilians, Weiss did not hesitate at all. Bullet after bullet, he only hated that this manual rifle's rate of fire was too slow, far less satisfying than a semi-automatic rifle. The 3rd magazine was emptied. Weiss's violent shooting finally drew the enemy's backlash. The previous sporadic bullets posed little threat to the 2 people lying on the top edge of the stadium, but when the series of bullets fired by the autocannons swept across, they almost died on the spot. Lucky to be alive, Weiss and his temporary partner hurriedly changed positions. Just as they were walking down the steel ladder, a shell whistled into the stadium and exploded in the middle of the field covered in withered grass. Countless debris was kicked up and scattered, covering the entire stadium. Fortunately, the number of Federation military and civilians remaining in the stadium had greatly decreased by then, otherwise, the casualties caused by this shell would have reached a terrifying number. Such a violent explosion knocked the Federation military and civilians who hadn't managed to evacuate to the ground. Before the shockwave had fully subsided, the voice amplified by the megaphone sounded in time, "Everyone, speed up. Maintain order. Do not stop on the way. Our troops are not far away. Breaking through the enemy's blockade is victory. We can't retreat yet." Weiss said to Parrot, "Taking out one more enemy can allow dozens or hundreds of our compatriots to escape successfully. We need to find a shooting position to continue suppressing the enemy's firepower." Parrot did not hesitate, "I know where, follow me." The 2, one after the other, squeezed through the broken walls, climbed over the collapsed terrace, crawled over piles of rubble, and arrived at a gap in the outer wall. This position was 7 or 8 feet lower than the top edge of the stadium, and the field of view was not as open, but the shooting angle was still there. Listening to the enemy's autocannons thumping and seeing the deadly flames jumping in the darkness, Weiss could not wait. He raised his gun and fired. 1 shot, 1 head, another shot, another head. Chapter 86, Octavie's Guidance. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least a quarter of an hour for tens of thousands of spectators to leave. Any faster? Any faster and there would likely be a stampede. Braving the enemy's hail of bullets, over 40,000 Federation military and civilians launched a tragic evacuation operation, supporting each other as they moved slowly and firmly toward the area controlled by friendly forces. The active support and cover provided by the Federation Army allowed most people to eventually escape to safety. The crowd gradually faded into the distance, leaving behind hundreds of unfortunate souls who fell before the dawn. Under the continuous assault of artillery fire, the north side of the main stadium building collapsed with a roar. At this moment, Weiss and Palet, who had volunteered to serve as the rearguard, had just embarked on their retreat. Seeing that the Norman army was closing in and that evacuating via the surface was extremely unsafe, they decisively returned to the sewers, sprinting until they quickly caught up with their own rearguard unit. Lacking explosives, they did not plan to block the sewers, but instead utilized the fortifications left behind by the Normans to deploy a defensive line. With the two major missions of saving people and seizing the warship completed, Weiss, though exhausted, was in no rush to retreat and instead stayed on this rearguard line with his comrades. The longer they held the line, the more beneficial it would be for the retreating Federation military and civilians. However, while the battle on the surface raged on, there was little movement in the sewers. After about half an hour, an unfamiliar sergeant followed Weiss's reputation to find him, telling him that Major General Walehi, who was in charge of the Federation Army's operations in this area, wanted to see him. Weiss had no reason to refuse and followed the sergeant to a temporary command post set up in a surface bunker. As it happened, Octavie Grumman was also there, so he saved himself the effort of recounting his identity and experiences, and directly expressed his desire to return to his unit to General Walehi. In the current Federation Army, there were few field commanders in their prime. They were either old generals coming out of retirement or newcomers promoted on the front lines. This General Walehi belonged to the former. His hair and beard were white, and he appeared to be around 70 years old. While his body still looked robust, his energy and spirit were clearly not as abundant as those of the younger generation, nor was he like those young officers who could rely on sheer ferocity to fight the enemy. To hold, what awaits us is inevitably a fierce battle. The depletion of ammunition, casualties, and changes in the situation are all beyond our control. To retreat, the morale that was so hard to build up will inevitably be damaged, and the preparations of many days and the sacrifices of the past 2 days will all go down the drain. Captain Klemper-Hessen, you have led your troops in fighting behind enemy lines for a long time. Your courage is admirable, and your resourcefulness is praiseworthy. I want to know, what is your view on the current battle situation? From seizing the warship to saving people, Weiss had risked his life with his brothers all night, giving his all. He simply had no extra mental capacity to calculate the big picture. Without study, where would he get the right to speak? Therefore, he only described the enemy situation he had observed, without offering any subjective opinions on the changes in the battle or operational strategies. After hearing this, General Walehi appeared somewhat disappointed. He looked at Weiss, then at Octavie. Very well, your combat achievements are already enough to earn you the honor of national hero. I cannot demand that you fight endlessly. Next, your task is to escort the civilians to the south of the city and arrange for their transfer to the rear as soon as possible, while I lead the troops to continue fighting here. Weiss was not a young man in his early 20s, full of hot blood, whom a little provocation could make rush forward regardless of the consequences. As for Octavie, given her background and experience, her thinking should be more mature than his own. The two exchanged silent glances regarding the new mission General Walehi had just given them. Before leaving, Weiss used his observations and insights to give General Walehi a reminder. The Norman army is coming aggressively and is determined to win. If they fully grasp air superiority, the Federation army should absolutely not fight them head-on, but rather try every means to use the terrain and environment of the urban area to patiently maneuver against them. General Walehi was displeased, and his tone changed. But even if I take 7 regiments of soldiers into the sewers, what about the cannons? What about the supplies? It's impossible. After saying this, he waved his hand, signaling that Weiss and Octavie could leave. Walking out of the bunker, the sky was already faintly bright. At least half of the gunfire on the battlefield came from overhead. The Federation Army's fighter units were still engaged in fierce combat with the Norman fleet. In his line of sight, many Norman warships were smoking, and a few were burning with open flames. The battle situation looked good, but when Weiss scanned them with his human radar, most of the Norman warships were not heavily damaged, and only 2 or 3 were truly on their last legs. Seeing this, Weiss looked up and sighed. This war is even more difficult than imagined. Octavie did not respond, but walked behind, lost in thought. Weiss quickly left the surface and returned to the damp, dark, but relatively safe sewers, and the ice-cold beauty from Baston Military Academy followed him in. When the two reached a fork, Weiss whistled, signaling his subordinates to follow him. General Walehi's troops were likely infantry regiments with clear designations and complete organizational structures. Even if Weiss's ragtag group stayed, they wouldn't be able to quickly integrate into them, and they could only truly rejoin their units by returning to the rear. Octavie's only remaining 2 companions had been seriously injured and had already been sent to the rear after contacting reinforcements. She was now a bona fide commander without troops. If not for the difference in military branches, given her status and abilities, General Walehi would likely have kept her as a temporary staff advisor. Helping with planning or organizing special operations would have been good choices. While waiting for Weiss's troops to assemble and depart, Octavie spoke up. What are your plans for what's next? This question stumped Weiss, and he shook his head. With his current status, it seemed he could only go with the flow, without much room for choice. What about you? He asked in return. Andreas. Octavie answered with a place name without hesitation. During his 2 years at Baston Military Academy, Weiss had crammed various general knowledge, including the geography and cultural environment of Oren's planet. He searched his memory. Oh, it's very close to Liberty City, right? Is it the base of the Special Operations Unit? Octavie tacitly acknowledged his guess, then hesitated for a moment. You can come with me. With your courage and ability, you are qualified to join the Special Operations Unit. Weiss was initially somewhat tempted by this invitation. Initially, in the Monomolan Mountains, he had formed a deep connection with the Federation Army's Special Operations Unit. Given the current situation, joining the Special Operations Unit did not seem like a bad thing. However, after weighing it, he politely declined. In this war, if we want to win, we should not rely on a few excellent, elite soldiers. but on the strength of the entire country. We all understand this principle, but it is very difficult to achieve. Octavie sighed, then deliberately lowered her voice. Before the Norman army attacked AO City, I discovered some unusual things. It was precisely because of these discoveries that I made up my mind to blow up the Grumman building. Weiss vaguely sensed the unusual implications behind these words and quickly asked, "What did you discover? Is there someone on our side collaborating with the enemy?" Octavie did not respond verbally, but her expression and demeanor had already given a clear indication. Weiss was not particularly surprised, nor was he excessively angry. In fact, with the war having reached this point, it was not surprising for traitors to appear on either side. "As long as there is an opportunity, I will definitely investigate the matter," Octavie said. "People must be held responsible for their actions." Weiss didn't know what to say. He was silent for a moment, then nodded solemnly. "I can understand. I have completed my mission, at the cost of the entire unit being wiped out. After returning to Antris, I don't know what kind of arrangements await me. You have chosen to stay. Whether you remain in AO City or move to other places, there will be no lack of dangers. Take care of yourself." After Octavie finished saying this, Weiss also brought his farewell words to his lips, but she continued. "In the future, if AO City falls, Det and Munstan surely won't be able to hold out either, and the eastern and western parts of the Federation will be separated, making our situation even worse. Assuming this situation happens inevitably, I suggest you do not follow the main force in retreating to the east, but instead return to your hometown, where it is suitable to launch guerrilla warfare. In terms of guerrilla warfare, your talent and ability were the best at Baston Military Academy. On this point, you can certainly trust my judgment." Weiss had not entirely failed to think about Octavie's suggestion before, but the problem was that the Federation Army's system was rigid, and senior officers were both bureaucratic and stubborn, making it difficult to execute under normal circumstances. Only when units were scattered could one legally and reasonably jump out of inherent constraints. This urban guerrilla war, although short in duration and with few trials, was an excellent practice. "You have offered a brilliant suggestion. Thank you, Instructor Grumman." Weiss thanked her solemnly. Guerrilla warfare thinking was indeed one of his inherent skills where he had a significant advantage, but when it came to field combat skills, the ice-cold beauty before him was a top-tier expert at Baston Military Academy. If he could invite her to assist, that would truly be like adding wings to a tiger. Octavie nodded and whispered, "Once you've figured it out, you might as well prepare early." Finally, she said take care again, then resolutely took her leave, leaving behind only a crisp and decisive figure. After Octavie left, Weiss waited for more than a quarter of an hour and finally managed to assemble the remaining men. When he led this unit to march toward the south of the city, thinking about the previous conversation, he couldn't help but look back. Is it possible for these partners who risked their lives together in AO City to follow him back to Lorraine Federal State to accomplish something big? At first calculation, it seemed possible, but upon closer consideration, as the saying goes, without breaking, there is no establishing. The various ills of the Federation Army had already been fully exposed both on and off the battlefield. Reforms based on the existing military system, like the National Defense Division brought out by the old Principal Fan Luo, although having significant improvement effects in combat power, did not fundamentally solve some underlying problems. Once the Normans adapted to these changes, the Federation Army would still be passive everywhere on the battlefield. Chapter 87, Decisive Choice. Octavie left, setting off on her journey home alone. Weiss led his team to escort the citizens of AO City to evacuate alongside friendly forces. After arriving at the south of the city, a major sent by the frontline general headquarters announced that he would take over this group of stragglers and divide them into 3 groups. The wounded were transferred to the field hospital, temporarily removed from the ranks of combat. The soldiers temporarily under his command who could reach their units returned directly to them, while those who could not reach their units for the time being were assigned to the AO City Field Battalion. The old troops who had followed from the 9th Army Corps' directly subordinate security regiment, including Weiss, totaling 37 people, were assigned to the Reconnaissance Battalion directly under the 16th Combat Division. Weiss could find no strong grounds to argue against this standard procedure order, so he had no choice but to comply. However, the precious experiences of life and death on the battlefield had allowed these young people to gradually develop a sense of camaraderie and tacit understanding, being forced to part ways by a single military order, and this fate of drifting like duckweed, could not help but stir deep emotions. After bidding farewell to his comrades, Weiss and the remaining soldiers set off immediately to report to their new unit. He had already learned of the 16th Combat Division's illustrious reputation during the autumn grand maneuvers that year. The division belonged to the 4th Army Corps, nicknamed Iron Fist, and was an elite ace unit that had long guarded the western frontier. It was regarded as the benchmark of the Federal Army for its disciplined military appearance, unyielding tenacity, and outstanding combat capability. Routine drills and exercises where they achieved victory while outnumbered were commonplace for them, and during the last autumn grand maneuvers before the war, they repeatedly played the role of a surprise force, making their opponents suffer greatly. Being able to join the glorious 16th Combat Division was something to be happy about and look forward to for low-ranking officers and ordinary soldiers of the Federal Army who aspired to achieve success. After receiving the orders, Weiss temporarily set aside the advice Octavie had left for him and led his team to find the location of the 16th Combat Division. Walking into the division command post and seeing a long mist face, he suddenly realized. Cadet Long Krunberheisen. Accompanied by this familiar command, Weiss stood at attention and saluted without hesitation, Instructor Mac Callan. Hey, young man, you didn't expect to see me here, did you? Yes, I really didn't expect it, Instructor, though I should call you Acting Colonel Mac Callan now. The middle-aged man appearing before Weiss was none other than his artillery instructor at Baston Military Academy, the former instructor Mac Callan. Among the 36 compulsory subjects at Baston Military Academy, artillery was undoubtedly Weiss's specialty. With his superior calculation ability and excellent sense of direction, he not only outperformed all among the students but also surpassed the instructors, earning him high praise from Mac Callan. He had even nearly been recommended to the Glensner Advanced Artillery Academy to become an artillery officer instead of an infantry officer. Come and take a look at this handsome young man, General Karl. Mac Callan introduced him to the general beside him. This is the artillery genius from the Klemper-Heisen family whom I have mentioned to you many times, the standout among the last class of Baston Military Academy students, Long Cromwell-Heisen. The federal general before him had a very ordinary physique and appearance, but his bright eyes made him stand out. After Mac Callan solemnly stated Weiss's identity, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a faint expression of pleasure. Weiss straightened his chest. General Karl, Captain Long Cromwell-Heisen of the Federal Army salutes you. After returning the salute, the general reached out his right hand and patted his shoulder. I have already heard about your combat experience in AO City, it is truly remarkable. In fact, even without the recommendation of Acting Colonel Mac Callan, I would have made every effort to recruit you and your soldiers. Although doing so might be a bit abrupt, the war situation is so severe that those past formalities should be thrown into the trash heap. Weiss agreed with General Karl's view, but he did not impulsively volunteer for the front line. Considering that his companions had been fighting all night and had just withdrawn from the front line, needing time for both physical and mental rest, he advised General Karl that the Norman army's counterattack was fierce, and with the outcome of the aerial battlefield still undecided, the Federal Army should currently focus on defense rather than offense. They should consolidate the front line south of the city center, use the crumbling walls and various ruins to organize a defense, and gradually deplete the enemy's offensive momentum. After patiently listening to this, General Karl showed a look of melancholy. He looked at Mac Callan and then focused his gaze on Weiss's face. I'm sorry, young man, but we have received orders from the superior headquarters. The 16th Combat Division is about to launch a counter-assault against the enemy, scheduled for around noon. Before combat operations, frontline reconnaissance is essential. It's like being in a boxing ring. A fighter cannot fight an opponent with their eyes closed. Counter-assault? Weiss did not widen his eyes or exclaim in surprise. Instead, like General Karl, he showed a look of melancholy and helplessness. It was not because he feared the power of the Norman army, nor because he looked down on the courage of the Federal Army, but because he could foresee that many officers and soldiers about to be thrown into the counter-assault would fall in the ruin-filled city and never stand up again. It would be no exaggeration to use the term meat grinder to describe the expectations of this battle. General Karl did not continue speaking but led Weiss to a makeshift work table and personally poured him a cup of hot tea. Captain Klemper-Heisen, I know you and your soldiers are already very tired, but considering the safety of the troops at the front and the situation of this battle, I'm afraid we have to make the necessary sacrifices. Of course, you can choose to stay. Acting Colonel Mac Callan highly appreciates your talent in artillery. He commands the division's artillery regiment and now needs a capable assistant. Although it was morning, the weather was already noticeably chilly. Weiss held the hot tea, not rushing to answer, but bowed his head to examine the operational map on the table, which marked the enemy and friendly situation with various colored stickers and lines. On the map, the distribution of the front lines was clear at a glance. However, the urgency of the front line situation, the severity of the casualties, and even the ammunition supply and morale of the front-line troops could not be seen here. Whether the enemy's combat focus had shifted, whether tactical strategies had changed, or whether a certain place or segment of the front line was on the verge of collapse, this information could be provided to some extent by front-line units, but the key still needed to be obtained through reconnaissance operations. Seeing Weiss looking so deep in thought, Mac Callan said, "Young man, say what you have to say. In front of old guys like us, there's no need to hide anything." Previously, at General Weil's frontline command post, Weiss had not offered any suggestions regarding the war situation, partly because he was unfamiliar with the surface combat situation and partly because he felt his position was too low. Here, the attitude of General Karl and instructor Mac Callan gave him some initiative, but he still did not reveal everything in his heart, instead summarizing, "If our air units can repel the enemy fleet, even if it's just maintaining a stalemate, the ground troops' counter-assault will have a chance of victory. Otherwise, it will only increase casualties. From my observation, the Norman army involved in this counter-assault has very high morale and sufficient troops. It seems they hope to capture AO City as quickly as possible and then march south, splitting the federal battlefield into two isolated pieces, leaving us unable to attend to both ends." General Karl nodded. "The gain or loss of AO City is critical for both sides. The Normans are constantly reinforcing, and haven't we also brought in the best troops from the Western Front? Neither side wants to lose this battle. In the air battle, it is said that the air units are already doing their best. We cannot control that. What we can do now is use our fists to strike the enemy hard in the ground battle. These grand principles, from the Army Corps commander down to the regimental staff, can be understood by everyone. The most critical thing right now is tactics, tactics." At Baston Military Academy, Mac Callan was always straightforward, and now he bluntly pierced through the pleasantries floating on the surface of the conversation. General Karl nodded and gave Weiss an expectant look. Since the point had been reached, Weiss said, "All right, at a tactical level, although the current Norman army has good combat skills and decent coordination, their resilience is not as strong as it was at the beginning of the war, especially when they are surprised. They are easily panicked. Therefore, during the counter-assault, we can try to make use of the sewers, using a small number of troops to flank the enemy's rear and coordinate with the frontal forces for a pincer attack. If the sewers in a certain area are impassable, or if an attack on a certain fire point or position fails, couldn't we consider setting an ambush, feigning defeat and luring the enemy into pursuit, thereby weakening the enemy's strength and morale? General Carl nodded repeatedly, but Callan pursed his lips and said, "The method is good, but as my most proud student, how could you not take artillery into account? You know, we went to great lengths to deploy the personnel, equipment and ammunition of the division's artillery regiment here, and we have laid multiple field telephone lines to provide accurate and powerful support in time as the troops advance." Weiss spread his hands. "Sorry, my most respected instructor, I was not aware of what you mentioned. However, as you said, with such artillery support, the resistance to the combat advance will certainly be reduced significantly." "Of course." Callan became proud. "How about it? Have you decided?" "Decided? Decided what?" Weiss was a bit puzzled, but then he realized that he must be referring to what General Carl said earlier. He could go to the division's artillery regiment to be his assistant, without having to go to the front line to reconnoiter the enemy situation himself. He responded decisively, "I am deeply honored to have your approval. Under suitable circumstances, I would be happy to be your assistant, but not now. The scouts who follow me are all good men. Since they are to be sent on a reconnaissance mission, how can I be missing?" After speaking, Weiss turned his gaze to General Carl. "General, since the 16th Combat Division's counter-assault is an unchangeable combat mission, as new members of the 16th Combat Division, we will unhesitatingly accept the order to carry out the frontline reconnaissance mission and hope to receive the following support. First, replenish our team with some soldiers with sufficient combat experience, and provide more pistols, bomby grenades and explosive packs. Second, send several communication teams with the necessary equipment to follow us so that important reconnaissance intelligence can be fed back to the division headquarters in a timely manner." Chapter 88, Iron Fist. Fastest updates for the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. "Captain, a call from division headquarters. A full-line counterattack will be launched in 10 minutes. 10 minutes? Hearing his deputy's report, Weiss raised his hand to check his watch, then cast his gaze forward. His expression was grave, a stark contrast to the anticipation he felt when he first joined the war. He was currently located on a street in the southern part of the central district of AO City. There was a building here that had been burnt down to its frame. It was neither suitable for holding a position nor for concealment, but it was a battlefield reconnaissance point with a good view. From here, Weiss could clearly see the remains of the Grumman building. The main structure of that skyscraper had suffered a catastrophic collapse, but the pile of ruins still stood 100 feet high, looking like a sizable man-made mountain. Also in the central city area, there were 3 slightly smaller, similarly shaped hills of ruins, which were the Karsten building, the Padras building, and the August Steel Tower respectively. Just like the Grumman building, they were also witnesses to the glorious era of AO City, and each had once held its own in their prime. Back then, probably no one expected they would meet such a similar end. As the Battle of Ao Keng progressed, the Norman army had once pushed deep into the southern part of the city. 2 days ago, the Federal Army launched a massive counter-offensive, crossing the central city area before dawn and arriving near the northern city stadium, just 10 miles away from the goal of driving the Norman army out of AO City. These 10 miles, though without a single thorn, were already impassable. More than 2 hours had passed since he was ordered to serve as the commander of the Special Operations Unit of the Reconnaissance Battalion directly under the 16th Combat Division. During this time, Weiss had set aside the distractions that had been bothering him and fully immersed himself in his new role. With his 36 old subordinates, plus 64 new reinforcements dispatched by General Carl from the reserves, this 100-man company was formed. Weiss divided them into 4 groups, 2 to carry out ground reconnaissance and 2 to enter the sewers for exploration just as he had expected. Due to the demolition of several skyscrapers by the Special Operations Unit and the purposeful destruction by the Norman Army, less than 1/3 of the sewers in the central city area were passable. Even so, with careful planning, there was still a chance to deploy elite troops behind enemy lines to launch a surprise attack during the heat of battle. On the frontal battlefield, under wave after wave of attacks by the Federation Army's air units, the Norman fleet, after losing 1 cruiser and 1 frigate in succession, withdrew from the airspace over the city to the northern suburbs of AO City. They provided mutual cover with the ground artillery, continuing to support the Norman army inside the city with artillery fire. On the Federation Army side, the ones holding the line were always the fighter units. After driving the Norman fleet out of the city, they attempted to continue the pursuit, but as a result, their losses surged under the pincer attack of the Norman fleet and ground anti-aircraft fire. They immediately adjusted their operational direction and turned to attack the Norman army in the city instead. In this way, the air battle temporarily reached a stalemate, while the ground battlefield erupted into a bloodbath. The Normans' ground artillery groups covered the vast battlefield from the north of the city to the central city area. The volume of artillery fire in a single volley had a devastating lethality against the Federation army within the blocks. No matter how brave the Federation officers and soldiers were, or even if they disregarded their own lives, it was difficult to push their front line further north. The frontline regiments engaged in fierce fighting with the constantly counter-attacking Norman army, casualties continued to increase, and the front line retreated instead of advancing. Supported by artillery, the Norman army recaptured block after block that they had previously occupied, but breaking through the Federation army's hail of bullets and rain of shells, they also paid a bloody price. The bombing and strafing from Federation fighter jets also made them suffer greatly, so much so that wherever the Norman army went, on the streets and among the ruins, the number of fallen Norman soldiers was no less than their opponents. Perhaps, as General Carl said, This critical battle had reached a crucial stage. Whichever side was more willing to sacrifice would have a better chance of winning. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. At the clearly visible street corner, hundreds of Norman soldiers were launching a strong assault under the guidance of armored combat vehicles. Across the street, many Federation soldiers were still holding their ground in the ruins, but judging by the scene, this urban warfare position clearly could not be held. Just then, 3 green signal flares rose slowly into the air, signifying that more than 50,000 officers and soldiers from 4 infantry divisions, including the 16th Combat Division, were about to launch a counterattack against the Norman army's offensive in the central area of Ao City. Before those green signal flares had even fallen, dust and smoke filled the air from the south of the city, and the rumbling of artillery merged into one. Countless shells flew overhead, whistling as they fell into the area controlled by the Norman army. In an instant, the dense sound of explosions completely filled people's auditory senses, the ground continued to tremble, and the broken walls and ruins trembled with it. Weiss patted the deputy following beside him and made a follow-me gesture. The two climbed down along the brick corners of the wall, ran quickly to the street, crawled into an open manhole cover, and returned to their familiar underground world in a few moments. Following the route taken by the Federation army during the counterattack, one could go all the way to the northern city stadium, but that place had already been reoccupied by the Norman army. The Norman warship that had been hard-won was also abandoned by the Federation army because it was severely damaged by the Normans' artillery fire. Now, risking crossing the artillery-covered area to go to the north of the city made no sense. At a junction in the sewer, Weiss gathered with his 2 squad leaders, ignoring the impact of the shelling, to study and discuss the next tactical countermeasures using the familiar sewer distribution map. The main task was to find a suitable breakthrough point behind enemy lines for their own combat troops. This process lasted for about 10 minutes, and the shelling outside had not yet ceased. Even though the sewers could collapse at any time in the artillery-covered area, the brave scouts went to the newly selected target areas without hesitation. At every junction, they either placed a kerosene lamp in the passage ahead or left a soldier behind to guide the subsequent combat assault team. As before, Weiss personally led a squad into action. Because some navigators had been dispersed along the way, when they arrived at an exit behind the enemy's front line, Weiss still had 6 companions with him. These capable scouts calmly came to the surface and looked for concealed combat reconnaissance points in the collapsed buildings. They not only had to guard against nearby Norman soldiers but also pray not to be hit by their own shells. Fortunately, neither of these tragedies occurred. Soon, the Federation army's shelling began to extend deeper into the battlefield. The Federation army units deployed behind the front line quickly crossed their own lines, passed through the exchange of fire, and pierced into the Norman army's positions like arrows. Observing the battlefield from behind the Normans' front line was a brand new perspective for Weiss. He clearly saw the Norman army's layered urban warfare offensive and defensive system, and was surprised to find that the fire support for the Normans at the front line was neither light or heavy machine guns, nor field artillery, nor the weapons in the infantry's hands, but those armored combat vehicles equipped with machine guns, autocannons, and short-barreled cannons. War is a natural catalyst for military progress, but when applied to different countries and different armies, the effects are often vastly different. The Federation army evolved fighter units that did not rely on star source stone at all, repeatedly staging air battles where ants bite the elephant to death, saving the precarious war situation in an unconventional way. The evolution of the Norman army had previously mainly been reflected in artificial star source stone. They cleverly used aerial lightning strike tactics to successively defeat the flight fleets of Wessex and the Free Federation, but this was clearly not their only direction of evolution. As early as the Northern Border Campaign, Weiss had already witnessed the might of the Norman army's armored units. The further it went, the more difficult the situation for the Federation army became in field battles and mobile warfare, which had an inseparable connection to the Norman army's use of armored combat vehicles. Bringing his thoughts back to the present, what Weiss was worried about and also where General Karl's melancholy lay had indeed become reality. On that smoke-filled battlefield, the Federation army surged over the street corners wave after wave, pouring into the rebel-filled blocks, devouring those Norman soldiers who were in forward positions and could not retreat in time. This kind of hardening scene seemed to have never appeared since the Norman army entered Ao City. However, such heroic and fearless behavior did not result in an overwhelming victory, but rather rapidly rising casualties. Although the Norman army lost its front-line positions, it did not lose its footing. Instead, the center army covered the front army, and the rear army supported the center army, organizing a strong defensive line at the second-line positions. On this defensive line, a considerable number of armored combat vehicles, either stationary or moving, each held their positions and opened fire fiercely. Many Federation soldiers fell under their firepower. Even if the Federation army called for artillery support in time, the crossfire from behind the front line could hardly destroy the Normans' armored combat vehicles one by one. If this continued, even if the Federation army could break through the enemy's lines, it would inevitably exhaust its strength and bleed dry here. The battle situation ahead was unbearable to watch. Weiss stared with wide eyes, clenched his fists, and squeezed words out from between his teeth that only he could hear. Why haven't the combat assault teams come up yet? Taking advantage of the intense fighting between the two sides, dispatching elite combat assault teams to pass through the enemy lines via the sewers and attack from behind the enemy was the strategy Weiss offered to General Karl. Since the sewers were not convenient for transporting heavy equipment, the combat assault teams could only carry ordinary firearms and a certain amount of grenades and explosives, using a pincer attack from the front and rear to achieve an unexpected effect. Although the light equipment had weak firepower, as long as the enemy's attention was pinned to the front, this surprise force would have a full chance to disrupt the enemy's battle formation. With the combination of guts, skill, and opportunity, even a Norman warship could be taken down. What were a few dozen armored combat vehicles? The Federation Army's counterattack had just begun, and it was obviously not the best time for the combat assault teams to make their appearance. Weiss certainly understood this, but watching hundreds and thousands of Federation soldiers fall one after another, every second was such agony, and every second was so long. But even so, he still watched the battlefield intently, observing the enemy's troop and firepower distribution, and trying hard to find the enemy's flaws and loopholes. As time passed and the remains on the battlefield increased, the Federation Army's frontal attack seemed to show signs of weakening. But this trend of weakening only lasted for a short 2 or 3 minutes. A burst of short artillery fire smashed onto the Norman army's defense line without warning, blowing the exposed Norman soldiers to pieces. Immediately after, a large number of Federation soldiers emerged from the ruins across the block. They rushed forward with long strides, but unlike the friendly forces previously committed to the attack, they did not just charge forward with their heads down. Instead, they rhythmically changed their speed and route. After rushing close, some stopped to throw grenades at the enemy's bunker positions, and some found nearby shooting cover. At first glance, the offensive momentum suddenly slowed down, but a moment later, the soldiers following up rushed past their companions who were prepared for close-range support, like an iron fist slamming hard into the enemy's chest. Chapter 89, The Red Eagle Falls. On this battlefield, filled with smoke and the deafening sounds of killing, the second wave of the Federation Army units launched a brilliant charge with a completely different spirit, forcibly breaking through the enemy lines from the front. Seeing such an exhilarating scene, Weiss and the soldiers he brought with him were instantly fired up. It was at this moment that the combat assault team, carefully selected and organized by the 16th Combat Division, finally arrived. Morale was ignited, and the opportunity could not be missed. Weiss roared, "Combat assault team, attack!" and then took the lead, charging toward the Normans. At this moment, the greatest threat on the battlefield was the Norman army's Norman combat vehicle. They could be damaged or destroyed with bomby grenades and explosives, but relying on his rich combat experience and keen battlefield intuition, Weiss did not choose to throw grenades. Instead, he charged toward a heavy machine gun deployed by the Normans on the side of the street. It was one of the Norman army's standard issue weapons, 7.8 PIR caliber, magazine-fed, with fierce firepower and a long range. It was equipped with a gun carriage and wheels, and a thick shield-shaped steel plate was configured in front of the gun mechanism, making it a battlefield weapon effective for both offense and defense. "Brighton, Carson, with me!" Weiss roared as he ran, his dual pistols brandished with wild abandon. In the blink of an eye, he rushed to the side of the Norman machine gun position. Without blinking or skipping a beat, he gave the enemies 2 headshots at point-blank range. He tossed aside his empty pistols, drew his bayonet, flipped into the sandbag-reinforced position, and with lightning-fast movements, plunged the blade into the chest of the third enemy soldier, eliminating all 3 Norman gunners in the position. Meanwhile, the 2 Federation Army soldiers he called followed closely, using rifles and bayonets to clear out the remaining enemy soldiers around the gun position. Having captured the enemy machine gun, Weiss's mind remained in a cold state. Looking around, he saw a group of Norman soldiers retreating in this direction. He immediately took a bomby grenade from his gear, pulled the pin, threw it, and ducked in one fluid motion, while reminding his nearby comrades, "Bomby grenade thrown." Once the grenade exploded, he quickly peeked out to observe. Confirming that there was no major immediate threat, he decisively moved to the gunner's position, quickly turned the directional wheel to move the muzzle horizontally, aimed at a firing enemy Norman combat vehicle, and squeezed the firing trigger, which looked like a motorcycle brake. Boom! 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 This powerful cannon fire, like the beating of war drums, made one feel passionate. The shells fired from the machine gun easily tore through the outer wall of that armored vehicle 100 feet away, instantly causing it to spew tongues of flame and billow black smoke. However, the crew inside did not die immediately. Driven by the fear of flames, smoke, and the possibility of an explosion at any moment and by the primitive instinct for survival, they scrambled to escape, crawling and rolling. Weiss did not mock them, nor did he kick them while they were down. Instead, he turned the wheel with an indifferent face, aiming the muzzle at the next Norman combat vehicle. Boom! Boom! 2 shells flew away, hitting the target squarely, and drilled inside without obstruction. It felt like 2 or 3 more shots would be enough to turn it into a pile of scrap metal, but the machine gun jammed at this very moment. The advantage of a magazine-fed system is stability and reliability, but the disadvantage is poor sustained firepower. Both sides in the conflict understood this, but neither had a very good solution. Weiss pulled back the gun mechanism, removed the magazine, and called out, "Carson, reload." As soon as he spoke, a bullet flew by, almost grazing Weiss's helmet. He reflexively lowered his head and leaned down, using the momentum to roll to the side, rolling next to the stacked sandbags. Street fighting is difficult, and the extreme complexity of the battlefield environment is the primary reason. In this district, over 80% of the buildings had been collapsed by artillery fire, and soldiers from both sides were essentially fighting in the ruins. The Federation Army's frontal assault and rear attack had turned the Norman army, which had retreated to the second line of defense, into the filling of a hamburger. But this hamburger could not be swallowed in just a few bites. The fierce resistance of the Norman army created a situation where the battlefield was thoroughly intermingled. Unless one was huddled in a corner, deadly bullets could fly from any direction. Leaning against the sandbags, the angle of exposure to the enemy narrowed, allowing Weiss to observe the situation calmly and composedly. The appearance of the combat assault team was like a knife stabbed into the back of the Norman army, which was under pressure from the front. Their situation deteriorated suddenly, and their morale was severely damaged. But this blow did not hit a vital point. Their fighting spirit remained, and they were inflicting casualties on the Federation Army's counter-assault forces every moment. More and more Federation Army troops poured into the battlefield. The numerical advantage was creating a winning momentum on the battlefield. They began to crush the Norman infantry. Although the casualties were staggering, they still destroyed one Norman combat vehicle after another. Victory seemed to be without suspense, leaving only the question of time and cost. Private First Class Carson braved enemy gunfire, carried a magazine from the ammunition box behind the position, and came to the machine gun. Weiss took a deep breath and stood up abruptly. The two, lacking perfect coordination but still successfully, loaded the magazine onto the gun mechanism. Although bullet fragments clattered against the gun shield from time to time, Weiss decisively returned to the gunner's position, adjusted the muzzle with single-minded focus, and fired at the enemy vehicle he had hit earlier but failed to destroy. A short burst set it on fire. Overlooking the battlefield, the machine gun that Weiss had captured and operated seemed at first glance to be just an inconspicuous firing point. But the combat assault team members who had infiltrated behind enemy lines from the sewer exits were mostly veterans tested by long wars, knowing how to assess the situation and leverage opportunities. They did not just charge headlong, instead, they consciously concentrated their forces to clear the enemies in this area and consciously captured and utilized the enemy's technical weapons. With the Federation Army applying pressure from both front and back, in less than 10 minutes, dozens of the Norman combat vehicles were destroyed. Having lost their firepower support, the remaining Norman soldiers retreated in panic. A very small portion of those who could not retreat continued to defend their so-called imperial honor with their lives, while the majority rationally chose to surrender. The gunfire nearby gradually thinned out until it stopped completely. Weiss and his comrades finally stood up straight. Looking at the corpses covering the ground, no one celebrated excessively. Moreover, breaking the Norman army's battle line did not mean victory in the battle. Expelling the Normans from Ao City was the ultimate victory of this counter-assault. Recapturing the city center was merely a phased goal of this battle. Except for those who stayed behind to treat the wounded and guard the prisoners, the Federation Army comrades who were attacking from the front continued to move forward, while the combat assault team and the reconnaissance battalion special detachment gathered separately. The former was not under Weiss's command, their actions were directed by the division headquarters, while the latter was completely under his command. After counting, there were still 44 officers and soldiers of the special detachment gathered around Weiss. If the soldiers who were scattered for reconnaissance had not suffered losses, then the personnel loss in this battle was over 1/4 but less than 1/3, which was a normal level in such brutal urban street fighting. The company finished gathering and organizing. Weiss saw a few familiar figures running from the south, followed by a signal soldier carrying wire-laying equipment, so he shouted, "Hey! Yagut! Hey! Over here!" Hearing the officer's call, the special detachment soldier responsible for battlefield reconnaissance and liaison hurried over with the signal soldier. In an era when radio communication equipment had not yet been miniaturized or made portable, laying field telephone lines was the only way to achieve real-time communication on the battlefield. As soon as this battlefield reconnaissance and liaison team arrived, it took only a few seconds for Weiss to make contact with the division commander, General Karl. The troops fought beautifully, the assault was decisive and powerful, capturing hundreds of prisoners, but the casualties of the troops were also heavy. The troops are still attacking, and it is expected that they will encounter stubborn resistance from the Norman army near the Alfred Artificial River. I have sent 2 reconnaissance teams to scout the passages and exits from the sewers to the north of the Artificial River. For the sake of seizing the battlefield opportunity, I suggest that the combat assault team advance with us. According to the original plan, before the end of the counter-assault, as long as no new orders were received, the special detachment's mission was to continuously move forward to conduct combat reconnaissance, find the weaknesses and loopholes in the enemy's battle line, and pave the way for subsequent troops. Regarding this point, General Karl indicated that it would still proceed according to the plan. As for Weiss's proposal, he asked Weiss to call the combat assault team's commander, Lieutenant Colonel Nard, to speak with him. The arrogant Lieutenant Colonel Nard did not come over. Instead, he had his adjutant lead a signal soldier carrying wire-laying equipment and a field telephone to the place where the combat assault team was gathering and organizing. How he communicated with General Karl, Weiss did not know. However, at this juncture, he heard a piece of news from several friendly soldiers nearby that shocked him. The lead aircraft with a red fuselage and white wings had been shot down, and the pilot had parachuted but landed in the northern district of the city controlled by the Norman army. What the soldiers described was clearly Nicola's aircraft. No matter how top-tier a pilot is, even if they are a gifted peerless expert, as long as they continue to execute combat flight missions, encountering danger is inevitable. It could be mechanical failure of the fighter plane, or it could be hit by enemy planes or local ground artillery fire. Moreover, in this era where engine and aerodynamic technology is not so advanced and flying warships run rampant, the probability of these two possibilities occurring is not low. Weiss knew this clearly. Even in the most difficult situations, he occasionally worried about Nicola's safety. Thinking about it, if it were not for the pressure of the war situation, his father, President Leopold, would not have agreed to him joining the Federation Air Force and repeatedly leading teams to attack the Norman fleet. If he had witnessed that thrilling process, Mr. President might have had a heart attack. Weiss stepped forward to ask the soldiers for details, but they had only glanced from afar and could not provide more detailed information. Thinking that the 2 combat reconnaissance teams he had sent out had already advanced into the northern district, maybe they had the information he wanted. So, Weiss hurried to the signal soldier. At this time, Lieutenant Colonel Nard had already finished his call with General Karl. Seeing Weiss, he was holding his head high, preparing to say something to him, but he did not expect to be passed by directly. How could he keep his face? His expression suddenly turned gloomy. Division Headquarters Operator, connect me to line 27. Hello, is that Bradio? I am Clem Perheson. Have you seen a plane with a red fuselage and white wings crash? You did? How is the pilot? You don't know. Beside the signal soldier, Weiss did not hide his urgent feelings. Division Headquarters Operator, connect me to line 28. Hello, Charles, I am Clem Perheson. We had a plane with a red fuselage and white wings crash. The pilot parachuted. This matter is very important. Have you seen it? You haven't? Listen well, pay close attention to everything related to it, and report to me immediately if there is any news. 2 consecutive calls, and neither yielded critical information. Weiss felt very bad. When he put down the phone and turned back to walk away, he found Lieutenant Colonel Nard looking at him with a strange expression. Sorry, Lieutenant Colonel, this matter was really urgent just now. If I caused any offense. Lieutenant Colonel Nard snorted and interrupted him directly. Enough, this has nothing to do with me, and I don't want to pry so clearly. The order General Karl gave me is to lead the combat assault team with you to jump over the enemy's ground defense line, launch a sneak attack on the enemy from behind the Alfred Artificial River, and support our troops to cross the Artificial River. Same as before, your special detachment scouts the way in front, and we will follow behind. Weiss had no mind to ponder the subtext of the other party's words. He replied good, but his mind had already flown to the northern district of the city. Nicola, my friend, please, you must not be in trouble. Chapter 90, Sudden Change. When they set out again, Weiss felt uneasy due to his concern for Nicola's safety. His concentration was not as sharp as usual. Moreover, since the 2 reconnaissance squads he had sent out earlier had reached the north of the city safely, he led the Special Task Company forward at full speed through the sewers, leaving the combat assault team far behind. In the city center, the collapse of 4 skyscrapers caused massive blockages in the sewer system, forcing the Federal Army moving from north to south to take a winding path. As they walked, sparks suddenly flashed in the dark tunnel, and bullets whizzed past. Having spent several days maneuvering through AO City's underground world, Weiss did not mind the foul-smelling sewage. He immediately lunged forward and pressed himself against the ground to dodge the gunfire. What was happening? Friendly fire? No, that was impossible. The reconnaissance squads knew to expect reinforcements and would not fire blindly without identifying targets. These gunshots were clearly from the Norman army's weapons. He raised his head and squinted, and sure enough, he saw a group of red outlines in his vision. He was about to shout a warning to his soldiers when a flash of fire erupted before his eyes. A violent explosion kicked up a ferocious blast wave, and the invisible impact dealt tangible damage. His body and spirit were simultaneously suppressed, and his intuitive feeling was that he was about to die at any moment. But a split second later, his rational senses fed the correct damage assessment back to his brain. Aside from the blast impact, his body and limbs were not injured, and his individual combat capability remained basically intact. Before Weiss could even feel relieved, another explosion occurred nearby. Although he wasn't hit by shrapnel, taking 2 hits in quick succession made his body feel like it was falling apart. In this narrow sewer, the Normans' use of gunfire and grenades was truly fierce. If they didn't avoid the brunt of the attack and instead forced an assault, the dozens of men in his special task company likely wouldn't last 10 minutes. There was no other choice. Weiss shouted retreat, while firing his weapon. Once his companions behind him responded, he stumbled backward. After moving a distance, he stopped to fire a few shots, and after retreating past a bend in the tunnel, he finally escaped the clutches of death. After catching his breath, he realized his shoulders, arms, and thighs were stinging with pain, though he couldn't tell if it was from shrapnel or bullet grazes. Captain, the enemy is pursuing us, the soldier guarding the rear reported urgently. Weiss replied without hesitation, don't panic. Mordper, use bomby grenades to hold off the enemy. Carson, find a spot to place explosives and prepare to block the path. The urban guerrilla warfare hadn't been going on for long, but they were in enemy-controlled territory. Several harrowing sorties had provided them with invaluable combat experience. In these sewers, grenades or bomby grenades were undoubtedly the sharpest offensive and defensive weapons, and explosive packs were the ultimate tactical weapon in this environment. Now, the Federal Army was launching a counter-offensive along the entire front and held the initiative on the battlefield. Even so, Weiss had requested a sufficient amount of bomby grenades and explosive packs from the division headquarters and had the soldiers of his special task company carry more grenades and explosives while carrying fewer bullet supplies. At this critical moment, it became clear just how wise and valuable that arrangement was. The sergeants and soldiers from the reconnaissance battalion of the 9th Army Corps Guard Regiment performed the delaying action with practiced ease. In this relatively enclosed underground world, even if the Norman army had a tenfold numerical advantage, they couldn't break through against experienced and prepared opponents in the short term, and they could only advance inch by inch. Before long, the soldiers under Weiss's command had chiseled out suitable demolition points in the narrow passages, placed the explosives, and collapsed the tunnel, sealing the deal. By using explosives to block the tunnel, the Norman army behind them would need significant time to clear it, even if they tried to counter explosions with explosions. With that time, Weiss's team could create more explosive interception points or deploy defensive lines at suitable locations to join forces with follow-up troops and give the Normans a heavy blow. However, looking at the collapsed and blocked tunnel, Weiss felt no relief. Instead, he felt heavy-hearted. The Federal Army's activities in the city sewers and the tactical strategies implemented using the sewers could not possibly escape the attention of the enemy command. The sudden appearance of this Norman army indicated that the enemy had learned from their mistakes and was willing to split their forces to block this fatal vulnerability. As a result, not only was the tactic of the combat assault team infiltrating behind enemy lines difficult to continue, but the idea of incidentally rescuing Nicola had also lost its feasibility. Before Weiss could give the order, 2 senior sergeants in the team had already checked their portable sewer maps, on which they had previously marked the latest combat reconnaissance intelligence. Although the battlefield situation had changed unexpectedly, this map remained the most important technical reference for planning operations. "Captain, there is a shortcut to the east that we can take to bypass this, and one to the west as well, though it's a bit further," one of the sergeants reminded him. "We can have sharp soldiers scout ahead, and the company can follow behind," another sergeant suggested, assessing the situation. Although his worry for Nicola gave Weiss the urge to push north, the rational thinking formed by past painful lessons allowed him to keep a cool head at this delicate moment. Rescuing Nicola was, of course, better done sooner than later, but if they couldn't even ensure their own survival, how could they talk about rescue? After examining the sewer map, Weiss selected a few experienced soldiers to conduct reconnaissance on the theoretically feasible passages, while he led the special task force to retreat south to the next intersection. There, he organized defensive vigilance on the spot and prelayed explosive points to cover their retreat on the only path forward. Before long, the vanguard of the combat assault team arrived. The leading officer, a captain with more seniority than Weiss who had spent more time in elite units, asked him with great surprise why the troops had stopped. Upon learning that a large force of the Norman army had appeared in the sewer ahead and that Weiss's company had collapsed the tunnel, the captain muttered, "Why couldn't you wait for us to come and drive the enemy away?" But other than muttering, he did nothing until Lieutenant Colonel Nald arrived with the main force of the combat assault team. After understanding the situation, the lieutenant colonel first berated Weiss for lacking courage and retreating without authorization, and then demanded a clear answer. Was the tactic of infiltrating behind enemy lines through the sewers still feasible? If it was, then they should be determined and find a way forward. If not, then having the combat assault team remain in the sewers was useless, and they might as well return to the surface and fight side by side with friendly troops attacking the Norman army head-on. Weiss couldn't provide a definite answer immediately. Once the communications soldier caught up, he tried to contact the 2 reconnaissance squads ahead via field telephone, but the lines were cut. He didn't know if the telephone lines had been discovered and cut by the enemy, or if the reconnaissance squads had run into trouble. Either way, it revealed that the situation in the underground battlefield had undergone a drastic change. Realizing that the enemy was likely up to something big in the sewers, Weiss immediately dispatched several veterans to expand the scope of vigilance and reconnaissance. This move would take time to yield results, which made Lieutenant Colonel Nald increasingly dissatisfied. He reported the situation here to General Karl via field telephone and suggested adjusting the operational plan. General Karl surely did not agree, so Nald had to wait impatiently for the reconnaissance results from Weiss's side. Just as Weiss's scouts were spreading out, a sizable fleet of flying warships was approaching AO City from the north, looming like a dark cloud over the intense ground battle. Among this fleet of over 30 warships, one was exceptionally large and had an imposing silhouette. On the front of its majestic tower-like bridge, a huge bronze eagle emblem was embedded. This was not the royal emblem of the Norman Empire, nor was it the military emblem of the Norman Empire's air force, but the emblem of the Seydlitz family. In the Norman Empire, only the most prominent royal aristocrats were qualified to use their family emblems on warships they funded in their family's name. The Seydlitz family, rooted in the north of the Norman Empire, had a history much longer than the Norman Empire itself. They not only produced many talents but also controlled nearly half of the Norman Empire's mineral resources, accumulating family wealth that was not inferior to any traditional tycoon or emerging financial group on Oren's planet. The bridge command center of this flying warship was divided into 2 levels as usual. The upper level had square portholes protected by retractable armor plates. When the armor plates were fully opened, the light was bright, and the view was excellent. In non-combat situations, this was the best observation and command position on the warship. Olivier Seydlitz, an outstanding talent of the younger generation of the Seydlitz family, stood at the very front of the command room, looking spirited and high-spirited. He was tall, but not the type of tower-like, muscular man, rather, he had a refined, noble, and slender build. Ordinary Norman soldiers wore their hair short and neat, but he wore long, fluffy, reddish-brown hair tied in a short ponytail at the back of his head. Combined with his handsome features, he would definitely be top-tier model material in the fashion world. Young Olivier wore the uniform of a Norman Empire army general, with 3 dazzling gold stars adorning his red epaulets. To have risen to the rank of Army Corps Commander before the age of 30 was a height that many career soldiers could never reach in their entire lives. However, the position where he stood was still half a step behind the young man next to him. This young man, who looked a few years younger, wore an uncommon white military uniform with silver collar tabs, silver aiguillettes, and silver buckles. He held a silver sword hilt in his left hand and tucked a leather, silver-trimmed helmet under his right arm, which was adorned with a rare 3-headed eagle emblem. Although he was half a head shorter than Olivier, his build was also tall and well-proportioned, and his golden hair, which reached past his neck, was tied back in a seemingly casual way. When he happened to be illuminated by the sunlight, this pure, unmixed golden hair faintly refracted a dazzling radiance. This young man with a broad forehead, sword-like eyebrows, and a sharp aura was the 3rd successor to the Norman Empire, Prince Barras of the Norman royal family. An interesting episode has occurred. Our troops have captured the federal president's youngest child, Nicola Leopold. Although she denies it, someone on our side has identified her identity, Olivier said to Prince Barras in front of him in a courtly tone after reading the telegram just delivered by the liaison officer. Youngest child. Barris curled his lips. Just a mischievous tomboy. Alavier laughed, showing no anxiety or worry about the ground battle. After arriving at AO City, do you want to meet her? Barris spoke with a maturity that belied his age. The heads of democratic states cannot be compared to emperors with thousands of years of history, and their children do not possess the noble blood of royalty. Therefore, even if we meet, it is a different matter from our time in Wessex. But speaking of which, when we visited Baston Military Academy, we did meet her once. You could say it's a reunion of old acquaintances. Alavier nodded slightly and said, understood. Chapter 91, Powerless. The fastest update for the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. The first to discover a large group of Norman warships flying from the northern horizon was an attack aircraft pilot from the Federal Army's 9th Air Squadron. At that time, he was circling above AO City. As a plume of smoke drifted by, a strange dark cloud at the edge of his vision piqued his alertness. Thus, he flew his plane northward, and before long, he was stunned by the lineup of this Norman fleet, a battleship with an unprecedented silhouette, 5 multi-chimneyed armored ships, 4 cruisers, and over 20 frigates. It should be noted that after the brutal air battle of AO City ended, the Federal Army had almost no warships available except for the 1st Fleet stationed on the Western Front, which still retained its strength, and the situation for the Norman army was not much better. Apart from maintaining necessary aviation forces along the Monomolan Mountains and mobile vessels needed to maintain order in the occupied territories of the Kingdom of Wessex, the Norman Empire had scraped together only 2 detachments from the vessels it could mobilize for the Federation battlefield, totaling fewer than 40 ships theoretically. The star source stones from destroyed warships could be recycled and reused, but this process involved significant material loss and was quite time-consuming and laborious. Rapidly replenishing fleet losses was a tremendous test for a country's industrial scale and strength. Rubbing his eyes to ensure he wasn't seeing things, the Federation Army pilot hurriedly turned back with this bad news. Fortunately, the Federation Army had established several frontline airfields in the southern suburbs of AO City, so he didn't need to fly back to a distant rear base. Instead, he landed nearby and reported the enemy situation to his commander. Carried by radio waves and wired circuits, the crucial military information was swiftly transmitted to the superior operational headquarters. While the direct decision-makers of the AO City battlefield were caught in a dilemma of whether to advance or retreat, the combat units on the city's front lines also began to notice the rapidly approaching enemy. For a time, air defense sirens wailed across various positions, low and sobbing like a shrill north wind. Hearing the air defense sirens, Weiss knew things were bad, and the original battle plan had to be ended prematurely. Lieutenant Colonel Nard urgently contacted the division headquarters and received orders to suspend the offensive across the entire line, with each unit retreating appropriately to stabilize the front while preparing for air defense. After conveying the division headquarters instructions to Weiss, the lieutenant colonel ignored his hesitation and inner conflict, leading his soldiers away directly. Between personal emotions and the safety of the team, Weiss rationally chose the latter. While finding ways to recall the scouts he had sent out, he went to the nearest sewer outlet, using his special ability to observe and judge the battlefield situation. At a glance, he immediately groaned inwardly, setting aside the influence from the air. The Federal Army held the advantage in AO City and had the confidence and ability to turn that advantage into victory. Now, with the Norman fleet arriving in AO City in a grand manner, it undoubtedly brought unprecedented pressure to the struggling Federation officers and soldiers. The Federation Army's flight units had already gone all out in battle, and the successive bitter struggles had clearly exhausted their strength. Could they still turn the tide at this time? Weiss did not harbor any illusions. He knew very well that although the soldiers under his command were brave, their psychological expectations had changed along with the shift in their situation. Not everyone was willing to continue dealing with the enemy in the dark and damp sewers. Besides, the Norman army had already learned their lesson. Once they regained the upper hand, would they sit by and watch their opponents cause trouble under their very noses? Before Weiss could gather his troops, the Norman fleet's violent bombardment began. Looking up at the distant sky from the ground, those gorgeous fireworks filling the sky were exquisite signals of death. Many people didn't have time to sigh before their lives were claimed by the overwhelming gunfire. This strike from the sky was unlike the artillery preparation the Normans had implemented before the campaign, which covered large areas of regional targets indiscriminately. Instead, it was a precision strike against the Federal Army fighting in the urban area, bombarding with a bird's eye view of the ground. The accuracy was naturally much higher than the ground artillery's indirect fire. This meant that the same amount of ammunition delivered would cause greater damage to the troops under fire. Under these circumstances, to reduce losses, dispersal and taking cover were the only options. Thus, at Weiss's call, nearby Federation soldiers entered the sewers one after another to avoid the bombardment. He himself did not hurriedly retreat to the relatively safe underground world but stood at the entrance of the sewer to observe the enemy. As the bombardment continued, he noticed that the firepower configuration and tactics of this Norman fleet seemed different. First, the only big guy in the fleet, that battleship with a rather unique silhouette, did not exceed the limit values of the top-tier battleships from both sides that had appeared in the border campaigns in terms of combat readings, but its ground firepower was exceptionally fierce on closer inspection. Its biggest difference from the Norman battleships seen before was that it carried no cannons at the bow. Instead, it was designed with a sharp ram-like shape, but this didn't mean its firepower was weakened. The main turrets on its front and rear decks, as well as on both sides of the hull, all used triple-barrel configurations. The number of main guns was not inferior to a conventional battleship. The bottom of the ship featured a unique sled design. The sides of the hull bottom were raised while the middle was recessed, and the recess was equipped with 2 single-barreled main guns facing downward. Its direct fire against ground targets was increased by 1/3 compared to a battleship using the same caliber guns. Secondly, the old-fashioned armored cruisers in this Norman fleet were outdated in both appearance and armament. Combat readings indicated they were not sharp enough in air combat, not strong enough in sieges, and not fast enough in repositioning. It felt as though the star source stones powering the ship's levitation were more valuable than the ships themselves. It seemed that only when there was an oversupply of star source stones would these old warships, which hadn't been dismantled and melted down, be returned to the order of battle. However, in this bombardment, they were unafraid of the Federal Army's ground fire, maintaining very forward combat positions, and their shipborne weapons were firing at full capacity, playing a much larger role in the bombardment than those frigates. With the battleship anchoring the scene and the armored ships pushing forward, numerous frigates roved unscrupulously over the urban area, sometimes concentrating fire on Federal Army ground artillery that dared to resist, and sometimes seeking out individual ground targets to attack. As the bombardment intensified, the Federal Army in the city had already lost the power to fight back, while the Normans' frigates continued to press downward. If the 4 skyscrapers in the center of Ao City were still standing, their flight altitude would have already caused them to crash into the buildings. This close-range bombardment was no less effective in terms of lethality and psychological impact than firing a gun held against an opponent's chest. With the fleet's powerful suppression, the Norman army's counterattack in the city was as easy as a drill. Once the smoke cleared, they walked through the streets that resembled ruins. If they encountered resistance, they only needed to take cover on the spot and use flares or other means to call for air support, waiting for the remaining enemies to be blown to pieces before getting up and continuing forward. In this way, the Federal Army sacrificed thousands of soldiers, and through courage, determination, and excellent tactical skills, the city center they had finally managed to retake fell back into enemy hands. Even worse, a significant number of Federation officers and soldiers didn't have time to retreat. They were either trapped in their positions and gave up resistance under the powerful deterrent of the enemy fleet, or they escaped into the sewers, hoping to reach the south of the city through the underground world's crisscrossing paths. This method was originally feasible, but the enemy's movement was swifter than their fumbling progress in the dark. By afternoon, the Norman fleet swept the Federal Army's defensive lines in the southern part of the city with fierce gunfire, and the Norman army's ground offensive was like a tsunami. The soldiers, stimulated by something unknown, actually feared no death and scrambled forward, forming an unstoppable wave of attack. This afternoon, to turn the tide of battle, the Federation Army's flight units took a gamble. Hundreds of warplanes lunged at the Norman fleet, and pilots desperately attacked the enemy's warships. The bombs they dropped hit the Norman's battleship and armored ships multiple times, forcing 2 of the armored ships to make emergency landings. However, the officers and soldiers on the Norman warships performed even more desperately in battle. Regardless of the bombs and strafing from Federation aircraft, and no matter how many companions fell beside them, they always held their combat positions, operating the ship's weapons against the Federation aircraft's attacks. The rate of attrition for the Federation Army's flight units was much faster than the rate at which the Norman fleet lost ships. As time passed, the attacks from the Federation aircraft grew weaker, while the Norman fleet maintained a vigorous fighting spirit. The outcome of this battle gradually lost its suspense. Before dusk, the Norman army crossed the urban area and attacked the Federal Army's final defensive line in the south of the city. In just this one day, the Battle of Aokeng saw 2 turning points at dawn. With the support of a few elite units, the Federal Army, launching a full-line counterattack, was in a great position, and reclaiming Ao City was by no means a pipe dream. By nightfall, the Federal Army had lost tens of thousands of officers and soldiers in its most important foothold in Ao City, and the Norman army was infinitely close to victory in the Battle of Aokeng. This starkly contrasting turn of events caught many Federation officers and soldiers, including Weiss, off guard. At its root, everything pointed to that Norman fleet that had suddenly appeared. Who on earth were these guys? Weiss pondered hard, but the asymmetry of information meant that no matter how much he racked his brain, he couldn't figure it out. When he and his companions reached the south of the city, the ground had already been blocked by the Norman army. Apart from surrendering to the Normans, there were only 2 paths left for them: either exit the city through the sewer drainage channels to follow the main force in retreating or reorganizing a counterattack, or stay in Ao City to wage guerrilla warfare against the enemy using the sewers as a battlefield. The former was reasonable and, given the current situation, a blameless choice, with the hope of returning with the main force in the future. The latter was a return to the old trade, high risk and low reward. Besides honing one's will and skills, the only persuasive reason was that it aligned with the goal of rescuing Nicola. Looking around at the different expressions on the faces of his followers, Weiss hardened his heart. Hey, past, old friend, you take the soldiers and leave first. Head toward the southern suburbs and find a way to locate our troops. Whether they are retreating or counterattacking, follow them. Please. Sergeant Past had experienced successive fierce battles since the Battle of Hofentus and was one of the few remaining old faces. He looked at Weiss in surprise. Captain, aren't you coming with us? Where are you going? Weiss let out a breath. I just don't want anyone to fall behind, that's all. Chapter 92, Special Guests. The fastest update for the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. Beside her was a haughty Norman officer, behind her were 2 menacing Norman soldiers. Under the strict supervision of these 3, Nicola Leopold silently walked through the rebel-strewn streets toward the Norman warship docked in the central plaza of Ao City. Under the night sky, this massive Norman warship resembled a slumbering ancient divine beast, exuding a majestic and inviolable aura. As she drew closer, a look of surprise appeared in Nicola's eyes. Although she had never managed to join the Federation fleet, as a member of the flight units, she ought to have a fairly comprehensive understanding of the Norman empires and even the Kingdom of Wessex's obsolete, active, and even planned but unfinished pre-war flying warships. If nothing else, Nicola was highly competent in at least this regard. After a moment of hesitation, Nicola asked, "What is its name?" She spoke in pure Ulster language. Although the Norman officer beside her did not respond, the look he gave her was clearly full of meaning. "What, is the ship's name a secret too?" Nicola continued in Ulster language, though her tone now carried a hint of provocation. After a brief hesitation, the Norman officer replied in somewhat broken Ulster language, "Sidlitzerberg." Nicola looked up at its towering bridge and whispered, "The renowned Sidlitz family, is it?" New markets opened by war are indeed a natural adhesive for mending cracks. Just then, a smartly dressed young Norman officer walked over from the warship's central hatch. This man was not only tall and handsome, but his every movement displayed a unique and sophisticated courtly grace. He walked straight up to Nicola and said with his head held high, "Excellency, please follow me." This officer spoke in perfect Norman language. Nicola did not seek a translation from the Norman officer beside her, instead, she straightened her collar and walked with her head held high toward the open hatch of the Norman warship. The Norman officer who had led Nicola here, along with the two soldiers, remained quietly in place, watching the two walk toward the warship, across the red-carpeted gangway, and into this flying warship that was not part of the Norman Empire's aerial combat sequence. This young Norman officer with his full courtly air led Nicola to a sophisticated and luxuriously decorated dining room on the upper deck of the warship, then respectfully remained outside the door. The dining room was not large. In the center stood a heavy, elegant long wooden table covered with a white tablecloth with gold patterns. Gold candlesticks and silver tableware were neatly arranged. The delicious food on the plates emitted an enticing aroma, and the red wine in the glasses reflected a charming hue. The bright cabin lights seemed to make the candles on the table mere decorations, but it was precisely these decorations that made one feel as if they were in a real restaurant, making all the flames of war, bloodshed, and slaughter instantly feel far away. "Hello, brave Miss Leopold." A brown-haired youth dressed in the ceremonial uniform of a Norman Empire army general smiled, swung his arm, and bowed in a slightly exaggerated courtly gesture. His Ulster language was absolutely purer than that of Federation citizens in remote regions. Nicola was neither surprised nor angry, nor did she show any expression of shame or resentment. Instead, she stared and said, "Ha, I remember you too. The cadet representatives selected by the Norman Imperial Royal Army Academy to visit Baston Military Academy. Especially you once faced off against our comrades on the sand table. You were using the surname Heinz back then, weren't you?" The brown-haired youth said with a smile, "My apologies. We were using pseudonyms at the time. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Alvis Hawk Sidlitz. The Sidlitz family, standing tall for 1,000 years honor and shame are trivial to you, while interest is the eternal goal, right?" Nicola said, casting a disdainful look at him. The implication was that spying under the guise of a diplomatic visit was not honorable behavior, especially for a prestigious family, it was contemptible. Alvis slightly restrained the smile on his face, but then he teased, "If your excellency can even hide your gender, why can't we use pseudonyms? Besides, the contact between our two countries was indeed born out of a beautiful desire for peace, it was only due to certain uncontrollable reasons that we ultimately moved toward war. That is your self-righteous, clever excuse." Nicola rebuked him unceremoniously. "Look out the porthole, look at everything here. It is your endless greed that has killed tens of thousands of innocent civilians and destroyed a great city built by the wisdom and sweat of a generation. Your aggression against Wessex and the Free Federation was premeditated. Otherwise, how could you have scouted our intelligence so thoroughly in every aspect? Peace treaties are probably worth less than waste paper in your eyes." The young Alvis, despite his high position, put away all his disdain at her sharp tongue. At this moment, the blonde youth who had remained silent clapped his hands and said, "What courage, what intelligence. Oh, and I hear your flying skills are first-rate. The daughter of President Leopold truly admirable." Nicola did not argue about her identity, nor did she thank him for the compliment. Instead, she looked at the handsome, distinguished youth with a scornful gaze. The blonde youth raised his hand in a pleased gesture. The adjutants present quickly pulled out chairs for the three of them, inviting them to sit at the table. Nicola hesitated for a moment before sitting down expressionlessly. Seeing Nicola sit, the blonde youth said in a calm tone, "As the losers of the last war, we had no choice but to accept the peace conditions you dictated. The treaty nearly destroyed the royal family's prestige and brought the Norman Empire's economy to the brink of collapse. During those most difficult years, we had a country but no defense. The Ulster-Wessex alliance had 100 ways to crush our border defenses, sweep through our land, and subvert our dynasty. It was precisely because the Norman Empire was in such a vulnerable state that we sought ways to investigate our opponent's situation, so that we could resolve the crisis through unconventional means before it arrived." Nicola snorted coldly. "That reason sounds high-minded, but it's actually just an excuse for your war of aggression. Think about it, if we had been determined to see the Norman Empire collapse or even be destroyed back then, we could have delayed the ceasefire by a few months and then imposed even harsher and more ruthless peace conditions on you. Our tolerance, instead of making you realize your errors, was seen by you as stupidity and weakness. How tragic. Looking at these lifeless streets and this unrecognizable city, this is the reward you give." The blonde youth unhurriedly tied his napkin, looked up at Nicola sitting directly opposite him, and said calmly, "The power of civilization has allowed people to reap several times more from the same area of land, resisted the onslaught of various diseases, and freed people from the shackles of nature to become the masters of this world. The power of civilization also led people to create catapults and battering rams, turning sturdy city walls into ruins. It gave rise to cannons and explosives, reducing prosperous cities to ruins and lost cities. Prosperity or destruction depends on peace or war, and history always advances by alternating between the two. Nicola sat there with a cold face. Only a nation that worships war can speak of it so matter-of-factly. The blonde youth did not take the bait. He turned to the adjutant and asked, "The other two guests should have arrived by now, right?" The slightly pudgy adjutant bowed respectfully. "Yes, Your Highness. I will go and invite them in now." A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of the blonde youth's mouth. "You might just know these two special guests." Nicola frowned and did not respond. In a moment, steady footsteps came from the doorway, followed by two people speaking to pay their respects to the superior. From their words, Nicola finally confirmed the blonde youth's identity, the third in line to the Norman Empire's throne, son of Crown Prince Perigini, and Prince Barris, who was deeply favored by Emperor Hohenstaufen IV. Of the two newcomers, the former spoke fluent Norman language, though an Ulster accent could still be faintly heard. The latter's broken Norman language sounded like something learned on the fly, without a real understanding of the words. "Come, let me introduce you. This brave Federation pilot is the youngest daughter of the Federation President, Mr. Leopold Nicola Leopold." Nicola did not stand up, and the newcomers did not sit down. Such an awkward scene made the atmosphere suddenly tense. However, neither the high and mighty blonde youth nor the arrogant brown-haired youth showed any signs of displeasure, as if all of this was within their expectations. Receiving a casual glance from the blonde youth, the brown-haired youth said, "As far as I know, Excellency Leopold, you had a close friend in the military academy who came from the Klemper-Heisen family. Coincidentally, there is also a talent here from the Klemper-Heisen family." Hearing the Klemper-Heisen family, Nicola's surprise was beyond words, but she suppressed her immense curiosity and remained seated without turning around. The blonde youth frowned slightly and said in his perfect Norman language, "Please, take a seat. Loyal and brave Baron Sculla. And you, clever defector, there is a place for you here." The two of them sat down to Nicola's left and right, corresponding to the placement of the tableware. Only then did Nicola turn her head to look at them. The one on her left wore a Norman army general's uniform with a shiny medal at his collar. He appeared to be around 30 years old, with an ordinary appearance. As for his temperament, it was naturally overshadowed by the two Norman Empire royals. He had the resolute and determined expression of a soldier, with an indescribable gloom and weariness etched between his brows. As for the person on the right, Nicola had some impression of him. He should be a member of the Grumman family. That man's eyes widened in the Free Federation. It was common knowledge that President Leopold had 2 sons and 2 daughters, but the daughters had long since married and had children. Their plump figures could not possibly look like the person before him. After looking left and right, Nicola asked the Norman officer on her left, "Are you Long's brother?" The Norman officer replied calmly, "Before joining the Norman Empire, my name was C.E. Klemper-Heisen. Now, please address me as Baron Sculla of the Norman Empire." Chapter 93, Different Paths, Same Destination. The fastest update of the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. Why? By the dining table, Nicola stared fixedly at that familiar profile. The man calmly tied his napkin, his voice still in that indifferent tone. "The tolerance and creativity of the Norman Empire are incomparable to the Federation that flaunts freedom. Here, I can fully display my talent and receive sufficient recognition and respect." Nicola glared and said, "To abandon the family for personal gain, and even ruin its century-old reputation, this approach is too selfish." The man smiled contemptuously and said at a brisk pace and in a calm tone, "Clearly, a young talent like you, born into a prestigious family and growing up in a privileged environment, cannot understand how difficult it is for a small local family like ours, a fake prestigious family, to survive and develop. For half a century, we have been struggling against the squeeze and swallowing of emerging industrial groups and financial syndicates, but in the end, we were powerless. I heard you have a good relationship with my brother. He must have confided in you about the reality of the Klemper-Heisen family. The so-called century-old reputation is nothing more than a hollow name. My actions and the rewards I have obtained, for this destitute family, are clearly more beneficial than harmful. With your comprehensive and thorough spying on the Federation, you should know the changes that have occurred in the Klemper-Heisen family in recent years. Your brother, my close friend at Baston Military Academy, has almost single-handedly brought about a revival for your family in the field of firearm design and manufacturing. Also, for the sake of the family's revitalization, his upright and honorable approach is the true path that wins people's hearts." The man's emotions remained as calm as a windless lake. He turned his head to look at Nicola, his gaze so deep that it was hard to fathom his true psychological state. "Yes, I have heard a little about it. Long can use his talent for the right path and balance personal development with the family business. I am ashamed to say I cannot match that. However, with the Federation's current legal system and nearly solidified market rules, a small family like Klemper-Heisen, even if it seizes a specific opportunity and achieves rapid development within a specific period, will ultimately fall in the competition with large groups and financial syndicates, and everything will return to the starting point. Unless this family can receive the favor of fate, or more accurately, the favor of the upper class." Nicola wanted to argue further, but Alvis, opposite him, gave a fake cough. "All right, you two, if it's for old time's sake, let's talk about it when there's an opportunity later. Now, I propose we all raise our glasses to the health of Emperor Hohenstaufen IV, and to the early end of the war. Cheers." Except for Nicola, everyone else raised their glasses. When everyone focused their eyes on her, she stood tall and said in a clear voice, to true peace, to true freedom, cheers. Alvis and the two guests with special identities felt awkward and didn't dare respond. At this moment, Prince Barris laughed. He held up his wine glass. Good, today, we shall follow our guest's proposal. To true peace, to true freedom, cheers. After the toast, dinner officially began. While Nikolai Leopold felt the exquisite food was tasteless in this uniquely styled restaurant, Long Cromwell Hyson was walking alone in the damp and dark city sewers. Coming from the south of the city, he encountered many Federation officers and soldiers along the way. Although among these scattered and defeated troops there were many brave souls whose bodies and spirits were still fit for battle, he did not state his destination, let alone recruit volunteers. Unlike when he stayed behind in AO City previously to fight guerrilla warfare against the Norman army using the sewers, the company he led this time had received explicit retreat orders before losing contact with superiors. From a soldier's perspective, leading his surviving personnel out of the battlefield counted as completing his orders. Returning to AO City to investigate Nicola's whereabouts and seeking an opportunity to rescue her was his personal action. He should not and would not involve his comrades. On this battlefield covered in architectural ruins, acting alone allowed for infinite flexibility, even breaking free from the constraints of military status, which had both pros and cons. The closer he got to the city center, the more frequent the encounters with enemies in the sewers. Many junctions had Norman soldiers stationed, making passage very inconvenient. Since night had fallen, Weiss simply left the familiar underground world. On the city's surface, with the human radar special skill, nighttime activities were indeed easy. Not only could he calmly avoid enemy patrols, but he also made discoveries in the ruins from time to time. This time, the Norman army's massive counterattack took only half a day to reclaim most of the city area that the Federation army had reoccupied. Their rapid advance, especially the flanking attacks using flying warships for cover and armored vehicles for assault, trapped many Federation army units that didn't have time to retreat within the city, so gunfire continued throughout AO City even after nightfall. In this situation, many Federation officers and soldiers who had lost command or were unwilling to sacrifice themselves in vain hid in the ruins, waiting for a chance to break out and retreat. A few blocks away from the mountain of ruins formed by the Grumman building, there were several small hills that didn't look very eye-catching. They used to be grand buildings in the bustling city center, some had been bombarded and collapsed by artillery fire before the Norman army first entered AO City, and some were destroyed in the fierce street fighting. Due to the structural characteristics of the buildings, they were not solid ruins, there were many hollow spaces inside that could serve as combat cover or temporary shelters. When activating his special vision, Weiss found more than a dozen Federation officers and soldiers in one of the ruins. Judging by their combat readings, most of them were in good physical and mental condition. Based on the changes in the battlefield situation, it was unlikely that the Federation army would deploy heavy troops in AO City again in the short term. After completely occupying AO City, the Norman army would soon begin sweeping every corner of the city. If this group of Federation soldiers couldn't retreat tonight, only death or capture awaited them. For the dual purpose of gathering information and guiding them out, Weiss followed a narrow and hidden passage to the hiding place of these Federation officers and soldiers. Their reaction to his appearance was very surprised, and after a brief communication, they all found it incredible this young captain before them had actually come here alone from the south of the city and confidently stated he could lead them to safety. To dispel the doubts of the officers and soldiers, Weiss vaguely revealed that his eyes had a special night vision ability, allowing him to detect enemy movements in advance. This group of unyielding Federation officers and soldiers was led by a burly lieutenant who called himself Lieutenant Nomis. A belt was slung across his body with 4 Bomi grenades hanging from it, giving an impression of great bravery. All right, Captain, you are risking your life to provide us with help, and we should do our best to help you as well. In fact, regarding the paratrooper pilot you just mentioned, we didn't see him parachute to the ground, but about 2 hours ago, just before it got dark, we saw the Normans establish an open-air POW camp in the open area north of the Alfred Artificial River, which is the old Grumman Square area. They are holding over 1,000 people, and some inside seem to have attire similar to what you described. Perhaps the person you are looking for is among them. To Weiss, this was undoubtedly valuable intelligence. He felt that this might truly be a case of finding it by chance after searching in vain. So he quickly asked Lieutenant Nomis where they had observed this. Lieutenant Nomis then led him into a crack in the ruins, moving in the dark, crawling and squeezing through, finally reaching the north side of the ruins. They couldn't go out from here, but there was a gap for looking out toward the city center. The lieutenant handed him a pair of binoculars and said, after dark, the Normans lit some bonfires in that open area and set up searchlights nearby. Our people are being held in the open like that. Without blankets, a night like this is hard to endure. Through the binoculars, what Weiss saw matched Lieutenant Nomis's description, but he couldn't make an accurate judgment. So, he activated his special vision and found that those held in the open-air POW camp were indeed Federation officers and soldiers who had laid down their weapons. Many were injured, and some were even on the verge of death. Seeing Weiss squinting and observing for a long time, Lieutenant Nomis asked, "Can you find the very important pilot you mentioned?" Weiss shook his head. Although Nicola's combat readings were very characteristic, they weren't a fixed set of data. Training, exercise, and changes in physical state would all cause fluctuations. Identifying her among these 1,000+ Federation officers and soldiers lacked feasibility. Furthermore, around the POW camp, the Norman soldiers guarding appeared few, but in the nearby ruins, hundreds or thousands of Normans were deployed. A bit further away, there were groups of armored vehicles. This appeared to be a trap intentionally set by the Normans. After thinking for a moment, Weiss said to Lieutenant Nomis, "Tell everyone to pack up and get ready to move, travel light if possible." If we delay any longer, I'm worried the Normans will block all the nearby passages. Come with us. Lieutenant Nomis said. Of course, I will lead you until you enter the sewers, Weiss replied. You have the sewer distribution maps of AO City, right? Come, I'll mark the feasible routes for you. Lieutenant Nomis shook his head. The units that reinforced AO City later don't seem to have been issued the distribution maps you mentioned. For us, those kinds of blueprints might no longer have any meaning. Weiss had no comment. He silently took out the distribution map with worn corners from his briefcase. By the light of a flashlight, he traced the parts that would be needed and then handed the hand-drawn map to Lieutenant Nomis. The lieutenant looked at him with confusion. I can tell, Captain, you are a person of resolute will. However, with your strength alone, there's no way you can rescue your friend, just as our group cannot force a breakout through the enemy's heavy encirclement and can only find another path to retreat. Thank you for the reminder. Weiss carefully put his sewer distribution map back into the briefcase. Don't worry, I won't act recklessly, but I feel some things can't be handled with conventional thinking. When necessary, unconventional means are required. Lieutenant Nomis nodded. Captain, you're right. Following the rules often makes it hard to achieve great things. Anyway, good luck. Weiss shook hands with him. Good luck to you all as well. Both sides wished each other luck, but it didn't truly bring them any. Everyone packed their weapons and equipment. Weiss, as usual, walked at the very front. But just as he was about to poke his head out to check for enemies, he was met with a dark muzzle and the Norman's broken Ulster language. Don't move. Disarm and you won't be killed. Chapter 94, Unyielding Struggle. The fastest update for the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. Staring into the dark muzzles of the guns before him, Weiss didn't freeze, space out, go mad, or daze, nor was he panicked, stunned, terrified, or surprised. At this moment, only two feelings permeated his very core, frustration and bitterness. Frustration, because despite possessing the heaven-defying skill of being a human radar, he had been so focused on scouting the enemy ahead that he forgot to stay alert to his immediate surroundings, allowing the enemy to creep close while he remained oblivious. Bitterness, because he was alone deep in enemy territory, logically, his presence and motives were highly suspicious. With this mess occurring, how could he ever clear himself of the suspicion of defecting to the enemy or acting as a secret guide? Fortunately, from the chance encounter in the Monamolan Mountains to the tempering at Baston Military Academy, from the hail of bullets on the northern border to his life as a prisoner of war in Hofentis, Weiss had experienced all kinds of dangers and hardships, tasting every form of grievance and helplessness. His current state of mind was worlds apart from his former self. He steadied his nerves, pushed the frustration and bitterness aside, and calmly scanned the area ahead, gauging the possibility of a forced breakout. The Norman soldiers who had quietly surrounded them and blocked their path appeared to be just a patrol squad. Perhaps they had just happened to pass by and discovered this place by chance, or perhaps they really had followed his trail. In a head-on clash, the Federation Army soldiers hidden here wouldn't have the advantage, but they wouldn't necessarily lose either. However, after a fierce battle, how many of them could make a clean escape? Since brute force was ill-advised, he could only rely on wit. Taking the NCO leading this squad of Norman soldiers hostage to lead the group in a breakout was a risky move worth trying. Weiss weighed the positions and individual strengths of both sides. The chance of success was perhaps only 30 to 40%. However, to clear his traitor suspicion and fight for a slim chance of survival, he still decided to take the risk. Under the hoarse shouting of the Normans and the unyielding standoff of the Federation officers and soldiers, Weiss raised his hands and slowly stood up, feigning surrender as he walked forward slowly. Under the blinding light of the enemy's flashlights, he remained composed and clear-headed, though he deliberately put on a look of cowardice and panic. He could sense the triumph and vigilance of the Norman soldiers, and imagine the surprise and resentment of the Federation officers and soldiers. Both sides could open fire at any moment, yet the scene suddenly fell into a terrifying silence. Battle was imminent. Once a shot was fired, he would almost certainly die given his position, but after taking that first step, he had already put life and death aside. To lower the enemy's guard, Weiss intentionally said in a low voice, "Don't shoot. Don't shoot." This was, of course, spoken in the Norman language. The Norman NCO leading the squad wasn't tall, but he had broad shoulders and thick arms. With a face full of scars and rough features, he looked like someone not to be trifled with. Seeing Weiss approaching, he brandished the revolver in his hand and shouted, "Tell them to drop their weapons and come out." As Weiss walked, he said in his still clumsy Norman language, "Sir, listen to me, they don't want to die, no one wants to die." The more cowardly he appeared, the more reckless the Normans became. One Norman soldier approached Weiss from the side and forcibly pulled the pistol from his waist holster, while another Norman soldier followed up with an equally agile movement to take his bayonet. At this point, although Weiss still carried a rifle equipped with a sniper scope, if a close-quarters fight broke out, he would have no time to unsling the rifle and use it to fight. During the process of having his weapons taken by the two Norman soldiers, Weiss showed no resistance. This satisfied the Norman NCO, who waved his large-caliber revolver powerful enough to shatter an adult's head with even larger gestures, shouting, "Tell them to drop their weapons, raise their hands, and come out, just like you. Promise." Weiss stopped 2 paces away from him. "Must promise, everyone, can live, then surrender weapons." Even though Weiss's meaning was clear, the Norman NCO acted as if he didn't understand, continuing to repeat his demand, "Tell them to drop their weapons, raise their hands, and come out, just like you. Promise." Weiss raised his hands and took a step forward. "Promise." The Norman NCO finally addressed the request, but he did not agree to it, not even as a temporary measure. A contemptuous smile appeared on his face as he slowly raised his revolver until the muzzle was aimed at Weiss's forehead. Now, although Weiss wasn't looking around, he was fully aware of the Norman soldier's status. He knew that the more it seemed like there was no chance, the lower the enemy's guard would be. He did not waste the opportunity he had earned with his guts and acting. His head suddenly tilted, and with a lightning-fast motion, he swung his hand in a horizontal strike, slamming into the Norman NCO's Adam's apple, causing him to temporarily lose his ability to react. Then, Weiss threw one arm around the man's neck while his other hand grabbed a bomb grenade from his belt. Hooking his thumb through the pin ring, he roared in the Norman language, "Back off! Back off!" The Normans hadn't expected this at all and were momentarily stunned. The Federation officers and soldiers were equally caught off guard. From coward to hero, the role reversal and the contrast between before and after happened in this single instant. "Don't move. Either let us go, or we all die together." Weiss continued to roar in the Norman language. Under the cover of night, anything beyond 10 paces was blurry. At first, the Federation soldiers weren't sure and couldn't believe it, but after a moment's hesitation, they finally seized the opportunity and rushed out, shouting to force the surrounding Norman soldiers back. Weiss held the hard-won hostage with one arm and brandished the bomb grenade that could be detonated at any time with the other, waiting for his comrades to come to his aid. However, just a second or two short, the Norman NCO he was holding suddenly regained his senses. The fellow struck with an elbow, then grabbed Weiss's arm and executed a sudden over-the-shoulder throw, slamming Weiss away. Damn it! The moment his feet left the ground, Weiss knew things were bad. He had no choice. While flying through the air, he decisively pulled the safety pin of the bomb grenade and threw it with all his might toward where the Norman soldiers were most clustered. He had intended to shout "Get down," but slamming heavily onto the ground, he instantly lost the breath to cry out. In an instant, gunfire erupted in his ears, followed immediately by the explosion of the bomb grenade. The whole world seemed to twist. Perhaps 3 to 5 seconds passed, or maybe 7 to 8. Once his consciousness recovered from the violent shock of the fall, Weiss struggled to climb up and lunged toward the nearest enemy. Dodging a cold, gleaming bayonet, he slammed his shoulder into the Norman soldier's abdomen. Straining his legs with all his might, he actually managed to topple the man despite being at a disadvantage in size and strength. The two rolled on the ground, brawling with fists, elbows, knees, and even foreheads as weapons. At times strength prevailed, at others technique played its part. In the pitch black and the frantic struggle, Weiss grabbed a square brick and slammed it hard into the opponent's face, a one-hit KO. On a cruel battlefield, killing and being killed were both common occurrences, and Weiss had already grown accustomed to it. After luckily taking down the burly Norman soldier, he climbed up dizzily, only to find the chaotic fight nearing its end. The few surviving Federation soldiers were picking off the Normans still grappling with their comrades and then pulling their living companions up. Ignoring the pain in his head and limbs, Weiss panted heavily while unslinging the rifle from his back. Good grief, the sniper scope had been completely shattered. He didn't hesitate, leveling the rifle, chambering around, and blowing a hole through the chest of a nearby Norman soldier who was still struggling. After the shot, Weiss looked up to see Lieutenant Nomis standing not far away, staring at him with bloodshot eyes. He said, "Don't look at me like that. If I were a traitor, I wouldn't need to fight the Normans like this." Lieutenant Nomis panted heavily, "You're right. If you had led the Normans here on purpose, you wouldn't be doing this." Words of understanding don't need to be eloquent, a few sentences are enough to make one feel their death wouldn't be in vain. Weiss looked around. Of the 15 Federation officers and soldiers who had been hiding in the ruins waiting for a chance to break out, only 7 remained alive. Not only was everyone wounded, but 2 were seriously injured. Looking further out, squads of Norman soldiers were converging from all directions. In this situation, the probability of a clean escape was likely less than 1 in 10. Reviewing their actual predicament, Weiss lowered his rifle and said to Lieutenant Nomis, "Sorry, I thought I could help you, but now it looks like I'm going down with you." The lieutenant walked over, reloading his pistol as he asked in return, "Giving up just like that? Don't you even have the courage to take a gamble? I'd rather die in battle than be captured by the Normans." These words were both a provocation and a reminder. Weiss narrowed his eyes, searching through the ruin-strewn streets. However, the miracle he hoped for did not appear. Aside from the green phantoms over by the open-air POW camp, the only living things nearby were Normans. However, his human radar, which ignored environmental obstacles, wasn't entirely without results. In his vision, over a dozen squads of Norman soldiers were rushing toward the sound of the battle. Once they closed in, the area would naturally be sealed tight. But for now, they were spread out, some ahead and some behind, some fast and some slow. The encirclement that seemed to offer no chance actually had many holes. As long as they used the cover of night to quietly slip through the gaps between the enemy units, there was still a chance to break out and find an entrance to the sewers or a new temporary shelter. Since there was still a slim chance of escape, Weiss didn't care about much else. With a low growl of "Follow me," he headed west with his rifle at the ready. In this direction, there were relatively fewer enemies, and it was a form of reverse thinking. It was easier to return to the Federation Army-controlled zone through the east and south of the city, while the north and west were entirely occupied by the Norman army. Weiss didn't hesitate, and Lieutenant Nomis also decisively chose to continue trusting this colleague he had never met before. Under their lead, the surviving Federation soldiers supported one another, moving in an irregular path through the blocks filled with building ruins, sometimes going straight, sometimes circling, sometimes taking cover. Before long, 2 Norman warships flew over the central part of the city. They turned on their searchlights, casting dazzling beams of light toward the area where the battle had previously occurred, but there were only corpses strewn across the ground, not a single living person could be seen. Chapter 95, Truths and Lies. The fastest update for the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. Gunshots and explosions suddenly rang out in the center of AO City. At that moment, in the senior dining room of the battleship Siedlitzerberg, the expressions of the 5 people at the table formed a sharp contrast. The 2 arrogant Norman nobles seemed completely unaffected, the defector from the Grumman family appeared somewhat panicked, the honored captive showed a look of relief and pride, while that Norman general of special status wore a deep and complex expression. The sounds of gunfire and explosions lasted only a short while. Prince Barris, who had been quiet until then, wiped his lips with an extremely elegant motion and spoke in a quite magnetic voice. War, in the end, is a collision of national wills. A few handfuls of sand cannot build a majestic sea wall. This was spoken in fluent Ulster language, and the metaphor of sand and sea walls was a proverb known to every household in the Ulster Free Federation. From this detail alone, one could see how thoroughly the rulers of the Norman Empire had studied their hypothetical enemy. In contrast, within the Free Federation, everyone from top to bottom was silent as a cicada on topics related to the Norman Empire. Even before the war had begun, the influence of subjective attitudes was fully revealed. Nicola looked the other directly in the eye and responded with forceful words. We also have a proverb: even things as powerful as night and cold can only rule the world temporarily. When dawn and spring arrive, they must all get out obediently. The Norman prince before her had dreamily handsome features. Among the group of Norman cadets who had visited Baston Military Academy, his appearance and temperament had been as attractive as a brilliant star even with intentional concealment. His male peers at Baston could only feel envy and jealousy. He slightly raised his chin, curled the corners of his mouth, and said with a half-smile, we are neither the night nor the cold. We have never thought of ruling every inch of this world, or making every person on this planet submit at our feet, or gathering all wealth into our treasury. In fact, only the arrogant and ignorant would hold such unrealistic ideas. Our pursuit is to eliminate the barriers between nations, so that limited resources are no longer consumed in mutual defense and arms races, but are instead used for developing technology, medicine, education, and basic living facilities. Since political and diplomatic means simply cannot achieve this grand pursuit, we chose military force. As Prince Barris spoke, his eyes shimmered with longing for a beautiful vision. However, Nicola was not swayed. Instead, she sneered, that is the most magnificent and hypocritical excuse for war I have ever heard. Alvis, sitting beside Barris, immediately glared and let out a low, lion-like growl, presumptuous. Although Barris set aside his relaxed and confident expression, his face still showed no sign of anger. He propped his chin with his right hand, his eyes looking straight ahead, focusing on Nicola's heroic face. According to our observations, President Leopold is one of the most outstanding politicians in the Ulster Free Federation in the last century. His many ideas coincide with what we envision. But unfortunately, these ideas are either not understood and supported, or they deviate from their original direction during implementation. Otherwise, I believe the Federation army would not be as weak as it is now. Furthermore, it is a regret to us that President Leopold's excellent political mind does not seem to have been inherited by his children. The eldest son became a fairly good fleet commander, the eldest and second daughters married and live privileged but ordinary lives. As for the youngest daughter, she is both a defiant rebel and a courageous hero. She might become a pioneer in the new field of flight, but she is definitely not a political successor. Barris's words caused Nicola's expression to change several times. As the saying goes, even an upright official finds it hard to settle family matters. No matter how sharp her tongue, she found it difficult to argue at this moment. Seeing Nicola's predicament, the Norman prince showed no contempt or disparagement, nor did he take an overbearing stance. Instead, he used a dish on the table to shift the topic to the differences in cultural customs between the Norman Empire and the Ulster Free Federation. As far as I know, most residents of the Federation never see the sea from birth to death, and rarely have the chance to taste fresh red squid. This saltwater creature usually only survives for a few hours after leaving the deep sea. The reason we can eat authentic red squid in sauce here is thanks to a traditional secret technique of the Wessex people. Simply put, the freshly caught red squid is placed into a jar. The material of this jar must be seabed mud. The jar is filled with seawater and placed in an environment near freezing temperature. This way, the red squid inside will temporarily enter a special state of hibernation, allowing it to survive for weeks or even longer. Barris could not only speak fluent and pure Ulster language, but his phrasing and modifiers were also spot on, showing his deep mastery of the language. Nicola did not refuse the relatively rare and somewhat primitive dish, but her attention was clearly not on the food itself. After Barris finished his polite introduction, she looked up and asked, I am curious, who taught you your Ulster language? A dedicated court language teacher, the Norman prince gave an answer that was as good as none. And you? Lord Sidlitz. Nicola directed the question to Alvis. Apparently out of some court etiquette, Alvis never interrupted when Barris was speaking to others, unless the other party intentionally or unintentionally offended the prince. Now that Nicola was questioning him, he first looked at Barris's expression, then responded in the Ulster language. First, a correction, Miss Leopold. Here on a flying battleship of the Norman Empire, as our special guest, you should address me as Marquis General Sidlitz. That would be proper. Secondly, by imperial grace, the education I received from childhood was basically alongside Prince Barris. That is to say, his language teacher was my language teacher. She had thought these two prominent Norman nobles would be frank, but she hadn't expected such perfunctory answers, devoid of so-called aristocratic grace. Nicola couldn't help but frown. At this, Barris said, although I don't know why Miss Leopold is so curious about our language teacher, I think I can fulfill your wish in fact, since you, like the vast majority of Federation citizens, hold deep prejudices against our Norman Empire, we plan to arrange for you and some other Federation personnel to form a tour group and visit various parts of the Norman Empire. I believe what you see and experience for yourself can correct the prejudices you have always held. On this point, our loyal and brave Baron Scala should have the most to say. Reminder, the website is about to be redesigned, which may cause loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading records, screenshots recommended, in time. We apologize for any inconvenience. Having been named by Prince Barris, the man who clearly considered himself a Norman noble spoke in Ulster language with a Lorraine accent. Yes, for a long time, all sectors of the Federation have held prejudices against the Norman Empire. Especially after the last war, topics concerning the Norman Empire became taboo, which in itself is very abnormal. When you reach the Norman Empire, you will find that this monarchy is far more equal and just than the Free Federation in many aspects. Not just militarily, its medicine, culture, education, and technology are also more vibrant. It seems I cannot refuse, Nicola said, looking at Prince Barris. After switching communication modes, this Norman prince expressed himself clearly and fluently, though before each time he spoke, he always had a relatively short period of thought, a manifestation of a calm, steady, and calculating personality. As a captured soldier, losing relative freedom for a certain period of time has been normal since ancient times. You need not worry that we will detain you. After the tour is over, we will return you to your family in an appropriate manner. Nicola suddenly said in a cold and sharp tone, do not try to be clever and think that by catching me you can somehow coerce my father, nor think of using me to ruin my father's reputation. I would rather die than let you succeed. Barris was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. After laughing, he turned to Alvis and said, the Norman dynasty, with its 400 years of glory, has at least some grace and breadth of mind. How could it use a lady's life to coerce her father? That is not a tactic or strategy, but a base and shameless act. Alvis replied with a smile, having such thoughts just shows how ridiculous their views of the Norman Empire are. Barris turned back to Nicola, did your predecessors, those generals who were close to the Leopold family and participated in the last war, not tell you that the soldiers of the Norman Empire are the most chivalrous group on the battlefield? Do they only remember the bravery and ferocity of Norman soldiers and forget our lenient treatment of the Federation army's wounded and prisoners? We will not forget that in the wars experienced over the past century, the survival rate of captured Norman personnel was less than 30%, while the survival rate of captured Federation personnel was over 50%. You should be very clear about what these two numbers mean. Lies. Nicola retorted unceremoniously. In the last war, the survival rate of our captured personnel was only 32%, while most of your captured personnel were repatriated after the war ended. Facing Nicola's rebuttal, Barris's expression became somewhat serious. He quickly responded, the numbers you mentioned come from a news report published in the Liberty Daily 20 years ago, titled The Sword of Civilization Defeats the Savage Spear. According to that report, 348,000 Federation soldiers were captured during the war, and at the end of the war, only 112,000 survivors were rescued from the Norman army's prisoner camps, so the prisoner survival rate was 32%. Miss Leopold, with your current military knowledge, do you still find these numbers reasonable? Nicola was momentarily speechless. The Norman prince seemed to transform into a seeker and revealer of historical truth. Let me tell you the truth. In the last war, the Norman army captured a total of 798,000 Federation officers and soldiers, including 19 generals, 281 field officers, and thousands of company officers and sergeants. The reason only 112,000 people left the Norman army's prisoner camps at the end of the war was that in several major battles in the later stages of the war, the Ulster-Wessex Allied forces used methods such as aerial raids to capture 27 of our prisoner camps and labor camps, liberating nearly 300,000 captured Federation soldiers ahead of time. Adding those who escaped on their own during the war and those released through prisoner exchanges, the number of surviving Federation soldiers should be around 475,000, with the survival rate close to 60%. After saying this, seeing Nicola's face full of doubt, a look of weariness and impatience appeared on Barris's young and handsome face for the first time. He pulled off his napkin, his brow furrowing then smoothing, everything I have said has archival records to check in the Norman army. If you think we are intentionally faking it and distorting the facts, then I have nothing more to say. After all, we were retreating throughout that period, and it is unrealistic to leave more evidence. Regardless, I must thank you for coming tonight. Although this temporary role is somewhat awkward and distressing, now that things have come to this, you might as well set aside gains and losses for a moment and use this rare opportunity to see what the legendary evil empire is actually like. I hope our conversation will be more pleasant the next time we meet. Nicola pulled off her napkin expressionlessly. When she stood up, the attendant behind her perfectly pulled back her chair. The entire process was without any unnecessary noise. Before leaving, Nicola did not thank the host, but merely gave Baron Scala an extra look before walking straight toward the cabin door. Outside the door, the Norman officer who had escorted her was waiting there with his head held high. Nicola walked past him coldly. This Norman officer hurriedly cast a glance into the dining room and scrambled to follow her. The cabin door closed again. Barris stood up with a look of displeasure. Ignoring the other two guests, he strode out, instructing Alvis who followed behind, arrange for them to set off as soon as possible. The list has been sent over. If nothing unexpected happens, they can depart tomorrow. Alvis's response did not include Prince Barris's long and formal title, showing that the relationship between the two was extraordinary. The host left in a hurry, leaving the two slighted guests standing silently by the dining table, their awkward situation just like their current status. Chapter 96, Setting out separately. Waking from a nightmare of being consumed by flames, everything around was pitch black, and the air was incredibly murky. Although he could breathe, he felt like he could suffocate at any moment. After a fit of coughing, Weiss dragged his weary body up, turned on his flashlight, and tiptoed to the blocked maintenance tunnel entrance. He steadied himself, squinted to observe for a moment, let out a slight sigh of relief, and whispered, "Guys, you can move the stuff away." In this space that felt like a tomb, the people lying there sat up one by one as if they were corpses rising from the dead. Under the flashlight's beam, they were almost expressionless, exhaling white mist from their mouths. If anyone who didn't know the situation suddenly saw this scene, they would certainly feel terrified. Under the summons of Weiss, the zombie king, the horde gathered together and moved the concrete slabs and broken bricks and stones piled in the downward passage. About an hour later, the project, which wasn't large in scale but was not simple to operate, was finally completed. With the maintenance tunnel reopened, the murky air was finally infused with fresh elements, the sour scent of the sewers, which now actually served to refresh their minds. The night before, Weiss led the surviving Federation officers and soldiers into the sewers, but the familiar method had become extremely dangerous. That night, squads of Norman soldiers carried out a major sweep in the city sewers. This sweep was not just about clearing accessible passages and pipes, even in corners where one couldn't pass through, if there was the slightest suspicion, they would have flamethrowers or demolition experts handle it. Facing this aggressive sweep, the Federation military and civilians hiding in concealed positions had to choose between fighting to the death or surrendering. Relying on his familiarity with the sewers, plus his own special vision, Weiss managed to find a third way. They found a maintenance tunnel where the external exit was blocked by ruins, used concrete slabs and broken bricks and stones to block the opening connecting to the sewer, and then lay down in this enclosed space to reduce physical activity and oxygen consumption, thereby avoiding the Norman army's search. This process seemed safe but thrilling, but when Weiss led everyone back to the sewers, their dizzy heads undoubtedly reminded them that if they continued to stay in that self-made tomb of the living dead, it wouldn't be long before everyone died from lack of oxygen. The bitterness within can only be truly understood by those who have experienced it firsthand. After hiding for a night, it was already morning when they returned to the sewers. The few rays of sunlight leaking down from the drain grates were so bright and beautiful in the eyes of these lucky survivors. They moved carefully along the sewers, observing the surrounding environment while thinking about where to go next. It was clear that the Normans had neither the interest nor the manpower to control the massive sewers of AO City. At best, they conducted irregular sweeps and set up sentries in some important locations. Therefore, the underground world, after a night of commotion, returned to its former silence. Everything seemed familiar, yet everything was different from before. In the empty sewers, the corpses of the fallen could occasionally be found, but weapons and ammunition could no longer be found on them. Many passages had collapsed, significantly reducing the areas easy to traverse, and those shafts used for collecting and storing rainwater were either inaccessible due to blocked passages or garrisoned by the Norman army. The vast underground world seemed to no longer have the soil and nutrients needed for the survival of urban guerrilla heroes. Of course, in the short term, Weiss and his new followers wouldn't starve or die of thirst. They wandered around the sewers, found a few more suitable concealed positions for temporary stay, settled the seriously wounded in one of them, and then Weiss led a team, primarily to collect medicine and supplies, and incidentally to gather information. With the Norman army completely occupying AO City, there was no longer any gunfire on the city surface. At observation ports near the surface, Weiss and his group saw captured Federation officers and soldiers as well as some Federation civilians cleaning up the aftermath in the streets littered with ruins. Norman soldiers were either standing guard with guns or wandering around. The entire city was basically under their close surveillance, and there was no opportunity at all during the day. When night fell, Weiss led this surviving small unit of the Federation army to the surface, using the ruins as cover to dodge the Norman sentries and patrols, and snuck into an open-air prisoner-of-war camp where hundreds of Federation officers and soldiers were detained. Given the current situation, even if they rescued these Federation soldiers, there was no proper route to arrange their transfer, nor could they find enough weapons to arm them temporarily. Therefore, Weiss only took away a few determined individuals who were willing to risk their lives for freedom. After this night's attempt, although they failed to gain effective information about Nicola, the size of the team had grown. Given that the Federation army had already withdrawn from AO City, launching night sneak attacks on the Norman army would have a negligible impact on the war situation, and instead, it would likely bring about their own destruction, so Weiss pragmatically played the rat. During the day, he led everyone to conduct technical surveys in the sewers, found a water storage shaft in the west of the city where all passages were blocked, dug an opening that allowed crawling at the collapse site, and used it as a temporary shelter for the team. At night, he led capable personnel back to the city surface to search for supply stockpiles that had not yet been cleared out. In the process, they encountered dangerous situations repeatedly and fell into trouble several times, but they managed to overcome them one by one. Underneath a collapsed building in the west of the city, they found a batch of supplies left behind by the Federation army during their retreat, and inside, they found precious medicine, allowing the injured personnel in the team to receive follow-up medical treatment. With a relatively safe shelter, more weapons, ammunition, food, and medicine, Weiss, while looking for Nicola's whereabouts, rescued batch after batch of Federation officers and soldiers who still had their fighting spirit. As the days passed, the number of people in the team continued to increase. With their strength, annihilating isolated Norman patrols was not a problem, but unfortunately, this momentum would not evolve into a tactical achievement. After 12 days, the information Weiss collected about Nicola was still fragmented, unable to piece together a complete clue, and the Federation military and civilians trapped in AO City were either transferred to other places or transported here from elsewhere. The relative movement of personnel made the idea of rescuing Nicola increasingly unfeasible. Out of rational consideration, Weiss decided to lead the team to withdraw from AO City. On a pitch-black night, they left the underground lair, which was temporarily safe but had become very crowded, and moved toward the suburbs along a route they had already scouted. After more than 5 hours of trekking, they finally arrived unharmed at a forest in the western suburbs of the city, where the Federation army had once built defensive positions. The abandoned trenches provided the survivors with a temporary shelter to rest. Although Norman airships flew over several times and Norman vehicles passed by on nearby roads from time to time, they still spent a dangerous day there and continued to transfer after nightfall. 12 days is not long, nor is it short. With the fall of AO City, 2 other industrial cities in the central and southern part of the Federation, Dart and Mornstan, were successively attacked by the Norman army. They had neither natural barriers nor the scale of AO City. Although the Federation army fought desperately to defend them, the war situation in both places continued to deteriorate. Weiss and his group originally planned to transfer to Dart, but during the journey, they discovered that the outskirts of Dart were full of Norman troops, and that city, with metallurgy as its pillar industry, had turned into a sea of fire amidst the rumbling of cannons. Unless they risked their lives to pass through the area controlled by the Norman army, they could only go west to the Lorraine federal state. The development of the war situation was exactly as Octavie had predicted earlier, and her suggestion for Weiss's personal development path also magically fit the current situation. At this time, Weiss did not hesitate. He led the survivors to travel day and night, heading west all the way, cleverly avoiding the Norman sentry positions and patrol squads. 2 days later, in the Malincheek forest in the eastern part of the Lorraine federal state, they met a Federation army unit that had built defensive positions there. Coincidentally, the 16th Combat Division, which had withdrawn from AO City, happened to be resting here as well. At the division headquarters, he saw Acting Colonel Mac Callan again, the artillery expert who had greatly appreciated him since Baston Military Academy, but he did not see General Carl, and he would never see this wise old general again. According to Mac Callan, General Carl, along with his mount, was hit by the artillery fire of a Norman warship while evacuating AO City and immediately shed his blood on the battlefield. In the Battle of Aokeng, which was comparable to a meat grinder, from General Carl downwards, 4/5 of the 16th Combat Division's personnel were killed or missing. This elite veteran unit was almost completely lost in one battle, but Mac Callan stated that in its long and glorious history, the 16th Combat Division had been on the verge of destruction 3 times, and then 3 times it had been reborn from the ashes. Even if only a few people were left on the battlefield, as long as honor was not lost and the spirit was not extinguished, it would definitely return to its peak. Mac Callan's impassioned exposition deeply moved Weiss, and he even considered staying in this heroic unit. However, the gains and losses of the Battle of Aokeng made him increasingly disappointed with the Federation Army's existing operational thinking and command system. Staying in the 16th Combat Division could certainly refine his combat skills, but he would have to continue to endure the various drawbacks of the Federation military system, and the ending would likely be charging into the enemy's hail of bullets, falling in the enemy's hail of bullets, and sacrificing his young and precious life like a fallen leaf in the wind. I want to return to my hometown, Samsonas, to organize a guerrilla force and fight the Norman army to the end. Weiss confessed his decision to Mac Callan. He thought he would need to spend some effort to persuade this acting commander to give him the green light, but unexpectedly, Mac Callan just shook his head. Going to command a unit without cannons is really a waste of your talent. Guerrilla force are not all rabble. As long as they are carefully organized and trained, guerrilla force can also become an elite combat force that makes the enemy fear, Weiss said. In fact, the Krumble-Hessen factory has the ability to manufacture firearms, ammunition, and small to medium caliber artillery. As long as we transfer equipment and materials in advance, we can largely guarantee the weapon supply for the guerrilla force. If the Federation army cannot stop the Norman army from invading the Lorraine federal state, then the brave Lorraine people will make the invaders pay the price in their own way. I understand your thoughts and believe in your courage, but there is not much I can do. After saying this, Mac Callan walked to the table, picked up a pen, quickly wrote a paragraph on a document paper printed with the 16th Combat Division logo, signed his name, stamped 2 seals, and then handed this paper to Weiss. After reading the content, Weiss carefully folded it and put it away, then solemnly saluted Mac Callan. Mac Callan returned the salute and said, "Good luck, graduated cadet Long Krunberheisen." "No, here with you, I will always be a shallow knowledge cadet who needs your guidance and help," Weiss replied. "However, you will have to walk the road ahead alone," Mac Callan said. Chapter 97, A Mighty Dragon Meets a Local Snake. The fastest update for the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. The borderlands have always been plagued by war. Since ancient times, the West Lorraine region, where the small town of Samsonas is located, has been a strategic prize for military strategists. Even excluding village-level skirmishes, hundreds of battles, large and small, have been fought here. However, with the development of industrial civilization, the economic, political, and military status of this region has been declining. In the last Great War, the Norman army's front line pushed from west to east into the heart of the Federation, once occupying the 2 major industrial centers of AO City and Loriest. The entire Lorraine federal state fell behind the Norman army's lines, but the topographically complex West Lorraine region did not completely become enemy-occupied territory. The Norman army did not enter the mountains in force, but instead held various key passes, and for areas where the Federal army was active, they used flight raids to carry out targeted eliminations. Against this background, the small town of Soms-Onnes was never trampled by the iron hooves of the Norman army from beginning to end, becoming a rare paradise in the midst of the Great War. Returning to the small town of Soms-Onnes again, Weiss felt as if he had returned to his true hometown, with a surge of emotions in his chest. When he first left this place for AO City, it felt like moving from the dawn of industrial civilization to its peak, spanning 100 years of history in an instant. Now, returning from the ruins of AO City to the unchanged charm of Soms-Onnes was like having walked through hell, making him sigh that it's good to be alive. Passing through the city along the familiar gravel roads, although most of the buildings were still the same, Weiss still noticed that the small town of Soms-Onnes had undergone significant changes as he looked at the bustling crowds and lively streets. All of this was related to Joseph Grumman, the fat vice president, investing in the Crumble-Hessen factory, and it was also an inevitable consequence of the ongoing war. On one hand, the Crumble-Hessen factory had rapidly expanded its production scale and received large orders from the Federation Army, thus attracting a large number of skilled workers, and material suppliers related to military production also flocked in. On the other hand, with the Norman army's massive invasion, out of fear of the Normans, federal citizens fled from cities with convenient transportation, and the mountainous areas were undoubtedly ideal places to escape the ravages of war. Seeing their youngest son return safely from the hail of bullets on the battlefield, the aging lord and lady were naturally overjoyed. After Weiss had filled his stomach and taken a comfortable hot bath to relax his body and mind in the soft, warm bedding, the lord and lady followed their custom and organized a banquet, inviting guests from all sides to a gathering at the castle. Unexpectedly, they almost did a bad thing with good intentions. Before the banquet even started, the local security chief, acting Colonel Magran, arrived uninvited with a group of soldiers armed with live ammunition. Fortunately, they did not take the suspected deserter Weiss back for questioning without a word, but instead tried diplomacy before force, asking Weiss to come out and explain why he had returned to Soms-Onnes while the fighting on the front line was so intense. Faced with acting Colonel Magran's questioning, Weiss also realized that he had made a significant procedural oversight upon arriving in Soms-Onnes. He should have first reported to the officer in charge of local reserve mobilization and security management during wartime before going home. Since things had come to this, he patiently explained the reason for his return home and produced the written orders issued by the 16th Combat Division headquarters. Although Weiss had sufficient reasons and solid evidence, acting Colonel Magran looked over the document several times, and his gaze remained full of doubt. Finally, he stated frankly that while there were no major issues with the procedures and elements of this order, the order itself was contrary to common sense. If the subject of the order had indeed fought a hard and arduous battle in AO City to the point where they were physically and mentally damaged and unfit to continue fighting on the front lines, common sense dictated that they should be sent to a medical institution for rehabilitation, rather than being approved to return home and transfer to a secondary reserve unit. Regarding the acting colonel's doubts, Weiss was somewhat angry, and he retorted coldly, "You may have been on a battlefield, but you certainly haven't experienced a battle as tragic and extreme as the Battle of Aokeng, nor have you felt what it's like to fight alone in a city occupied by the enemy. Although it's been some time since I left the front line, I dream almost every night of fighting the enemy in the ruins, dreaming of being blown to pieces by enemy guns, and then I wake up in a start, unable to sleep peacefully again." In the past on the AO City front, even the soldiers of the reinforcement units had heard of the heroic deeds of their comrades who stayed in the city and used the sewers as cover to deal with the enemy, and they were greatly inspired by them. However, in this peaceful land far from the front line, acting Colonel Magran, as the local security chief, had heard nothing of this and even felt that this young officer from Baston Military Academy was making excuses for his own cowardice. He snorted coldly, "I know you, Captain Long Cromwell Hyson, graduated from Baston Military Academy, later transferred to Delafig Senior Staff College, but because the war temporarily interrupted your studies, you joined the troops and rushed to the Northern Front, right? But you don't know me. When I entered Baston Military Academy, you weren't even born, and when I was fighting the Normans on the battlefield, you had probably just learned to walk. You've only read about the bloody cruelty of the last war in books and records, and your experience limits your imagination, making you think the battles you fought are unprecedentedly tragic. Let me tell you, in Lorient, we were in a back-and-forth struggle with the Norman army, and in just 1 week, the number of dead on both sides exceeded 300,000. That scene of corpses strewn everywhere is an impression that can never be erased in a lifetime. In Clenbys, during our first battle after counterattacking into the Norman Empire, the number of Federation army deaths on the first day exceeded 40,000. Rivers were blocked, and lakes were dyed red. That was a true hell on earth. What the other party described indeed matched military historical records. If this really was a senior alumnus who had participated in the 2 battles of Lorient and Clenbys, Weiss's words just now were indeed disrespectful. He responded apologetically, "If you feel this order is doubtful, you can certainly verify it with the 16th Combat Division. When I left, the acting commander of that division was acting Colonel Magallan, who once served as an artillery instructor at Baston Military Academy." "Who? Artillery Magallan? Ha!" Acting Colonel Magran laughed, and the atmosphere immediately softened a lot, but the words he subsequently spoke in a contemptuous tone made Weiss frown. "Speaking of which, this guy is a junior of mine, a fanatical artillerist, and a weakling who is incapable of bayonet hand-to-hand combat. So, did you study gunnery under him and lose your courage and guts?" Weiss was about to refute, but Magran waved his hand and said, "Fine. I will send a telegram to the front to verify with them whether this order is authentic, or if it is authentic but should be revoked because it is unreasonable. Of course, Captain, if they give a positive reply, I will arrange for you to transfer to our secondary reserve unit. Actually, training those tree trunk soldiers and grandpa soldiers is also a very interesting thing. The number of invited guests gradually increased, and the Lord seemed to be an old acquaintance of this acting Colonel Magran. Seeing that the conversation between the two sides was neither terrible nor harmonious, he took the opportunity to invite him inside for a drink. The acting colonel instructed an accompanying soldier to go back and send a telegram to the frontline units for verification. Until a reply was received from the front, several other soldiers monitored Weiss almost constantly, fearing he might find an opportunity to escape. Even in this rather awkward atmosphere, the guests who came to Krumbeheisen Castle for the banquet still enjoyed themselves very much. Fine wine and music can relax people's tense nerves, and rich, delicious food is also something increasingly difficult to enjoy under the current circumstances. Fortunately, it was still far from the front line and there was no threat of enemy air raids, so the overall pace of life in the small town was much the same as before, and the banquet continued until late at night before breaking up. As the guests slowly dispersed, acting Colonel Magran and the soldiers he brought did not leave, seemingly determined to get to the bottom of Weiss's situation before they would quit. Weiss had slept a long time during the day and his stomach was well tended with good food and wine, so his spirits had basically returned to a full state. He then invited Magran to drink tea and play military chess. In the Federation Army, soldiers liked to play cards, while officers were keen on military chess, the principles of which are similar to sand table exercises. Although Weiss was not a top-tier expert, he was at least a skilled hand. After a few rounds, he beat the white-haired Magran until he lost his temper. Just then, a long-lost old friend arrived at Krumbeheisen Castle. This person was Joseph Grumman, the former vice president of the Grumman Group and a secret partner of the Klemperheisen family. Although war is a catalyst for military production, and the Grumman Group's income did indeed increase greatly at the start of the war, the situation of continuous loss of national territory led to the Grumman Group losing one production base after another. A large amount of production equipment was destroyed or barely maintained during constant relocation. Coupled with the disruption of raw material supply channels, the production and operation situation deteriorated sharply, and a large number of orders were redirected by the federal military to military-industrial enterprises around the capital. The industrial giant of the past collapsed like the magnificent Grumman building, and the originally unpopular fat vice president inevitably played the role of the scapegoat. Fortunately, he had already prepared a fallback, so he took the opportunity to extricate himself and focused entirely on managing his own properties. Having been kicked out of the Grumman Group, the chubby Joseph did not look dejected, lost, or lonely. Instead, he was glowing and high-spirited. Looking at the warmth with which he greeted Magran, the friendship between the two was clearly extraordinary, and it seemed they were also former comrades in arms. Upon learning of Magran's purpose for coming this time, he laughed heartily. After laughing, he teased this overly upright old partner in front of Weiss, causing Magran's face to flush red and white in turns. As the saying goes, one thing subdues another. Although Fat Joseph didn't make it to the banquet, he helped the Klemperheisen family resolve this somewhat awkward situation. Waiting for a reply from the 16th Combat Division was not a problem in essence, but the fighting on the front line was intense and communication was intermittent, so there was no guarantee that this insignificant telegram of verification wouldn't be ignored. With the mediation and persuasion of this fat gentleman, especially after he introduced Weiss's battlefield experiences in vivid language, Magran finally stopped obsessing over his original intention for coming. Including the Lord, the four men of different ages and experiences continued with the mellow spirits and chatted about everything under the Sunday. Chapter 98, Commander of the Second Class Reserves. The fastest update for the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. Everyone. Attention. On the training grounds of the reserve barracks, over 600 reserve soldiers were under inspection by a few sergeants. From their military bearing and the neatness of their formations, these newly transitioned reserve soldiers had already begun to acquire a military temperament, but they were likely still far from the standards for the battlefield. Weiss squinted and scanned them, finding that although these reserve soldiers were issued weapons, their combat power readings were significantly lower than those of ordinary Federation soldier, and they couldn't even compare to the elite Norman army. Looking closer, the weapons in their hands were actually training models of the Grumman fire stick, with technical standards and reliability that left much to be desired. The local security chief of the small town of Samsonas, the overall commander of the local reserve forces, acting Colonel Magran, held a swagger stick and walked onto the crude reviewing stand with his chest out and head high. At his gesture, Weiss followed him onto the reviewing stand, which creaked with every step. Magran raised his swagger stick, signaling everyone to stand at ease. He scanned the formation intently, then whispered to Weiss beside him, "The 5 squads on the right are first-class reserves conscripted last month, the 3 squads on the left will be your subordinates from now on." In this great war, no less tragic than the previous one, the Federation had already conducted 3 national defense mobilizations. Male Federation citizens aged 16 to 54, as long as they were healthy, were within the scope of reserve conscription. After screening and selection by the National Defense Mobilization Department, at least 8 million people had joined the reserve forces. Typically, those with better physiques and under the age of 45 would be listed in the first-class reserves, ready to supplement combat units at any time, while those with relatively poorer physiques or over the age of 46 would usually be listed in the second-class reserves. They were also issued weapons and received training, but were generally only sent to assist the police department in maintaining local security or to undertake low-intensity defensive tasks when the source of soldiers was attacked by the enemy. Weiss watched the reserve soldiers on the training ground with a calm expression. The physical quality of the first-class reserve soldiers was clearly better, but given the current war situation, they might not even finish the 6-week recruit training period before being hastily sent to supplement combat units. The second-class reserve soldiers were what Magran called tree trunk soldiers or grandfather soldiers. Some were short, some were thin, and some had faces full of life's hardships, with hair and beards already turning grey. By the selection standards of the Federation Army, they were all sub-PAR sources of soldiers. The reason they were conscripted into the reserve forces instead of being eliminated during the preliminary screening stage seemed to be a bug in the National Defense Mobilization Law. In fact, aside from their strength and outward appearance not meeting the aesthetic standards of the Orange people, these second-class reserve soldiers were not inferior to ordinary Federation soldier in terms of execution, guts, courage, resourcefulness, or loyalty. From an Earthling's perspective, these were all perfectly normal adult males. Seeing that Weiss remained silent, a smug smile appeared at the corner of Magran's mouth. He whispered, "Do you regret it?" "Of course not," Weiss replied readily. Transferring to the reserve forces with the rank of an active duty captain meant that besides the corresponding reduction in pay and benefits, the speed of promotion would also slow down by n times unless the training work was remarkably effective or military merits were achieved during the war. Otherwise, it was basically one step every 20 years. However, to Weiss, none of this mattered. Octavie's kind reminder and Magellan's rational analysis had made him firm in this path that might be difficult for ordinary people to understand. "Gentlemen, today, we are honored to welcome a hero who has just returned from the front lines, our Captain Long Cromwell Hyson. Yes, the heir of the Klemper-Hyson family, an honor student of Baston Military Academy, and a brave warrior on the battlefield. In less than 2 years since graduating from Baston Military Academy, he has obtained the formal rank of captain. This alone is an example for all of us to admire and envy. What's even more pleasing is that starting today, Captain Long Cromwell Hyson will serve as the local security adjutant, primarily responsible for the training and management of the second-class reserves in addition to normal patrols." The position of local security adjutant and commander of the second-class reserves was, simply put, the number 2 figure in the local security and reserve mobilization of the small town of Samsonas. His wartime authority was higher than that of the local police chief. It seemed like a heavy responsibility, but as he stood on the reviewing stand inspecting this team, Weiss understood in his heart that this was a silent play Magran had arranged for him, filled with mockery and irony. But what he had to do next was to transform this group of old and weak soldiers, who seemed difficult to use, into a quasi-military force suitable for guerrilla warfare according to his own ideas, and then slap the faces of those arrogant people hard. Let's do it," Weiss said to himself. After briefly introducing Weiss's background to the reserve soldiers, Magran turned and said, "Captain, why don't you say a few words to everyone?" Before this, although Weiss hadn't prepared for his speech, in the short time it took to walk onto the reviewing stand, he had already decided what he wanted to say. So, he nodded to Magran and took a deep breath. "Gentlemen, returning to Samsonas from a battlefield filled with the smell of smoke and blood, I feel like I've come from hell to heaven. Everything here fills me with nostalgia, but war is cruel and ruthless. Perhaps before long, the flames of war will reach this peaceful little town, and what I want to do is make you understand what war is and how to deal with it before that happens. Perhaps you're thinking, what can this young kid standing before you do, to dare speak so big here? In fact, since the Northern Border Campaign, I have been through more than 20 battles, large and small, serving in multiple combat units. I've had countless minor injuries, been close to death several times, been captured twice and escaped twice, received many commendations, and been promoted 3 times. Being able to stand here alive is indeed partly due to luck, but more importantly, I have a fearless heart and a pair of eyes that can see through the world. Let me see, the young man in the second row, second position on the right, you run very fast, faster than most people here, right? And the gentleman in the 4th row, third position on the right, your speed is also very fast, the two of you are basically neck and neck. The young man in the 3rd row, 5th position on the right is physically strong, with fighting skills better than most around him. For those I just mentioned, if you have any objection to my judgment, or if anyone present has an objection, you can raise your hand. No? Very well, thank you." At this point, Weiss paused. Thorough reconnaissance, decisive action, and unconventional thinking are the experiences I've summarized from facing the Normans many times at Belakasar Pass in AO City. I twice led troops in operations to attack Norman warships, both of which were successful. Since joining the war, my proudest achievement was during the Battle of AO City, when after the Federation Army had fully retreated, I led over 200 soldiers to contend with the enemy in the city and sewers for many days. We hid during the day and came out at night, looking for opportunities to launch surprise attacks, successively killing over 1,000 Norman army soldiers, and waited for the Federation Army's full-scale counterattack, after which we launched a surprise attack behind enemy lines with friendly forces. If the Normans hadn't brought in a reinforcement fleet at the critical moment, the situation of the Battle of AO City would not have taken a sharp turn for the worse. The over 600 people were silent, their eyes fixed on him. Clearly, Weiss's display of dominance, proud but not arrogant, confident but not conceited, had already intimidated the reserve soldiers present and also made the few officers and sergeants here look at him in a new light. I thank Acting Colonel Magran for his trust, giving me the opportunity to lead the second-class reserves to create a miracle. That's right, I said, a miracle. We will become the pride of Samsonas, the pride of Lorraine, and even the pride of the Federation. I have the confidence to do it. From today on, all you second-class reserve soldiers, lift your heads and puff out your chests. We don't have to be inferior to anyone. We will give our all. There was a commotion among the 5 rows of reserve soldiers on the right side of the formation, while the 3 rows on the left, those second-class reserve soldiers who were usually subjected to various mockeries and belittlement, stood as firm as mountains. Weiss had turned this ill-intentioned meeting into an inspiring mobilization meeting. Of course, as for how to train these 200-plus second-class reserve soldiers, his methods were almost at his fingertips: improving meals, standardizing routines, adjusting training, and activating their thinking. As the saying goes, to do a good job, one must first sharpen one's tools. With the help of Fat Joseph, Weiss soon obtained approval for equipment testing and brought a batch of brand new weapons from the Crumblehessen factory, replacing the fire sticks in the hands of the second-class reserve soldiers. At this stage, in addition to the standard bolt-action sniper rifle selected by the Federation Army before the war, the Crumblehessen factory also mass-produced the improved 1.4 PIR caliber water-cooled machine gun and the KT semi-automatic rifle of the same caliber. These two types of weapons, which could significantly increase the firepower density of basic combat units, were currently mainly equipped to the Federation Army Special Operations Unit and the Elite National Defense Division. Although the large-caliber water-cooled machine gun was not successful, the 5 PIR caliber autocannon wasp using drum magazines shown in military tests, securing a wartime order for 30,000 units. This autocannon was also favored by Fat Joseph. The Lawrence Automobile Manufacturing Plant, which he controlled behind the scenes, combined the wasp with combat vehicles to launch a light armored vehicle codenamed Wild Horse. Once the prototype was displayed, it was selected by the military as a carrier for mobile infantry and a close support weapon, not only receiving pre-orders but also obtaining research and development funds provided by the military. While training the second-class reserves, his rich battlefield experience and several life and death encounters made Weiss's inspiration for weapon design flow like a spring. Whether in positional warfare or guerrilla warfare, the mortar is undoubtedly a weapon with high cost performance and high battlefield effectiveness. However, the existence of flying warships caused the Federation Army to focus its military technology on air-to-air and ground-to-air combat, while pure land warfare weapons had long been neglected. Weiss spent 2 weeks burying his head in tinkering with mortars. Although this was not within his area of expertise, the basic principles were not complicated. Coupled with the knowledge from Baston Military Academy and Delafig Senior Staff College, he successfully designed and trial-produced a 1.5 PIR caliber mortar, which was handed over to the professional engineers at the Crumblehessen factory for technical testing and refinement. Chapter 99, Time Waits for No One. The fastest updates for Iron Soul of Steel are here. Weiss expected it would take 6 to 7 weeks to adjust the secondary reserves to a combat-ready state, but the Normans only gave him 4. After the fall of AO City, the focus of the battlefield shifted to Dart and Mornstein to its south. Although the Federal Army units displayed a spirit of not yielding an inch of land, the Norman army was at the height of its momentum, aided by flying fleets and ground artillery groups. After a period of tragic and bloody fighting, the Normans occupied these 2 cities, which were already little more than ruins. This effectively split the territory of the Ulster Free Federation in 2, the eastern part of the Federation, centered around the capital, Liberty City, which still possessed vast depth and rich resources, and the western part of the Federation, which still held 4 states and 100 cities, backed by the Monomolan Mountains and consisting mainly of mountainous terrain. South of Mornstein was not the end of the world, of course, but whether it was the rugged peaks of the Woolen Mountains or the ice-filled Antarctic Sea, both were difficult for land and sea transport to traverse. Relying solely on airships was insufficient to establish a smooth transportation line, and even emergency transport could hardly be guaranteed safety. Norman warships based in Mornstein could easily cover most of the Woolen Mountains and the Antarctic Sea with their patrol range. After successively capturing AO City, Dart, and Mornstein, the Norman army, which had recently suffered hundreds of thousands of casualties, surprisingly did not halt its offensive pace. They advanced from the direction of AO City into the Lorraine Federal State and subsequently engaged in a fierce battle with the Federal Army in the Malincheek Forest. Although the Federal Army successfully held this line, forcing the Normans to temporarily retreat to the eastern border of the Lorraine Federal State, the heavy casualties returned several main combat divisions that had just undergone rest and replenishment to a half-crippled state. Seeing no hope for a counterattack, the high-level command of the Federal Army had no choice but to drastically adjust their operational deployment. However, while the new operational plan formulated by the General Staff Headquarters was still being disseminated, the Norman army on the western front launched an all-out offensive in the Monomolan Mountains. Deprived of the continuous flow of personnel and equipment from the rear and having previously transferred out several elite units, the Federal Army stationed in the Monomolan Mountains failed to turn the tide this time. In less than 10 days, all 4 major fortresses of the Federal Army on the western front fell, and hundreds of thousands of troops retreated one after another. However, under the sabotage of enemy airborne troops and defectors, the Federal Army's retreat became chaotic. Countless wounded fell while crossing the vast snowy plains. More critically, many units were surrounded by the enemy during their retreat. As a result, only 20 to 30% of the Federal Army units retreating from the Monomolan front reached the Brighton Federal State and the Lorraine Federal State. The war situation deteriorated rapidly. The primary reservists at the Somme-Zonas reserve camp were transferred away early by superiors, and the recruitment of a new batch of reservists was carried out ahead of schedule. The busy training scenes could not hide the trepidation in the hearts of the officers and men. To cope with the foreseeable hard times, Weiss drilled his secondary reserves while making various preparations that others did not fully understand. Theoretically, the rich mineral deposits of the Lorraine Federal State could provide all the resources needed for military production, but the mineral development and smelting industries here were unbalanced, and the industrial puzzle was incomplete. For example, while coal and crude steel production were more than sufficient, there was only one factory with the capacity to produce seamless steel pipes. There were many chemical enterprises producing gunpowder, but their scale was small. Copper smelting and product manufacturing capabilities were weak. Judging by the current capacity of various industrial products, even the full-load operation of the Klemperhesen factory could not be guaranteed. For another example, there were 4 engine manufacturing enterprises with a monthly output of over 600 engines of various types, but there wasn't a single enterprise manufacturing optical equipment, vehicle tires, or steel tracks. Given that the external environment was unlikely to improve in the short term, it was essential to stockpile and control materials that were scarce in the region and allocate military industrial capacity accordingly. The breakthrough of the Norman army on the Western Front not only caused military personnel to be filled with anxiety but also made the populace deeply worried about their lives and property. Among them, Fat Joseph was perhaps the one most tempted to weep without tears. The private assets he had painstakingly managed, besides the recently invested Klemperhesen factory, were most successful with the Lawrence automobile manufacturing plant and the Berfat roller bearing factory, the former located in Ao City and the latter in Regun. As the Norman army surged into the Federation's heartland from the northern border, both factories were forced to relocate. Apparently out of considerations for diversifying risk and cooperative production, Fat Joseph relocated the entire roller bearing factory to the vicinity of the capital, Liberty City, while moving the production equipment, skilled workers and their families from the Lawrence automobile manufacturing plant to Nampa City, not far from Samsonas. Now, the roller bearing factory moved near Liberty City was trapped in a predicament of insufficient raw materials. Although the automobile plant that came to the Lorraine federal state had collaborated with the Klemperhesen factory to launch the Wild Horse, which satisfied the military, he faced a new choice as the Norman army approached: either dismantle and transfer the production equipment or hide it nearby. Otherwise, these machines would be gifted to the enemy for nothing. At Weiss's strong suggestion, Fat Joseph's automobile manufacturing and the Klemperhesen factory began a planned and organized decentralized transfer. After obtaining military approval, they selected sites for secret warehouses and camps in various mountain ravines, valleys, and woodlands among the peaks. While implementing construction, they transported various production equipment along with semi-finished products, raw materials, workers, and families to these locations to reorganize production on the spot. As the 5th week since Weiss's return to the small town of Samsonas was drawing to a close, the Norman army, having entered Federation territory from the Monomolan Mountains line, advanced like hungry wolves and fierce tigers to the mountain city of Slin, 100 miles away. In the era of cold weapons, it had become an important outpost for the Ulst people to resist external invasions by virtue of its treacherous terrain, having thwarted attacks by the Basel army and offensives by the Isnir tribal alliance. In the age of industrial civilization, the Federal Army had withstood the Norman army's siege here for as long as 4 months. Before giving up resistance due to the exhaustion of ammunition and food, the garrison still extracted a promise from the Normans not to destroy the town or violate the residents, which could be called an honorable defeat. This time, if the Federal Army retreating to Slin could hold out for even 4 weeks, Weiss and the others' preparations around Samsonas could be more thorough. But unexpectedly, only 2 days later, the news of Slin's fall reached Samsonas. From the wretched retreaters, Weiss learned the reason for Slin's rapid fall. The Normans dispatched a fleet to bombard Slin, and ground troops followed with an offensive. Just after the exploratory attacks were thwarted, they employed a stunning tactic, using a heavily armored warship carrying marines to forcibly land inside Slin. Coordinating from within and without with the besieging forces, they took advantage of the garrison's inability to defend both front and rear, capturing this uniquely situated fortress city in one fell swoop. This Trojan horse-style tactic was very similar to the method the Norman army previously used to break through the Ao City defensive line. Without a commander with extremely strong adaptability and elite troops with rich combat experience, it was simply impossible to deal with the Normans' unreasonable wild flurry of punches. The road from Slin to Samsonas wound through continuous mountains. In a purely two-dimensional war, this terrain would undoubtedly have the advantage of being easy to defend and hard to attack. However, the existence of airships meant that warfare in the industrial age had long since evolved into a three-dimensional model. Intimidated by the airborne jump tactics the Norman army excelled at, the retreating Federal army only detached a small number of troops to hold various key passes, while the main combat power concentrated at transportation hubs or important towns. Such a defensive method fared worse and worse in the face of the Normans' almost imaginative tactical thinking, and military morale naturally suffered. Not only the commanders of the regular units, but even acting Colonel Magran, who was in charge of local security in Samsonas, wore a frown all day. When Weiss proposed to him to lead the secondary reserves to take the initiative and wage guerrilla warfare in the mountains and forests around Slin, Magran immediately looked at him with an incredulous expression. After a long silence, he squeezed out a sentence: "This is war, where countless people die every day. There's no need to act tough just to be a hero in front of the folks back home." These words fully exposed his ignorance and also made Weiss feel helpless. He solemnly guaranteed that he would never play the hero with the lives of over 200 secondary reserve soldiers. The reason he was leading them into battle now was also due to the current critical situation, to let them adapt to this cruel war early on. With the arrival of several Federal Army combat units, Magran basically no longer had a say in the regional military affairs of Samsonas, but the secondary reserves were a special existence among the local security forces. As long as the local garrison did not make explicit demands, the local security chief had the right to deploy them for low-intensity tasks such as security, patrols, and reconnaissance in the war zone. The Federal Army did not have a clear definition of the concept of guerrilla warfare, and it was not improper to classify it under the category of combat reconnaissance. However, after weighing it repeatedly, Magran still did not make a decision on the spot, but told Weiss to go back and wait for orders. Weiss did not just sit and wait. Instead, he took the soldiers of the secondary reserves to the Klemperhesen factory to help the workers load the remaining production equipment and various semi-finished products onto trucks to be transferred to various secret warehouses outside the city. Along the way, he received the latest and final batch of weapons and equipment to come off the production line. In one more working day, all light lathes, boring machines and milling machines of the Klemperhesen factory, along with key components of heavy equipment, would be transferred into place. Even if the Norman army occupied Samsonas, before the existing semi-finished products and materials were exhausted, the Klemperhesen factory could continue to manufacture rifles, machine guns, autocannons, and corresponding bullets and shells for the needs of the Federal Army and reserve units. Just then, a bad premonition became reality. A Norman fleet suddenly emerged from the clouds, attacking the Federal Army barracks and various defensive fortifications in Samsonas with fierce shelling. Then, 4 armored Norman transport ships forcibly landed inside and outside Samsonas under the Federal Army's anti-aircraft fire. This series of operations was as fierce as a tiger, the scene like a rhinoceros charging into a vegetable garden. Ancient buildings collapsed under the heavy weight of the Norman vessels, dust rose everywhere in the urban area, and fully armed Norman Empire marine infantry rushed out from the dust, leaving the Federation military and civilians stunned and speechless. Chapter 100, Starting Guerrilla Mode. The fastest update of the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. The Norman fleet arrived at Samsonas with murderous intent. Weiss did not hesitate or waver. He ordered the second-class reserves to disperse and transfer according to the predetermined plan, then galloped all the way back from the factory to Krumbehesen Castle. The roar of cannons was as intense as the fiercest summer thunderstorm. When Weiss returned to the castle, the lord and lady, his sister Bella, the butler Rainer, and various servants were hurriedly packing their things. Seeing this, Weiss grew anxious and urged, "Go. Leave quickly. Don't bring anything except what you need to survive. Get to camp number 1 as fast as possible. Bring the lord's rheumatism medicine," called out the lady. "Bring the lady's suede blanket," the lord shouted back. Compared to the panicked lord and lady, Bella was much more composed. Wearing a simple riding outfit and carrying a white first aid kit, she was the first to take the reins of her mount from the butler Rainer. Since the war broke out, although the school hadn't suspended classes, the curriculum had been adjusted, making medical first aid an important required course. Bella and her classmates had also joined the local women's medical team. If she hadn't been underage, she would have already been helping at a field hospital. Seeing Bella mount her horse, Weiss felt relieved and instructed, "No matter what happens on the road, don't stop. We'll meet at Camp No. 1. Bella looked at Weiss reluctantly, her words revealing her strength and maturity. "Don't worry about me, take care of yourself." Weiss nodded and turned his attention back to the lord and lady. Although they were getting older, they were still capable of normal movement, and riding was their primary leisure activity, so a short to medium distance ride would be no problem. The lord and lady finally mounted their horses. Weiss instructed the butler Rainer, "For now, the Norman's attention is on the city. You can go a bit slower, but ensure everyone's safety." Watching everyone leave by horse or carriage, Weiss stayed behind alone to guard the rear. Before long, a squad of second-class reserve soldiers arrived at the castle by truck. Weiss had them head straight for the stables to take all 20-plus horses kept by the Klemperhesen family. In fact, over the past 5 weeks, besides regular combat skills, Weiss had taught his second-class reserve soldiers a skill that seemed trivial but was very practical at critical moments: horsemanship. On Oren's planet, where the overall climate resembles Siberia, horses have been essential tools for survival for thousands of years. Whether for logging, mining, land reclamation, or intercity transport, horses were needed. However, the development of industrial civilization brought earth-shaking changes to people's lifestyles. The advent of steam engines, internal combustion engines, and electrical equipment significantly reduced the importance and necessity of horses. For the general public, horsemanship was no longer a necessary life skill. A few short weeks were certainly not enough to train excellent knights, but they could at least improve the skills of soldiers with some basic horsemanship, allow soldiers who had never ridden to quickly evacuate using horses in times of danger, and increase the flexibility and mobility of combat personnel in guerrilla operations. The people had evacuated, and the horses had been moved. Weiss felt no attachment to the valuable possessions in the castle. On his way to the secret camp, he kept looking back at Samsonas, where the sound of gunfire and artillery never ceased. The Normans were coming in force, and the Federal Army stationed in Samsonas likely wouldn't last long for this peaceful little city and its non-combatants. This wasn't necessarily a bad thing. At least their homes wouldn't be completely leveled by artillery fire, and their lives wouldn't vanish in the fierce battle. Inside Samsonas, the development of the battle was worse than the Federal Army commander's worst-case scenario. The blossoming from the center tactic used by the Normans completely disrupted the garrison's defensive deployment from the very beginning. Although the 4 Norman warships were old armored ships, in such a small city, they were like 4 steel fortresses falling from the sky. The Federal Army defending the urban area had no weapons to counter them and instead struggled under the suppression of the enemy's direct fire. Although the number of Norman soldiers landing with these warships was small, with the support of the naval guns, they quickly occupied the buildings around the landing points and engaged in positional warfare with the Federal Army, which had superior numbers but plummeting morale. Whether it was frontal infiltration, lateral flanking, or deep penetration, they executed various tactics with great success. While the battle inside the city raged, outside, the Norman army used transport ships to unload thousands of combat infantry. They followed the barrage of the fleet's artillery fire, advancing toward the Federal Army's positions. After charging into the trenches, they quickly cleared out the remaining enemies with bayonets, machine guns, and grenades, crushing the Federal Army's defensive positions in the west and north of the city in a single round. The aerial assault tactic that the Ulster-Wessex Allied forces had used repeatedly in the later stages of the previous war also shone brilliantly in the hands of the Normans. Just as Weiss had judged, the Normans were intent on quickly capturing Soms-Onus and ignored the Federation military and civilians evacuating the small city. Before long, he successfully arrived at Camp No. 1, more than 20 li from Soms-Onus. This camp was right next to the main road, primarily serving as a transit point for personnel and supplies, as well as a place to help displaced people. The real guerrilla bases were the secret camps hidden deep in mountain streams, valleys, and forests. Backed by the Klemper-Heessen family, Weiss had not only dispersed and moved production equipment but had also stockpiled a considerable amount of combat supplies in advance. Even with the sudden Norman attack, the planned preparations had reached a relatively ideal level of completion. As time passed, the soldiers of the second-class reserves arrived one after another. By the time news of Simpson's fall arrived, Weiss had assembled 91 reservists at Camp No. 1 alone, with only 9 failing to return in time. If the reservists arriving at other camps reached this level, the situation would be much better than Weiss had expected. After all, these second-class reserve soldiers were not yet federal soldiers in the true sense. They received no soldier's pay, were often looked down upon, and not everyone had the courage to join the battlefield when the situation was unfavorable. Furthermore, Soms-Onus was their home. If they left the ranks out of concern for their family's safety, while it violated military regulations, it was entirely understandable from a human perspective. Now that the Norman army had captured Soms-Onus, they could send airships at any time to sweep away the remaining enemies in the surrounding areas and blockade various intersections. Weiss had the workers from the Krumbelhessen factory and their families moved from Camp No. 1 to various secret camps where production equipment was placed, according to the preset evacuation plan. The Lord and Lady, accompanied by the butler Rayner, also set off for secret Camp No. 3, which had relatively better conditions. Bella stayed at Camp No. 1 for the time being, waiting for her classmates who had agreed to form a small medical squad. According to Bella, they hoped to use their skills to provide medical assistance to the military and civilians evacuated to the secret camps. Most of the second-class reserve soldiers went to the secret camps along with the workers, while those with better horsemanship stayed behind to conduct patrols around Camp No. 1 with Weiss. The battle for Soms-Onus ended in less than half a day with the defeat of the Federal Army. Excluding those killed or captured, many of the garrisoned Federal troops should have been able to withdraw. Organized units would likely retreat to other town strongholds, while those whose units were broken or who lost contact during the fight might scatter to various places around the battlefield. The early evacuation of the Krumbelhessen factory and the guerrilla preparations of the second-class reserves had been reported to the Federal Army's garrison headquarters in Soms-Onus. Ordinary Federation officers and soldiers might not have known the details, but they had heard something about it. After the Norman army captured Soms-Onus, Camp No. 1 became a popular spot for stragglers to gather. Previously, whether in Hofentus or Ao City, Weiss had commanded stragglers gathered temporarily on the battlefield. Undoubtedly, these combatants' abilities were significantly stronger than those of the second-class reserve soldiers, but in Soms-Onus, the situation was a bit different. This was the home ground of the Klemper-Heessen family. The reservists recruited locally were united in their awareness of defending their homes, while most of the combat units stationed in Soms-Onus had retreated from the Monomoran front. They came from all over the Federation, and fighting as guerrillas in the Lorraine Mountains held no appeal for them. Therefore, Weiss neither took advantage of this nor actively sought to fraternize with them. Instead, he watched these Federation officers and soldiers rest here, take rations and water stored in the camp, and then leave on their own. During this time, Weiss noticed that the local people who came here to escape the war had little interaction with these defeated Federal soldiers. When the soldiers left the camp, the people showed no reluctance to see them go, let alone spontaneously move with them. The nation belongs to everyone, but home belongs to each individual. The Norman army occupying Soms-Onus seemed busy cleaning up the battlefield, constructing positions and guarding against a counterattack by the Federal Army. Until dark, their warships only patrolled the sky and did not launch a vigorous pursuit of the retreating or scattered Federal Army. After waiting until dark, Weiss returned to Camp No. 1. By then, Bella was surrounded by several girls of similar age. Their faces were full of youth and their bodies still somewhat delicate, but their eyes were bright, showing the resilience and strength within them. Our volunteer medical team has a total of 47 people. Previously, 33 signed up to join us, but now only 7 have come. Bella's tone carried a hint of regret and worry. Weiss comforted her, the battle came too suddenly. Perhaps they wanted to come out, but were blocked by bullets in the streets and had to stay home and wait for the fighting to end. Don't worry too much. As long as they have the heart, they will join you when the opportunity arises. Bella was silent for a while, looking up to meet Weiss's eyes. The sadness in her gaze reminded him of the missing Nicola. Weiss smiled bitterly. This is the war we tried so hard to avoid but couldn't. The sadness in Bella's eyes deepened, but she didn't let it show on her face. Instead, she asked expectantly, at the end of the war, will there be the victory we look forward to? Weiss reached out and patted her head, that's a must. Bella suddenly straightened her chest and saluted Weiss like a soldier, then lead us to victory, Captain Klemper-Heessen. Weiss immediately returned the salute, as you command. My medical officer. After encouraging each other, the siblings each mounted their horses and, along with the second-class reserve soldiers, took the brave female medics to the secret base in a hidden location, with each soldier carrying one medic. Chapter 1, Witness my 18 Martial Arts. The fastest updates for Iron Soul of Steel are right here. At around 3 in the afternoon, north of the mountain city of Slin, in a sentry post outside a Norman army encampment, a Norman soldier on duty gazed boredly at the rolling mountains ahead. Late autumn had passed, and winter was approaching. The mountain forests were desolate. Before long, everything here would be covered in a vast expanse of white snow. At that time, the mountain roads would be difficult to traverse, and large-scale logistical supplies would have to rely on aerial transport. According to conventional experience, skirmishes between the two armies would decrease significantly. Over the next few months, as long as one wasn't transferred to the front lines, days would likely be as monotonous and dull as this: no combat, no casualties, and thus no sorrow. Such a state seemed rather good. Thump. Thump. 2 consecutive, unusual gunshots shattered the tranquility of the mountains and broke the Norman soldiers' reverie. 2 bullets instantly pierced the sentry post, followed by a scream of agony from within. Hearing the gunshots, Norman soldiers on duty in other directions quickly ran over to investigate. Then came 2 more dull, powerful thumps of gunfire. Another Norman soldier was hit while running, and the scene was even more horrific. A bloody, mangled hole had been blasted into the man's chest. He struggled on the ground for a few moments before falling still. Realizing this was a premeditated enemy ambush using high-powered, long-range, and highly accurate firearms, the remaining Norman soldiers quickly hit the dirt or sought cover. In the barracks, sharp whistles blew one after another, the hurried sound of footsteps was incessant, followed by the roar of engines. Just then, a sharp-eyed Norman soldier spotted something unusual to the northeast and shouted loudly, guiding his comrades to return fire. However, before the Normans could operate their autocannons and light artillery for retaliatory fire, the 3 attackers had already quickly retreated on horseback. Shortly after, a squad of wheeled armored combat vehicles charged out of the Norman barracks, aggressively pursuing the direction in which the attackers had retreated. In a forest over 20 li away, Weiss chose a tall, sturdy sandalwood tree. Standing on a high branch, he focused his attention on the direction of Slin. Seeing clouds of dust rising at the end of the road, he raised his eyebrows and let out a whistle. In the forest, the Samsonas second-tier reserve soldiers returned to their combat positions. Since the fall of Samsonas, they had retreated into the mountain forests under Weiss's leadership to avoid the brunt of the Norman army. While various Federation army units struggled to resist the Norman invasion, they did not launch suicidal raids from the enemy's rear. Instead, they discreetly and cautiously moved personnel and supplies, and found ways to report gathered intelligence on enemy movements to Federation army combat units, though with little effect. In less than 20 days, more than half of the Lorraine federal state had fallen into the hands of the Norman army, and the situation for the Federation army on the western front grew increasingly dire. Unless there was a miraculous reversal of the war, an epic great retreat across the line of fire, or a break from convention by splitting regular forces into small units to wage guerrilla warfare, they would face the doom of mass capture. The tragedy at the strategic level stemmed from the decay beneath the surface of freedom. Even President Leopold, in his high position, worked himself to exhaustion to no avail. With Weiss's current status and position, sacrificing his life alongside them would be useless. He simply adjusted his mindset and strategy to do what was within his power and achieve what he could, leading this group of underestimated second-tier reservists to wage a grand guerrilla war in the occupied territory where the Normans thought they could sleep soundly. Deep in the forest, 4 wild horse light armored vehicles covered in branches and leaves were already prepared. In addition to being equipped with 5 PIR caliber Wasp autocannons, each also carried a 1.5 PIR caliber mortar. During early guerrilla training, Weiss had already familiarized these soldiers with the performance of these new weapons. Their absolute range was much shorter than field guns, and their power was weaker than field guns of the same caliber, but their unique trajectory was suited for attacking or ambushing enemies in complex environments, a point that future battles would fully prove. The Wild Horse light armored vehicle was a wheeled vehicle and could not withstand the recoil of a 1.5 PIR caliber field gun. The combination of the Wasp autocannon and mortar was just right. After the fall of Samsonas, Weiss used equipment transferred from the Klemper-Hessen factory to reinforce the Wild Horses, simplifying the tire installation structure so that tire change time was reduced from 10 to 15 minutes to about 5 minutes. He also used deep tread tires to enhance traction in mountainous terrain. At the edge of the forest, 46 soldiers from 2 squads lay prone behind simple firing cover. Machine gunners set up 1.4 PIR, that is, 9 mm caliber water-cooled machine guns, while riflemen used KT semi-automatic rifles of the same caliber. Both used the same model of ammunition, which not only simplified the logistical burden but also facilitated tactical coordination on the battlefield. Everything was prepared for this tailor-made guerrilla war. The 3 Lorraine guerrilla fighters sent to lure the enemy were skilled riders and used the best horses. Even so, after running continuously for over 20 li, the distance between them and their pursuers gradually closed. As long as they had enough fuel, the enemy's combat vehicles would not tire. On the high branch, Weiss lowered his binoculars and squinted to observe the enemy situation ahead. After a moment, he looked down at the orderly beneath the tree and said, "The enemy sent 9 combat vehicles, 3 in front and 6 behind, not far apart. We'll let them get closer before we strike. Tell everyone to stay calm. No one is allowed to fire until they see the green flare." The orderly was a young man who had just turned 18. He was thin but ran fast and was clever, making him perfect for this role. The 3 riders entered the forest and, guided by their comrades, reached Weiss's location. They dismounted, and one of them walked quickly to the base of the tree, looking up to report, "Captain, the mission was a success. We killed 3 Norman soldiers and lured out the enemy's mobile unit." The battle was about to begin. Although staying in the tree provided a good field of observation, it also increased the probability of being hit. Weiss immediately climbed down and said to this wrinkled, elderly reservist, "You've worked hard. As long as we can deal a heavy blow to those Norman dogs, Any hardship is worth it. Almost any Federation soldier who had participated in the last Great War would disparagingly call the Norman Empire's army Norman dogs. This veteran in his 50s was indeed a witness to that war, though he was somewhat unlucky. The war lasted 5 years, and he spent all 5 years in the Federation army, yet he rarely saw the battlefield. He was neither wounded nor decorated, serving as a common soldier and receiving an honorable discharge unscathed when the war ended. Although he was unproductive during the Great War, it wasn't due to personal cowardice or incompetence. During his 5 years of service, he received formal and rigorous training and mastered all the military skills an infantryman should possess. With such a solid foundation, he was fully capable of serving as a sergeant, yet he was kicked into the second-tier reserve because of age limits. It was truly ironic. In the 3-man team sent to lure the enemy, this veteran served as the observer and commander. Although he shared the credit for killing the 3 Norman soldiers, it wasn't by his own hand. Thus, his tally of enemy kills remained at a pathetic 0. But a soldier's contribution to war should not be limited to cold kill counts. Weiss said to him emphatically, "If we win this battle, yours will be the primary credit." The veteran did not become complacent because of the officer's praise. His expression and tone could not hide his inner worry. The outcome of such a small-scale battle is insignificant to the overall situation. "I hope our efforts won't be in vain in the end." "They won't be in vain," Weiss responded with certainty. Accompanying the veteran to lure the enemy were 2 stocky young soldiers. The weapons they used to kill enemy soldiers from a distance were individual anti-materiel rifles made from 5 PIR caliber autocannon parts, which Weiss named halberd. Aside from only being able to fire single shots, they had almost no obvious drawbacks. Recoil too high? Inconvenient to carry? On Oren's planet, in the Ulster Free Federation, in the Lorraine Federal State, and in this guerrilla force of Weisses that seemed to be composed of the old, weak, sick, and disabled, these were not problems. In fact, these 2 shooters had no physical or mental defects other than not meeting the height standards of the Federation Army's combat units. The enemy drew closer, but Weiss wasn't panicked at all. He crouched and moved to the firing line at the forest's edge, kneeling by a tree and calmly observing the enemy's movements through his binoculars. Finally, the orderly returned to his side. "Captain, your orders have been delivered. Good work." Weiss gave him a quick word of praise, then observed for a while longer before taking out a small notebook and pen he carried. He quickly wrote down a set of bombardment coordinates and marked them 3-round rapid fire, tore off the paper, and had the orderly take it to the fire support group commander, Godin. This man was not originally in the reserve forces but was an artillery engineer hired by the Klemper-Hessen factory. He had a deep understanding of the ballistic performance of various cannons. Through his contact with Weiss, he had developed a strong interest in the guerrilla warfare model Weiss designed and had volunteered to join the ranks of these Lorraine guerrilla fighters. Before long, the 3 leading Norman combat vehicles approached the forest. From Slin to this point, they had basically followed an existing dirt road. This road did not extend into the forest but bypassed it. The Normans had clearly seen the attackers enter the forest on horseback. They slowed down outside the forest and then used their mounted machine guns and autocannons to spray the forest with fire. Weiss stayed low to avoid being hit by stray bullets while whispering to the soldiers to stay calm. Although the 3 Norman combat vehicles had entered effective range, the big fish behind them hadn't entered the net yet. If they fired too early, they wouldn't achieve the intended ambush effect. Not only would they fail to catch the big fish, but they might even get bitten by the opponent. After spraying fire haphazardly and seeing no movement in the forest, the Normans decided to continue along the road, bypassing the forest to pursue eastward. As the 3 combat vehicles were flanking the forest, the 6 following vehicles finally arrived in front of the forest and entered the area Weiss had marked with bombardment coordinates. Weiss decisively pulled out his flare gun, flipped the safety, and fired a green flare into the sky. As the flare rose slowly into the air, the sound of guns and cannons erupted in the forest. The resilient and strong Lorraine guerrilla fighters finally loudly sang their stirring and surging song of the brave. Chapter 2 Tremble, Norman Dogs. 3 rounds of rapid fire and 12 mortar shells disabled 3 of the 6 Norman combat vehicle in the blink of an eye. Although the remaining 3 were still mobile, the drivers had been so disoriented by the sudden artillery fire and smoke that they ended up driving their vehicles like bumper cars. Aside from the mortars, the 5 PIR caliber anti-tank rifles also served as can openers effective against enemy armored vehicles. While the 1.4 PIR caliber water-cooled machine guns lacked sufficient penetration power, lowering the muzzle and sweeping the area burst many tires on the spot and incidentally harvested quite a few Norman soldiers fleeing the damaged vehicles. On the other side of the woods, the 3 leading Norman combat vehicle were met with dense and fierce autocannon fire from 4 Mustang light armored vehicles. In less than half a minute, the drum-fed Wasp autocannons reduced them to piles of scrap metal. It was easy to see why this plain-looking weapon had been favored by the Federal Army military as soon as it was introduced. Officers who had seen the comprehensive tests of the prototype even lamented that if this weapon had been produced a year earlier, the Federation Army would certainly have been able to seize more initiative in ground battles against the Normans. Weiss did not join in the heated shooting, but instead calmly observed the situation from a commander's perspective. Since the ambushers had destroyed 6 of the 9 Norman combat vehicle in a very short time with almost no casualties on their own side, there was no reason to let the remaining 3 Norman combat vehicle escape. He decisively loaded a flare into his signal pistol and fired a second green flare into the sky. Upon seeing the command signal, the Mustang light armored vehicles deployed in the rear followed the pre-surveyed route to the front of the woods, delivering another wave of autocannon fire to finish off all the Norman combat vehicle that had finally figured out the situation and intended to retreat. The gunfire ceased. The battle had only lasted 6 or 7 minutes, faster than anyone could have imagined. What next? Clean up the battlefield, count the achievements, And keep detailed records? No, save it. Thousands of people die on the front lines every day, who would care whether the guerrilla force killed 50 or 80 enemies in occupied territory? Quit while ahead and decisively withdraw everyone? No, it's not that cheap. As soon as the battle ended, Weiss sent out riders again to act as forward scouts, while he led his troops in the opposite direction to hide in a patch of woods closer to the mountain city of Slin. He had his soldiers cover the tire tracks left by the vehicles as they left the road and entered the woods using dry grass and leaves, drape camouflage nets and branches over the mustangs, and dig simple firing bunkers at the edge of the woods. About 20 minutes later, the cavalryman responsible for reconnaissance returned to report that a convoy of military vehicles was approaching from the direction of the mountain city of Slin. Except for the sedans carrying officers, the rest were trucks, some of which were towing field artillery. Such a grand display, it seems they intend to wipe out the attackers' lair. They've come just in time. Ambush 2.0 was about to begin. Weiss specifically climbed to the treetop to observe the distant sky with his special vision. Leading the Lorraine guerrilla fighters into battle for the first time, he was confident in using this counterintuitive tactical strategy because all deployments were sufficiently cautious and detailed, making the probability of being seen through by the Normans near zero. For guerrillas, the greatest threat on the battlefield was the Norman warship. They certainly couldn't fight them, and if it were daytime, they couldn't run away. That was why he specifically chose mid-afternoon to cause trouble, in order to use the long night to conceal their movements. If they were lucky, no Norman warship would appear before dark. If they were unlucky and a Norman warship happened to be nearby, the situation would be a bit more troublesome. This battle was destined to be a beautiful opening victory. Within the range of his vision, there were no Norman aircraft. Weiss loaded the flare into the signal pistol as usual, waited for the Normans to enter his ambush circle, and then fired the green flare into the sky. Tremble! You Norman dogs! The 5 PIR caliber autocannons lived up to the Wasp code name, 4 guns fired in unison, immediately unleashing a terrifying storm of bullets. Not only did debris and flesh fly on the dirt road outside the woods, but even the branches and leaves in the woods were swept away in large numbers. Watching the Norman military trucks break down one by one, and even explode, the second-tier reservists who had been at the very bottom of the Federation military forces until recently, like hunting turkeys, sent the Normans back home without hesitation or mercy. At this moment, they underwent a transformation in temperament, turning from ignorant novices into a group of ruthless savage killers. To deal with the Normans, 1 sedan, 7 trucks, 2 field artillery pieces in transit, and about 100 soldiers riding in the vehicles, the Lorraine guerrilla fighters sustained fire for nearly a quarter of an hour. The overall situation was decided in the first 5 minutes, and the last 10 minutes were basically spent mopping up the remaining enemies. The ambush ended. Weiss stood at the edge of the woods, quietly watching the mess on the dirt road. His original plan was to relocate quickly after the battle, but the 2 field artillery pieces left behind by the Normans caught his eye. The evacuated and hidden Crumblehessen factory had partially restored its production capacity, so providing firearms and ammunition for the guerrilla force was not a problem, and they could even manufacture small batches of 1.5 PIR caliber mortars, mountain guns, and matching shells. In terms of the guerrilla warfare model, firepower was not an issue. The reason he took a fancy to the 2 Norman field artillery pieces was not to use them himself, but to use them as bait. Out of caution, before sending anyone to tow the artillery, Weiss used his human radar to scan the battlefield. He discovered that in addition to a few bloody survivors who hadn't died yet, there was a guy whose biological functions were basically full but whose mental vitality was very low. This situation was not unusual. Weiss had just seen this in some comrades in the Norman Army prisoner of war camps, and in the Federal Army prisoner of war camps. A few Norman soldiers were also like this, basically poor wretches whose bodies were uninjured but whose spirits were on the verge of collapse. This place was about 20 miles from the mountain city of Slin. During the battle, in addition to the explosion of mortar shells, there was the sympathetic detonation of shells carried on the Norman military vehicles. The sound and smoke produced by these explosions could be heard and observed in the mountain city of Slin, but the garrison there probably did not expect that the mechanized unit they dispatched would be wiped out in the occupied territory. Regardless of whether they had already summoned their own airships, within the range of vision, those steel beasts capable of rapidly changing the battle situation had not yet appeared. Seeing this, Weiss quickly adjusted his plan, led half of his infantry and 2 mustangs out of the woods, and arrived at the dirt road hundreds of feet away with the posture of a victor. The smoke here had already drifted away with the wind, and the smell of burning and rot came in waves, but the smell of blood was very thick. The most successful part of this ambush was that most Norman soldiers were shot on the trucks before they even had time to resist, and blood flowed down the truck boards. This scene was somewhat heart-wrenching, but compared to the Ulster-Wessex border defense line, the Monomolen Mountains front, Stillhaven, and later AO City, any battlefield Weiss had personally experienced was more tragic than the situation on the side of this dirt road. Weiss signaled his soldiers to check the condition of the 2 field artillery pieces. As long as their core components were not damaged in the battle, they were to be moved and hooked to the rear of their own armored vehicles. As for those dying Norman soldier, he neither dealt a cruel blow nor showed mercy, but let them fend for themselves. If they died, it was the end of it. If they were rescued, it would be a form of restraint for the Norman army's logistics and medical services. Following the direction obtained from his previous observation, Weiss walked unhurriedly to an overturned truck. In his line of sight, a Norman soldier covered in mud and blood was kneeling like a statue in front of the corpse of a fallen soldier. He didn't know if he was crying, but he must be very sad. Sometimes, mental trauma is easier to heal than physical injuries. This physically sound Norman soldier theoretically still had the potential to threaten or even kill Federation military and civilians. Weiss held his pistol, squeezed the grip, but eventually turned and walked away. After a simple inspection, Both Norman field artillery pieces had varying degrees of damage, especially their tires. 3 out of 4 were blown up, which meant they could not be towed normally. The soldiers quickly thought of a way. They used the spare tires from their own armored vehicles and ready-made screws and nuts to change the tires of the 2 field artillery pieces on the spot. Although not very reliable, they were barely usable. The key was that from dismantling to changing, it only took about 10 minutes. This efficiency was no less than that of the Federal Army's professional logistics and maintenance team. 2 consecutive ambushes were completed successfully. Before the superior commander of this Norman army unit could react, Weiss led the Lorraine guerrilla fighters happily on their way back. Although the night was deep, they wandered around in the familiar mountains and fields, sometimes erasing traces, sometimes creating illusions, making it difficult for the enemy to find them. By dawn, they returned to the secret stronghold north of Samsonas, hid the spoils deep in the dense forest, covered them with camouflage nets and branches, and waited for them to be put to great use in the next operation. At dawn, several Norman warship with bristling gun barrels hovered over the valley near the mountain city of Slin. Hundreds of Norman soldiers entered the woods in groups and teams, searching extensively for traces of the ambushers. Outside the woods, the destroyed vehicles had been cleared to the side of the road, but they were not ignored by the Normans. On the contrary, Norman officers in crisp uniforms came to inspect them one after another. These 2 unexpected ambushes obviously attracted their great attention. More than 100 remains of the fallen were neatly placed on the roadside and covered with the grey standard military blankets of the Norman army. Not far away, the Normans' field medical personnel set up a medical tent on the spot. The few Norman soldiers who had survived the ambush and the cold night had undergone surgery where needed, and debridement and bandaging where needed. They lay on white hospital beds, either with their eyes closed or with dull expressions. Only pain and sadness could be seen on them, with no desire for revenge or fighting spirit. Accompanied by a burst of hurried footsteps, the tent curtain was lifted, and several officers filed in. The leader called out, "Private First Class, Conyo Bearer." On one of the hospital beds, the Norman soldier with brown disinfectant on his face sat up somewhat slowly. Seeing that someone among the visitors was wearing collar tabs with red backgrounds and gold edges, he almost reflexively got out of bed, stood at attention, and mechanically shouted here. The Norman general who had personally come to the medical tent, wearing a military cap and a trench coat, walked up to the soldier with a solemn expression, frowned, and then reached out his hand. "Young hero, it was you who protected and saved these injured comrades." The Norman soldier raised his head. "No, General, I just did a little bit of what I could." The general had no intention of wasting words on this topic. He asked straightforwardly, "Tell me, soldier, who attacked you?" Facing a general, the Norman soldier appeared very nervous. He replied in a trembling voice, "It was a federal army with very strong combat capability." "How many of them were there? What uniforms were they wearing? What was the unit designation?" the general pressed. The Norman soldier opened his mouth several times but had nothing to answer. "Did you get knocked out in the battle, so you didn't see anything?" The general gave the other party a reasonable excuse, but this Norman soldier did not seem to understand worldly sophistication yet. He answered straightforwardly, "Sorry, General, Neofule was a partner I grew up with, closer than a brother. We served together, fought together, and experienced many battles. Seeing him fall and stop breathing, I couldn't bear it." The expression on the general's face began to change, from calm to annoyed, until it twisted in fury. The ensuing roar made everyone here clearly feel his anger. "When your partner and brother died gloriously in battle, you were so panicked that you didn't even see what the enemy looked like. This is an act of cowardice. A shameful act." The Norman soldier was stunned. After the officers who had just regarded him as a hero left, he still stood there like a wooden chicken, the sadness in his eyes covered by a layer of despair. Chapter 3, The Chain Trap. The latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel, updated as quickly as possible. In the era of flying warships, the Norman army's large-scale military occupation of enemy territory no longer employed the traditional model of setting up checkpoints and stationing troops everywhere. Instead, they concentrated their troops in key military locations. Control over non-garrisoned areas was mainly achieved by appointing locals as administrative and security officers or by enticing locals to provide intelligence. Once resistance activity was discovered, ground mobile units or flying warships were quickly dispatched to suppress it. This military occupation model saved the Normans a massive amount of manpower and reduced the probability of being attacked, but it provided a vast space for survival and operations for the guerrillas. 2/3 of the Lorraine federal state consists of mountainous terrain, while 1/3 is relatively flat basins and river valleys. In the mountainous regions, the Norman army chose to station troops in 4 towns, Slin, Balat, Valence, and Samsonas. During the previous Great War, the Normans had established military strongholds in Slin and Balat, while ignoring Valence and Samsonas. More than 20 years later, Slin and Balat remained key military locations, and the stationing of the Norman army there was a foregone conclusion. Meanwhile, Valence had established the largest thermal power plant in the Lorraine region, and its metallurgical industry had further expanded. Samsonas, having recently become the largest military industrial production base in the Lorraine region again, it was no surprise that it was targeted by the Normans. Located about 300 li north of Samsonas in the Sens River Valley, Valence was one of the few river port towns in the Lorraine region. Coal mined in the upper reaches of the Sens River was transported here by water, providing cheap and stable raw materials for metallurgical enterprises and thermal power plants. Weiss and the Lorraine guerrilla fighters fought a brilliant series of ambushes near Slin. Although this provoked Norman warships to patrol the Lorraine mountains every day, This clean and efficient combat style and the devastating results forced the Normans to adopt a more cautious attitude regarding the use of ground troops without warship cover or a force of less than a battalion. They dared not operate in the mountains and fields outside their strongholds. Guerrilla warfare is about technique and patience. After causing trouble, Weiss led the Lorraine guerrilla fighters into hiding for over a week. Afterward, they began to scout the situation of the Norman army garrison in Valence. Through repeated and detailed reconnaissance and inquiries, it was determined that the Norman army had stationed a regiment of troops here, numbering around 2,000, equipped with various military vehicles including armored fighting vehicles, reaching a semi-mechanized level. In addition, because it was relatively close to the Norman army's air base in Clairvaux, once a battle broke out, Norman warships could potentially arrive in about half an hour. Attacking Valence, aside from the military and political influence, was basically not worth the cost. A bounty was posted in the taverns and tea houses of Valence, regardless of whether by trickery, theft, or robbery, as long as one could obtain field artillery shells from the Norman army, they would be purchased at a price of 1 pound of pure gold per shell, with no upper or lower limit on quantity. Most residents of Valence laughed off this life-threatening job. However, as the news spread, it naturally reached the ears of the Norman garrison. They tried to trace the source of the news but gained nothing except for catching 2 brokers who knew nothing about the situation. Soon, Weiss, who was stationed at the secret base, received a mysterious message from Valence. Someone had managed to obtain 2 crates of 21 PIR caliber shells, with 3 shells per crate, and demanded the gold from the bounty. This sounded like a plot from a classic Wuxia novel. To a professional soldier who had received formal military education, it might seem inconceivable. However, driven by profit, it was not impossible for opponents fighting on the battlefield to conduct business in private. Through a broker contacted from the outside, the buyer and seller, who had never met, finally agreed on a time and place for the transaction. On a dark and windy night, in a desolate place, an old man with white hair drove a cargo wagon up the hillside. The surrounding area was rugged with rocks and sparse vegetation. A bit further away stood a ruined ancient castle with only crumbling walls left. On the pile of cargo on the wagon sat a person wearing a cloak, head lowered. It was difficult to judge their age or appearance without getting close, but judging by their physique and silhouette, it was likely a sturdy man. A while after the wagon stopped, 2 people in black cloaks rode horses from the direction of the castle ruins, silent and noiseless, like ghosts emerging from hell. When they got closer, the sound of horse hooves on the dirt ground gradually became clear. The person on the wagon spoke up, "Gentlemen, please do not come any closer." Hearing this deep male voice, the 2 black cloaks stopped 30 feet away, and one of them asked, "Where is the cargo?" "Let me see the gold first," said the person on the wagon. The 2 black cloaks looked at each other. The taller one slowly took 2 rectangular metal blocks out of his pocket, one in each hand, and knocked them together, producing a crisp, pleasant sound. The man on the wagon jumped to the ground, moved the few sacks stacked on top, and with a completely different posture, moved one down, untied it, dug out a shell about as long as an arm from a pile of metal bottles, and held it up as he turned toward the 2 men in black. "We risked our necks to get this cargo out, so don't try to pull any tricks, or we'll go down together." As he said this, the man cast a glance at the old man driving the wagon, who raised a hand, clearly clutching a bommy grenade. The tall black cloak replied, "Gold cannot buy victory, but shells can. One of you come over, dismount and walk over," the man demanded. The tall black cloak readily dismounted and walked to the wagon unhurriedly. "Are all the shells on the wagon?" "Of course," the man said, "give us the 2 horses, and the wagon is yours." The black cloak was noncommittal. He handed one of the metal pieces to the man. The man put down the shell, took the metal block, and couldn't help but bite it to test it. The black cloak squatted down to inspect the shell, touched it a few times, and asked, "Where are the fuses?" The man was stunned for a moment. "Aren't the fuses on it?" The black cloak stood up and stared at the man with cold, sharp eyes. Seeing a hint of panic in the man's blank and innocent expression, he said, "These shells are fitted with wooden plugs. You have to pull out the plugs and insert the fuses before they are of any use." The man quickly defended himself, "But the shells we got were like this. There was nothing else in the crate at the time, right?" "Old man." The old man on the wagon also hurriedly agreed, "No, absolutely not. To ensure safety, shells are of course transported and stored separately from the fuses." The black cloak turned and walked to his companion. The 2 whispered a few words to each other, then walked back to the wagon and said coldly, "Without the fuses, we can only give half the gold." "That won't do," the man said hurriedly. The black cloak spread his palms, "Either accept the terms, or cancel the deal." How could the man bear to return the heavy gold bars he had in hand? He gritted his teeth and made a difficult decision, 4 pounds of gold, no less. This was a transaction, but it was different from an ordinary one. The black cloak clearly didn't want to waste time haggling and immediately agreed to the counter-offer. After checking the remaining shells, he handed the other 3 pieces of gold to the man, walked to the front of the wagon, and took the reins, ready to leave. "You have to give us the horses," the man said. The black cloak said coldly, "If I were you, I would rather leave on foot, that won't attract as much attention." Thinking that what the other party said made sense, and given that the 2 black cloaks had maintained a ghostly coldness and gloominess from the moment they appeared, the man exchanged a look with the old man. After splitting the loot on the spot, they quickly disappeared into the thick night. The 2 black cloaks also exchanged looks. Then, one drove the wagon, and the other rode a horse while leading the other, moving unhurriedly in a direction away from Valence. On a moonless night, the clear night sky was dotted with a few stars. At that bone-chilling altitude, 3 Norman warships were arranged in a seemingly casual triangular formation. The propellers at the rear of the ships, used to propel them horizontally, were stationary. The hot smoke rising from the chimneys was sparse and faint, and the smoke, along with the faint mechanical roar, dissipated into the boundless night sky. Near the lower part of the bow of the lead warship, there was a fish-eye-like observation room. 2 Norman ship crew members were intently observing the situation below, each using a high-powered telescope. Behind them, one person was responsible for recording, one for communication, and there was also an officer in charge. Every few minutes, this Norman officer would walk under the dim cabin light, roll up his sleeve, and check his watch. After a long while, he paced behind the 2 observers and said in a low voice, "The agreed time has passed by half an hour. Keep a close eye on the target area. Our flight altitude is too high, the light from an explosion on the ground is weaker than the light of a match struck 100 feet away. Do not let any oversights occur, and do not let the tragedy that happened outside Slin occur under our very noses." The observer closest to him replied, "Don't worry, sir. The beacon of valence is always there, and our observation range will not deviate from the target area. It has been pitch black there. Let alone an explosion, even if someone fires a gun, we won't miss it." This impatient but confident Norman officer said, "There are 2 possibilities for no firefight occurring, one is that the fish didn't have the guts to come, and the other is that the fish took the bait. If it's the first, then we've all been busy for nothing this time, if it's the second, then there's a good show coming up. The hunters will follow the enemy's tracks to find their nest, surround them, and launch an attack. By then, we only need to provide a little support to completely solve the trouble here and commit our valuable flying combat power to the more important front lines. If things go smoothly, maybe we'll be setting off fireworks in the federal capital by New Year's." Both high-powered telescopes were monocular. The observer who spoke up lifted his head to stretch his neck, switched eyes to continue observing, and said, "If the enemy's nest is far from the target area, won't there be no battle until dawn?" The Norman officer thought for a moment, "If there's no movement within another half hour, we will adopt a 2-person shift system and take turns monitoring the situation on the ground." At this moment, the recorder suggested, "Perhaps we can start a small betting game, wagering on whether there will be a battle before dawn. The odds remain the same, 1 to 2. How about it?" The officer replied almost without thinking, "I bet 2 gold martis that there will be no battle tonight. Do you accept?" The recorder didn't hesitate much before answering, "Accepted." The communicator on the side shouted, "Ha, Dorzella, I knew you must have made a fortune in the last landing battle. Betting 2 gold martis without a second thought. All right. I'll also bet 1 gold marty that there will be no battle tonight. Don't be jealous of me." The recorder said with a laugh, "Participating in landing operations requires great courage, with a little bad luck, you could be killed. Besides, before the new year arrives, we should still have quite a few battles to fight, and you all will have your chances." Chapter 4, Scamming You Without Mercy. The fastest update for the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. After a midnight trek, the black-cloaked figure drove the carriage, bought for 6 pounds of gold, to an abandoned mine deep within the vast mountain forests. Such abandoned mines were commonplace in the mineral-rich Lorraine mountains. From the outside, the dense network of mine shafts looked like oversized anthills or beehives, while the tunnels inside were crisscrossed like a labyrinth. Once, this place had been bustling with activity, but once the minerals were exhausted, it was quickly abandoned. Being far from cities and towns, few people visited except for bored adventurers. However, during wartime, such abandoned mines could serve as a refuge for refugees or a hidden base for resistance fighters. At dawn, the black-cloaked figure on horseback caught up from behind, and the 2 entered a mine shaft equipped with tracks. In terms of size, let alone an ordinary carriage, even a truck could have driven inside. About 15 minutes later, a group of over a dozen riders wearing fur coats followed the fresh wheel tracks to the vicinity of the abandoned mine. Leading this group was a one-eyed middle-aged man with wrinkled skin and a sallow complexion, his single eye glinted with cunning and greed. Aside from the whistling north wind, the vast abandoned mine was silent. There was no sign of anyone, no warning signals, and no sentries or fortifications. Yet, within every deep mine shaft, 1 or more pairs of watchful eyes could be hiding, and from every pitch-black tunnel, a lethal bullet could be fired. Therefore, the riders did not charge straight into the pocket-shaped mine. Some dismounted and climbed the ridges with rifles to seize advantageous positions, while others continued to block the only path in and out of the mine. Though reluctant, under the riders' intimidation, the one-eyed middle-aged man tremblingly rode his horse into the abandoned mine. He only dared to wander around, peeking here and there, lacking the courage to approach any mine shaft, let alone enter one alone. As a result, he circled the mine again and again without being killed or finding anything. The riders outside did not rush him, nor did they come in to check for themselves, they simply waited there patiently. About half an hour later, the roar of machinery came from the sky. 3 Norman warships descended from the clouds, hovering several hundred feet above the ground, their bow cannons aimed at the abandoned mine. Then, one of the Norman warships lowered a hoist. One of the riders went beneath the warship to communicate with a ship crew member in the hoist. The ship crew member handed a field telephone from the hoist to the rider, and then the hoist rose back to the warship. Direct communication between the air and ground was conducted in real time through this wired telephone line. Another half hour passed, and a clamor of noise came from the direction of Valence. Armored vehicles led the way, followed by military trucks, as a large number of vehicles arrived at the abandoned mine along the old tracks. Hundreds of Norman soldiers quickly dismounted and set up a blockade around the mine pit, surrounding it completely. Field guns towed by trucks were also deployed behind the infantry in a firing stance. They only awaited a command from the top to pour shell fire onto the target. From the appearance of the Norman army's reconnaissance outposts to the arrival and completion of the encirclement by air and ground forces, there had been no unusual movement in the abandoned mine. However, with the fresh wheel tracks leading here, the Normans were certain the resistance fighters were hiding inside. Once all the support forces were in place, the riders entered the abandoned mine arrogantly. They intentionally unbuttoned their collars, revealing their bright, scarlet collar tabs. Only the one-eyed middle-aged man remained as he was. Surrender and your lives will be spared. Riding to the center of the abandoned mine, the leading rider shouted at the top of his lungs. But there was only an echo, no response. The leading rider frowned. He waved for his subordinates to investigate. Two riders resolutely dismounted and, pointing their guns at the one-eyed middle-aged man, approached the mine entrance where the fresh tracks disappeared. Just then, a smoking object suddenly flew out from inside the mine. Bommy grenade, someone shouted in the Norman language. After a thunderous explosion, the few people at the tunnel entrance were left covered in dust and grime. The riders raised their large caliber revolvers and fired into the tunnel bang, 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 but it was clearly useless. Retreat. Retreat. The leading rider, his face full of ferocity, called for everyone to withdraw from the abandoned mine. They certainly weren't scared off by a mere bommy grenade. On the contrary, this bommy grenade made them certain of the results of their midnight efforts. This was indeed the Resistance's secret lair. As soon as the riders withdrew, the Norman warships in the sky and the Norman artillery on the ground immediately opened fire. The rumbling of cannons startled the birds in the forest into flight, and the violent explosions filled the abandoned mine with dust and smoke. Mountainsides collapsed, and the ground split open. For anyone inside, it was an absolute catastrophe. 5 minutes later, the shelling ceased. After another 7 or 8 minutes, the smoke and dust in the abandoned mine cleared, but the landscape had changed significantly. A bombardment of this scale had directly collapsed many mine entrances, and it was certain that many tunnels deep inside had also caved in. However, this was not enough to ensure the resistance had been wiped out. The Norman cavalry serving as reconnaissance outposts re-entered the abandoned mine. They shouted toward the unblocked mine entrances, attempting to persuade any surviving resistance fighters to surrender, but there was still no response. When the persuasion failed, fully armed Norman infantry began to enter the abandoned mine. They were in squads of 10 to 12, including riflemen, machine gunners, demolition experts, and flamethrower units. The latter, in particular, carried large iron tanks on their backs and held long tubular flamethrowers with dancing flames at the nozzles, looking like fire demons emerging from purgatory. As dragons of fire surged into the mine tunnels, people could feel the soul-scorching heat from afar. If accompanied by desperate wails and screams, it would truly give the illusion of being in purgatory. Outside the mine, next to an armored command vehicle equipped with radio equipment, an exceptionally tall officer held binoculars, intently observing the clearing operation in the abandoned mine. He had a broad forehead, a high nose, and a heroic air about his brow. Though not yet middle-aged, he already wore silver-patterned collar tabs on a red background and a gleaming gold eagle-shaped medal on his collar, a testament to his distinguished military service. In the eyes of most Normans, such an officer was an admirable figure. The only flaw was his simple short hair instead of the long hair characteristic of the nobility. This meant he came from an ordinary family. Unless he gained the favor of the ruling class, it would be difficult for him to cross that invisible chasm and join the upper ranks of the military, no matter how outstanding his abilities or how loyal he was to his superiors. Except for that one bommy grenade that hadn't killed a single Norman soldier, the events in the abandoned mine from beginning to end were a one-man show for the Normans. Thus, the officer, who was at least half a head taller than the average Norman soldier, said to his adjutant without taking his eyes off the scene, "Hey, Quagler, tell me, if those rats are hiding in a mine pit hundreds of meters deep, should we block all the exits, or go in and clear it out?" This adjutant was of average Norman height, not particularly muscular, and had an ordinary appearance. If there was anything special about him, it was his bright, agile eyes, which faintly revealed his extraordinary wit. Logically, blocking the exits would suffice, but there's a very practical question: why did the enemy choose this pit to hide in? Besides a possible source of clean water, I think there must be passages leading elsewhere. Think about it, as long as they have a way out, they don't need to fight us head-on, and in fact, they haven't. The officer replied, Your analysis is correct. The enemy should have a way out. In that case, our men must go in. The enemy can flee quickly, but they can't move their equipment and supplies immediately. We can still gain something from this trip." The adjutant looked up at the warships hovering in the air. "With such a big show, if we gain nothing at all, I'm afraid we won't escape punishment. Anyway, it's still early before dark. We might as well search thoroughly, we might even catch some old or weak stragglers who didn't have time to escape." The officer deeply agreed and called for an orderly. Just as he was about to give instructions, a young sergeant leaned out from the door of the armored communication vehicle. "Colonel, we've received an urgent telegram. The message is still coming in, but from the first half, the situation seems a bit bad." The tall officer glared. "What do you mean by a bit bad?" The young sergeant hesitated. The tall officer had no choice but to patiently walk over. Upon hearing the other's whisper, his expression changed instantly. The adjutant, standing aside, caught the gist of it, and his expression also turned solemn. Just then, the roar in the sky changed in pitch. Looking up again, the 3 Norman warships were rising and turning, and the telephone lines used for air-to-ground communication were cut and dropped by the ship crew members. Could it be, this place is a trap set for us by the enemy, aimed at luring us here to take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack on Valence? The tall officer speculated bitterly. The adjutant rubbed his chin and pondered. Not necessarily. The tall officer's expression softened slightly. What's your view? You should remember that after the enemy successfully ambushed our forces outside Slin, they vanished for a while. Then, we received intelligence from Roddenworm saying the enemy wanted to sneak attack Valence. At that time, I was very puzzled. What is there in Valence worth the enemy's interest? Blowing up the thermal power plant to cut our power supply and prevent us from using Lorraine's factory equipment for production? Fine, they have 2 of our field guns, and if they get shells and secretly move them outside our perimeter to shell the power plant facilities to achieve their goal, it sounds logical. But Colonel, think about it, how much of what Lorraine's factories produce can we actually use on the battlefield? The adjutant spoke rapidly, yet it still felt like his speech couldn't keep up with his thoughts. Your analysis is correct, that is indeed an easily overlooked logical flaw. The tall officer paced with his hands behind his back, saying as he walked, but if their true goal isn't the thermal power plant in Valence, why would they go to such lengths to get shells? Just to increase their firepower? Or to sneak attack our warships? If the intelligence we obtained from enemy prisoners is accurate, those who ambushed us were a group of reservists who aren't even considered soldiers. Then the equipment they use must be more sophisticated than ours. They have no reason to rely on 2 ordinary field guns to boost their firepower. Following this logic, they must have another plan, and it likely has nothing to do with the power plant in Valence. So what could it be? Looking around and contemplating for a long time, the tall officer's eyes suddenly widened. Could their goal be to lure us out and then set an ambush to annihilate us? Chapter 5, Fighting Ghosts. Fastest updates for Iron Soul of Steel. Not long after the 3 Norman warships hastily departed, gunshots suddenly rang out to the northwest of the abandoned mine. Outside the abandoned mine, beside an armored command vehicle, an exceptionally tall Norman officer was discussing military affairs with his sharp-eyed adjutant. Hearing the chaotic gunfire in the distance, the 2 exchanged a glance, their expressions instantly turning serious. However, they did not panic or issue orders rashly. Instead, they patiently waited for a while until a messenger from a subordinate company came galloping on horseback. What's going on? The Norman Empire infantry colonel asked in a booming voice. The messenger hurriedly reported, the enemy ambushed our sentry post. Our soldiers were killed on the spot. The Igsun Combat Infantry Company has engaged in battle and is currently pursuing the enemy to the northwest. Who authorized them to pursue without orders? The Norman officer was already looking down at the messenger, and in his agitation, he roared, startling the unprepared messenger. At this moment, losing his temper at the messenger was clearly pointless. The adjutant quickly advised, Sir, with the sentry post destroyed, pursuing the enemy on the spot is logical. The primary issue now is how to respond next. Should we fire a blue signal flare to halt all operations and have each battalion and company consolidate their forces? The tall officer mused, halting the operation is certainly safe, but there is a very troublesome point. The Slin garrison previously suffered heavy casualties from an enemy ambush, and to this day, the location of the resistance fighters hasn't been found. General Barra is under great pressure because of this. If we abandon our operation halfway without concrete evidence to prove the enemy intended to ambush us, that pressure will be transferred onto us. The adjutant naturally understood such a simple logic and immediately suggested, in that case, we might as well play it steady. Let the Igsun Combat Infantry Company slow down, have the Hawk Company follow up with support, have Bobber order the soldiers to withdraw from the mine tunnels, use explosives to block all mine entrances, and establish a circular defense around the mine. The tall officer replied repeatedly, Good. That's a good idea. Dispatch messengers immediately and issue orders to all battalions and companies. If the enemy really thinks of us as fish, we will let them know there are many kinds of fish, and we are the fiercest black sharks in the ICC. At that time, battlefield communications could be relayed quickly to the battalion and company level via wireless and wired lines when fully prepared. For temporary operations or when conditions were lacking, they relied on manual delivery by messengers. To maximize the efficiency of order transmission, the adjutant decisively sent out all available messengers. As the messengers departed, the tall officer stood back on the mound, holding binoculars, standing like a watchtower, closely monitoring the direction where the gunfire continued. The adjutant had an orderly bring 2 cups of hot tea, took one in each hand, followed him to the mound, and handed a cup to the colonel. Hey, Quagler, what do you think? Should we send a telegram to the regiment headquarters and ask them to dispatch another combat battalion as soon as the danger on their end is resolved? The adjutant did not answer the colonel's question immediately, but considered it carefully, analyzing the ambush outside Slin City. Our opponents have a very precise grasp of timing. If this isn't a coincidence, then we have reason to believe they possess very strong tactical planning capabilities. They attacked Valence to draw away our Norman warships, and they certainly won't give them a chance to fly back to support the battle. Instead, they will resolve the fight in a short time. In that case, it would be meaningless for us to withdraw reinforcements from Valence. Conversely, if their goal isn't what we assumed but something else, then we should even less reduce the garrison forces at Valence. So it seems we have encountered a difficult opponent. The colonel gripped the standard stainless steel cup with his right hand, his eyes fixed on the distance. The adjutant sipped the hot tea and said, Perhaps, like the previous times, the enemy is just mediocre, and we are being overly cautious. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of rather violent explosions suddenly came from the northwest. Both of their faces changed instantly. Speak of the devil. The tall officer shoved the teacup to the adjutant, hurriedly raised his binoculars, and adjusted the focus while observing. The explosions in the northwest came one after another. Even without binoculars, one could clearly see plumes of smoke rising in the forest. Judging by the intensity, it sounded like the concentrated fire of small-caliber artillery, yet there was no booming sound or whistling of conventional artillery fire, nor could any artillery batteries be seen in the line of sight. Trigger mines or manually detonated preset explosives usually wouldn't have such a frequency of explosions, which truly baffled the battle-hardened Normans. In a moment, violent explosions also came from the north and northeast of the abandoned mine, occasionally accompanied by the crisp, continuous sound of automatic cannons. Although he didn't have full information on the engagement, the tall officer did not hesitate and immediately adjusted the combat deployment. This is an enemy ambush. We must have the Igsun Company and Hawk Company withdraw, have everyone enter the mine, stabilize the defense, and wait for reinforcements. Also, send a telegram to the division command, that we are under enemy attack, no, that we are engaged with the main force of the resistance, the enemy has the advantage, we will hold them off as long as possible, please have the airships come to reinforce immediately. The military situation was urgent, so the adjutant didn't say a single extra word, immediately and strictly executing the colonel's orders, and simultaneously calling for the entire field command post to move into the abandoned mine. On the battlefield, the fierce offensives and flexible maneuvering of the Norman army left a deep impression on every opponent, but this did not mean they only knew how to attack and not how to defend. In the last 2 years of the previous Great War, the Normans resisted the Allied forces' attacks step by step amidst internal and external troubles. Although they kept losing cities and territory, they also fought many successful defensive battles. The valuable experience explored and summarized from this, in a warlike autocratic country like the Norman Empire, would surely be well inherited and promoted. In this war, the Norman army was on the offensive most of the time, with rich tactical routines that kept opponents on guard, and in several instances facing large-scale counterattacks from the Federation army. The Norman army demonstrated good quality and efficiency in both the transition from offense to defense and the grasp of defensive counterattacks. If it were purely a clash of ground forces, organizing a defense relying on the pocket-shaped terrain of the abandoned mine would not be difficult to withstand enemy forces 2 or 3 times their size. Before long, the Norman army, which had originally formed a siege on the abandoned mine, switched to defending by relying on the abandoned mine. Infantry climbed the ridges to construct firing positions on the spot, trucks towed field artillery into the abandoned mine, and armored combat vehicles set up defensive formations at the entrances and exits of the abandoned mine. If the resistance fighters had pre-stored explosives under the abandoned mine, this would be the perfect opportunity to send all the Normans to the sky. However, such a convenient task not only required a massive amount of explosives but also ensuring that these explosives were not detonated prematurely by enemy shelling or buried by tunnel collapses, which was not something that could be solved by precise calculation alone. After the Norman army completed its deployment adjustments, the regimental level field command post resumed operation in the abandoned mine, and the gunfire from all directions gradually subsided. The tall colonel and his adjutant anxiously waited for news from the units engaged with the enemy. As it turned out, the companies in the north and northeast were merely harassed by the enemy. Only the Igsun Company in the northwest and the Hawk Company that went to support suffered. The enemy took less than half an hour to surround and annihilate the Igsun Company, while the following Hawk Company encountered fierce enemy resistance and lost more than half of its strength. The enemy had the strength to instantly kill half a mechanized battalion and claimed they would attack Valence City, yet this was all the appetite they had? The tall Norman officer, the colonel of commoner origin, knew he had been toyed with by the enemy, feeling both annoyed and resentful. This loss certainly could not be left at that. He immediately organized his troops to conduct combat reconnaissance to the northwest. Shortly after, the returning Norman warships arrived back in the airspace over the abandoned mine, and he personally led 2 companies of infantry to pursue to the northwest. But these enemies came suddenly and withdrew just as quickly. By the time the Norman infantry re-entered the forest, where could they find even a shadow of the enemy? Learning that their ground forces had been beaten up again, the flight commanders on the Norman warships did not kick them while they were down. Instead, they lowered their altitude to coordinate with the infantry in searching the mountains. According to common sense, regardless of whether the enemy was riding horses or vehicles, as long as they remained on the surface, it was impossible to hide from the joint pursuit of ground forces and airships in broad daylight. After some searching, the Normans discovered another, older, and more hidden abandoned mine about 10 li away from the first one. The mine tunnels here had been cleared, the mine entrances were concealed with camouflage netting and vegetation, and because there were no rail connections and it was not marked on standard maps, they had never expected the existence of a second abandoned mine nearby. Although the roads were inconvenient, vehicles could not enter, and field artillery could not get close enough to fire, with the airships providing cover, the tall Norman officer still ordered his troops to surround this abandoned mine and had demolitionists and flamethrower troops conduct deterrent attacks on the mine tunnels near the surface, attempting to make the cornered enemy surrender. However, what drove the Normans crazy was that the situation here was exactly the same as when they entered the first abandoned mine. The enemy neither resisted nor begged for mercy, as if they were a group of ghosts that could vanish underground at any time, leaving the Norman army with nowhere to exert their strength. Seeing that noon had passed and the sun was setting, the Norman ground forces commander, that nearly maddened tall colonel, could hardly hide his restlessness in his words and actions. In a few hours, he and his troops would face the situation of camping in the wild. Although their own airships could continue to stay above them at night to provide support and cover, whether for reconnaissance and vigilance or ground fire, combat effectiveness would be greatly reduced. If a melee broke out between the ground forces, no matter how many airships came, they could only watch helplessly. Was the enemy really the rumored Federation Army second-line reserve, a hodgepodge of scattered soldiers, or the elite special operations unit of the Federation Army. Although the colonel hadn't seen them with his own eyes, for the sake of his future in the military, he decided to deal with this mysterious group of opponents with the highest standard on the battlefield first by contacting the airships and asking them to bombard the mine, and then ordering the infantry to survey all the mine tunnels, and for those that hadn't collapsed or been blocked, to blow them up one by one, ensuring that the enemies hiding underground would be buried alive here. After receiving the order, the Norman soldiers uncomplainingly took on the work of combat engineers. When there wasn't enough explosive, they used crates of artillery shells and grenades to make up for it. After working for half an afternoon, they finally completed the blocking demolition of dozens of mine entrances with the limited explosives. Surely this annoying task should be over now? Of course not. Just as the Normans were withdrawing from the second abandoned mine, intense gunfire and artillery sounds came from the direction of the first abandoned mine. After the battlefield shifted, a temporary small field hospital had been established there, and a field artillery company along with some combat supplies were also temporarily stored there, with a guard force of only half a company. If the enemy had launched an attack from outside the mine, these infantry could have held out for a while relying on the terrain and existing positions. But the enemy had emerged from a few tunnels that hadn't been completely blocked or had been re-excavated, and that made the situation troublesome. Chapter 6, Tunnel Warfare and Unexpected Gains. The latest updates for Iron Soul of Steel can be found here. The first abandoned mine the Norman army arrived at, following the Bait, originally produced iron ore and was known to the Lorraine locals as the Ruston Iron Mine. It reached its peak production before the last Great War broke out and was abandoned shortly after the war ended due to the depletion of its reserves. The old abandoned mine that the Normans later discovered originally produced silver ore and was famous over 100 years ago. However, times have changed. The Lotz silver mine is only found on those old maps, and new maps whether military or civilian have already forgotten it. The Lotz silver mine and the Ruston iron mine were born and rose in different eras. Aside from being relatively close to each other, they had almost no connection. When the silver mine was discovered, the locals also found the iron mine, but the economic value of the two ores differed greatly. Furthermore, transportation was inconvenient and carrying capacity was low in the early days, making iron mining in this remote mountainous area somewhat not worth the cost, which is why there was such a chronological difference in their development. Although these two abandoned mines had underground tunnels like ant nests, as complex as a labyrinth, the geological structure of the mineral deposits limited their lateral range. They were not like city sewers, which are suitable for directly engaging in guerrilla warfare against an enemy. Theoretically, as long as the stronger side blocked the mine entrances, they could trap the weaker side inside the pits. However, the Lorraine guerrilla fighters insisted on using strategy in this dead zone. Having courage and boldness was far from enough, they also needed mature guerrilla thinking and magical techniques. These two abandoned mines were local private properties, and the mining methods were relatively traditional and extensive. The mine entrances, large and small, were like rat holes, some were conspicuous, while others were hidden. Before designing this chain-linked ambush, Weiss stayed here for several days, thoroughly familiarizing himself with the situation of both abandoned mines. In addition to the mine entrances the Normans had found, there were several back doors relatively far from the central area of the mines. Combining this with the terrain, he constructed two tunnels by first digging trenches and then covering them, connecting the back doors of the two abandoned mines. When the mines were subjected to fierce shelling by the Norman army, the combat personnel would quickly move through the preset tunnels, and then the small detachments previously ambushed in Valence would cause major destruction, confusing the enemy's perception. Taking advantage of the moment the enemy was disoriented, they would seize the opportunity to strike hard. At the abandoned Ruston iron mine, Weiss led the Lorraine guerrilla fighters to risk passing through areas that could collapse at any time. They emerged to the surface through several tunnels that had been blocked in advance but could be quickly cleared, using burning black grass and homemade smoke grenades to release a large amount of artificial smoke, subsequently launching a fierce attack on the Normans stationed there. Black grass, a poisonous weed known to the Lorraine locals, produces a large amount of pungent smoke when burned. Inhaling a large amount of this smoke causes symptoms such as dizziness and weakness in the limbs, and it can even lead to suffocation and death. As for the homemade smoke grenades, they were made by mixing ground bituminous coal with crude oil, which, when ignited with white phosphorus, could produce a large amount of black smoke in a short time. With the cover of smoke, Weiss and his soldiers did not have to worry about the enemy's flying warships turning around to suppress them. They wrapped their faces with wet cloth, put on windproof goggles, and rushed into the mine, firing away. Except for the medical staff in the field hospital and the wounded who did not resist, they took out every Norman soldier they encountered, and while they were at it, they wiped out the field artillery company they had brought along. As for the Normans' armored vehicles, they were not a problem in this situation. Anti-tank rifles and enhanced power bomb grenade were remarkably effective against light armored targets. The incendiary version of the bomb grenade, developed for guerrilla warfare, also came in handy here. The soldiers, engaging in combat for the second time, gained a surge in experience, and their skill levels skyrocketed. Including the smoke and fire creation and the surprise attack, the whole thing took about 10 minutes. When the smoke cleared, what appeared in the line of sight of the Norman warship was an abandoned mine covered with corpses. The attackers had once again come and gone without a trace, and the Normans were sure to be driven mad with rage. Weiss did not hesitate at all, he led the soldiers along the mine tunnels deep into the mine, moving quickly while following the pre-marked signs, and returned to the tunnel located in the forest via a hidden back door. The rearguard unit left to guard the Ruston iron mine had been attacked. The commander of the Norman garrison in Valence, Colonel Giopta, who stood 7.5 feet tall, approximately 2.4 meters, led his combat troops to return from the Lotz silver mine as quickly as possible. However, what awaited them was not a fierce fight with the enemy, but a shocking and miserable sight. In just over half a day, more than half of the 2 battalions that Colonel Giopta had brought from Valence were lost. In particular, this unexpected surprise attack had resulted in the catastrophic consequence of the near-total annihilation of the field artillery company and damage to most of the vehicles. Putting aside his personal career for the moment, how to transfer the wounded, how to evacuate the troops, and how to dispose of the bodies were the top priorities at the moment. With things having reached this point, Colonel Giopta had to report the current dire situation of his troops truthfully to the division headquarters. If the division headquarters could request the flying unit to urgently dispatch a transport ship, the 3 pressing problems could be easily solved. In this war, the level of air-ground coordination of the Norman army was significantly a grade higher than that of the Kingdom of Wessex and the Ulster Free Federation army. The reason for this gap had a lot to do with the military system and historical origins. However, whether the flying unit could provide timely assistance to the ground troops often did not depend on the relationship between branches, but on the battlefield situation and operational deployment at that time. Soon, Colonel Giopta received a reply from the division headquarters. The flying unit's transport ships had been ordered to assemble in a designated area, and support for the ground troops was limited to the existing 3 frigates. If the war on the front line became tight, they might even be withdrawn. But before that, these 3 flying warships would do their best to assist the ground troops in getting out of their predicament, including helping them urgently transport the wounded back to Valence. Holding the thin telegraph paper, Colonel Giopta and his adjutant, Lieutenant Wigd, stood in the cold wind for a long time. Of the Norman troops previously left to guard the Ruston iron mine, only the medical detachment had suffered almost no losses, and the medical equipment and medicine had miraculously been preserved, allowing most of the wounded to receive necessary field treatment there. If they asked the flying unit to help transport the wounded back to Valence at this time, it would indeed relieve the pressure on the ground troops, but with loading, unloading, and the round-trip travel, these 3 frigates would basically be doing transport work before dark. If the flying unit helped transport the wounded, the undamaged armored vehicles and trucks would not be enough to transport the remaining combat personnel back to Valence in one trip, and 2 round trips would mean risking traveling at night. If the remaining vehicles of the Valence garrison were urgently called in, and assuming they were not attacked halfway, they could make it back to the base before dark with everyone, but who could guarantee that there wouldn't be any accidents on the way? No time to hesitate. Colonel Giopta suddenly said to his adjutant with a resolute face, although we were cautious enough in our tactics, we were still defeated by the enemy. There are no excuses that can save us from punishment. So, admit defeat and retreat. The commander chose to admit defeat, but Lieutenant Wigd, as the adjutant, was unwilling. Even if there were only 1 or 2 transport ships, we would still have room to turn things around. What a pity, luck is not on our side. Not being able to pull out even a single transport ship means that the frontline troops must have major actions soon. Perhaps this war will end sooner than we expected, Colonel Giopta speculated. The lieutenant sighed, turned his head, and looked up at the colonel. Shall I go make the arrangements? The tower-like Colonel Giopta nodded. Go. Do as we discussed. I need to go up there and have a good talk with them. If they are slightly negligent and the enemy finds a loophole, we will really be finished here. The 2 looked at each other and left with their own thoughts. Just then, in the forest not far from the abandoned mine, Weiss poked his head out from a well-camouflaged ventilation opening, observing the Normans' movements with his usual calm demeanor. Knowing there were no enemies nearby, the Lorraine guerrilla fighters who were resting in the tunnels whispered to each other, unable to suppress their excitement. To say this battle was thrilling was an understatement. The mine tunnels deep in the abandoned mine were not as sturdy as expected. After the Norman army's artillery coverage, many tunnels collapsed, causing non-combat casualties during their transfer. 7 or 8 unlucky guys who didn't run fast enough lost contact with the unit, and logically speaking, the possibility of survival was very small. In addition, in the battle to raid the enemy's rearguard, 11 people were killed and 15 were injured. The casualty rate also exceeded expectations, indicating that the frontal close combat ability of the second-level reserve soldiers was still weaker than that of regular army soldiers. Even with such minor situations, with a combat force of less than 200 people, killing more than 300 Norman soldiers in one day was already a quite remarkable and glorious victory for them. Weiss did not restrain the soldiers' whispering. After being repeatedly ambushed and attacked, the Normans had honestly gathered their troops around the abandoned mine, and the 3 flying warships were once again hovering over the abandoned mine. At this time, the Lorraine guerrilla fighters staying in the tunnels were very safe. Let alone talking, even singing loudly would not necessarily be discovered by the Normans. The width and depth of the 2 tunnels were basically dug according to trench standards, allowing soldiers not only to pass through quickly but also to pass each other. Before long, Moya, a second-level reserve soldier responsible for communication, squeezed to Weiss's side. Captain, the 5th Reconnaissance Detachment sent a telegram, the weather is clear. Oh, got it. Weiss replied. Seeing that Weiss only said this one sentence, Moya took the initiative to ask, Captain, do you need to reply to their telegram? No need, Weiss responded calmly. Moya added, Captain, I have done a preliminary study of the communication codebook captured just now. It is not complex. As long as we intercept the enemy's radio communications again, I think I am confident in decoding them. Weiss put down his binoculars, looked at the energetic young soldier Moya, and smiled. As long as the enemy does not change the codebook, their communications will have no secrets before us. This little codebook is worth more than the hundreds of Norman soldiers we killed today, so you must keep it safe. After this battle is over, we must find a way to send it out. Whether we can turn the tide of the war might just depend on it. Chapter 7, declaring war on the Norman dynasty. Hey, Quagler, what's wrong with you? After communicating with his own flying warship, Colonel Giopta returned to the side of the armored command vehicle with a calm expression. Lieutenant Wigd, his adjutant, had already been standing there, head bowed, looking deep in thought, and constantly poking at the small stones on the ground with the tip of his shoe. Hearing the colonel's voice, he looked up, his face full of hesitation. Sir, there's a matter, it could be big or small, it could be said or left unsaid. Colonel Giopta, who was straightforward by nature, clearly did not like people speaking to him in such a stuttering manner, and he frowned to show his displeasure. The lieutenant dared not keep him in suspense any longer. The troops previously left to guard the abandoned mine were ambushed by the enemy. The patrol battalion's communication vehicle was destroyed. They just cleared the vehicle wreckage and didn't find the communication codebook. Colonel Giopta opened his mouth wide, too shocked to speak. Of course, it might have been incinerated in the explosion. Paper things burn very quickly, the lieutenant defended himself. But other paper documents still left traces, such as burnt fragments. Colonel Giopta speculated. The lieutenant sighed heavily, indicating his tacit agreement. This is terrible. The colonel put his hands on his hips, looked up at the sky, his face full of sorrow that seemed almost ready to freeze into frost. The crew on the communication vehicle were all killed in action. This matter is effectively a dead end with no proof, the lieutenant muttered to himself. Although he said this, his tone and demeanor already revealed his true inner thoughts. Even if the future was bleak, the overall situation had to be put first, and this situation, which could potentially cause major losses, had to be reported truthfully to his superiors. After a moment of thought, the colonel seemed to have made up his mind, his gaze shifting from the azure sky back to the withered, yellow ground. I've already talked to the flight unit, they will help us transport the wounded away. If this is the situation, my opinion is, let the flight unit take the message back, let the command headquarters mobilize troops to hunt down the remaining enemies as soon as possible, and before the hidden danger is eliminated or a new codebook is enabled, all military communications should switch to emergency methods. The adjutant's eyes darted, and he guessed the colonel's intention, so, we stay here to lure the enemy into attacking. Cancel the previous order. Each battalion and company will switch to local defense. Not only must we occupy the high ground, but we must also find a way to block the enemy's rat holes where the enemy emerged from before. There should be traces left, right? Yes, sir, most of them do, but we cannot rule out that the enemy has kept some backup passages. Overall, organizing a defense here is quite difficult. When it came to military affairs, the lieutenant returned to his state of quick thinking and rapid speech. The colonel said, it is precisely because our defense is difficult that we might be able to lure the enemy in. But what I worry about most is if the enemy remains completely unmoved, which would mean they most likely have obtained our codebook. The lieutenant scratched his head. Although we can take emergency measures, this will be a terrible disaster for the communication departments of all units. No matter the result, we will become the objects of their hatred and even curses. All right. I still have to brace myself and go talk to that arrogant flight officer about this matter. I hope he continues to maintain a friendly attitude instead of mercilessly mocking us, the colonel said with a bitter face. The lieutenant quickly volunteered, how about I go communicate with them on your behalf? The colonel waved his hand, said nothing, and turned directly to walk towards the location where the flying warship had lowered its pod. Lieutenant Wigd sighed softly this time, walked helplessly to the door of the armored communication vehicle, and shouted, Sign Alman, assemble. At the concealed tunnel observation port, Weiss and his two sergeants took turns monitoring the movements of the Normans. Before nightfall, the three Norman warships departed together, but they certainly could not accommodate all the Norman soldiers, which meant that quite a few Normans, along with vehicles and equipment that hadn't been destroyed, remained at the abandoned Ruston iron mine. Weiss didn't even need to activate his special vision to guess the enemy's intention compared to the survival of this unit. That small communication codebook was even more critical. Therefore, the enemy was willing to use hundreds of Norman soldiers as bait to lure the Federal resistance fighters into launching a night raid. Then, as long as they caught a live prisoner, they could leave behind important clues, and subsequently find a way to retrieve the codebook, or urgently send reinforcements to lure the attackers in and annihilate them, directly taking back the communication codebook. Since he had seen through the enemy's ruse of self-inflicted suffering at a glance, Weiss would definitely not go and harass this Norman unit again. On the contrary, after night fell, he decisively had the participating Lorraine guerrilla fighters disperse and withdraw, while the captured enemy communication codebook was carried by the accompanying signalman. Without the Norman warships patrolling and hovering, the night withdrawal went very smoothly. By midnight, Weiss and his team returned to Secret Base No. 8, about 90 li from the city of Samsonas. It was located deep in a dense forest, adjacent to a mountain stream, and not only had an abundant water source but also natural caves for shelter. The only drawback was that the terrain and geography could not accommodate large-scale resistance fighters and production equipment. After returning to the secret base, the signalman joined forces with the full-time telegraph operator from the original Samsonas Telegraph Bureau to work through the night, tackling the Normans' communication codebook. Given the nature of the codebook, the so-called tackling was actually exploring and familiarizing themselves with its rules, so that they could quickly decipher enemy communication codes after intercepting them and ensure the accuracy of the decryption. That night, they tried to decipher 2 enemy codes, and the decryption rate reached over 90%, basically reaching the standard of full decryption. Waking up early the next morning and obtaining the deciphered enemy communication telegrams, Weiss was not as excited as his companions. In his view, the abnormal behavior of the Norman army at the abandoned Ruston iron mine indicated that they realized the codebook was lost, not destroyed. If they failed to find it, the Normans were very likely to initiate emergency measures, and whether they restricted radio communications or brought out a backup codebook, the value of this codebook would be greatly diminished. In this situation, going through all the trouble to get the codebook into the hands of the Federal Army would not only be useless but could also potentially lead to falling into the enemy's trap of using the situation to their advantage. The Federal Army was currently in a precarious situation and likely could no longer afford any accidental losses. Next, Weiss closely monitored the movements of the Normans in the direction he had predicted. Although none of the telegrams they successively intercepted mentioned the loss of the codebook, the frequency of the enemy's radio communications decreased sharply. Very quickly, strong signals almost disappeared, and moderately strong signals became fewer and fewer, slowly leaving only those radio waves emitted from distant locations. The Normans' keen sense and agile response in military matters once again made Weiss deeply admire them. At this point, the significance of the codebook seemed to be only for the Federal side's code experts to study the enemy's code and coding rules. This might add points for the Federal Army to decipher enemy-coded telegrams in the future, or it might be useless given the Normans' military intelligence. They might establish a new password system with completely different encoding rules. The cost was too high? With the occupation of most of the territory of the Wessex Kingdom and the Ulster Free Federation, the Norman Empire had entered a terrifying upward trajectory in both material and manpower resources. The longer the time, the greater its war potential would be. After much thought, Weiss made a bold decision: use the Norman army's encrypted telegrams to issue a declaration of war against the Norman dynasty. In ancient times, Fang Xiru denounced Zhu De for usurping the throne, and although he suffered the disaster of extermination of the 10 clans, his loyalty and integrity made him famous throughout the ages. Weiss did not have the literary talent of that Ming dynasty scholar, but he was diligent in observation and good at thinking, knowing how to draw lessons from the past, criticize current ills, and, based on the inherent limitations of absolute monarchy, analyze the 3 major crimes of the Norman dynasty: monopolizing power and acting arbitrarily, disregarding the lives of soldiers, favoring the noble and powerful, granting titles and honors to kin, and disdaining the military achievements of soldiers, being capricious, holding the power of life and death, and ignoring the sacrifices of soldiers. Although this list of charges had neither a foundation of sufficient investigation and research, nor the embellishment of generous and flowery language and rhetoric, the reasons were not fully sufficient, lacked case support, were too short as a speech, and too long as a telegram, with literary value close to zero. Yet before this, no one had ever issued a cry in such a way. More importantly, in the silent communication channels across the front line, this encrypted telegram suddenly appeared. From the front line to the rear, from high-level command headquarters to grassroots combat units, from royal armor to soldiers of humble origins, countless command posts received and deciphered this telegram, sentence by sentence, word by word, clearly presented before the eyes of Sine Alman, officers at all levels, and the royal relatives and nobles in the army. At the end of the telegram, the Norman soldiers, unwilling to be lowly for generations and unwilling to endure bullying, declared war on the high and mighty, arrogant Norman dynasty, word by word, sentence by sentence, shocking and soul-stirring. After the telegram was sent, all radio stations of Weiss's unit adopted radio silence. Except for necessary reconnaissance and surveillance operations, all activities were suspended, and the entire staff entered a hibernation state. On the Norman Empire's side, not a single Norman unit gave any response to this inexplicable encrypted telegram, and the Norman Empire's top brass did not respond or express indignation in any public way. The Norman army's offensive on the front line seemed to still be organized in an orderly manner, but the more indifferent they appeared, the more quiet and peaceful it was, the more it made people feel the dullness before the coming storm. 4 days after the declaration of war on the Norman dynasty telegram was sent, a sizable Norman fleet appeared in the Lorraine Mountains. They did not land in one place but dispatched warships to 4 military strongholds where Norman troops were stationed: Slin, Balat, Valence, and Soms-Onas. These towns subsequently saw the appearance of a large number of Norman Empire military gendarmes wearing black uniforms, and the off-duty activities of ordinary Norman soldiers were greatly reduced. Meanwhile, smaller tonnage frigates cruised around, occasionally landing near villages or forests, and fully armed marines stormed into the villages or forests with murderous intent, quickly withdrawing after a search. As time passed, the areas explored by the Norman warships and marines became more and more numerous, and the probability of the secret bases where the Lorraine guerrilla fighters and the equipment of the Crumble-Hessen factory were dispersed and hidden being discovered by the enemy also rose accordingly. Chapter 8, Going Towards the Tiger's Mountain. Read the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel as soon as they are updated. On the essential road leading from the directions of Valence and Soms-Onas to the mountain city of Slin, there is a crossroads, which is known by the locals as the Helvet Crossroads because it is adjacent to the Helvet Forest. Due to limitations in terrain and resources, Slin has never had a railway. While military transport has already entered the aviation era, ground transportation remains in a stage where animal power and automobiles coexist. Previously, when Weiss led the Lorraine guerrilla fighters to lure and ambush the Norman army, the engagement took place just 5 or 6 li away from the Helvet Crossroads. Over half a month later, Weiss, leading a small elite combat unit, passed through this area and saw that the Normans had built sturdy blockhouses in a pile of field fortifications at the crossroads that originally had no structures. He immediately knew that the enemy had adjusted their occupation strategy from occupying only cities and ignoring the countryside to a city and stronghold blockade model. Regardless of the actual effectiveness of this blockade warfare, it at least indicated that the Normans were determined to clear out the resistance in the Lorraine Mountains and were willing to commit more troops to do so. Just this one small crossroads stronghold was garrisoned with approximately a company of troops, and it was equipped with a small number of light artillery and armored vehicles. Looking at the entire Lorraine Mountains, there are at least 70 or 80 such crossroads, if not 100, and the garrison force alone would require an increase of 3 or 4 regiments. Under the cover of night, Weiss led his 30-man elite combat unit to quietly bypass the Norman stronghold and continue sneaking toward the mountain city of Slin. Nowadays, under the increasingly tight air and ground sweeps by the Normans, the possibility of the resistance's secret camps being exposed is growing. Once discovered, they must either fight to the death and have the entire unit killed in action, or give up resistance and have everyone captured, resulting in the secret camps being wiped out one by one by the enemy. With no hope of external assistance, the only way forward is to divert the enemy's attention, thereby preserving the personnel, equipment, and supplies of the various secret camps, and preserving the spirit of resistance that brings hope to the people of Lorraine during these dark times. Before dawn, this group of brave Lorraine fighters arrived at a farmhouse about 5 li from the mountain city of Slin, and with the help of the owner, they successfully entered the cellar beneath the farmhouse. This cellar, which at first glance appeared to be an ordinary one for storing grain, smoked meat, and wine, actually contained a secret passage leading to an ancient and hidden cave, and this cave was where the military and civilians of Slin kept the seeds of resistance. The Normans certainly never expected that in the city of Slin, where they had heavily garrisoned troops, right under their noses, there was such a cave storing thousands of firearms and weapons, hundreds of crates of ammunition, and various military supplies. Aside from lacking heavy weapons, combat vehicles, and large amounts of fuel, this place was practically a medium-sized arsenal. That the farmers outside Slin could risk their lives to safeguard such a large cache of arms and ammunition was not merely a display of patriotism, but also a reflection of their rugged folkways and resolute character. During the process of capturing various strongholds in Lorraine, the Norman army encountered the fiercest resistance in the mountain city of Slin. Not only did the Federation army garrison fight to the death, but the local reservists and security forces also fought tenaciously in the ruins, with many units truly fulfilling their promise to fight to the last man. So much so that after the battle ended, the Normans still deployed half a division of troops in this small, almost ruined mountain city and imposed extremely strict control over the surviving residents of Slin. However, these measures failed to break the resistance will of the Slin residents, and their secret resistance organization became one of the most active and representative resistance forces in the Lorraine Mountains. After the Lorraine guerrilla fighters led by Weiss became famous in one battle, they took the initiative to send someone to make contact, proposing mutual support and coordination. Precisely because of this group of like-minded people, Weiss, with his secret camps under urgent threat, decisively led his troops to jump out of the enemy's blockade line to stir up trouble. Not long after Weiss and his group arrived, a middle-aged man with a limp came to this cave. The two had never met, but given the special and difficult circumstances, a sense of mutual appreciation caused their hands to be tightly clasped together. Lord Stein, retired major of the Federation Army, commander of the Knights of Slien. Long Cromwell Hyson, reserve captain of the Federation Army, commander of the Lorraine guerrilla fighters. Out of caution and confidentiality, when the two resistance organizations made contact earlier, they did not reveal their full assets, but instead finalized the methods for contact and coordinated operations. After Weiss stated his name, the other party immediately exclaimed, "Oh, you are that amazing kid from the Klemper-Heisen family, the incredible dragon of Samsonas." Although the K-type sniper rifle and KT semi-automatic rifle you designed have small calibers, their accuracy is very high, and we all thought they were excellent after using them. Weiss smiled slightly and had the accompanying soldiers bring out the meeting gift they had brought, 2 mortars, 12 shells, and a batch of precision detonators manufactured by the Krumbelhesen factory. These are our secret weapons for dealing heavy damage to the enemy, special artillery that can project shells in a curved trajectory, and detonators that can precisely control the detonation time. Although this middle-aged man with a limp had some difficulty moving, the tough guy temperament forged by his long military career remained. He glanced nonchalantly at the equipment Weiss brought and asked, "I heard that you ambushed the Norman army at the Lusson abandoned mine and wiped out a battalion. Because we didn't have time to clear the battlefield, I'm not sure if the number of enemy kills reached the scale of a battalion, but overall, the gains from that battle were quite considerable. We captured the enemy's radio codebook and used it to cause some trouble for them." As Weiss said this, he pulled a soft leather notebook slightly larger than a palm from his pocket. Seeing the enemy's codebook, a glint of light flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes, but he did not rush to take the book, instead asking, "Has this communication codebook expired now?" "That is inevitable." Weiss replied, "The enemy soon discovered that they had lost the codebook, so apart from causing them some trouble, it is difficult for us to use this trophy to make more contributions to this war. Of course, if it is handed over to the radio experts of the Federation Army, perhaps they can figure out some of the enemy's coding patterns." The middle-aged man then took the codebook and flipped through a few pages. "Actually, in the last war, we also captured a communication codebook from the Normans. Before they changed to a new codebook, this thing could indeed play a big role, but once the enemy changed to a new code, it could only be used to wipe your ass. The Normans' radio code system is a combination of various disorderly elements, even our radio geniuses cannot find any patterns in it." So it was as expected. Weiss shook his head helplessly, but felt a little fortunate in his heart. If he hadn't sent that telegram declaring war on the Norman dynasty in the name of the Norman army, capturing this codebook would really have been of no value. After a rough look, the middle-aged man handed it back to Weiss and then turned his gaze to the equipment they had brought. "Detonators. Just in time. Did you get any information from special channels?" "Why do you say that?" Weiss asked back. The middle-aged man stared at Weiss, obviously observing his expressions and demeanor while speaking. Feeling that there was nothing suspicious, he replied, "We found that the intensity of the Normans' alert patrols has increased significantly in the last 2 days. Judging from this change, it is very likely that some important figures of theirs will come soon. Weiss looked him straight in the eyes. Are you not worried? Worried? The middle-aged man bared his teeth and said, in the city of Slin, who among those who survived hasn't had loved ones die under the guns of the Normans? If I were worried, you and I wouldn't be standing here safely at this moment. Either you would be talking to a ghost, or Norman soldiers would have already surrounded this place and would be storming in at any moment. When he said this, Weiss's reaction was very calm, but the surrounding Lorraine guerrilla fighters who only heard fragments of the conversation became vigilant unconsciously. To alleviate this unnecessary tense atmosphere, Weiss laughed heartily. If we didn't even have this bit of trust, we wouldn't have come here. The middle-aged man looked around, his gaze sweeping over these guerrilla fighters of varying ages, some older and some younger, and of rather thin and weak physiques. Without contempt or disdain, he asked in a rhetorical tone, if a firefight breaks out with the Normans, are you all prepared to fight to the death without retreating? Everyone looked at each other, and finally, all eyes fell on Weiss. Weiss responded calmly, outside the city of Slin, we ambushed 2 Norman convoys, wiped out 9 armored vehicles and 8 military trucks, and killed over 100 Norman officers and soldiers. At the Lussan abandoned mine, we raided the Norman troops, destroyed over 20 enemy armored vehicles and trucks, and killed or wounded 200 or 300 Normans. The Normans will definitely settle this account with us, and if they can't find us, they will vent their anger on our innocent civilians. Since death is inevitable either way, we are certainly willing to die in a blaze of glory trading our lives for the lives of a few big shots of the Norman Empire. How could we refuse such a worthwhile deal? The middle-aged man should have been satisfied with the answer itself, but he seemed to still have doubts about its authenticity and reliability. Therefore, he changed the subject. I heard that Captain Klemper-Hessen has been graduated from Baston Military Academy for less than 2 years, and in the meantime, he had the opportunity to study at the Delafig Senior Staff College, later went to the front line, participated in many battles, and made great contributions. I am a bit curious, with so many things happening to one person in just over a year, is it the times that create the hero, or the hero that creates the times? The other party politely expressed his doubts, which was all within reason. Weiss did not waste words defending himself, but narrowed his eyes and sized up the middle-aged man along with his 2 subordinates. Major Wadestein, although you have difficulty with your legs, your movement speed on the battlefield is not slow, and your combat skills are excellent, and your thinking is very agile, not inferior to active duty officers. Your 2 soldiers, the one on the left should be good at close quarters combat, and has a strong will, not easily overwhelmed by difficulties, while the one on the right has fast running speed and strong shooting ability, but is easily frustrated when encountering difficulties. I wonder if these inferences of mine match the actual situation. This remark greatly surprised the middle-aged man. He stared at Weiss's calm, unostentatious, confident, and not arrogant face for a long while, and asked, we have never met before, and they are unknown ordinary soldiers who do not often follow by my side. You, how on earth did you do that? In order to gain the trust and support of the Allied commander, and to ensure that the diversionary strategy could be fulfilled as wished, Weiss did not mind showing off occasionally. As long as the enemy appears in my line of sight, I can find the enemy's weaknesses without long observation. This is the secret to my repeated victories over strong enemies. To be precise, it is a talent for winning. Chapter 9, Such is Fate. Read the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel as soon as possible. At the southern edge of the mountain city of Slin, on the precipice of a steep cliff, lay the historic Victory Square. Its original area was large enough to accommodate 3 top-tier airships, and with 24 circular stone pillars standing around the square, it was also known as Holy Pillar Square. This place was once the ideal venue for Slin and its surrounding residents to hold gatherings or host grand events. After the appearance of airships, it became a natural air harbor for the Federation Army on the western frontier. During the early stages of the previous Great War, it was hit by artillery fire, causing more than half to collapse. In this current war, the mountain city of Slin has once again become a battlefield for both sides. The square suffered from shelling, causing the mountain to collapse, and the remaining area is now less than 1/3 of its original size. Only 7 of the 24 stone pillars remain, and the mottled bullet marks on them faithfully record the ruthlessness of the war. Under the bright sunshine and amidst the noisy military music, a light cruiser of the Norman Empire slowly descended onto the Victory Square, which, although dilapidated, was still usable. Except for the side facing the cliff, Norman soldiers in ceremonial dress were lined up on 3 sides of the square. They were all neatly attired and in high spirits, making the scene appear very grand. After the warship landed, a team of brightly dressed cavalrymen emerged from the side hatch, came to the ground via a ramp, and split into 2 lines to welcome the main protagonist. The person who subsequently landed on horseback wore a magnificent military uniform, adorned with shining badges, wore an arrogant expression, had fluffy braids, and sported a small golden goatee. This was a typical Norman noble, a true member of the royal family. In a residential house 18,000 feet approximately 5,500 meters away from Victory Square, Weiss and Wadestein were hiding behind a window, peeping through binoculars at the grand welcome ceremony taking place on the square. At this moment, they did not know that the big shot showing off in broad daylight was full-named Freer Yoke d'Acona, the Lorraine military governor appointed by the Norman Empire. If one counts the 2 previous Lorraine military governors from the last Great War, he was the 3rd military commander of this occupied territory. Compared to his predecessors, the position of military governor held by Marquis Acona could be said to be well deserved, because apart from the flat areas of the basin and river valleys, the Lorraine mountains were also under the occupation and control of the Norman army. Theoretically, the resource output of the occupied territory could bring rich profits to the occupier, but the Marquis had been somewhat troubled recently. The garrison had been repeatedly ambushed, and even worse, that black telegram declaring war on the Norman dynasty had also been sent from the Lorraine Mountains, although this was only a speculative conclusion from the Empire's radio monitoring department, without definitive proof. The news of the Norman royal family's rage, transmitted through private channels, made Marquis Acona, who came from a prominent background and had a deep resume but could count the number of times he had actually been on a battlefield on one hand, feel immense pressure. How many residents are still in Slin? Weiss asked in a low voice. The former Federation Army Major, who had retired due to disability, replied, if we only count the urban area, it should be less than 20,000. If we act in the city and manage to kill this big shot, given the nature of the Normans, I worry that they will go on a killing spree in Slin, implicating these 10,000 innocent people. Therefore, it is best for us to act outside the city, the further away, the better. You are certainly thinking thoroughly for us. Weidstein was ostensibly thanking him, but the tone of his words was clearly mostly teasing. Weiss certainly understood the principle of not being constrained by small details when doing great things, and he also knew how to weigh the pros and cons, but he truly could not bear to implicate so many innocent people. Furthermore, for guerrilla warfare to succeed, it cannot do without the support of the local people. If the people are all dead, how can one conduct guerrilla warfare? I know what you are worried about, Weiss said. Once this guy leaves the city, not only will his whereabouts be hard to determine, but he might also stay on the airship the whole time, making it impossible to ambush him. Weidstein was noncommittal and asked instead, do you have a countermeasure? Not yet, Weiss answered truthfully. Weidstein turned his head to look at him and said solemnly, all right. Captain Klemperhesen, the fact that you can consider the survival of Slin and the safety of Slin's residents shows that you are a sincere and kind person, and a trustworthy partner. If we kill the Norman big shot, or injure him, the Normans will indeed be extremely angry, and we cannot rule out the extreme action of them purging the entire town, but what I want to say is that under the current situation, the possibility of such a thing happening is very low. First, the Normans feel they have already secured victory, and what they need to worry about next is how to make the people in the occupied territory accept their rule. Even if they cannot willingly join the territory of the Norman Empire, they must obediently engage in production and labor so that the resources of the occupied territory can continuously supply the Norman Empire. Therefore, they will only impose minor punishments, not go on a killing spree. After hearing this analysis, Weiss felt more confident. Weidstein continued, the biggest problem right now is how to kill that conspicuous big shot under the tight vigilance of thousands of Norman soldiers. From Holy Pillar Square to the garrison headquarters, the buildings along the way, as long as they were within rifle range, had their residents relocated to the north of the city for centralized placement 2 days ago. We tried to enter this restricted area at night to find an opportunity to place explosives, but because the enemy's guard was extremely tight, this plan could not be implemented. This is actually not difficult, Weiss said. The mortars we brought have a maximum range of 4,500 feet. As I introduced before, the trajectory of this artillery is a vertical curve, which can bypass buildings and trees to strike targets, and its power is equivalent to 2 bomb grenades. If the target enters the range on horseback, using 2 mortars for rapid fire, there is a 90% chance of killing him. 4,500 feet, 90% chance. Weidstein nodded thoughtfully. Not long after, the big shot in their field of view, under the protection of cavalrymen, headed towards the town center, which was the garrison headquarters. Only then did he leave the window, lead Weiss to the dining table in the room, and take out a piece of parchment from his pocket, which was covered with hand-drawn shapes and lines. When Weiss looked, it turned out to be a city topographic map made by the resistance organization. Using the hand-drawn map, Weidstein speculated, if I were a high-ranking enemy official coming to Slin to inspect military affairs, besides the garrison headquarters, I would choose to inspect the barracks and take the opportunity to boost the soldiers' morale. But our target looks like a Norman noble, they value their noble bloodline very much and are not very willing to get too close to ordinary soldiers. Therefore, the garrison headquarters might be his only stop in Slin. After ending the trip, he will return to Holy Pillar Square along the original route, take an airship, and leave for the next inspection site. In that case, based on the maximum range of 4,500 feet, we can find several ambush points, here, and here. Captain, if it weren't for the indirect fire artillery you brought, we could only watch this big fish swim by in front of us, helpless. Don't get excited too early, this is a tough battle that allows for no negligence. After giving a reminder based on his own experience and lessons, Weiss quickly entered his role and, together with his host, planned several feasible schemes for this urban ambush, and then selected an execution plan and a backup plan. In general, due to the existence of mortars, hunting the target was not the difficulty was how to retreat unscathed after the ambush. Even though resistance fighters need to hold a determination to die when fighting strong enemies, as long as there is a way to survive, why perish together with the enemy here? After finalizing the plan, Weiss and Weidstein took their respective actions. If the enemy big shot left after just having a cup of tea upon arriving at the garrison headquarters, their impromptu arrangements would have been in vain. But before the two groups of resistance fighters, risking the danger of being discovered by the enemy at any time, cautiously and quickly transported the mortars and ammunition to the predetermined position, that arrogant Norman governor did not return to the square along the original route. The big fish did not leave, which meant the surefire ambush plan still had a chance to be feasible, which made the resistance fighters feel encouraged. However, to their surprise, they waited from noon to afternoon, and then from afternoon to night, but that big shot visiting Slynn never appeared. The Norman cruiser docked at Victory Square did not leave either, and the Norman army was still on high alert throughout the city. Everything seemed so strange, as if the Normans had already dug a trap, just waiting for the resistance fighters to walk right into it. Because they could not get close to the garrison headquarters of the Normans here, for targets that did not have obvious characteristics in combat readings, Weiss's human radar could hardly play a role in reconnaissance and identification. In this situation, the only thing they could do was wait. That night, neither he nor Weidstein closed their eyes. The two of them watched the enemy's movements while calculating how to improve the retreat route. The Norman soldier-filled streets, in the end, did not conduct a search of every house outside of rifle range. The positions where the two mortars were set up remained safe and sound, and the fire points and demolition points deployed in advance to cover the retreat were also intact. The day gradually cooled, and teams of Norman soldier left their barracks. The loud sound of leather boots rang through the main streets of Slynn, both waking the residents and alerting the resistance fighters. They gathered at Victory Square again like rivers flowing into the sea. Shortly after breakfast, the brightly dressed cavalrymen set off from the garrison headquarters, marching towards Victory Square along the route of the previous day. The crisp sound of hoofbeats just happened to blow the horn of battle for the resistance fighters. After the target entered the ambush area, the Lorraine guerrilla fighters who followed Weiss to the mountain city of Slynn dropped the mortar shells into the barrels without hesitation. Accompanied by thumping sounds, the shells drew beautiful arcs and landed on those energetic and high-spirited Norman cavalrymen. Wherever the shells landed, sand and stones flew, and men and horses were overturned. Encountering a strange artillery attack, the Norman soldier on the street, although confused, quickly ran towards the location where the propellant smoke appeared. After 3 rapid shots, the target area was completely covered by explosions. The target person would be at least half crippled if not dead. Weiss hurriedly asked Weidstein to blow the horn for retreat. Although the number of armed resistance fighters in Slynn was less than 1/10 of the Norman army, this was their home, and no one was more familiar with the terrain here than they were. Once the retreat order was issued, they quickly hid the mortars and remaining shells in the sewers, took the resistance fighters who came from Samsonas and flew through the winding residential houses and alleys, arrived at the retreat rendezvous point, and used the preset positions and demolition preparations to intercept the enemy. For a time, the mountain city of Slynn became a battlefield of war once again. But this time, the Norman army, which had an absolute advantage in troops and firepower, had all the strength but was like fighting ghosts without entities. Their punches and kicks always missed, and instead, they were repeatedly ambushed in the narrow alleys, losing quite a few troops in vain. Using the complexity of street fighting, it was not difficult to shake off the enemy's ground pursuers. Whether they could escape the pursuit of the enemy's airships was the real key. Weiss and Weidstein consumed a lot of brain cells together, using their existing experience to come up with many localized methods. As soon as the ambush began, the resistance fighters responsible for support set fires and smoke throughout the town, and carried out large-scale explosions near the Norman barracks to interfere with the enemy's senses. Even if the Norman warship came to chase at full speed, they could withdraw from the city through those ancient tunnels, escape into the mountains and forests, and disperse. As a result, after the battle began, the Norman cruiser first took off in an emergency and shelled suspicious targets, but it did not join the pursuit. Instead, it hovered over the square for a long time, during which it lowered and raised hanging frames many times, but no Norman ground troops were seen entering the battle on the ground. Chapter 10, So much for laying low. The number of resistance fighters who participated in the battle in Slynn totaled no less than 150 or 160, yet only 70 or 80 withdrew from the mountain city. This wasn't because half the force was lost in battle, but rather due to the advantages of fighting on home turf, which allowed them to hide soldiers among the people. A significant portion of the resistance fighters were elderly or women. As long as they hid their weapons in time and sat there acting as if nothing was wrong, even if Norman soldiers burst in, they wouldn't discover anything. The power of people's war quietly blossomed into beautiful flowers in the mountain city of Slynn, which served as an excellent reminder for Weiss. The Klemperhesen family had a strong foundation among the masses in the city of Samsonas. Even after being ravaged by war, the number of remaining residents was no less than in Slynn. But that is a story for another time. The afternoon sun was still bright. Weiss, leading 14 Lorraine guerrilla fighters and coordinated by 3 Knights of Slynn warriors, carefully hid in a village not far from the city of Slynn. This village was not the same one they had arrived at initially. Although the previous village had a natural cave suitable for hiding and was stocked with sufficient supplies, that retreat route was not safe enough, as a significant portion of it lay in open terrain lacking cover. The resistance fighters had used narrow tunnels to connect several cellars, sealing off their normal entrances and exits to form a miniature underground system. It was noisy outside, with gunshots and the shouting of Normans heard from time to time. It seemed the Norman army was searching the village. If they resorted to torture or threatened the lives of family members, it was hard to guarantee that no one would reveal the whereabouts of the resistance fighters. In that case, hiding here would result in being trapped like turtles in a jar by the enemy. However, the development of the situation confirmed the judgment of Weidstein. The Normans neither massacred innocent civilians on a large scale nor committed such deranged acts. At most, they smashed things up during the search and then left while cursing. Was the theory of Norman demons, which the federal media had previously hyped up, ultimately just something to deceive oneself? Weiss's group safely dodged the first wave of searches by the Norman army, but this did not mean that every group of fighters who had dispersed to retreat was as lucky. In the mid-afternoon, intense gunfire and explosions suddenly rang out in the distance. Then, a volunteer observer in the village sent word through a ventilation hole, saying that a battle had broken out in a village named Bagudin, that numerous Norman soldiers were rushing there, and that the Norman warship lingering in Slin was also flying in that direction. In the retreat plan led by Wadestein, the village named Baguden was indeed a hiding spot. Furthermore, when splitting forces during the retreat, there had been no prior arrangement as to who would go where. If they had chosen a different direction at the fork in the road, Weiss could have ended up in that village instead of sitting safely here. Among the 3 local resistance fighters with Weiss, the one serving as the guide was a sturdy and agile young man with black hair. His simple yet persistent gaze gave a sense of reliability. Hearing this news, he immediately became anxious and hurriedly crawled over to ask Weiss, "Captain, let's go out. Even if we can't directly help them break the siege, we can still tie down some of the enemy." The situation was still unclear, so Weiss certainly wouldn't act rashly. He replied, "If this is an enemy plot, rushing out would mean falling right into their trap. If our people are truly under attack, going out now would merely help them reduce the pressure a little, but the enemy's flying warship has been dispatched, and the final result would be that neither side could escape. Conversely, if they are captured by the Normans, we can find an opportunity to capture some Norman soldiers and use them to exchange for our people, that might actually give us a glimmer of hope." The black-haired youth didn't buy it, however. He glared and said, "No, our fighters would rather die in battle than be captured by the enemy. If you won't go, I will." Weiss had once been young and impulsive, too. On the northern border, in Belakasar, he had run through hails of bullets time and time again, feeling exhilarated. But looking back, he realized that if it hadn't been for the repeated favor of the goddess of luck, the grass on his grave would have grown tall long ago. Therefore, he grabbed the black-haired youth's arm. "Listen to me, young man. This war will last a long time. If we lose our lives out of momentary impulse, we won't have the chance to contribute more to this country. Hold back, and you'll have the chance to kill 100 Norman soldiers in the future. Can't hold back, and you'll kill at most 3 or 5 Norman soldiers. Which path should you choose?" Although the black-haired youth was hot-blooded, he wasn't the type to be so stubborn as to refuse to listen to reason. With Weiss's persuasion, he calmed down a little. After pondering for a while, he said very unwillingly, "But, Captain, I will feel guilty for the rest of my life." "Fine." Weiss sighed. "Let me go out and check the situation. If there is still a turn for the better in the battle, even if the road ahead is a 9-death 1-life gamble, we will charge forward together. But if there is absolutely no hope, you must listen to me." The black-haired youth didn't know Weiss well and seemed skeptical of his statement. Seeing this, Weiss pointed to his own eyes and then clenched his fist and struck his chest. "Believe in me, believe in us Lorraine guerrilla fighters. If we were cowardly and abandoned our companions, we couldn't possibly be the target of a full-scale manhunt by the Normans." Perhaps seeing a spirit in Weiss's firm gaze that ordinary people lacked, the black-haired youth chose to trust him. He whispered, "All right then, Captain, follow me." Led by him, Weiss came to a hidden tunnel entrance. After pushing open the outer cover, a biting mountain wind rushed into his face, and the view before him suddenly opened up. He skillfully focused his mind and squinted to observe. At first glance, the view was a mixture of red and green, resembling a scene of fierce battle between 2 sides. But after careful identification, he discovered that those green dashed boxes were basically elderly, women, and children who couldn't even be counted as weak combatants, and the vast majority were in full health. Meanwhile, the mental and physical states of the red dashed boxes showed no significant depletion, which meant that the signs of battle were deliberately faked by the Normans. They perhaps knew that resistance fighters were hiding in that area, and after searching in vain, they came up with this trick. It must be said that resistance fighters lacking combat experience were indeed very likely to be confused by the Norman smoke and mirrors. Sure enough, in a valley with relatively lush vegetation to the west of the village where intense gunfire and explosions were heard, gunshots suddenly rang out. Weiss shifted his gaze. There were a few red dashed boxes, as well as green dashed boxes that actually possessed combat capability. Impulsiveness is a devil. Weiss couldn't help but clench his fists. Although in that valley, the red dashed boxes were rapidly losing HP and the green dashed boxes were surging in momentum, looking at the perimeter, hundreds of red dashed boxes were following the sound. Even worse, the hovering Norman cruiser was like a shark with sharp teeth and fangs. As soon as it smelled blood, it would immediately pounce with lightning speed and open its bloody maw. "Look. Our people have already engaged the enemy. The strength gap between us and the enemy is vast. If we can't appear in time, we'll have to watch them slowly be wiped out by the enemy." The black-haired youth used 3 consecutive emphatic particles, vividly expressing his anxious state of mind. Weiss did not hide or equivocate, but told the truth. The battle in Baguden village is faked by the enemy is firing blank shots, and our people are still hidden in the tunnels and cellars. But in that valley, the battle is real, our comrades hidden there have been lured out by the enemy's trick. Then what are we waiting for? The black-haired youth shouted. Even if there is only one of our comrades there, as long as the battle hasn't stopped, we cannot let him fight alone. Knights of Slien warriors, take up your weapons and follow me. It seemed that living in subjugation under the Normans for a long time had exhausted the patience of these resistance fighters. The indomitability in their bones was screaming day and night, and the previous battle ambushing the high-ranking Norman official in Slin had instantly ignited their unextinguished fighting spirit, causing the blood in every meridian of their bodies to boil uncontrollably. Although Weiss could understand this, from the perspective of the overall combat situation, he still grabbed him and whispered, "Wait." The black-haired youth was quite strong. He shook off his arm and broke free from Weiss's restraint. Just at this moment, a thunderous roar came from the sky, and immediately after, flames flashed in the valley, and explosions rumbled. In an instant, the entire valley was shrouded in black and grey smoke and dust. Seeing this, the black-haired youth was stunned. Weiss took the opportunity to persuade him, see that. The enemy wanted to lure them out and blast them into fragments with ship cannons. This isn't a question of fearlessness or cowardice at all, but the difference between calmness and recklessness. On the battlefield, it's easy to die in battle, but surviving and defeating the enemy is the real challenge. Are we, just like that, going to endure it? After a long while, the black-haired youth finally spat out a few words. The enemies in the village had already withdrawn, but the surrounding mountains and plains were full of enemy search squads, and the lookouts on the Norman cruiser were also observing the ground at all times. Being exposed outside for a long time meant the chance of being discovered by the enemy was not small. Weiss dragged the black-haired youth back into the tunnel and comforted him, hey, listen, we ambushed their important figure in Slin, that guy is either dead or injured. Regardless of what his identity actually is, for the countless federal citizens whose homelands have been occupied by the Normans, what we did today is a quite remarkable feat. Every fighter who sacrificed themselves in this battle is a great hero, and every one of them will receive the people's respect and be remembered by the people. They died for a worthy cause, and we who survived will, after nightfall, use our knives and guns to vent our anger. The black-haired youth, like someone lost in the dark who finally saw a light ahead, looked at Weiss with red eyes. Tonight? Yes, tonight. We will kill our way back and leave not a single enemy alive. According to normal logic, after just pulling off a big event, one should withdraw overnight, getting as far away as possible, avoiding the heat before looking for opportunities to cause trouble again. This was how Weiss had originally planned it. What the black-haired youth said, while not a well-thought-out strategy, gave Weiss an inspiration. The more dangerous the place, and the more risky the method, the less the enemy would expect it. Chapter 11, Night Kill. Since they had decided to wait until nightfall to strike back at the enemy, Weiss and the armed resistance fighters spent the remaining daylight hours resting in the narrow, cramped tunnels. However, having witnessed their close comrades blown to pieces by enemy ship artillery, they had no heart for sleep. Some lay with their eyes open in the darkness, while others bowed their heads in grief. As the leader of the Slin assault and commander of the Lorraine guerrilla fighters, Weiss was struggling to think through their current predicament and find a way out. Whether in AO City or Lorraine, the Resistance's guerrilla warfare seemed to have the necessary foundation at first glance, and the envisioned model had indeed been quite effective in the early stages. However, as soon as the enemy's flying warships appeared, the operational space for guerrilla warfare was severely suppressed, causing the most successful guerrilla strategies of the old era to be constrained in this world where flying warships ran rampant. With the enemy on alert, no matter how ingeniously designed the ground guerrilla tactics were, they were bound to be inefficient and high risk. They had to adapt to continue the great guerrilla war of the Lorraine people. After much thought, Weiss realized that the most urgent need for the guerrilla force at the moment was aircraft that could take off and land on grass and hide in forests. Only aircraft could pin down the enemy's flying warships and conduct surprise attacks on enemy military facilities before quickly withdrawing. Only aircraft could elevate guerrilla warfare from its traditional model to a modern model compatible with the technology of flying warships, allowing them to deal with the maneuver-savvy flying warships with greater speed and higher flexibility. Where would the aircraft come from? This was a problem, yet it was not a problem. Catalyzed by the war, the Ulster Free Federation had surprisingly become the aviation powerhouse on Oren's planet, dominating in aircraft technology, production, and application. In battles against the Norman army, attack echelons composed of hundreds of aircraft were commonplace, with nearly 1,000 aircraft participating in the largest engagement, and the technical performance of these aircraft was not inferior to the standards of the end of the First World War in the old era. Although relying on the foundations of the Crumble-Hessen factory and the Lawrence automobile manufacturing factory made it technically feasible to manufacture aircraft on their own engines, metal castings, firearms, and bombs were all readily available and only needed slight modifications, and wooden propellers and fabric skins were not difficult to make. The lack of guidance from professional technicians meant that feeling their way forward would inevitably consume a large amount of time, and the technical level would have to start from a lower tier. Therefore, the best method was to seek aid from the Federation Army, asking them to provide finished or semi-finished products, while the machines and materials in the hands of the Lorraine Resistance could be used for equipment assembly, repair, and maintenance. From this perspective, even if he was 100 times unwilling, he still had to contact the Federation Army and seek their support and help. Otherwise, they would have to dig tunnels everywhere and cautiously deal with the Normans like gophers if they wanted to continue this guerrilla war. The contemplation in the darkness made Weiss feel the fog before his eyes gradually disperse. Night finally arrived, and they walked out of the stifling tunnels, heading towards the mountain city of Slin with hearts full of vengeance. Under the cover of night, the various camps of the Norman army were brightly lit, especially Victory Square at the southern end of the town, where huge searchlights pierced the night sky. This unregulated lighting seemed like they were deliberately exposing their positions to the enemy, or perhaps they were so afraid of the dark that they had turned on every light source around them. His companions scattered to contact the resistance forces in hopes of concentrating their strength to the maximum extent. Meanwhile, Weiss stood for a long time on a hill outside the city, calmly and meticulously observing the enemy's troop distribution, relying on both his special vision and his combat experience and logical thinking. The previous Norman cruiser was nowhere to be seen, replaced by two much smaller Norman frigates and one medium-sized Norman transport ship. Trucks were parked beside the various hatches of the Norman transport ship, and Norman soldiers were using mechanical hoists to load crates of supplies onto the trucks. In addition, the number of Norman combat personnel in Slin had increased significantly, likely reinforcements that had arrived on the Norman transport ship. The Norman's strength in Slin had increased, and they were on high alert. Logically, the resistance should find a way to leave and lie low for a while, but after careful observation and analysis, Weiss believed that now was actually a good opportunity to take a risk and launch a night raid within the city. Later, about half of the various groups that had previously dispersed and retreated were re-established contact. Including the commander of the Knights of Tian, Wade Stein, almost all the resistance fighters agreed with the night raid plan. They would be in position before midnight at the earliest, or join the battle by 2 AM at the latest. To ensure the success of this night raid, 2 assault weapons that had been thrown into the sewer during the retreat were essential. Weiss had the black-haired youth take his companions into the town first, both to scout for intelligence on enemy movements and to find a way to recover those 2 mortars and the remaining ammunition. While waiting for Wade Stein to arrive and rendezvous, Weiss calmed his mind and did his utmost to think through the critical aspects of this raid and the various unexpected situations that might be encountered during the battle. With an hour left until midnight, Wade Stein finally arrived at the agreed-upon meeting point, looking travel-worn. The two put their heads together to discuss the operational deployment. Wade Stein's thorough understanding of Slin allowed Weiss to concretize many details, even down to how many resistance fighters to arrange at a certain firepower point and how much explosives to set. By the time they finished discussing, it was past midnight. They set off immediately, using those ancient and secret passages to infiltrate the war-torn mountain city once again. Near 2 AM, 2 mortars emitting a sour stench were set up behind ruins approximately 5,000 feet from the center of Victory Square. Since only 6 mortar shells remained, the Lorraine guerrilla fighters responsible for operating the guns repeatedly calculated firing parameters and made adjustments. However, they were not the ones to kick off the night. It was Weiss, who had personally led a team to sneak up to the Norman garrison headquarters. He took 3 soldiers and, with the agility of a wildcat, passed through layers of the Norman army's security lines, placed explosives equipped with time delay detonators right under the enemy's nose, and then withdrew like a ghost. Boom! Boom! The violent explosions instantly awakened the sleeping mountain city. The Norman army's barracks in the north and west of the city were immediately raided by the resistance. Not only were the sentries turned into beehives by sudden gunfire, but the barracks were also subjected to machine gun strafing and grenade attacks. A few minutes later, the 2 mortars also emitted their distinct sounds. The shells flew over the ruins and the security lines the Normans had set up at the edge of the square, heading toward the Norman warship parked on the ground. At this time, in addition to that medium-sized Norman transport ship, 1 Norman frigate was also parked on the square. The former was to the north, the latter to the south, while another Norman frigate was slowly drifting in the night sky. The first round of mortar fire landed just a few feet away from that transport ship. Before the Norman ship crew member on the 3 ships could react, the slightly adjusted second round achieved great results. That bloated Norman transport ship took a hit head-on. Although it did not cause a fire or secondary explosion of ammunition, it was a significant psychological blow to the Normans and a tremendous encouragement to the resistance. The second round scored a hit, so the final round did not need adjustment and was fired directly. This time, the halo of luck descended upon one of the mortar teams. The shell landed next to a truck loaded with ammunition. The explosion overturned the truck and triggered an ammunition explosion, immediately setting off fireworks in the square. This series of explosions affected one side of the transport ship. The extent of the hull damage was unknown, but it was certain that its flight capability had been affected, and it failed to lift off and leave the area until the end of the raid. In less than 2 minutes, the 3 rounds of fire were completed, and the mortar shells brought by the Lorraine guerrilla fighters were all used up. Following Weiss's instructions, the soldiers responsible for operating the guns placed a bomb grenade into each barrel, destroying them on the spot, and then evacuated at high speed. By this time, the Norman warship on aerial patrol had already used its searchlights to find the attackers on the periphery of the square, and artillery fire followed. These attackers did not have the ability to burrow into the ground, and it looked like they would not be able to escape the pursuit from the air. At a critical moment, a half-collapsed building fired a series of autocannon shells. Although this caliber of autocannon could not threaten the core areas of the Norman warship, it could destroy searchlights and kill Norman ship crew member in low protection or unprotected areas. This sudden autocannon fire forced that Norman frigate to stop its eagle-like swooping motion, and also caused another Norman frigate that had just taken off to focus its attention here, rather than chasing down the runners who had no anti-aircraft capability. If there had been no Norman warship here, the night raid could have been fought deeper and more thoroughly, and it might even have been possible to drive the Norman army out of Slin. But as Weiss lamented, Norman warship were simply the natural enemy of guerrilla warfare. The 2 Norman frigates forced them to adopt a method of attacking from various places to disturb the enemy's vision, hitting and running at every location to carry out this night raid. To cover the safe retreat of the various resistance groups as much as possible, Wade Stein brought out his most valuable assets, not only deploying the only heavy autocannon, but also using as many grenades and explosives as they had. Weiss did not hesitate either, fully utilizing the tactical skills he had honed in the AO City guerrilla war, combined with his special talent, to constantly attack Norman soldier in the city. His group alone killed or wounded over 100 Norman soldier. Their elusiveness left the Normans dizzy and confused. By the time the 2 Norman warship cleared out the resistance's autocannon firing points, the various resistance groups had once again vanished, leaving behind only a mountain city filled with smoke and flowing blood, and most of the blood that stained the street flagstones came from the Norman garrison. With the ambush in the suburbs of Slin before and the attack inside Slin after, the strength the Normans lost here was already close to the price they had paid to capture Slin initially. What made them feel even more humiliated was that in these few battles, the number of resistance fighters they had killed and captured combined was less than 1/3 of their own death toll. Such a casualty ratio in irregular warfare had only appeared before in the snowy wilderness of Wessex, and that was a tragedy that occurred when flying warships could not arrive in time to provide support. To suffer such humiliation when the weather was not harsh and air superiority had not been lost was a first. Could they endure it? Chapter 12, New Troubles, New Opportunities. The Slin surprise attack by the all-armed resistance was a repeat performance. In terms of process and impact, it could be called a model of resistance operations in occupied territory. However, it was not perfect, especially the counterattack launched when the enemy was on full alert. The battle was intense and thrilling. The resistance fighters exhausted their technical equipment and still lost dozens of people during the raid and withdrawal. The rest were able to evacuate under the cover of their companions on the periphery. As for the surviving Slin citizens, they would live in humiliation and resentment under the Normans until the end of the war. After withdrawing from Slin, Weiss and Wadstein did not continue to fight together, but parted ways to go their separate ways. The reason these two determined guerrilla force commanders parted ways was not due to irreconcilable differences, but because they were constrained by the Norman army's three-dimensional combat methods and had to fully explore the regional breadth and geographical depth of the Lorraine Mountains. Weiss took the Lorraine guerrilla fighters, who had grown rapidly in battle, back to the mountain forests of Soms-Onas, while Wadstein led the brave Knights of Slien to operate in the coastal areas of the southern Lorraine federal state. Resistance activities in Slin thus entered a state of hibernation. 2 weeks later, escorted by 3 Norman frigates, a medium-sized transport ship formation flew to this war-torn mountain city. Transport ships landed one by one, and squads of soldiers marched off the ships, walking to their respective barracks. They looked dusty, officers and soldiers alike appeared weary, with traces of smoke and fire on them, and they even looked somewhat disheveled. However, their illustrious reputation on the battlefield made their allies respectful and their opponents tremble with fear. This unit was the Norman Imperial Royal 1st Marine Division. The division commander, Count Feistel, nicknamed the Bloodthirsty, was called the Madman by his colleagues behind his back. He highly praised open and aggressive combat tactics. Since the outbreak of the war, the casualties of the 1st Marine Division in every battle they participated in had always been far ahead of the rest. They had received large-scale reinforcements 3 times, but whether in the Kingdom of Wessex or the Ulster Free Federation, this sharp blade was invincible, repeatedly breaking deadlocks for the Norman army. Whether judged by the number of enemy kills or their contribution to the campaign, it was the undisputed number 1 ace at the division level. However, in the recently concluded Battle of Franson, the Madman and his troops suffered a heavy loss. They were ordered to raid Mabura City, a key stronghold behind the Federation army lines. However, on the way to the airborne zone, the Norman fleet was fiercely attacked by the Federation Army's aviation units. The transport ships full of soldiers became the primary target of the Federal Army fighter aircraft. 4 out of 24 transport ships were destroyed, and 7 were damaged and forced to land. The participating troops lost nearly half their strength before even reaching the battlefield. Worse, air bases near the front line were harassed by the Federation Army's air and ground forces, leading to ineffective follow-up reinforcements and supply drops. The 1st Marine Division units that had entered the battle early had to fight alone. Although they captured Mabura City, they were immediately counter-encircled by the Federal Army and fell into a bitter struggle. Any other Norman unit of equal strength would likely have been wiped out, but the 1st Marine Division units managed to carve a bloody path in front of the Federal Army, which had the advantage in numbers and situation. Although devastated in the battle, their spirit remained unbroken, and their core strength remained. In a month or 2, they would be fully revived again. The arrival of the Norman Imperial 1st Marine Division made the resistance forces active in the Lorraine Mountains suddenly quiet. The Normans placed their strongest ace unit in Slin, where the resistance was most active, for rest and reorganization. The intention to beat the grass to scare the snake went without saying. Neither the Lorraine guerrilla fighters, the Knights of Slien, nor any resistance armed forces in the Lorraine federal state had the ability to provoke such a large regular enemy army, especially since the veterans of this unit were basically tough characters who had walked through mountains of knives and seas of fire. However, among the various resistance fighters, at least one person was unimpressed by this Norman ace unit in the Northern Border Campaign. The Baston Student Corps where Weiss was located had withstood the successive offensives of the 1st Marine Division, causing them to suffer their first major blow of the war, after which the 1st Marine Division rested for more than a month before returning to the battlefield. It was a pity that the young Baston elites did not yet have the ability to turn the tide. Looking at the Northern Border Campaign as a whole, the Ulster-Wessex Allied forces were defeated until they were almost left with nothing, while the 1st Marine Division, despite suffering over 10,000 casualties, routed the main force of the Allied forces on the border defense line, killing and wounding more than 3 to 5 times that number of Allied officers and soldiers. For Weiss, defeating this Norman Empire ace unit again was undoubtedly a very tempting small goal. He did not act rashly, but used information exchanges along various lines and between resistance organizations to secretly spy on every move of the enemy. In Slin, more than a dozen batches of Norman army had come and gone. Judging from the uniforms worn by the Norman soldier, most of the veterans and recruits of the 1st Marine Division had arrived. Small Slin, although it could barely accommodate 20,000 people, clearly did not have the space for the unit to conduct high-intensity training. Soon, these Norman Marines began battalion-level movements. In addition to heading to various blockade strongholds, they also opened new stations in some villages and towns. Looking at the map, the blockade network laid by the Normans in the west, center, and north of the Lorraine Mountains was becoming more perfect and tighter. If the resistance armed forces made the slightest move, the Norman army in adjacent areas could quickly rush to the scene. In this situation, self-preservation was difficult enough, so how could there be an attack? Day after day, Weiss waited and prepared in silence. From the first day he returned from Slin, he had selected personnel and sent them to the Federation Army-controlled area to contact and seek help. Considering that the land route had been completely cut off by the Norman army, and although the sea route was passable, it was time-consuming, highly dangerous, and unfavorable for military intelligence communication. For this reason, Weiss and his companions used indigenous methods to hand-compile a set of simple communication codes and let the communicators take them to the eastern part of the Federation. On the 19th day after learning that the Norman Imperial 1st Marine Division had arrived in Slin, the radio finally received the agreed signal on the agreed frequency. The Federal Army recognized the containment role of the Lorraine guerrilla fighters and other resistance organizations behind enemy lines and decided to provide support within their capabilities. Moreover, the Federal Army also gave official recognition to the various forces persisting in resistance activities in the Lorraine Mountains. The Lorraine guerrilla fighters operating around Somme-Zones received the designation of the 1st Guerrilla Formation of the Lorraine Federal State, and Weiss, who had originally been demoted to a reserve captain, was transformed into a guerrilla colonel. Although the rank of guerrilla colonel was unprecedented in the Federal Army, and the military had not clearly defined whether this special rank had an equivalent conversion relationship with regular military ranks, having an officially granted title made it legitimate to coordinate various resistance organizations or mobilize the people in the occupied areas. The Federal Army's moral support was, of course, not enough for the weak Lorraine resistance organizations to wrestle with the Norman Empire's elite ace unit. It should be known that this sharp blade in the hands of the Normans did not have division-level artillery or logistics units, but was composed of 3 highly combat-capable marine brigades. Each brigade oversaw 3 marine regiments, and each regiment had 3 combat assault battalions and 1 fire support battalion. The artillery equipment and personnel were assigned to each fire support battalion, taking into account both firepower concentration and operational flexibility, and its combat capability could not be underestimated. Large-scale replenishment and reorganization of the unit, and the seemingly immature tactical tacit understanding of the officers and soldiers seemed to be a weakness that could be exploited, but for the 1st Marine Division, the wolf-like veterans were just using the Ulster Resistance Armed Forces to demonstrate for the new recruits. Therefore, Weiss continued to adhere to the strategy of watching more, moving less, and not touching lightly, patiently looking for the enemy's real flaws. After establishing contact with the Federal Army, at first, Weiss's radio basically only received signals. Except for short signals sent to confirm that messages had been received, he never exposed the location of the radio source. Soon, the Federal Army sent news that the Norman Army was making a comeback, deploying troops along the Franzen-Brubruck line, preparing to launch a new offensive. In the previous battle, the Federal Army had difficulty repelling the Norman offensive, and although they had dealt a heavy blow to the Norman Empire 1st Marine Division, their own personnel and equipment losses were also very large. Once the defense line was lost, the door to the capital, Liberty City, would be open to the Normans. With the war fought to this point, Liberty City had become the final spiritual pillar for the Federation and even the Allied camp fighting against the aggression of the Norman Empire. If it were lost, the surrender faction within the Allied camp would likely replace the war faction to seize leadership. Therefore, the Federal Army requested that the resistance armed forces behind enemy lines do everything possible to contain the Norman Army in the occupied areas, especially the sharp blade that had repeatedly captured cities and strongholds, the Norman Empire 1st Marine Division. On the front line, if they wanted to deal with this Norman ace unit, the Federal Army sending 2 or 3 infantry divisions would not be safe, let alone all the resistance armed forces in Lorraine combined, which did not add up to half a division's strength, and the situation of weapons and equipment was even less worth mentioning. Weiss received the message but did not express his stance, and the Federal Army sent telegrams one after another. The two sides were like performing a strange pantomime. Just then, the Wessex army loyal to the royal family launched an offensive in the north, recapturing several towns and strongholds occupied by the Norman army, forcing the Normans to withdraw some airships and marine units from Ulster to reinforce the northern line. The pressure on the Federal Army was slightly reduced, and they barely managed to spare the energy to meet the support request made by the resistance armed forces behind enemy lines. The liaison sent by Weiss, in addition to bringing their simple communication codes, also verbally conveyed the three-dimensional guerrilla plan envisioned by Weiss. On the 47th day of the Norman Empire 1st Marine Division's arrival in Lorraine, and the 42nd day after the Federal Army learned of this news, the Federal Army sent a code with the content 3543, and Weiss ordered the radio operator to send a 232 response. Less than an hour after the radio wave was sent, the Norman airships arrived near the secret camp where the wireless signal was sent. Fortunately, the resistance fighters were prepared and quickly transferred and hid through pre-dug tunnels. At dawn 2 days later, the Lorraine guerrilla fighters lit 7 bonfires on a grassland northwest of Somme-Zones, guiding the Special Task Force squadron flying from the Federation-controlled area to land there, and hid 12 combat aircraft in the woods before the Norman warship cruised to this location. In addition to 12 pilots, 3 flight instructors, 8 mechanical technicians, and 1 aircraft engineer arrived. Chapter 13, Night Sky Rangers. Fastest update for Iron Soul of Steel. A full moon hung high in the night sky, illuminating the pitch-black world with pale yellow, soft light. At the edge of the forest, several members of the resistance armed forces, some bloated and others lean, were conducting pre-flight checks on the plane waiting to spread its wings, under the guidance of a Federation Army mechanical technician. In a nearby field tent, Weiss and his new partner Flight Captain Patty, a Federation Army officer ordered to support the resistance behind enemy lines, were gathered around a kerosene lamp, discussing the final flight route using a standard Federation Army military map. Before long, everything was ready. Weiss put on his leather cap and extended a hand to Flight Captain Patty. This is our first air raid operation behind enemy lines. It is of great significance. I wish us success. For this first air raid into enemy-occupied territory, Flight Captain Patty was piloting the aircraft himself, so there was no need to dwell on the importance he placed on it. He shook hands with Weiss and grinned. Although my piloting skills are still a bit behind Nikolai's, you can rest assured, Colonel, I will bring you back safely. Weiss smiled, victory or death. Come to think of it, this young flight captain was actually a protege of Nikolai Leopold. Upon learning that Weiss was a classmate at the military academy and a close friend of Nikolai, Flight Captain Patty's favorability toward him automatically reached the maximum level. In this pilot's eyes, Nikolai was a key founder of the Federation's Air Force and an amazing flying ace. It was a pity that his plane crashed in the Battle of Ao City, and there had been no news of him since, which was quite lamentable. Of course, putting the connection to Nikolai aside, Flight Captain Patty and his peers already held the armed resistance activities in the enemy-occupied territory in high regard, which was why they volunteered to come. In their view, only the most loyal and brave patriots dared to rise up against the guns and bayonets of the Norman Empire. After arriving at the secret camp of the Lorraine guerrilla fighters, they saw the clever and diligent side of the resistance members, and they were even more impressed by this group of resistance fighters behind enemy lines. Here, military production was carried out in secret. In addition to conventional firearms and ammunition, there were also mortars, landmines, time bombs, and other sharp weapons for guerrilla warfare. Now, with the help of aircraft engineers and mechanical technicians, and with the aircraft design blueprints, it wouldn't be long before this resistance organization could even produce combat aircraft in small batches. The first air raid focused on psychological attack and required using unpredictable maneuvers to keep the enemy guessing, so a single aircraft strategy was adopted. This special air squadron behind enemy lines flew in from the Federation Army-controlled area. The person in the back seat was a technician rather than a trained bombardier, so someone had to be selected from the resistance members to take on this role. This time, Flight Captain Patty was piloting, and Weiss was responsible for observation and bombing. Although they hadn't practiced much together, they already possessed the most basic tacit understanding. Amidst a satisfying roar, the Type E bomber began to taxi on the grass outside the forest. This biplane was considered the second generation of combat aircraft equipped by the Federation Army. Its speed, range, and payload were much improved compared to the initial toy planes, and it was equipped with a mechanical bomb sight and bomb release controller. Thanks to this, the efficiency of the Federation Army Air Force in attacking enemy aerial warships or ground targets had significantly improved. In the recent Battle of Feilenson, the Federation Army Air Force performed brilliantly. During the battle, 35 attack squadrons and 74 bomber squadrons were deployed. Relying on the ants kill the elephant combat strategy, they forced the invincible Norman Empire air fleet to suffer a crushing defeat, thereby winning this key battle that saved the fate of the Federation. Although its performance and effectiveness were greatly enhanced, in terms of structure, the Type E bomber had not undergone any qualitative changes compared to its predecessors. The open cockpit was both noisy and cold during flight. Even wearing extra thick leather clothes and fur, it was not enough to resist the bone-chilling cold below zero. Before long, ice crystals had already accumulated on Weiss's face. Even so, his fighting spirit had not diminished in the slightest, the desire to fight was always burning in his chest. To strike a snake, one must hit it 7 inches. For the first air raid, Weiss set his target at the headquarters of the 1st Marine Division of the Norman Empire, which was also the most important personnel and material transit station for the Norman Army in the Lorraine region, the mountain city of Slin. In an era where navigation basically relied on a compass, night flight posed a natural technical difficulty. However, the Normans' defensive measures provided the perfect reference for the 2 night sky rangers before they even approached Slin. The bright searchlights provided them with excellent guidance. The journey was silent, and it was a bit uncomfortable to hold it in. Seeing the target right ahead, Weiss patted Flight Captain Patty on the shoulder. Let's go to the airport south of the city first and see how our luck is tonight. Flight Captain Patty turned his head. 3 strikes to pick the peach. Regardless of the size of the battle results, one thing is certain, some Normans will definitely be driven crazy by us. Haha. Weiss laughed heartily. The arrival of Flight Captain Patty and his group made the state of the resistance behind enemy lines and the federal government and army operating independently a thing of the past. Through them, the resistance members finally learned what amazing influence their efforts and sacrifices had created by using the enemy's communication codes to send telegrams in the name of the Norman army denouncing the Norman dynasty. Some unknown changes had occurred within the Norman Empire. Most of the senior generals of the Norman army on the front line were rotated, many important command positions changed, and the start time of the Battle of Feilenson was delayed by at least half a month because of this. Weiss was promoted 3 times, from reserve captain to guerrilla colonel, which had a lot to do with this miraculous achievement. The enemy codebook he had the communicator take, and the narrative of the process of disturbing the enemy allowed the Federation military to have a reasonable deduction for the reason for the enemy's abnormal movements in the early stage. Attention, there is an enemy flying warship above the target. Flight Captain Patty warned loudly. Weiss activated his special vision without hesitation. The red virtual frame that jumped into his eyes indicated that the flying object above the target was an enemy second-class frigate. Except for those communication special service ships and transport ships, this was the weakest flying warship of the Norman Empire Air Force, usually with a tonnage of about 1000 ta. Like the Federation Army's second-class frigate, it used small-caliber naval guns and machine guns as its main weapons, positioned for aerial warning patrols and transport escort. When encountering a hard battle, it usually only had the role of cheering. Seeing the reality of the target, Weiss responded loudly, "That is a Norman second-class frigate. Ignore it, proceed according to the original plan." Under these circumstances, Flight Captain Patty didn't have time to get to the bottom of it, but gave Weiss full trust. He turned his head again. "Colonel, our flight might be a bit bumpy next, sit tight." As soon as he finished speaking, the aircraft's piston engine made a louder roar. Under Flight Captain Patty's skilled control, it was like a tamed yet vigorous warhorse, showing its heroic posture running freely in the cold wind. Apparently to guard against ground attacks by the resistance armed forces, that Norman frigate was hovering at a position of less than 2,000 feet, with neither speed nor altitude. In the eyes of a skilled and experienced pilot, this was an ideal bombing target. You know, the maximum combat load of this Type E bomber was 2,200 pounds, and the most lethal weapon currently in the Federation Army Air Force was the 2,000-pound heavy-duty aerial armor-piercing bomb. If dropped from an altitude of several thousand feet and hitting the target, this bomb nicknamed Death was enough to severely damage a Norman battleship with just one, and there were cases on the battlefield of taking out a Norman cruiser in one go. However, Flight Captain Patty led the special squadron behind enemy lines to fly from the Federation Army-controlled area, crossing a journey of more than 800 miles. Except for carrying technical personnel and necessary maintenance spare parts, the payload was used to carry additional fuel. For this night air raid, the plane's bomb racks were loaded with light aerial bombs manufactured by the Klemper-Heessen secret factory with existing equipment, 45 pounds each, for a total of 20. This kind of light bomb was slightly more powerful than a mortar shell, mainly for explosion and fragmentation damage. It was like scratching an itch when used on an enemy warship, but if they were all dumped in an enemy barracks or arsenal, the refreshing feeling was just thinking about it, which was very enjoyable. Taking advantage of the enemy warship being unprepared, the bold Flight Captain Patty ran wild within the range of its naval guns. First, he dived at a small angle and swept past Victory Square in the south of the city, with the lowest point less than 100 feet above the ground. Not to mention pistols and rifles, even if the Normans threw stones, they would have a chance to shoot down this plane, but except for 2 Norman soldiers who fired with their rifles, the other Normans didn't react at all. Seeing that the first target was empty, with no enemy transport ships or goods that hadn't been transferred, Flight Captain Patty circled Slynn again. The roar of the engine woke up the Norman army stationed here, and the shrill alarm sounded in a hurry, but the reaction speed of the naval guns and ground anti-aircraft guns was not fast enough. The Norman soldiers could only use pistols, rifles, and their eyes to attack this uninvited guest. During the process of the warplane circling the city, Weiss activated his special vision again. Looking down from the flight perspective, it looked like an ant nest below, with thousands of red ants, some gathered in a pile, some moving scattered. He quickly locked onto a densely populated point, greeted Flight Captain Patty to adjust the heading, and dropped the first group of aerial bombs without losing the opportunity. This series of explosions resounded through the mountain city of Slynn, declaring to the occupiers in the way of the resistance that as long as the aggression did not stop, the fighting would not stop for a day. After the first bombing, Flight Captain Patty pulled the plane up and climbed. When the Norman warship hovering over Slynn appeared in the crosshairs of the mechanical bomb sight, Weiss moved the lever and dropped the second group of bombs. Although only one bomb hit the Norman warship, causing minimal damage, attacking the Norman warship in front of the Norman Marines was not only a naked provocation, but also an arrogant contempt. For the last group of aerial bombs, Weiss selected the Norman barracks southwest of Slynn. After the bombing, the warplane did not hide or dodge, left the late enemy artillery fire behind, flew straight to the southeast, and only returned to the north after leaving the enemy's sight. The Norman frigate could barely compete with the Federation Army warplane in speed when running at full power, but its mobility was incomparable. Not to mention that it would take at least half an hour to go from hovering to full speed. During this process, the plane had long since disappeared. Such a night air raid, apart from the difficulty of grasping the route and finding the target, was simpler than taking candy from a child. Just because of this air raid, the Normans probably couldn't even figure out where the enemy plane came from. Chapter 14, just to poke this hornet's nest. Slynn, Valence, Soms-Onus. For 3 consecutive nights, the Lorraine guerrilla fighters launched air raids on 3 major towns where the Norman army was stationed in the Lorraine mountains. Although only 1 or 2 planes were dispatched each time, causing very limited casualties and damage, the sudden appearance of this surprise force successfully distracted the Norman army. Norman warships appeared more and more frequently in the Lorraine mountains, and the 1st Marine Division not only did not leave but continued to dispatch battalion and regimental units to conduct organized sweeps in the mountains and forests between towns and villages. Stimulated by the war, the Norman military machine was already running at full power. Losing the 1st Marine Division would not affect the overall strategic deployment, but losing this elite force would certainly affect the tactics and intensity of their offensive and breakthrough operations. Adhering to the tactical principle of the enemy advances, we retreat, Weiss decisively adopted a strategy of concealment after the Norman army increased its vigilance and strengthened patrols. Planes were not dispatched, reconnaissance activities switched to silent mode, and even production at the secret camp was reduced in intensity to avoid attracting enemy detection through smoke or noise. Taking advantage of this rest period, he personally led the resistance organization's technical team to intensify their efforts. With ready-made technical drawings and personnel, aircraft manufacturing was undoubtedly twice as effective with half the effort, but using the production equipment of the Crumble-Hessen factory and the Lawrence automobile manufacturing plant to produce standard-compliant aircraft parts was still not an easy task. They needed to modify machine tools, make molds, and refine processes. What was even more headache-inducing was that due to the uniqueness of the external environment, they could not conduct tests at will and had to improve the reliability of the produced parts through repeated ground testing and calculations. The concealment tactic lasted for a week, and the Norman defensive measures relaxed somewhat. Outbound scouts and secret agents both discovered that the 1st Marine Division's units were systematically gathering at various strongholds, seemingly intending to pack up and head to the front lines. After repeated discussions with Captain Patty, Weiss decided to unleash his long-conceived aerial ambush tactic, letting the Normans see that a powerful resistance force still existed in the Lorraine mountains. In this way, even if they could not keep the Norman Empire's 1st Marine Division, they would still tie down as many Norman air and ground forces as possible, reducing the pressure on the Federation army on the main battlefield. This looked like a glorious and proud thing, but the guerrilla war of the Lorraine people would henceforth enter its cruelest and most difficult stage. Many people would sacrifice, and many tragedies and disasters would happen. Perhaps only those with the firmest wills would be able to persist to the end. This excellent aerial ambush battle began with a Type E bomber raiding the mountain city of Slin at night, luring the Norman frigates to pursue. The Norman army seemed to have made full preparations for the Federation's single-plane night raid. Not only did the ground forces in Slin organize anti-aircraft fire in time, but 3 frigates also launched a pincer movement from different directions. These Norman frigates had their searchlights wide open, like an octopus with waving tentacles, chasing their weak prey relentlessly. The shells they fired bloomed continuously like fireworks. When these Norman warships chased near the city of Samsonas, 9 Type E bombers suddenly dived down from high altitude. This time, they were not carrying light aerial bombs that relied on quantity, but 5 50-pound aerial bombs self-made by the Krumblehesen secret factory. Their power was already close to large-caliber naval guns, and a single hit could severely damage or even sink the Normans' light warships. Of the 9 Type E bombers, except for Weiss and 2 others who had actual combat experience, the rest of the bombardiers were newcomers. Day after day training was not enough to replace the tempering and honing of the battlefield. Whether in observation and aiming accuracy or grasping the timing, they were far from professional veterans. Fortunately, the pilots flying the planes were all skilled hands who had undergone strict training in actual combat, and most had participated in the desperate counterattack in the Battle of Franzen, possessing an iron will and strong self-confidence. Under their control, the 9 bombers were like a group of fierce night hawks, covering each other and coordinating tacitly. They first concentrated their firepower on the leading enemy ship, dropping bombs one after another, and achieved consecutive hits. This Norman warship was swallowed by a violent explosion in an instant. Since the Norman army occupied the Lorraine federal state, this was the first flying warship they had lost in Lorraine. Witnessing their friendly ship being sunk, the Normans on the other 2 frigates did not retreat decisively, nor would they raise a white flag. In the night sky, they could not figure out how many Federation warplanes were attacking them. They only felt that enemy planes were whistling past constantly, and the naval guns fired indiscriminately, but they never managed to shoot down even one. Therefore, they adopted a conventional strategy, which was to descend to the effective range of the ground forces, and through air-ground cooperation, organize a dense anti-aircraft fire net, making it difficult for enemy warplanes to attack calmly. On the main battlefield, this was a proven effective method, but at night, and with insufficient prior communication, it backfired. Seeing their own warships approaching, the Norman ground troops had their guns loaded but dared not fire easily. In the end, they watched helplessly as another of their warships was besieged by enemy planes. It was hit repeatedly, and its weak armor could not withstand the high-intensity explosive impact at all, falling apart before it could even attempt an emergency landing. After each plane finished dropping its bombs, Weiss did not linger and fired a green signal flare with a signal gun to withdraw and return. Including the planes acting as bait, the 10 Warhawks quickly withdrew from this battle, which lasted only 10 minutes or so, and headed separately to 5 prearranged hiding spots. After they landed, the resistance organization would dismantle them on the spot and hide them in more secure hiding places such as forest cellars and abandoned mines in a decentralized manner. In the Samsonas air battle, 2 of the Norman army's 3 frigates were taken out, and they were pinned down and rubbed by a few Federation warplanes. Whether in terms of the battle process or the result, the Norman High Command could not accept it. Because no traces of Federation warplane activity were found in the occupied area east of Lorraine that night, and no enemy planes were found crossing the border in the fully alert combat area, the Normans could finally be certain that these ghost-like aerial attackers were hidden in the occupied zone. This was like poking a hornet's nest. The Norman army launched an unprecedented dragnet sweep in Lorraine and the surrounding areas. In the sky, warships were as numerous as crucian carp in a river, and transport ships were constantly dropping murderous ground troops and infantry into the mountains and forests, while mechanized units and cavalry units were also coming and going on various roads, kicking up clouds of dust and being very busy. Under such a tight sweep, many secret camps hidden deep in the mountains and forests were dug out by the Normans, and various abandoned mines and natural caves also became key objects of the Normans' investigation, with a large amount of equipment and material seized by the Normans. Although the material losses were great, thanks to Weiss's full and thorough preparations, personnel losses were minimal. The resistance armed members and the civilians who supported the resistance movement had been relocated in advance to secret tunnels in the forest. These tunnels, located 10 feet below the ground, formed a huge man-made nest stretching for dozens of miles. Although narrow and damp, not suitable for long-term living, they were an ideal place to avoid the Normans' crazy sweeps. For this almost dead and occupied zone sweep operation, the Norman army invested dozens of airships and tens of thousands of Norman troops. The supplies consumed daily were a considerable number. Moreover, the Wessex army was counterattacking in the north, and the Ulster Free Federation army was holding fast in the east. The Normans were managing a vast occupied territory while racking their brains to defeat the remaining enemies as soon as possible. It was impossible for them to dispatch such a huge force in the barren Lorraine mountains for a long time, but they were not reconciled to the situation of not cutting weeds and roots, the spring breeze blowing and regenerating. Therefore, they used both soft and hard tactics, using multiple channels to try to disintegrate the resistance organization through external high pressure and internal inducements. On the 10th day of the Norman army's massive sweep, Weiss sat on the treetop of a large tree deep in the mountains and forests, looking with interest at the reward notices and admonition letters scattered by the Normans. On this reward notice written in the Ulster language, any resident could receive a reward of 100 gold crowns for providing information about the whereabouts of the resistance organization, while helping the Norman army catch key members of the resistance organization or Federation army. Pilots could get a staggering 2,000 gold crowns. As for the leaders of the resistance organization, they were worth 6,000 gold crowns. Because the economy was devastated by the war, ordinary krona paper currency had become like waste paper in the occupied area and had depreciated sharply in the Federation army controlled area, making gold crowns, which had originally withdrawn from the circulation field, popular. In terms of purchasing power, 1 gold crowns was equivalent to 200 to 500 krona paper currency before the war. For an ordinary family, 6,000 gold crowns was a downright huge sum, and its huge temptation was self-evident. "Hey, Captain, look, the Normans offer for me 6,000 gold crowns," Weiss said to Captain Paddy under the tree. "How much?" the captain asked, looking up. There was no enemy situation around, so Weiss said loudly, 6,000 gold crowns. "Ha!" Captain Paddy laughed. "It seems your successful guerrilla warfare during this period has made you worth 100 times more. Don't want to make a windfall?" Weiss teased. "Forget it." Paddy replied, "If one becomes a slave of a conquered nation, what is the meaning of any amount of wealth? The great truths of life are actually that simple, but not everyone can truly comprehend them." Weiss crumpled the reward notice into a ball, then carefully looked at the Norman's admonition letter. The first paragraph was nothing more than beautifying the Norman Empire's military occupation action in terms of text and rhetoric, and stating that after concluding a peace treaty, the Norman army would definitely withdraw from the occupied area step by step and hand over the governance rights here to the locals. Below were the rewards for defectors of different statuses and positions. Ordinary members of the resistance organization could get 500 gold crowns for defecting and serve in public office in the local government or get commercial tax exemption qualifications. Middle-level backbone members of the resistance organization could get 2,000 gold crowns for defecting, serve in senior positions in local government, and obtain Norman Empire citizenship. Leaders of the resistance organization who led their troops to defect could not only let their subordinates enjoy the above treatment, but also obtain titles from the Norman Empire and serve in military positions in the local security forces being prepared. If the Ulster-Wessex allied forces ultimately failed to turn the tide of the war, accepting the Normans' recruitment seemed to be a sensible move. Weiss certainly disdained it, but he also became wary because of it. Who could guarantee that every member of the resistance organization would be able to remain unshakable in the face of the enemy's coercion and inducement? Chapter 15, The Great Rock Arrives. Latest update of Iron Soul of Steel. Early morning, the mist gradually dispersed. Outside a forest in the northeast of the Lorraine Mountains, 12 members of the resistance armed forces were arranged in a V shape on the grass. Each held several firework signal sticks, silently waiting for the commander's order. By repeatedly luring and ambushing the Norman army, joining forces with other resistance organizations to attack the Norman garrison, and using support aircraft from the Federation army to upgrade guerrilla warfare to a three-dimensional mode, this enemy behind lines resistance organization known as the Lorraine Guerrilla Fighters had become famous among both Federation military and civilians and in the ears of the enemy. The Federation viewed them as a model of armed resistance behind enemy lines and vigorously supported and publicized them, while the Normans wanted to eliminate them quickly, launching intensive military sweeps in the Lorraine Mountains, but to no avail. In a jujube tree with a thick trunk and sparse branches, Weiss looked out from a high vantage point, using his special talent to conduct wide-range surveillance. Currently, apart from radio contact, a long, fragile, but invaluable aerial route had been established between the resistance organizations in the occupied territories and the rear. When planes flew from the rear, they carried small amounts of medicine, letters, and maintenance parts each time, bringing in pilots and technicians, and replacing resistance organization members to return to the rear for specialized training. Within his line of sight, an aircraft with a very weak combat reading flew in from the east. Flying long distances at night without ground reference points made it difficult to maintain the correct course. If radio contact were used for guidance, it would inevitably attract the Normans to hunt them down. They could only rely on the pilot's calculations and judgment to determine the flight path, combined with ground firework signals to complete the rendezvous. Once any link had a problem, it would be minor the plane crashing and people dying or major total failure. Fortunately, the first solo attempt and the second group transfer were completed without incident. This was the third time the rear had dispatched a plane to the resistance organization in the occupied territory, also a solo flight, primarily to transport tactical instructors and new operational instructions. Upon discovering the trail of their own plane, Weiss hurriedly asked the comrades to light the firework signals to provide landing guidance. At this time, the morning sun had just risen. Within 2 hours, a Norman warship would surely cruise through this area. If they couldn't get the plane into the forest in time and dismantle it to hide in the cellar, they would have to refuel it and let the pilot risk discovery and pursuit by the enemy to fly during the day. With an exceptionally loud roar, this gray-green Federation Army plane landed safely. Weiss led dozens of comrades waiting in the forest to the grass, wielding tools, ready to dismantle it on the spot. Although this plane was still a biplane with a single engine, its fuselage was a full size larger than the Type E bomber, the struts between the wings and fuselage looked much sturdier, and the engine's roar was also much stronger and louder. This big bird also had only 2 tandem open cockpits, but there was considerable internal space behind the rear cockpit, which could be used to load more fuel and cargo. After the plane came to a stop, Weiss saw a burly and agile figure jump down from the rear cockpit and hurried forward to introduce himself, commander of the Lorraine Guerrilla Fighters, Guerrilla Colonel, Long Cromwell Hyson. The newcomer extended his hand, and the first contact made Weiss feel his almost terrifying strength and concise, direct style. 1st Special Service Detachment, Colonel, Kane. 1st Special Service Detachment, a long-lost unit designation. Weiss still clearly remembered that the first night he inexplicably arrived in this space-time, he was almost buried in the mouths of beasts, and it was that small squad from the 1st Special Service Detachment that rescued him. The scenes of his first encounter with the Normans were still deeply engraved in his mind. Seeing Weiss hesitate, the newcomer patted his shoulder with his powerful palm. Young man, I can understand your surprise, but I don't think you need to worry, I'm not here to seize power. Colonel, I think you misunderstood. The reason I was a bit out of sorts just now is because I have a special friendship with the unit you belong to, a story I will never forget. Colonel Kane stared at his face for 2 seconds. I know you, the only survivor of Operation K. I came here partly because of that. Weiss nodded, leading Colonel Kane toward the forest, asking as they walked, they are your subordinates, right? The best subordinates, Colonel Kane replied in a low voice. I'm very sorry, Weiss said. I should have died in that battle, falling from hundreds of feet in the air, landing in a snowdrift, and somehow not dying. Under those circumstances, if I had died, would I have been posthumously recognized as a hero? Colonel Kane said, this matter is complicated. If you hadn't witnessed and recounted the battle process, it would have been hard to confirm their status as national heroes. From the other's tone, Weiss heard a hint of complaint. Because of some personal concerns, it was only long after the Battle of the Monomolan Mountains that he passively explained the situation to the Military Intelligence Department. Sorry, Forget it, let the past be the past. Colonel Kane interrupted Weiss's apology. If they knew that the person they saved on a whim back then had become an important figure in the Free Federation's resistance against the Norman Empire's invasion, a remarkable hero of resistance behind enemy lines, they would be very gratified. Colonel Kane had a long stride and a high step frequency. Weiss had to walk fast and jog to keep up with his speed. This gap made him genuinely admire the elites selected and trained by the Special Operations Unit. After entering the forest, Weiss and he each rode a horse and quickly moved to a secret camp more than 40 miles away, where they met with some Federation Army pilots hiding there. Colonel Kane clearly stated that air combat was a new challenge for him. What he was truly good at was ground raids and night combat. The task assigned to him by his superiors was to help train soldiers for the resistance armed forces in the occupied areas and provide tactical strategy suggestions for ground operations. For several months, although the Lorraine guerrilla fighters had won many battles, they won by surprise, using mortars, time bombs, and wheeled armored vehicles, these guerrilla weapons well. After the enemy comprehensively improved their defensive strength and alert levels, it was difficult to find loopholes for ground attacks. Judging from the combat process of the Luster Iron Mine and the Slin Raid, this resistance armed force, mainly composed of Soms Ona's reservists, had a large gap in tactical literacy compared to the Norman army. Even with the home field advantage and a slight advantage in weapon technology, they still could not compete head-on with the Normans. Although he didn't know the background of this Special Operations Unit colonel in front of him, as long as he was willing, he could certainly raise this semi-regular guerrilla force to a higher level in terms of skills and tactics. After meeting the pilots, Colonel Kane was not in a hurry to get to work, but instead, over hot tea, asked Weiss about the detailed process of every previous battle and conducted an in-depth digging into many details that ordinary people would easily ignore. This chat lasted from morning until noon. During this half-day, the guerrilla force members responsible for the cleanup returned to the secret camp one after another. They reported that dismantling the larger plane had taken a lot of time, but fortunately, they had solved the problem before the Norman warship appeared. Now, the plane had been placed in the underground warehouse in the forest. As long as the weather didn't change suddenly, it could fly back to the Federation Army-controlled area at night. Moreover, with enough fuel, it could carry up to 2 passengers. Weiss's plan was to use this transport ship to gradually arrange for key personnel of the resistance organization to go to the rear to receive formal military training, and to introduce military technicians and qualified, open-minded young officers from the rear, allowing the resistance movement behind enemy lines to follow an upward trajectory. Colonel, here is a package for you, signed by Parks. A guerrilla force member delivered a craft paper bag to Weiss. Parks was one of the liaison officers he had previously sent to the Federation Army-controlled area. After the resistance organization behind enemy lines established contact with the Federation military, he remained in the rear to coordinate and liaison with all parties. While Weiss was unwrapping the craft paper bag, Colonel Kane, who was nearby, explained that the newspapers and radio in the rear had conducted extensive propaganda reports on the resistance movement behind enemy lines in the Lorraine region, successfully igniting the patriotic enthusiasm of the Federation public. Learning that there were many guerrilla forces conducting armed resistance in Lorraine under the occupation of the Norman army, the public petitioned the federal government and the military, demanding they do everything possible to support the resistance organization behind enemy lines, and enthusiastically donated money and funds, even forming several volunteer teams, hoping to come to the occupied area to join the resistance movement. There were many letters to the resistance organization in this craft paper bag: support, condolences, encouragement, and self-recommendations. Looking at the passionate words in these letters, his heart felt very warm. It is rumored that the donations raised by the public everywhere are enough to form 10 flight squadrons, Colonel Kane said, looking at Weiss. In terms of effect, your previous guerrilla operations were very successful. The Supreme Committee appointed me to come here this time to orally convey new military instructions to you. The Allied forces are curbing the enemy's strategic offensive momentum with unprecedented courage and determination. It is believed that the war situation will change soon. Before that, the resistance forces behind enemy lines should harass the enemy garrison as much as possible and contain the enemy's regular troops. Specifically, first, launch an attack on Slin again to injure the enemy's 1st Marine Division, making it unable to join the frontline battle. Second, destroy the power plant in Valence as soon as possible to prevent the enemy from using the industrial facilities in the Lorraine region for production. Third, expand the resistance armed forces as much as possible, expand the scope of the armed resistance movement outside the mountains, and let more occupied areas become resistance areas. After hearing the high-level military instructions relayed by Colonel Kane, Weiss did not have the resistance he had in the past, but saw a huge opportunity on the other side of the difficulties and obstacles. The Federation High Command had entrusted him with a heavy responsibility and also granted him authorization, especially after the arrival of Colonel Kane, making it legitimate for the Lorraine guerrilla fighters to absorb guerrilla forces from all over and even lead the resistance movement in the Lorraine region. Chapter 16, This Fireworks Extravaganza. Latest update for Iron Soul of Steel. Once again, on a night with bright stars and sparse clouds, another transport aircraft from the Federation Army-controlled zone successfully landed in the Lorraine Mountains. The special passenger this time was Major Iserson, an experienced staff officer. This officer, who possessed both great ability and qualifications and was in his prime, gave up the comfortable working conditions at the General Staff headquarters to come all the way to the dangerous, enemy-occupied territory. According to him, he was moved by the brave and fearless spirit of the resistance armed forces and their flexible and agile tactical methods. He wanted to witness this old yet novel form of warfare here and hoped to break through his own limitations and accumulate significant military merit. Major Iserson's arrival not only gave Weiss a peer to discuss tactical strategies with, but more importantly, he brought a comprehensive grasp and profound analysis of the war situation from the General Staff headquarters level. After occupying most of the territory of the Wessex and the Ulster Free Federation, the Norman Empire had reached its military peak. It seemed invincible, but recently, the Norman army had shown signs of fatigue on all fronts from soldiers to officers. Most had contracted soft bone disease from enjoying the fruits of victory. They had already gained the honor and rewards they dreamed of through this war and now longed to return to their families alive, casting aside the spirit of fighting to the death and dying in battle that they had at the beginning of the war. Whether in the ice and snow of Wessex or the hilly mountains of Lorraine, the offensive efficiency of the Norman army had greatly diminished, so it was no surprise that they failed repeatedly. On the other hand, the firm stance of the Wessex royalty kept the Wessex military and civilians confident and combative, while the flags flying high in the capital, Liberty City, called on the Federation military and civilians to fight for great freedom. The army fought tenaciously on the front lines, and the public actively carried out armed resistance behind enemy lines, causing the limited Norman army to be unable to attend to everything at once. In other words, now is a great time for the resistance movement behind enemy lines to show its stuff. On the Phalanx and Brubuck line, the Normans were constantly assembling troops. Once they launched an offensive, the 1st Marine Division, which had completed troop replenishment and organizational training, would likely depart directly from their Lorraine base by ship, implementing large-scale airborne operations at key locations behind the Federation Army lines in their most proficient manner. No matter when or where this ace Norman unit appeared, it would be a huge threat to the Federal Army. Given the Normans' urgent need for a decisive, theater-level victory to end this war, a new offensive could start at any time. The most important and valuable thing for the resistance armed forces in the Lorraine region at this moment was to hold back the Norman Empire's 1st Marine Division as much as possible. After the arrival of Colonel Kane, Weiss planned to summon representatives of the resistance forces from various places to participate in the Lorraine Resistance Movement Conference, establishing the leading position of the Lorraine guerrilla fighters in the Lorraine Resistance Movement, in order to unite the resistance forces, strengthen the resistance, and expand tactical space. However, under the tight blockade of the Norman army, holding such a meeting required careful preparation and coordination. According to the intelligence brought by Major Iserson, the situation on the front lines could no longer give them such ample time. Therefore, after repeated discussions with these two Federation Army special officers, Weiss decided to take out more than half of the inventory and personally direct an annual blockbuster. A week later, in the dead of night, 3 mortar teams sneaked to the Helvet Crossroads, more than 30 miles from the mountain town of Slin. Preliminary reconnaissance indicated that the Norman Empire's 1st Marine Division had stationed a battalion there. In addition to the artillery strongholds built by the Norman garrison, they had added searchlights and anti-aircraft guns, which, combined with the original field guns and machine guns, formed a defensive fire net with no blind spots. 3 volleys of rapid fire, from opening fire to withdrawing, lasted no more than 2 minutes. The Lorraine guerrilla fighters used their old tricks, launching a torrential fire attack on the Norman army in an unexpected way, then withdrew on horseback, quickly disappearing into the woods. Having been blindsided by the resistance armed forces while sleeping soundly, the Norman army stationed there immediately bombarded suspicious locations within range. Discovering that the enemy had already fled, they neither recklessly pursued nor swallowed their anger, but instead quickly summoned airships to blockade and search the woods from the air. During previous sweeps, the Normans not only turned every forest upside down but also planted a large number of landmines. It was unclear if it was for psychological warfare or humanitarian considerations, but they erected warning signs reading deadly traps outside the woods and issued notices to local residents, warning them not to enter. Since then, local residents were forced to stop hunting, logging, and other forest activities, their lives inevitably affected, and they were often startled by explosions in the woods. Of course, most of those explosions were caused by animals accidentally stepping on landmines, and the Norman army dared not enter the woods rashly. Whenever an explosion occurred, they would either dispatch airships or wander outside the woods to observe, rarely gaining anything. The landmine blockade launched by the Normans, while causing a lot of trouble and threats to the resistance armed forces, also provided them with a natural defensive belt. The Norman army's sweeps had to rely on airships and Marine Division units as the main force, while ground troops usually only played a supporting role in towns, villages, and open areas. The consumption of manpower and energy for the Air Force by this form of sweeping was obvious. On such a night, if they wanted to see clearly if there were resistance members hiding in the woods, the Norman warship not only had to keep the searchlights on but also had to lower the flight altitude as much as possible. Previously, the Norman army had launched multiple blockade sweeps, and the ships were dispatched frequently day and night. Except for being ambushed by enemy aircraft in some zonas, there had been no losses. Even the lowest level frigate was more than enough to deal with the firepower of the guerrilla force, so low altitude flight by the airships seemed appropriate, but the Normans happened to encounter someone who didn't play by the rules. The searchlight beam projected from a Norman warship suddenly discovered several horses deep in the forest. Their reins and saddles were complete, as if they had been hastily abandoned by their owners. The vegetation here was not lush enough to prevent riding, so logically, there was only one possibility for abandoning horses and going on foot. The riders had entered tunnels that could not accommodate horses to avoid pursuit. For months, the resistance organization had been active at night, secretly digging a large number of tunnels in the mountains and forests. These tunnels not only provided them with a hiding place but also provided hidden passages for them to attack the Norman army and withdraw calmly. War horses that had been trained or even been on the battlefield had a certain immunity to the searchlights and mechanical roar of warships. The Norman warship that discovered them slowly lowered to a position just higher than the treetops. Dozens of Norman soldiers came to the ground via hanging frames and fast roping, clearing landmines while searching for traces of the enemy. A soldier walked slowly to the horses and was shocked to find a note on the saddle, written in Norman language, "Sending you back home. Ambush." The Norman soldier had just shouted this sentence when a light brighter than the sun suddenly appeared before his eyes. Before he could react, he had already turned to ashes in this violent explosion. The dark night instantly turned into daylight, and the ground shook as if the end of the world had come. Deep in the woods, the terrifying flames from the violent explosion swallowed the sand and trees, and the scorching air waves mixed with branches and debris spewed out. Under this huge impact, the Norman warship hovering above the explosion point was instantly torn apart, and the warships further away also trembled like leaves in the wind. As far as the eye could see, high up in the treetops, Weiss stared into the distance. 20,000 pounds of explosives, equivalent to the power of 20 large-caliber naval guns exploding at once, coupled with appropriate technical processing, was enough to cause devastating blows to low-flying light warships. He had long conceived of this ground-to-air attack method and, with the help of military industry experts, formed a technical plan. The reason he hadn't used it against the Normans was mainly that the Crumblehesen factory did not have a complete production line for gunpowder, from ore mining and raw material refining to chemical manufacturing. Once the inventory of finished products and raw materials was exhausted, they would fall into a predicament of having guns but no ammunition. This kind of ultimate move consumed a lot of gunpowder and various chemical materials, and they would run out of resources after just a few times. The enemy's warship is finished. On the branch next to him, Major Iserson was overjoyed. In this night raid, Colonel Kane personally came to the front line to assist, and Weiss and Iserson dispatched the overall situation together, sitting firmly on the fishing platform. There were no enemies around, so there was no need to lower their voices. He replied happily, "Destroying one and severely damaging another is enough to strike fear into them." When saying this, Weiss couldn't help but think of the situation during the Northern Border Campaign. At that time, the Norman army swept through the north, beating the considerable Wessex Royal Fleet and hard-hitting the powerful Federation fleet, showing their sharp edge. Except for fleet engagements, it usually cost the Allied forces a great deal to take down a Norman warship, but now, chatting and laughing, the Norman warship had been wiped out. The huge contrast was deeply moving. Major Iserson then speculated, in this way, the raids of other detachments should go much smoother, right? The questioning tone indicated that Major Iserson lacked confidence in this night raid by the Lorraine guerrilla fighters, and also showed from one side that the senior staff of the General Staff Headquarters did not fully understand the battlefield situation, which also led to some of their combat strategies deviating from reality, thereby causing the Federal Army to repeatedly fall into a passive position in the early stages of the war. "The battlefield is constantly changing," Weiss replied. "If I were the commander of a Norman warship, I certainly wouldn't want my ship or my life to be lost at the hands of the guerrillas. Upon learning that a friendly ship was destroyed by the enemy's ground bombs while flying at low altitude, I would definitely order to maintain flight altitude. As for whether I would be punished by my superiors for not being able to find the enemy on the ground because I was flying too high? Obviously not. Your analysis is spot on," Major Iserson praised. "Although you only attended a small part of the established courses at the Delafig Senior Staff College, I think you are more capable than many top graduates of the Delafig Senior Staff College I have worked with." Weiss turned his head. The ancients said that the times make the hero. The more difficult and dangerous the environment, the more it can stimulate a person's potential. And I, time and time again, on the edge of life and death, have figured out various combat strategies to deal with the enemy, thereby winning by surprise. Chapter 17, Cold Winter, Warm Stove. The latest chapter of Iron Soul of Steel is updated as quickly as possible. Overnight, the Lorraine guerrilla fighters, having disappeared for some time, launched a combined attack with the spirit of a king's return. Combining ground and air forces, they struck at multiple points, leaving the Normans wailing and miserable under the vast night sky. That night, the Norman army in the Lorraine region suffered another heavy blow. In their air force, one frigate was completely destroyed, and at least 2 were damaged. The ground forces fared even worse, with hundreds of casualties. Numerous ammunition depots, fuel depots, and combat supply warehouses were raided by artillery fire, and a large quantity of military supplies was reduced to ashes. For the Normans, the large-scale night raids launched by the resistance armed forces not only severely damaged the prestige of the occupying forces and disrupted order in the occupied territory, but also had a significant impact on the Norman army's deployment on the front lines. To this end, the Norman Empire's 1st Marine Division, stationed in the Lorraine region, along with other units, launched an unprecedentedly severe retaliatory sweep against local resistance organizations and even ordinary civilians. In just a few days, thousands of suspicious civilians were arrested and thrown into prison. Furthermore, the Normans tore off their self-proclaimed mask of benevolence and morality. Using the excuse that local residents were secretly funding resistance organizations, they forcibly confiscated all kinds of food and medicine stored by the people, issued rations on a fixed quota basis, and imposed strict control over the residents in the occupied territory. The brutal actions of the Norman army did not intimidate the Lorraine people, who had always been known for their fierce character. On one hand, they tried every possible way to resist the high-pressure control of the Normans, and on the other, they supported the resistance movement in various ways. At this critical juncture, Weiss and his Lorraine guerrilla fighters assessed the situation and, instead of retreating, advanced, launching successive night raids on the Norman army's camps, strongholds, and aviation facilities. The Normans, beaten repeatedly, were completely enraged. They reinforced their troops, deployed more airships, and patrolled the Lorraine mountains day and night, searching desperately for the whereabouts of the resistance organizations. At first, the resistance organizations' aircraft were able to rely on their flexible technical advantages to cleverly withdraw and hide after single-plane night raids. However, as the number of enemy airships increased, the space for aerial guerrilla tactics was compressed, and the pilots encountered danger one after another. Even under such circumstances, Weiss and his companions did not give up on taking the initiative. After careful planning, they exploited the Normans' eagerness to pursue the aircraft by setting traps, using preset mines and explosion points to ambush the pursuing Norman airships and ground forces. After several rounds, at the cost of 8 Type E bombers, they heavily damaged several enemy airships and sent hundreds of Norman soldiers to the cycle of reincarnation. Amidst the Norman army's harsh sweeps and the resistance armed forces' clever responses, another cold winter arrived quietly. As the coldest region of the Ulster Free Federation, the goddess of Lorraine donned a snow-white winter coat. While the low temperatures and extreme cold created trouble for the survival and activities of the resistance armed forces, the short days and long nights, coupled with bad weather where blizzards could strike at any moment, also restricted the operations of the Norman army. Suffering from a shortage of troops, the Normans tried to use the Lorraine people to manage the Lorraine people, but the Lorraine autonomous government they concocted was boycotted by the public and failed to function for a long time. The so-called security forces recruited locally were also always roles that did the bare minimum. On a cold winter night, in a secret camp north of Soms-Onnes, Weiss, wearing a thick leather coat, sat alone under a kerosene lamp, studying intelligence reports from various sources. On the front lines, the Normans launched a second offensive along the Franzen-Brabuch line. Although they committed a large number of elite troops and assembled as many airships as possible, after days of fierce fighting, they still failed to break through the Federation Army's lines and had to end it gloomily. The Federation military and civilians were greatly encouraged by repelling the enemy's attacks twice in a row. Having survived the most difficult period, the production order in the rear was reorganized and restored. More and more Type E bombers appeared over the heads of the Normans, launching increasingly frequent air raids on the Norman army's front lines and deep-seated facilities. Although the Normans gathered fleets multiple times to attack the Federation Army's lines and began to equip their own combat aircraft, facing the Federation Army's flight units that had grown from fledglings into eagles, their former air superiority had vanished, and the war situation had also taken a turn in this winter's fierce battle. In the silent tunnel, the snoring of his companions rose and fell. Suddenly, a sound of quick, light footsteps approached, and the light in this confined space brightened slightly with the arrival of the footsteps. Weiss looked up and saw Bella Klemper-Heessen, his own younger sister, bringing a kerosene lamp and a small stove to his side. He rubbed his cold face and smiled. "Why aren't you asleep yet?" At this moment, Bella was no longer the little girl he first met, her facial features and body contours had become more defined, and her temperament had changed accordingly, but that playful expression remained the same. "Brother, you might not believe it, but I received a letter from Miss Grumman." Weiss didn't react immediately. "Which Miss Grumman?" "The one you've met, the one who used to be a vocal music teacher at the Soms-Onnes Girls' Middle School. Guinevere Grumman." Bella replied. Although he hadn't heard this name for a long time, Weiss was not unfamiliar with it at all. "Oh? You received a letter from her? Where is she?" According to the content of this letter, when it was sent, she was in Liberty City. As for now, I think she has most likely already set off for Lorraine. "Come to Lorraine? How is that possible?" Weiss looked surprised. "I knew you wouldn't believe it." Bella took a letter out of her coat pocket and placed it in front of Weiss. This was a letter Guinevere had written to Bella. Weiss did not open it, but asked instead, "From Liberty City to Lorraine, one must either cross the battlefield or take a long detour around the IC. The journey is long and fraught with danger. Why would she leave the safety of the rear to come to the occupied territory to teach us how to sing?" Bella immediately looked at Weiss with disdain. "Music is her main profession, but don't forget, she participated in the medical and nursing courses with us back then, and she had the best grades. This time, she signed up for the volunteer service team, and she should be coming with the group." Mentioning the volunteer service team made Weiss feel relieved. It stands to reason that the people in the rear, in order to support the Lorraine people's resistance movement to the greatest extent, organized a volunteer service team focusing on medical care and technology, risking their lives to come to the occupied territory, and he should be moved to tears. However, Lorraine is thousands of miles away from the Federation Army-controlled area. If transport ships were used to carry personnel and supplies, the efficiency would naturally be indisputable. But the Federation Army can now only carry out such transportation across occupied territory via aircraft, and bringing in every pound of cargo and every person is by no means easy. What the resistance organization needs most right now is firm combat elites, professional mechanical technicians, and excellent surgeons, not ordinary civilians who are full of patriotic enthusiasm but have only learned some basic skills. According to the current transportation capacity and priority, Ms. Grumman might not be scheduled until the occupied territory is liberated, so there was no need for the previous worries and anxieties. Of course, Weiss didn't say these things to Bella. Over the past 4 years, this girl's stubborn temper hadn't changed a bit, and the trend towards becoming a lady had come to an abrupt end due to the arrival of the war. Now, she held multiple roles, including deputy captain of the Lorraine guerrilla fighters medical team, supervisor of the logistics team, and officer of the propaganda team. She became increasingly efficient in her work, but her fiery temper was something no one dared to provoke. While Weiss was knitting his brows in thought, Bella tilted her head and looked at him. Hey, do you like her? Actually, I think you two are quite a good match. What? Weiss snapped back to reality. Oh, I haven't thought about that. Before the war ends, I'm not considering personal relationship issues. Seeing that Weiss didn't read the letter, Bella pouted and said, she mentioned you in the letter. Obviously, she has a deep impression of you. You can certainly wait, but others may not wait. Opportunities, once missed, are missed. After speaking, Bella left the small stove and walked away with the kerosene lamp. This kind of small stove was usually used by poor families to keep women and the elderly warm. It generally used smokeless charcoal, which neither smoked people out nor provided heat over a small area. The resistance organization's secret camp could not build large-scale fires for heating, so this kind of small stove was a popular and scarce item. Weiss took off his gloves and warmed his hands over the small stove. Bella's words just now aroused his curiosity. After a little internal struggle, he opened the envelope and took out the letter paper. The neat and elegant handwriting on the letter was unfamiliar to him, but in this unfamiliarity, there was an indescribable sense of intimacy. Unexpectedly, only the first few sentences of the letter described the past teacher-student friendship, and then she nonchalantly described her current situation. It seemed that life in the rear was tense and busy, and supplies were somewhat scarce, but the situation was not too bad. Most importantly, the public had not lost confidence, but had become increasingly strong and united in adversity. The latter half of the letter affirmed and praised the preciousness of the armed resistance movement in the occupied territory, hailing it as a light in the dark night. Having heard that the Klemper-Heisen family played an active role in the Lorraine resistance movement, she went through many twists and turns to contact the liaison officer stationed by the resistance organization with the Federation Army, asked them to pass this letter back through special communication channels, and signed up for the volunteer service team led by retired General Bart, hoping to join the ranks of the resistance movement. From beginning to end, this letter mentioned Weiss separately in 2 places. Coupled with the fact that this young woman was willing to travel to the occupied territory during the war-torn era to join the resistance movement, Bella felt that Guinevere had a good impression of her brother. This judgment based on common sense also made Weiss's cheeks burn and his heart race, but he quickly calmed down. If it were a personal affection under the influence of heroic worship, she could have poured out her heart through letters. With her dignified and elegant character, how could she rashly join the volunteer service team and trek thousands of miles to Lorraine? There must be something strange about this. This matter didn't seem as simple as it appeared on the surface. Chapter 18, New Lorraine Military Governor. The latest chapter of Iron Soul of Steel is updated the fastest. Deep winter. Thick clouds blocked the sun, plunging the world into a gloomy, grey tone. In Lorraine, Soms-Onas, urged by the Normans, thousands of citizens gathered at the Holy Candle Plaza in front of the old council hall. During the battle when the Norman army captured this place, the historic municipal council hall was blasted down by artillery shells. Now, a brand new building with a typical Norman style stood imposingly in front of the ancient plaza. From the outside, it had no artistic beauty, but was a brutal combination of pragmatism and fortress thinking. On top of this sturdy building, the scarlet flag of the Norman Empire fluttered in the wind, as if showing off its unyielding war merits and the hegemony that looked down upon the world. Military Governor's Office? Bah! Unless the people of Lorraine are all dead, sooner or later this crappy house will be blown to pieces. In the crowd, a hunchbacked old man spat with disdain. A one-legged man leaning on a crutch next to him replied, "Didn't their last Lorraine military governor get severely injured by our guerrilla force? Let them change another one, and we will keep blowing them up until they obediently withdraw." The man in front turned his head, squinted his only remaining eye, and grinned, "That's right, blow the hell out of them. Blow them up until they are afraid and submit." While speaking, a milky, childish voice came from below, "Are Normans afraid too?" The old man, the one-legged man, and the one-eyed man all cast their gazes at the child nestled by the woman's leg. At this moment, the woman lowered her head and said, "Because they occupied our homeland and did bad things, they are afraid of being punished." "Who will punish them?" the child asked. The one-legged man said, "Although we cannot punish them, there will definitely be someone who will." "There definitely will be. Is it our guerrilla force?" the child continued to ask in his childish tone. "SHH." The one-legged man winked at him, "This is a secret that bad people cannot know." The child nodded very seriously, "I will keep the secret, even if bad people give me candy, I won't tell." The adults looked at each other, revealing expressions of relief and helplessness. At this moment, inside the Lorraine military governor's office of the Norman Empire facing the plaza, behind the conical window on the second floor, a young man wearing military uniform and a long sword at his waist was silently watching the crowd on the plaza. Compared to typical Norman soldiers, he was neither burly nor robust, and even looked somewhat weak. However, his eyes had the sharpness of an eagle, and his expression had the ferocity of a bear. On his high chest, he wore a rare gold double-sword shield badge. Only high-ranking officers who made outstanding contributions in a major battle could receive such honor. Because he was different, he appeared high-spirited and ambitious, yet in his deep eyes, an indescribable melancholy faintly emerged. The door behind him was knocked, and then, a tall, low-ranking Norman officer with a pistol at his waist walked in, his leather boots clanging on the hardwood floor. Noble Sword Baron, Your Excellency the Lorraine Military Governor, the sound amplification equipment is ready, and the residents have all arrived. You can address them at any time. This low-ranking officer reported to the young general still facing the window in fluent Ulster language. Are there only this many people? The young general asked gloomily. This low-ranking officer had a wide forehead and a square face, with a high bridge of the nose. He was a typical northern Norman. He hesitated for a moment. There are only this many people who can move, and those who cannot move, there aren't many left either. The young general pressed. The report 2 months ago stated that there were still more than 20,000 residents in Samsonas. In just 2 months, it decreased by more than 2/3. Why? The low-ranking officer was clearly unprepared for these questions. He stammered, because of the attacks by the guerrilla force, restrictions on food supply, and other reasons, the number of residents has indeed decreased. Of course, many people hid in the surrounding farms. If they were driven back to the city, the number would not be much different from what you said. Due to all the above reasons, the awkward situation today was caused. It is definitely not that anyone is disrespectful to you. I am very sorry for this. Sorry? What is the use of being sorry? The young general dropped this sentence unhappily and turned to leave the room. The low-ranking officer looked at the crowd outside the window with hatred, turned around, and followed quickly. Squeak. Thump. The loudspeaker emitted some static, and then, a voice speaking fluent Ulster language drifted into the ears of the residents in the cold wind. It was not loud enough, nor cold enough, nor even firm enough. Correspondingly, it did not sound so hateful. Residents of Samsonas, I am the new Lorraine military governor appointed by the Norman Empire, Sword Baron Scala. My mission is to maintain order in the occupied Lorraine area, protect the safety of legal civilians, restore economic production as soon as possible, and improve the living standards of the people. I know and I can understand your feelings at this moment. Your army performed very heroically on the battlefield, but you encountered a stronger opponent, so you lost the battle, and your homeland became an occupied area. Whether you accept it or not, this is an unchangeable fact. If you are determined to resist, we will accompany you to the end. If you accept it rationally, we will treat you with courtesy. Starting today, your food ration standard will be increased by 20%, but if it is discovered that any of you secretly contact and help the guerrilla force, not only will the troublemakers be thrown into prison, but the ration standards of their families and surrounding neighbors will all be halved. Before the words fell, the crowd on the plaza was already in a commotion. As far as I know, before the Norman army entered Samsonas, the military-industrial production here reached an unprecedented scale, but when the Norman army arrived, most of the production facilities disappeared. I think it is these missing equipment and facilities that have provided a steady stream of supplies for the guerrilla force. Now, I give you a chance to get rid of poverty and get rich. Anyone, as long as you provide information about the hiding place of equipment or supplies, once verified, we will give rewards according to 10% of the value of the seized goods under absolute secrecy. The method of reward can be krona gold coins, Norman gold pounds, or any hard currency you want. If you are willing, we can give you Norman citizenship, or send you to a neutral country to start life anew. This is an unprecedented generous condition. This is the only chance. I hope you can consider it clearly. This can be considered as a gift I give to my old friends in Samsonas. The speech ended, and the crowd dispersed slowly and orderly while whispering to each other. Snow began to drift in the sky, and the messy footprints on the ground would soon be covered by snow. Standing on the high balcony of that reinforced concrete building, the Sword Baron of the Norman Empire, Major General of the Army and Military Governor of the Lorraine occupied area, who was also the eldest son of the Klemper-Hessen family, watched the scene he had been thinking about for many years without saying a word. In the city, some old buildings had disappeared, some streets looked much wider, and a few newly built buildings appeared in prominent positions. Outside the city, the industrial production area by the mountains and rivers, the Krumble-Hessen factory, had become a ruin, and the scene of rejuvenation and prosperity in the rumors was nowhere to be seen. For a long time, the report sound in Norman language came from behind him. Respected Sword Baron, Your Excellency the Governor, an old Lorraine man came to ask if he exposes the equipment and material storage points of the guerrilla force, can we release his 2 sons from the prisoner of war camp? The burly, wide-forehead, square-faced low-ranking officer still spoke in a fluent, emotionless tone. What is his name? He said his name is Septera, a local, formerly a worker at the Krumble-Hessen factory. His 2 sons enlisted in the army during the war and were later supplemented to the troops of the 1st Legion of the Federation. Septera. The young general frowned and pondered. You can promise him, as long as his sons are still alive, we will definitely release them. I understand. The officer replied, you mean, let him take us to find the secret warehouse of the guerrilla force first, and as for his request, we will see the situation later. You seem to have not understood. Would a sword baron with outstanding military achievements use deceptive means against a 70-year-old man? Since I have made a promise, as long as he does what he should do, I will fulfill it. The Norman officer looked at the young general in surprise, stunned for a few seconds before saluting and leaving. There was no one else on the balcony, and the young general muttered to himself, Dal Septera, Malun Septera, inseparable brothers, I hope you are lucky enough. Your old man is willing to trade his lifelong good reputation for your lives. From now on, I am afraid there will be no place for you in Samsonas. In a room on the ground floor of this fortress-style building, old Septera was wearing a felt hat, sitting tremblingly on a chair, the whole person uneasy, hesitant and wondering. When that burly, aggressive Norman officer strode in, he sprang up from the chair. This Norman officer said a lot in Norman language, and then let the interpreter next to him convey it. The interpreter was a fair-skinned young man, who looked decent, but one eye was crooked. This situation was obviously unable to pass the military physical examination. Therefore, he wore a Norman military uniform without military rank and accessories, and his words and deeds had no military temperament or demeanor. The Ulster language in his mouth could not compare with that of Baron Scala, but it was still fluent. The old man listened very hard, nodding from time to time, frowning from time to time. Finally, he said to the interpreter, Please tell this officer, I must see my 2 sons before I take them there. This is the same reason as doing business. If they don't agree, I am at this age, and I am not afraid of their tossing. If it weren't for saving my 2 sons, I would never do such a thing as betraying my compatriots. The interpreter carefully relayed his request to the Norman officer. He stared, looking at the old man fiercely, like a beast looking at its prey. After a while, he shouted a few words. After the interpreter conveyed it, the old man shook his head, sat down on the chair, and simply closed his eyes to rest. The Norman officer wanted to explode but couldn't. He walked back and forth in the room, thinking about it, and waved his hand impatiently, signaling the Norman soldier on duty at the door to take the old man down, then walked out angrily. The interpreter dared not say more, sighed silently, shook his head and left. Chapter 19, Irresistible Fate. The fastest update of Iron Soul of Steel. In the cloudy night sky, a nighthawk with a peculiar silhouette soared on the wind. It didn't have a single feather, yet it could fly higher and faster than any bird, and even longer than migratory birds. It could carry hundreds of pounds of cargo, relying not on the scarce, purification-demanding star source stone, but on the ubiquitous and infinite air. In this world where anti-gravity matter exists, it is an oddity of industrial civilization, out of step with mainstream technology. Its birth had nothing to do with those cutting-edge research institutions, but originated from the hands of a group of civilians full of the spirit of freedom and exploration. Almost there. 1 hour at most. The pilot in the front seat turned his head and shouted at the passenger in the back seat. The passenger in the back seat wore a leather hat and a fur scarf, his face already covered in a thin layer of frost. He rubbed his cheeks, which were stiff from the cold, and responded loudly, I hope everything goes smoothly. No sooner had he finished speaking than a black shadow suddenly flashed out from the clouds high above. It had no wings and no head. From afar, it looked like a long, thin dark cloud, but its trajectory was completely opposite to the surrounding floating clouds, and the side facing the moonlight revealed a dull, cold metallic luster. This suddenly appearing metallic dark cloud was at a slightly higher altitude than the featherless nighthawk and was slightly faster. It seemed to be at full power, spewing thick black smoke from its chimneys, and the mechanical roar from the rear was exceptionally loud. Before long, the pilot on the plane discovered this anomaly and hurriedly shouted, Not good. We've been spotted by a Norman warship. Hold on, it's definitely going to get bumpy. The passenger in the back seat quickly turned his head to look and was shocked to see the attacker chasing fiercely like a vicious shark, but he did not panic or shout. Instead, he subconsciously touched his chest. Usually, the military does not allow the wearing of personal accessories. However, in wartime, officers and soldiers often wear pendants or pocket watches, placing photos of their loved ones or lovers inside to relieve the pain of longing during the long journey. After entering the artillery range, the flying warship in the pursuit position began firing without hesitation. If it were a chase between warships, speed and firepower would be the 2 decisive factors, but in this completely unequal battle, firepower and speed could not determine the final result. The pursued plane, under the pilot's control, performed eerie dance steps. An L-shaped dive, an S-shaped sharp turn, like a nimble hare shaking off a ferocious lion. At this moment, even if the flying warship exerted its maneuverability to the extreme, it definitely could not catch up with that plane. The guns on the ship fired frantically, bullets and shells whizzing through the air, but the target's size was just too small. This net of fire ultimately failed to work, and it could only let it disappear into the depths of the vast night sky. After escaping danger, the pilot in the front seat let out a long breath, patted his forehead, and turned to the passenger in the back seat, Are you all right? Sir Lieutenant Colonel. Although the passenger in the back seat looked shaken, he replied, I'm fine, thank you, Sir Second Lieutenant. I've encountered this kind of situation a few times before. As long as your luck isn't too bad, you can avoid enemy warships. No need to worry too much, the pilot in the front seat reassured him. The passenger in the back seat did not respond, but instead looked up to observe the floating clouds high above, muttering to himself, the enemy has strengthened aerial surveillance in the occupied areas, correspondingly weakening the troops deployed to the front line. This is the most direct and significant contribution of the resistance movement in the occupied territories to this war. It's just that, the one leading the resistance movement is a member of the Klemper-Hessen family, and the one suppressing the resistance movement is also one. Doesn't it feel ridiculous that God arranged it this way? The pilot did not hear the content of his companion's self-talk. To avoid the enemy ship's pursuit, the plane's position had deviated far from the original route. This, of course, was not a fatal problem, but it would take quite a bit of time to recalibrate the position and adjust the heading accordingly to ensure reaching the target location before fuel ran out. Just like that, time passed quietly. About an hour later, this Federation Army G-type transport plane finally found the last position reference point, Samsonas. If the Norman Army occupation force implemented strict blackout controls, the pilot would have to rely on the Wager River that wound around the city to deduce the position. But the searchlight beams rising from Samsonas illuminated the night sky, and even from dozens of miles away, it could be clearly seen, which helped the pilot a lot. However, everything has two sides. This Federation Army transport plane corrected its course against the night searchlights of Samsonas, and the Normans also discovered the traces of the border crossers through this most common night warning measure. Two frigates immediately pounced. They were seen one in front and one behind, deliberately keeping a distance, using tactical coordination to deal with the target's nimble maneuverability. The guns on the ships also entered high-speed firing mode early, firing fiercely with loud bangs. Facing the pincer blockade of the two Norman Army warships, the Federation Army pilot relied on technology and experience to dodge left and right, struggling to fight a way out. During this exchange, the plane's wings were torn by shrapnel, making it extremely difficult to continue controlling the plane smoothly. After the final half hour of difficult trekking, the plane arrived at the designated landing zone, and the agreed-upon firework signal appeared in sight. But now, they were one last step away from arriving safely during the landing process, because the wing damage affected the plane's deceleration and balance, coupled with the snow remaining on the ground, it failed to complete the taxi as usual and instead flipped over halfway. Fortunately, there were no explosives on the plane, and the fuel was basically exhausted, so not only were the pilot and the accompanying passenger safe, but the cargo was also unharmed, and even the aircraft engine and most of the fuselage were well preserved. However, the Norman Army warships soon followed the trail, and the resistance armed forces had no time to cover up the traces or clean up the aftermath. This meant that they not only had to painfully destroy the transport plane they couldn't transport in time, but also had to abandon the secret aviation transfer point. In order to get rid of the dragnet-style pursuit launched by the Norman Army on both air and ground, the resistance comrades sometimes ran in tunnels like rats, and sometimes ran through the mountains and forests like antelopes. By the time they arrived at the secret camp of the resistance armed forces with the pilot and the companion with a special identity, it was already the evening of the second day. As the leader of the Lorraine Resistance Organization, Weiss had already arrived at this camp one step ahead, waiting for the special gentleman mentioned by the Federation Army. Although he had a vague premonition, upon meeting, he still spread his hands in surprise. "My God, it's actually you, Brooks." 3 years had passed in a flash. The middle-aged man standing in front of Weiss, compared to when they first met, not only showed signs of aging, but his cold and hard temperament was no longer exposed. Now, in civilian attire, his cunning and rough posture added a bit of worldly atmosphere to him, making him not so conspicuous among the crowd. He took the initiative to step forward and gave Weiss a ceremonial hug. "Yes, it's me. I'm still alive." Surprised by that, Weiss shook his head with a smile. Because the other party was not wearing rank insignia and did not show identification, he did not know whether this guy was standing still or had been promoted, whether he was staying in the original department or had changed his post, so he made a curious expression. "What are you now?" "Military Intelligence Department, Lieutenant Colonel Intelligence Officer." "Still affiliated with the Military Intelligence Department?" "You could understand it that way," Brooks replied, "but strictly speaking, after the intelligence agency was reorganized, the old Military Intelligence Department no longer exists." With Weiss's military rank and status, he would not usually come into contact with mysterious intelligence organizations, let alone understand their internal structure and operating methods. He put his hands on his hips and nodded. "Although it's a bit presumptuous, it's wartime now, and everything must be cautious. The superior assigned you to come here, there should be something in writing, right?" Brooks was not in a hurry to take out the stuff that proved his identity and mission, but stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Weiss with a half-smile. "In just 3 years, the former cadet Klemper-Hessen is now the famous guerrilla colonel. Such a change is truly impressive." Perhaps, the Klemper-Hessen family originally had excellent genes in the military. Weiss's expression immediately became serious. "What do you mean by that?" Brooks gestured for an invitation, signaling Weiss to go to the side to talk privately. Avoiding the pilot and the members of the resistance organization, the two came to a separate compartment. Here, Brooks took a craft paper envelope out of his jacket pocket and placed it in front of Weiss unhurriedly. Waiting for Weiss to tear open the wax-sealed envelope and read the documents inside, he spread his hands and said, "As you said, it is wartime now, and everything must be cautious according to regulations. After you have read this, it must be destroyed on the spot, leaving no traces." The content described in this document was consistent with the instructions the resistance organization had previously received from the military, indicating that Brooks was indeed ordered to come to the Lorraine organization to carry out intelligence work. If the military intelligence department could establish a tight and effective intelligence network in the Lorraine-occupied area, the resistance organization could achieve twice the result with half the effort when advancing, and be able to handle things with ease when retreating. Of course, this was a huge benefit. Weiss did not hesitate, threw the envelope and the documents into the stove to burn, and then came to Brooks and sat on a chair like him. "We can be considered old acquaintances, so just say what you have to say. The change in status made Brooks no longer look at Weiss from a high position as before. Behind his gentle tone was careful scrutiny and observation. In the history of the Klemper-Heisen family, there have been many remarkable people. You must know this better than I do. Especially in your generation, there were two outstanding talents among the direct descendants. Do you have news about Z? Weiss frowned tightly. Maybe I don't know as much as you. Don't take it the wrong way, I don't mean anything else, just stating the facts. Speaking of this, Brooks brought out his old pretentious tone again. Weiss took a deep breath. The Battle of Belakasar Pass, by an unexpected chance, I saw him although not 100% sure, it was close enough. Brooks chuckled, the Battle of Belakasar Pass, that's right. As far as we know, he did participate in that battle and almost made remarkable military exploits for the Norman Empire. He certainly wouldn't have thought that the one who made his efforts fall short would be his own brother. And he certainly wouldn't have thought that you would stand on opposite sides in AO City shortly after. Only this time, he became the winner, and as a result, he was rewarded by the upper echelons of the Norman Empire and was appointed as the military governor of AO City. Later, you became the core organizer of the Lorraine resistance movement and a hero of the entire Ulster Free Federation. And he was also transferred by the Normans to serve as the military governor of the Lorraine occupied area, with full authority to command the Norman army in the Lorraine region, responsible for suppressing and clearing out the resistance armed forces. Lorraine is the hometown of your Klemper-Heisen family, it is your foundation. And you, this pair of brothers from the same root, have become enemies of spear against shield here. Tell me, isn't fate too cruel? Regarding Brooks's rhetorical question, Weiss did not respond but fell into a long silence. This must be fate. Chapter 20, Finding a Way Out in the Cold Winter. Gentlemen, this week has truly been our disaster week. The Normans have cleaned out our number 6 and number 11 secret supply depots. We have lost a total of 7,500 pounds of food and 23,000 pounds of military raw materials including 1,500 pounds of explosives. Furthermore, we have lost 14 men, 4 killed in action and 10 captured. If things continue like this, we will be on the verge of total collapse in less than 2 months. If possible, we must take more proactive action to cut the noose the enemy has placed around our necks. Inside the damp and cold tunnel of the Lorraine guerrilla fighters' number 2 secret stronghold, Major Iserson, who was dispatched by the Federation Army General Staff Headquarters to the enemy-occupied area to guide and assist the resistance organization in carrying out armed resistance movements, could no longer be recognized as a soldier by his attire. He frowned, glared, and clenched his fists, fully embodying the role of a guerrilla force chief of staff. There were 7 people present, all male. Including Weiss, there were 3 guerrilla commanders from the Lorraine region, 2 liaisons sent by other resistance organizations, and 1 officer from the Federation Army Special Task Air Squadron. Everyone cast eager gazes toward him, but Weiss did not rush to express himself, choosing instead to furrow his brows in deep thought. After the arrival of Brooks, the Federation Army's intelligence work in the Lorraine region had entered a new phase. Relying on the booming resistance movement behind enemy lines, establishing a reliable intelligence system was not difficult, but it required time, and the well-armed and strong Normans were obviously not going to sit idly by and wait for their doom. After the Second Franzen offensive was frustrated, they temporarily ceased hostilities on the main front. Under the guise of troop rest and replenishment, they transferred several elite field brigades to the occupied areas behind the front lines, launching unprecedentedly large-scale and intense mopping-up operations against the resistance armed forces. To break through the forest traps of the resistance armed forces, they brought in a very distinctive weapon from the north, the Wessex assault ship. This heavily armored warship was originally a powerful weapon carefully crafted by the Kingdom of Wessex, in which they had placed high hopes. Although they could not withstand the aerial storm of the Norman army on the battlefield, this did not negate the special power of the Wessex assault ship. In the Battle of Aokeng, where the Norman Empire and the Ulster Free Federation invested heavy troops in a life-and-death struggle, the Norman army used the Wessex assault ships they had captured on the slipways and completed construction on, opening a breakthrough in the city where the Federation army was heavily guarding in an unexpected way, thereby winning this crucial game and almost extinguishing the hope of the Federation military and civilians for a comeback. After arriving in the Lorraine Mountains, the 2 imposing Wessex assault ships began skimming the ground on patrols over the woodlands where the Norman army had repeatedly been ambushed. Whenever they discovered suspicious areas, they would either bombard them with heavy artillery or pour oil and set fires, leaving scorched earth in their wake. Except for necessary supplies and maintenance, they patrolled day and night. Coupled with the Norman army strictly guarding all key traffic routes, implementing strict food rationing in towns and villages, cutting off support for the resistance armed forces from the people in the occupied areas, and conducting high-pressure searches for resistance members, all resistance armed forces faced an unprecedentedly severe survival situation. Facing the crazy mopping-up operations of the Norman army, the previous strategy of lying low was no longer sufficient to get by, and everyone naturally hoped that the leader could lead them to find a way out. After long deliberation without success, Weiss sighed and scratched his head, saying, "If we could take down the enemy's Wessex assault ship, our names would spread across the world in just one day. What a glorious achievement that would be. But, gentlemen, to be honest, we simply do not have the capability right now." Regarding this answer, Major Iserson was neither surprised nor agitated, but instead bared his teeth and scratched his head just like Weiss. The two had not worked together for long, and although their experiences were vastly different, their temperaments were compatible, and their cooperation complemented each other well, which could be considered a fortunate thing. Sitting on Weiss's right was Morton Palish, who was conducting guerrilla activities in the southern Lorraine mountains. This strong middle-aged man had brought a team of 40 people and, in the name of the guerrilla allied forces, was under the unified command of Major Iserson and Weiss. He spoke in a muffled voice, "Are we just going to sit here and wait for death? Is this the end of the Lorraine resistance movement? I am not reconciled. I am truly not reconciled." Weiss turned his head to look at Pailish. "Even if we only had a 1 in 10 chance of winning, I would consider trying, but that thing can absolutely not be blown down just by piling explosives on the ground. In the Northern Border Campaign, I witnessed the largest fleet confrontation in history and know how powerful a real capital warship is. And in the Battle of Belakasa and the Battle of Aokang, I participated in combat operations to capture enemy ships, so I know under what circumstances such an opportunity would arise. Recently, I have thought again and again, right now, the enemy is hoping we will deliver ourselves to them so they can wipe us all out. But we won't. The enemy wants us to fall into despair, give up resistance, and compromise with them. But we won't. As long as the indomitable spirit of freedom exists, our resistance must continue, and it certainly can continue. Let's endure a bit longer," said Horst Totenberg, a guerrilla commander from southeastern Lorraine. "The Federation has not compromised, the Kingdom of Wessex has not compromised, and the Normans are not monolithic either. There is still hope for this war, and there is still hope for us. Perhaps in another 2 weeks, perhaps in another month, a turning point will appear. What if it doesn't appear? By then, our food reserves will be gone, our patience and morale will be almost exhausted, and when there's no other way, we'll have to fight the enemy head-on. Will that work?" Pailish retorted irritably. The atmosphere became increasingly heavy, and everyone remained silent. Major Iserson stood up and said, "Everyone's points are valid. A month ago, I firmly advocated for using stillness to control movement and responding cautiously, but a month has passed, and the situation around us is getting worse and worse. If we don't act now, it is indeed possible, as Morton said, that our food will be eaten up and our morale will be lost. By then, we might not be able to do anything but wait for death in the tunnels." "Yes." Pailish agreed, "We have reached a point where we must act. Either we strive to get out of this predicament, or we sit and wait for death. There are only these 2 paths ahead, everyone, choose." There was another period of silence among the group. "There is something you are unwilling to mention, all of you are unwilling to mention, so let me say it." Pailish said angrily. "Colonel Klemper-Heesen, the Federation military granted you the rank of guerrilla colonel, letting you organize the guerrilla forces in Lorraine to resist the enemy together. So, under any circumstances, you should prioritize the overall situation, right? With our current conditions, we really have no way to deal with the enemy's Wessex assault ship, but is solving the enemy's Wessex assault ship the only way to turn the situation around? No, obviously, there is another way, and that is to take out the enemy's commander, causing chaos in the enemy's command system. As far as I know, for the past few months, the Norman army's military operations in the Lorraine region have been under the unified command of their newly appointed Lorraine military governor. And this Norman military governor who has pushed us to the brink of desperation is none other than your own biological brother, the one who was declared missing to the outside world but actually secretly defected to the Normans, Z.E. Klemper-Heesen." As his voice fell, everyone's gaze shifted from Pailish to Weiss. Although Weiss sat upright, he was speechless. In the awkward moment, it was again Major Iserson who spoke up, "Before verifying the facts, this is just a guess, we cannot draw conclusions based on guesses. Besides, even if the rumors are true, even if the colonel's brother is now the Norman's Lorraine military governor, what can the colonel do? Go find his brother and ask him to let us go? Or should the colonel kill him with his own hands? Sacrificing one's family for the sake of loyalty to the country is certainly logical and not contrary to reason, but saying it out loud is ultimately cruel. Anyone with a bit of reason and emotional intelligence would not point it out to someone's face." Following closely after Major Iserson, Pailish said in a tactful tone, "I am not saying that the colonel has done anything wrong. Of course, I also don't suggest that the colonel directly come forward, only a fool would do something like seeking skin from a tiger. My meaning is, if the enemy's military commander is the person the colonel is most familiar with, then why not use this relationship to find the opponent's weaknesses?" This reasonable suggestion caused everyone to focus their attention back on Weiss. He had nowhere to hide, no way to avoid it, so he had to bite the bullet and respond, "Indeed, I have also received news that the Norman's Lorraine military governor is my brother who went missing many years ago, and I have also always wanted to figure this matter out. If this news is true, and the Norman army in the Lorraine region is commanded by my brother, I would rather kill him in a duel than face him on the battlefield. The reason is simple: first, he is a highly gifted person, and I am not his match in terms of military strategy. Second, he has been away from home for many years with no news, and I have no way of knowing what he has learned and gained in the Norman Empire, much less judge his weaknesses in military command." The group was silent, except for Pailish, who said calmly, "But, Colonel, even if you were given a chance to duel, could you really bring yourself to kill your own biological brother?" Weiss glanced at him and calmly responded, "If that really is him, a person who has betrayed his country and betrayed himself, in my eyes, he is a shell without a soul, a walking corpse. Killing him is, for him, for me, and for the entire Klemper-Heesen family, a form of relief." This answer, which chose loyalty and righteousness over personal feelings, although it silenced everyone on this topic, still did not solve the most urgent life and death problem of the resistance armed forces in the Lorraine region. In Weiss's view, the current situation was even worse than the most difficult period of the struggle in the Soviet base areas back then, and it was very different from the situation of the resistance organizations in France or Poland during World War II. Since the Normans had already invested heavy troops and established a tight control system in the Lorraine region, neither the route of breaking into smaller units and hiding among the people, nor the strategy of jumping out of the occupied area to implement a strategic transfer, had much feasibility. Perhaps, as Pailish said, the opportunity to unlock this predicament lay in this bloodline connection of the Klemper-Heisen family. Chapter 21, Fire in the Backyard. Latest update of Iron Soul of Steel. Early morning, the sky was filled with goose feather snowflakes, and the whole world was a vast expanse of white. Only the Wessex assault ship, flying at low altitude, abruptly intruded into this pale space with its dark paint scheme. A person with obsessive-compulsive disorder would certainly find it hard to endure such a visual disparity, and in the eyes of the resistance, its existence added an even more hateful sense of oppression. Deep in the forest, on a tall girder tree, Weiss wore the white camouflage uniform self-made by the resistance organization, silently watching the Norman warship that descended like a dark cloud. This guy was not only domineering in appearance, but its combat potential and equivalent protection were also in the 5-digit range. Although it had not yet reached the top level, it was not far off, especially the collision-proof structure unique to the Wessex assault ship, which was enough to withstand the impact of large-caliber ground bombs. Based on the two values of biological function and mental vitality, there were about 1,500 ship crew members on the warship, 200 or 300 more than the top-tier battleships that had dominated the battlefield in the past. It was likely equipped with at least a company-sized contingent of Marines. In terms of combat missions against resistance fighters in the occupied territory, this Wessex assault ship indeed possessed comprehensive, omnidirectional, and formidable combat power. Was its speed not fast enough? In such snowy weather, whether walking, riding horses, driving, or flying, I am afraid it was not as efficient as its movement. There was no chance of shaking it head-on. Launching a surprise attack while it landed for rest seemed to be the only glimmer of hope. In the Lorraine Mountains, the Holy Pillar Square in the mountain city of Slin was the only place capable of accommodating large warships for mooring and resupplying. Recently, the takeoff and landing of Norman vessels in Slin had indeed been very frequent. Combining these 2 points, raiding Slin might be feasible, but rational thinking and military insight reminded Weiss that the Normans had already laid a net there. If he went this time, I am afraid there would be no chance of escape. This deadly strategy and layout seemed to be the masterpiece of that Lorraine military governor. Is it really you, Z.E. Klemper-Heisen? What kind of opponent are you, exactly? A thorough traitor? Or, just to display your talent, and you didn't expect it to come to this? All these questions, Weiss craved answers to, but was troubled by finding no suitable opportunity for dialogue. Visiting in person was impossible, and sending someone to contact or writing letters, if handled poorly, could lead to the infamy of collaborating with the enemy, causing the Lorraine resistance front to fall apart. There was only waiting, until the opportunity appeared. In the sky, the Wessex assault ship controlled by the Normans sailed in a straight line as usual, tirelessly patrolling every forest in the Lorraine Mountains. After repeated sweeps in the early stages, there were now few targets left for them to search or bombard, so much so that patrolling became a clock-in activity. This peaceful situation, however, made the days of the resistance harder day by day. Weiss did not intend to get off the tree before the Wessex assault ship left his field of vision. This seemingly ordinary forest was exactly where the No. 2 secret camp of the Lorraine guerrilla fighters was located. At the northern end of the forest, there was an abandoned saltpeter mine. Deep in the mine tunnels, the No. 4 secret camp of the resistance was hidden. It was also an important production base and a secret supply warehouse. Workers from the Krumbelhesen factory used engineering methods to create several firewalls, making this secret base safe and sound during the 2 searches of the mine by the Norman army. Not only that, the workers also used the waste left behind during mining to make gunpowder. Although the output was small and the quality limited, it did not have a huge impact on the overall situation, but for the resistance comrades, this source of water gave them more confidence mentally and psychologically. In the wind and snow, 4 ships flew in from the direction of Samsonas. Observing carefully, they were 2 frigates and 2 transport ships. After they appeared, the Wessex assault ship flying in a straight line turned slowly and finally flew towards the saltpeter mine. Seeing this scene, Weiss, who was experienced in dealing with the enemy, immediately realized that the situation was bad. He didn't have time to stretch his limbs, which were stiff from staying still for a long time. He hugged the tree trunk and slid down, opened the manhole cover under the tree, nimbly climbed in, and shouted at the signalman waiting there, "Quickly send an enemy attack warning to everyone. The enemy is heading to our No. 4 camp. Notify everyone to be prepared to respond and take emergency evacuation plans if necessary." This young signalman was named Fava, a local from Samsonas. His father and grandfather were all employees of the Klemper-Heisen family, and Fava was no exception. After the Norman army occupied Lorraine and the Krumbelhesen factory was evacuated, he moved to the secret camp with his fellow workers. After a period of time, due to difficulties in energy and supplies, the production scale was repeatedly reduced, and he voluntarily joined the front line of guerrilla fighting. Weiss came here to observe the enemy's activities, and in order to notify the camp at the first time when the enemy situation appeared, he let Fava carry the self-made field telephone equipment, laying temporary lines along the way, which really came in handy. After giving instructions in a hurry, Weiss squeezed past Fava and ran as fast as he could towards the No. 2 secret camp. The underground resistance system of the Lorraine guerrilla fighters had at its peak 11 secret strongholds and 25 separate secret supply warehouses, with over 4,000 non-combat personnel. The monthly production of weapons and ammunition exceeded the maximum consumption of this resistance armed forces. However, under the round after round of sweeps by the Norman army, more and more secret strongholds and supply warehouses were discovered and destroyed by the enemy, Now, only 5 secret strongholds were still in use, and among these 5, only 2 were set up before the Norman army occupied Lorraine. The number of secret supply warehouses had been reduced to 13. 12 were set up before the Normans arrived. The total amount of inventory supplies had dropped by more than 2/3, and several categories were already out of stock. The situation was indeed not optimistic. The number 4 secret camp at the northern end of the forest was not only a troop station and living area but also served as a production base and supply warehouse. Once lost, it would be like stabbing a knife hard into the chest of this resistance armed forces. The number 2 secret camp, which was more than 10 miles away, was a relatively pure military stronghold, equivalent to the liaison, scheduling, and command hub of the guerrilla coalition. At the moment, there were nearly 200 fighters there and enough weapons and ammunition to cope with a fierce battle. In the process of running, Weiss quickly judged the situation and weighed the pros and cons. Recently, secret strongholds and supply warehouses had been repeatedly hit by the enemy's dark hands, indicating that the opponent had found a breakthrough to dig the resistance organization out of the underground, and there were no walls without cracks in this world. If the enemy didn't know the situation and was just searching with purpose, then he would take everyone to make a feint to the east and attack in the west, diverting the enemy's attention and buying time for the personnel of the number 4 secret camp to evacuate. But if the enemy already knew the exact location of the number 4 secret camp, the next step would be a difficult choice of who to sacrifice and who to keep. There were more than 600 people in the camp, more than half of whom were technicians and workers, and the rest were their dependents who lacked labor ability, including many children. This was the most precious human wealth of the Lorraine guerrilla fighters. If they were abandoned to preserve combat power, it would be a heavy blow to everyone's confidence and even faith. If they were desperately rescued, it was very likely that the team with the richest combat experience, best training, and best equipment in the Lorraine region would be sacrificed. After running all the way, he finally arrived at the number 2 secret camp. Having received the warning information transmitted by Fava through the telephone line, the comrades were already prepared for battle and ready to depart for combat at any time. Seeing Weiss return, Major Iserson hurried to say to him, "Judging from what we observed, the enemy is indeed heading for our number 4 camp. We have contacted the number 4 camp and asked them to close all passages. Hopefully, this time we can still hide it from the enemy." Although Weiss was anxious, when Major Iserson and the guerrilla fighters focused their attention on him, he deliberately maintained a calm and composed posture. "We cannot pin our hopes on the enemy, we must be prepared for the worst." Para, who was leading troops as a guest here, said resolutely, "With the enemy at the gates, Colonel, my comrades and I are ready to obey your orders at any time. Even in the most brutal battle, we will never take a step back." Totenbel's team had only half the number of people as Para's, and voluntarily, they had been incorporated into the combat squad of the Lorraine guerrilla fighters, which could be regarded as the fusion of 2 guerrilla teams. Even so, he made a statement consistent with Para's. "If we could still deploy a few aircraft, the situation wouldn't be too bad, but now, we have to use the weapons in our hands to fight against the enemy's flying warships." Weiss left the second half of the sentence unsaid, and the implication was clear to everyone present. "Never mind that for now, the top priority is to deploy the battle line." Major Iserson brought out his judgment and decisiveness as a professional soldier and professional staff officer. 6 squads, leave 1 to support, and the rest all rush to the number 4 camp, deploy in the valley area, and act according to the situation. How about it? Weiss was already so familiar with the terrain here that he didn't need a map to plan. "Our thoughts are the same," Major Iserson replied. "The 6th squad will be the general reserve, waiting for orders here. The 1st to 5th squads, proceed to the valley at the fastest speed and deploy from north to south. Specific tactics will be decided after arriving there." Weiss looked down at his watch. "Time is running out, each squad departs immediately." Although the personnel in the number 4 camp have no combat ability, they have conducted 3 emergency evacuation drills before, so they will not be unfamiliar with the evacuation order and routes. If nothing unexpected happens, everyone should be able to evacuate the mine within 2 hours, and evacuate to a safe area within 5 hours. Major Iserson immediately called the commanders of each squad to take their teams and depart. After everyone dispersed, he leaned in and said, "Just talk to Matt, he mentioned one thing, your sister Bella is also in the number 4 camp today. I couldn't say much on the phone, but I believe he should take good care of Bella." The subtext, Weiss certainly understood. Bella would go to the number 4 camp because there was production of winter camouflage clothing and medical gauze, and Matt was an old subordinate he brought from the Samsonas reserve, so it went without saying that he would prioritize the evacuation of important personnel. But if the situation he was worried about really happened, the Normans went with intelligence, then besides raiding the mine, they would likely implement a blockade and search around it to find and cut off the resistance organization's tunnels. If so, what was the use of prioritizing evacuation? Chapter 22, Camp Fall and Bella's Disappearance. When Weiss climbed out of the tunnel again and ascended to the treetop of an ordinary spruce, that massive, lead grey Wessex assault ship hovered steadily above the forest, ignoring the swirling snow. Several shuttle-shaped aircraft, similar in size to train carriages, detached from the assault ship and flew toward the place in the snowy forest where smoke and dust were billowing. This scene faintly reminded him of the scenes he had seen in science fiction movies years ago, except that the all-metal aircraft before him had rough outlines and rigid lines, with rivets covering every part, presenting not the technological aesthetic of the interstellar era, but rather a pure Victorian steampunk style. Weiss observed from the tree for a while, and the mortars of the resistance armed forces also began firing with a bang 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 sound in the forest. Propelled by the recoil of gunpowder, these shells were launched into the air, tracing high-angle arcs before crashing toward the Norman warship. Because the distance was not far and the target's cross-sectional area was quite considerable, nearly half of the mortar shells actually hit the enemy ship. The explosions were like thunder in a summer rainstorm, one after another, continuous and unending. However, the power of these mortar shells was like scratching an itch from outside the boot for a Wessex assault ship designed for charging and breaking through enemy lines. As the smoke from the explosions dissipated with the wind, that elite warship controlled and used by the Normans neither caught fire nor shifted. There wasn't even a visible trace of damage on its surface, as if it were a heavily armored knight being pelted with gravel by a child, reacting with arrogant disdain. Even though he knew this would be the result, when he saw it with his own eyes, Weiss's heart was still filled with frustration and disappointment. After unremitting efforts, his sphere of influence had expanded from a single trench and a single battlefield to an entire region and province, but in the face of the grand momentum of the war, this influence was still too small and powerless. However, even at the high position of President Leopold, if the old military and political system was not broken, the efforts of the Federation military and civilians would inevitably yield half the result with twice the effort. Relying solely on individual proactive actions, working one's heart out and giving one's all, what could that really accomplish? Returning his gaze to this cold winter season, back to this vast, snowy forest. While the mortar fire of the resistance armed forces posed no threat to the Normans' improved Wessex assault ship, it had, just as Weiss had planned, diverted the enemy's attention at the first opportunity. The drum-like sound of the mortar fire still echoed in his ears when a sudden, rumbling cannonade came from the Norman warship. Grey-white smoke rose and spread in the snowstorm, and shells whistled through the air, landing where the smoke had drifted in the forest, but that was not where the mortar teams were. It was a smoke screen created by the resistance fighters using prefabricated smoke shells. Therefore, the Normans' concentrated secondary battery bombardment, while seemingly fierce, did not hit the vital point, and the real mortar teams had already dispersed with their guns through the tunnels to other preset firing points. The mountain forest, covered in thick snow, was visually a seamless whole. After a burst of rumbling cannon fire, scorched craters appeared on this white curtain, and the trees, their snow shaken off, revealed their natural yellow or brown colors, but there was no sign of human activity. Above the forest, although the Wessex assault ship was slow to react and clumsy in its movements, when it adjusted its posture and launched a direct bombardment with its side and downward-facing main guns, the earth-shattering, unstoppable power was enough to make most people terrified or even lose their will to fight. The tremors caused by the violent explosions almost made Weiss fall from the tree branch where he was hiding, but he was willing to risk being injured by the explosive shockwaves and shell fragments at any moment to stay here and closely observe the enemy's movements, so as to complete the evacuation and transfer of personnel from Secret Camp No. 4 as much as possible under these extremely difficult circumstances. The attention of the Wessex assault ship had indeed been attracted, but the crisis facing Secret Camp No. 4 was far from resolved. Higher in the sky, there were 4 more Norman warships, 2 frigates and 2 transport ships waiting for an opportunity. Before long, they descended in a diamond formation. The frigates, one in front and one behind, maintained maneuvering flight at an altitude of 300 or 400 feet, while the transport ships, as if executing a sudden landing on a battlefield, forcibly landed in the forest, and the combat personnel on board quickly engaged in ground combat. It had already been extremely difficult to lure away the enemy's incredibly powerful assault ship, and seeing the Normans use their familiar aerial assault tactics, Weiss's expression grew even more solemn. And it wasn't just this that was bad. Less than 2 minutes later, a comrade's shouting came from under the tree. "Colonel, news from the camp: the Normans have blown open the hidden passage, and our people can't hold on much longer." The Normans' extraordinary efficiency was clearly not due to luck. The few ultra-small warships that had previously flown off the assault ship could at best carry 200 or 300 marines, and they seemed to be executing more than just surface reconnaissance missions. They were likely breaking into the interior of the mine where Secret Camp No. 4 was located. Having experienced the tactical methods of the Lorraine guerrilla fighters many times, the Norman army usually tried to avoid deep penetration during mopping up operations or routine patrols, but today, the Normans were doing the opposite, indicating their determination and confidence to succeed. The reason for such firm determination and confidence should have a lot to do with them possessing key intelligence. Weiss quickly climbed down from the tree. "How is the evacuation in the camp?" This man was an old subordinate he had brought out from the Samsona's reserve force. Although he was physically thin and weak, apart from long-distance marches that tested physical fitness and close-quarters combat that tested strength, his other military skills were not bad. In terms of mentality and spirit, he was no less than the soldiers in the frontline troops, and he was sufficiently familiar with the combat methods and support systems of the Lorraine guerrilla fighters. He hesitated for a moment. "It seems that 1/3 of the people have already evacuated the camp. As for the exact situation, the brothers in the camp are not too sure." Camp No. 4 had 3 tunnels for safe entry and exit, but because the tunnels were long and the resistance organization had limited manpower, their width only allowed for single-file passage, making it impossible for people to pass each other. In the current situation, if the guerrilla force outside wanted to enter the camp, they had to occupy at least 1 tunnel, which correspondingly slowed down the evacuation speed of the personnel in the camp. No matter what choice was made, it seemed difficult to escape the precarious situation at hand. This saltpeter mine, which had been abandoned for many years, had a mining history of over 200 years, and its peak period was more than 80 years ago. At that time, technical conditions were limited, and mining methods were relatively primitive, which meant that the tunnel structure was relatively fragile. Bombarding the mine directly was likely to cause the collapse of surface tunnels, and of course, there was a certain probability of triggering deep tunnel collapses. Weiss frowned and pondered for a moment, then ordered, "Deploy 2 mortar teams and conduct indiscriminate firing on the mine." The guerrilla fighter in front of him thought, "In that case, let the 3rd detachment take the mortars to firing position number 9. That position is within range." Should I have them bring more ammunition? Bring more ammunition? Are you kidding? It would be good enough to get a few rounds off under the nose of the enemy assault ship. Weiss said decisively, tell them to withdraw after firing 3 rapid shots. At a time like this, absolutely do not linger in battle. Understood. After saying this, the guerrilla fighter slipped back into the tunnel. Weiss turned his head to look at the Norman assault ship moving slowly above the forest. Although it was a kilometer away, the sense of oppression caused by its massive body and formidable armament was like a pair of invisible hands gripping his throat, even making it difficult to breathe. In a moment, a series of machine cannon shells were fired from the air, hitting the nearby tree trunks with a thud-thud sound. Broken branches and flying debris, mixed with snow from the trees, fell in a chaotic mess. At that time, Weiss was wearing white winter camouflage, and he had neither made any flashy moves nor was he in an open area, so it shouldn't have been easy for the ship crew member to spot him. It was likely caused by the enemy firing indiscriminately, but it was hard to be sure of the actual situation. Therefore, Weiss quickly returned to the tunnel. When he reached the intersection of the crisscrossing tunnels, he saw old and young, men and women, moving from the north to the south, feeling slightly relieved. However, when he thought about it again, he couldn't help but worry about his sister Bella's situation. Seeing a familiar face, he hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "Have you seen Bella?" The man was flustered, and upon seeing Weiss, he hurriedly shook his head. Weiss let him go and continued to look for familiar and reliable faces in the crowd. Before long, a slightly chubby, slightly bald middle-aged man with glasses appeared in his line of sight. Before he could take the initiative to step forward, this man saw Weiss and hurriedly squeezed over. "Sir, it's terrible. Mana took a team to evacuate first, and Bella was among them. They should have gone south, but I just asked Plunt, and he didn't see them from beginning to end. There were 3 tunnels to choose from when evacuating from Camp Number 4, south, west, and east, each leading to different hidden areas. The enemy was in the air. In such snowy weather, it was actually feasible to take any route. Therefore, Weiss did not panic along with him, but calmly speculated, perhaps they went west." The middle-aged man said worriedly, "I hope they don't encounter any accidents on the way." Although Weiss was very worried about Bella's safety, he could only force himself to remain calm at this time and asked the middle-aged man about the situation of the personnel transfer and evacuation in Camp Number 4. The news he received was mixed. The good news was that the evacuation progress was faster than expected, and more than half of the people had already entered the tunnels. The bad news was that the camp guards had suffered heavy casualties while resisting the Norman army's attack, and the last line of defense could be broken at any time. Once this happened, not only would the personnel who had not had time to evacuate be captured by the enemy, but the tunnels used for evacuation from the camp would inevitably be discovered by the enemy. If the enemy followed the tunnels, it would not only endanger the evacuating personnel but also threaten other hidden strongholds, thereby triggering a terrible chain reaction. After that, the resistance armed forces continued to use the tunnels and preset firing ports to desperately restrain the enemy, trying their best to disrupt the Normans' raid. During this time, they used mortars to bombard the mine, causing some of the tunnels near the surface to collapse, forcing the Norman army that had entered the mine to slow down their offensive pace. When they passed through the winding mine tunnels and entered the resistance organization's secret camp, all that was left for them were equipment and supplies. However, the Normans not only deployed a frontal assault but also simultaneously launched an all-around blockade and hunt around the mine, bombarding everywhere and blasting everywhere, soon finding a tunnel used by the resistance organization for evacuation, thereby intercepting and capturing many resistance fighters. It was in such a situation that the Team Bella was with lost contact with the main force. Chapter 23, The Meeting. Fastest update for Iron Soul of Steel. The raid on secret camp number 4 by the Normans dealt the Lorraine guerrilla fighters an unprecedented and heavy blow. Nearly 100 combatants were lost, 269 non-combatants were killed or went missing, and Bella Klemper-Heesen was among them. The civilians living and working at camp number 4 only knew about that one camp. They did not know the locations of other camps, nor did they know how the resistance organization operated or communicated. Even though their situation was dire after falling into the hands of the Normans, it would not threaten the safety of other camps or the entire resistance organization. However, Bella played an important role in the logistics and production system of the Lorraine guerrilla fighters, and there were several combatants in the group evacuating with her who knew the locations of various camps. Once the Normans pried this key information from them, the resistance organization would likely face a catastrophic disaster. Given this, after evacuating from camp number 4, the first thing Weiss did was not to search for Bella and the other missing persons, but to decisively activate the contingency plan, having the entire resistance organization implement a strategic relocation. Everyone traveled by night and rested by day, moving from existing camps to reserve camps. Most of these reserve camps were located in dangerous, rugged terrain. Not only were conditions rudimentary, lacking necessary sources of drinking water, which had to be supplied by carrying it on people's backs or horses, but food reserves were also insufficient to sustain large numbers of people for long. The only valuable thing about them was that their existence was rarely known. With the organization suffering heavy losses, no news of friends and family, and the path forward looking increasingly bleak, the new camp was filled with mourning. These days, Weiss, while worrying about Bella's life and death, traveled between various camps, doing everything possible to soothe everyone's emotions. Despite his heavy heart, he felt no timidity or discouragement, because he knew this was true guerrilla warfare. One had to face a powerful enemy with extraordinary courage and wisdom, and always be prepared to lose companions or even sacrifice oneself. Only in this way could one traverse this thorny path to reach the glorious end of victory. Over at the abandoned saltpeter mine where camp number 4 was located, the Norman army spent about a week clearing the battlefield and cleaning up the spoils. They seemed to have emptied the equipment and supplies from the camp, then used explosives to completely turn the abandoned mine into a wasteland. Only after the Norman army left did the resistance organization cautiously enter the area. They dug out a dozen corpses from the collapsed tunnels and found over 40 victims in unmarked burial grounds. By this count, more than 200 people were still missing. Logically, they should have been captured and taken away by the Norman army. The search, which lasted several days, yielded little, so Weiss withdrew his men from the area of Camp No. 4 and turned his focus to transporting supplies from the old camps to the new ones. During this difficult transition period, to avoid provoking the Norman army, the resistance organization suspended all offensive operations, only conducting covert reconnaissance and surveillance on the Normans. They discovered that the Norman army had established a special prisoner of war camp in Samsonas, where most of those imprisoned were dressed as civilians. This important discovery did not make Weiss happy at all, because he connected the dots of the events, reaching a terrifying conclusion. His opponent was using various ruthless methods to reverse the advantage of time, place, and people of the resistance organization, pushing him step by step into a desperate abyss. Furthermore, by setting up the military governor's office in Samsonas and concentrating the captured resistance members there, wasn't the goal simply to lure him in? The special prisoner of war camp established by the Normans in Samsonas had both shelters to keep out the wind and rain, and areas for activities. The situation of the captured resistance members did not seem too bad. Weiss did not act rashly but chose to wait and see. Just as he predicted, the Norman army subsequently raided the old camps of the resistance organization. Thanks to the cutting off the arm to save the body strategy, the resistance organization only lost equipment and supplies, with no further casualties or captures. After some more days, a resistance organization member who had gone missing in the Battle of Camp No. 4 strangely appeared in the mountain forest near the old camp. After the guerrilla force reconnaissance personnel discovered his tracks and conducted careful surveillance and investigation, they brought him to the new security outpost. Hearing that someone had brought news of Bella, Weiss rushed to the security outpost. Upon meeting him, he learned that the Normans had released him with the goal of having him pass a message for the Imperial Army. War is a matter for soldiers, not civilians. As long as the Lorraine people give up armed resistance and accept the reality of the Norman army's occupation of Lorraine, the current strict control measures would be lifted. The Lorraine populace would not only be able to eat and dress warmly but also enjoy the political freedom they had never truly obtained under the Ulster Free Federation, and could even establish an independent state of their own. After hearing the message, Weiss was silent for a long time. He dismissed the unrelated personnel and asked, "You saw his face? You know who he is?" The messenger, named Valka, looked at Weiss with a strange expression and replied in a deep tone, "Yes, I have seen him, and I know him. Most people in Samsonas who have some age basically know him. He is a man who has returned from hell. Perhaps he no longer has his own soul, but one thing cannot be changed: he is your brother, the former pride of the Klemper-Hessen family." The long-held suspicion was finally confirmed. Weiss closed his eyes in despair. Being enemies with a close relative on the battlefield was undoubtedly an extremely painful thing. Even if one did not have to fight to the death, one could not escape the trouble and worry, and might even be suspected or blamed, at best causing damage to one's reputation, and at worst, all previous efforts would be wasted. As you know, I am not a person who fears death. I just don't want to implicate my relatives. They have always lived in Samsonas, neither participating in the resistance movement nor defecting to the Normans. They are just ordinary civilians. With one word from him, he can take their lives, or he can keep them safe. So, I accepted his conditions to deliver this message for him. I know he sent people to follow me, wanting to find your whereabouts through me. I didn't let him get his wish, which can be considered my last contribution to the resistance movement." Weiss nodded. "I can understand you, Valka. Thank you." Valka sighed. "Additionally, he asked me to pass a word to you, which must be said in person and only to you. Although Bella was slightly injured, it is not serious. She is very safe now and doesn't need to live in fear every day. If you want to take Bella away, you only need to go to the military governor's office in Samsonas yourself, at any time. He guarantees your absolute safety." Weiss did not respond but calmed down to think carefully. Bella was his sister, and also Zi's sister. Even if their positions were different, he would not harm her. That was the normal logic. But if he was controlled by others and didn't truly hold the power of life and death over those captured resistance members, the situation would not be so optimistic. Now, he had someone bring a message. Was he trying to find an opportunity to persuade him to surrender to settle the resistance organization in the Lorraine region early, or was he intending to let him take Bella away so that his sister wouldn't meet with misfortune? If it was the former, returning to Samsonas would be no different than walking into a trap. Z would almost certainly not let him leave again. But if it was the latter, then he should rush back to Samsonas as quickly as possible and find a way to rescue Bella. Since the messenger had already stated his position, and Weiss was struggling to find an answer, he asked, "What was his expression when he said this? What do you think he meant?" Valka hesitated for a moment and replied, "It's hard to say. I couldn't tell if he was happy or sad, sincere or hypocritical. He is like a different person from the Ze Klemper-Hessen I remember. Over these years, he may have experienced many things, so he has changed a lot. Although you are brothers, under these circumstances, I think you must be very cautious and not blindly trust your former feelings." Such an answer did not help resolve Weiss's doubts, but through the messenger's description, he vaguely felt that Ze's inner heart was suffering and wavering, but this emotional factor might not be stronger than rational thinking and the desire for power, glory, and victory. After repeated consideration, he decided to have the messenger take his message back. A meeting was possible, but not in Samsonas, but by the lake near Krumbeheisen Castle. The time for the meeting was set for midnight 3 days later. 3 days was not enough for the messenger to make another round trip, meaning this was a one-way invitation. No matter what the other party chose, Weiss would appear at the agreed location at that time. During these 3 days, Weiss had reconnaissance personnel keep a close watch on the enemy's movements in Samsonas, while having members of the resistance organization assemble the dismantled and hidden aircraft parts into a 2-seater seaplane. Although the Lorraine Mountains didn't have large rivers, there were many lakes and ponds. With all flat grasslands being eyed and even damaged by the Normans, modifying a seaplane to take off and land on water had become a new countermeasure the resistance organization had racked their brains to come up with. 3 nights later, Weiss rode a horse to a lake in the forest more than 30 miles from the new camp. He sat in the open cockpit of the biplane and waved goodbye to his companions with a firm expression. The roar of the aircraft engine broke the silence of the mountain forest. Driven by the Federation Army pilot, it soon rose into the night sky, guided by the starry sky, and flew towards Samsonas. After half an hour of flight, a strange scene appeared ahead with stars twinkling both above and below. The mountain lake adjacent to Krumbeheisen Castle was like a sapphire quietly placed on black velvet, reflecting a dark and mysterious luster. In this era without radar, night takeoff and landing of aircraft not only tested the pilot's skills but also required proper ground support, otherwise it was easy to crash and die. The message Weiss gave to the messenger did not disclose how he would arrive, but when the aircraft fitted with floats approached Krumbeheisen Castle, 2 searchlights suddenly lit up in the darkness. But unlike the usual, they did not shine directly into the sky but were projected onto the lake surface. 2 nearly parallel beams of light marked a water landing runway. Seeing this, the pilot hurriedly asked Weiss, "Colonel, are we still going down?" Weiss gritted his teeth, "Land according to the original plan. After docking, don't cut the engine, be ready to evacuate at any time." Finally, he instructed, "If I cannot get out in time, you evacuate yourself. If the aircraft is damaged and cannot take off, start the bomb timer and then jump into the water to leave." Chapter 24, The Mysterious Man. Fastest update for Iron Soul of Steel. Latest chapters. The mountain lake was as calm as a mirror. Accompanied by a high-pitched mechanical roar, a biplane stepping on floats landed with the lightness and naturalness of a drifting leaf, slowly gliding toward the shore. At this moment, on the lake shore, a car was parked alone, its headlights shining, waiting motionlessly. From the gliding plane, Weiss squinted to survey the situation on the shore. There were 2 people in the car, one had basically no combat capability, and the other was weaker than an ordinary soldier. There was no ambush around the car, only near the searchlights was there a certain number of enemy soldiers. Weiss leaned forward and instructed the pilot, "Take me to the shore. I'll get off, you stand by. Stay a bit away from the shore, be careful not to let the enemy find an opening." "Please be careful yourself," the pilot reminded. Before long, the plane, driven by the thrust of its propellers, arrived at the shore. Weiss climbed out of the cockpit, clung to the fuselage to reach the wing, and then leaped, landing on the hard, pebbled lakeshore. A man of not particularly sturdy build stepped out of the back seat of the car and said loudly in broken Ulster language, "Sir, I have been ordered to wait for you here. I have no malicious intent, please come with me." Whether there was malicious intent or not, Weiss had already reached this point, there was no turning back. He simply walked over with his head held high and replied in Norman language, "I am here to see your governor. Let him come here, we will talk right here, nowhere else." The man then replied in Norman language, "The Sword Baron Skala is our Lorraine military governor. He is waiting for you in that castle ahead, waiting for you alone." Weiss stood still, looking at this Norman officer with distrust. "If we wanted to capture or kill you, I wouldn't need to be standing here at this moment," the Norman officer said quickly. "We have shown our sincerity, and you, can you not even show a little bit of courage?" It must be said that this provocation was hard for Weiss to refute. After weighing it repeatedly, he followed this ordinary-looking Norman officer into the car. The car's exterior profile revealed the rugged, rigid style of the great industrial air, long, large, and heavy. Matching it was an engine that was exceptionally loud when running. However, the interior configuration of the car felt completely different. 2 rows of seats in the back were set facing each other, the leather seats were soft and comfortable, the floor was covered with thick red velvet carpet, and the door frames and window cranks were all gleaming with gold. The accompanying Norman officer sat facing the front of the car, sitting opposite Weiss, but he didn't seem to intend to strike up a conversation with Weiss. Although Weiss was somewhat curious, in the current very special situation, pure curiosity was not worth mentioning. Thus, the 2 sat silently opposite each other, without a word the whole way. The car drove along the mountain road and soon arrived in front of the familiar Krumbeheisen Castle. The massive castle was dark and gloomy, except for the hall where the main entrance was. None of the other rooms had lights on. Weiss expended energy to scan it again. There was indeed only one person in the castle, a red wire frame. A bit further away, there were some enemies, but they were scattered, seemingly on guard duty rather than preparing to pounce. Could this prove his sincerity? Weiss had no answer in his heart, so he still felt uneasy at this moment. The car drove into the castle gate. Despite the dim night, thanks to the light of the searchlights, Weiss could still roughly see that the castle's front courtyard was very clean, without any sense of decay or abandonment, very different from what the resistance organization had scouted a few months ago. It stood to reason that only ZE would keep this castle in a state that was neither occupied nor properly maintained out of personal sentiment. Passing through the level front courtyard, the car arrived under the portico of the castle's front hall. The hall was lit, and melodious music drifted out, but there were no human voices or shadows inside. This music was clearly unrelated to any dinner party or dance. After the car stopped, the Norman officer opened the door, got out, and stood by the door, saying, His Excellency, Sword Baron of the Norman Empire Lorraine Military Governor Sculla, is waiting for you inside. Weiss tugged at his lapels, took a deep breath, and walked into the hall with his chest puffed out. The layout of the hall remained the same, but the crystal chandelier seemed to have been replaced with a new, brighter one, and there seemed to be fewer exhibits. Of course, these were not the point was the person sitting on the sofa. The moment he made eye contact, it was as if a volcano had suddenly erupted in Weiss's mind, countless streams of hot magma poured out, his mind was overwhelmed, and he crashed on the spot. I don't know how long it had been, but he woke up from his unconscious state and sat up reflexively, only to find himself lying on the sofa, covered with a thick velvet blanket. The hall was quiet, with only the crackling sound of firewood burning in the fireplace. Awake. A calm and easy-going voice came from the sofa opposite. Weiss looked up. Although the person's face had grown a bit more weathered and cold, the thick eyebrows, bright eyes, high nose bridge, broad lips and full chin were still the same as in his memory. That unique sense of intimacy almost brought tears to his eyes. At this moment, images of him teaching him how to swim, ride a horse, taking him hiking, skiing, and patiently explaining the principles of firearms involuntarily surfaced in his mind. So, he had been that smart, diligent, and motivated, he had been that upright, open-minded, and understanding. He had worked hard, struggled, striven, and fought, but his individual strength could not change the fate of the Klemper-Heisen family, which had been declining for years. Repeated setbacks made him gradually become silent and misanthropic, until he packed his bags and embarked on the journey of the coming-of-age test inherited by the family for generations. What are you staring at? Don't believe your own eyes. The bearded man in military uniform on the sofa still spoke in that calm and easygoing tone. Weiss replied with a wry smile, No, I just didn't expect that we would have a chance to meet again, and as enemies at that. Z. Klemper-Heisen, the eldest son of this generation of the Klemper-Heisen family, sat there quietly and said, Indeed. I have thought of all kinds of possibilities, but this is the one that surprised me the most, that the weak and lazy younger brother from back then has actually been forged into steel in the Federation Army, and is now a leader of the Lorraine Resistance Movement, a guerrilla force colonel specially appointed by the Federation Army. It's incredible. Putting aside our current identities and positions, I am truly proud of you. Getting affirmation from his brother didn't make Weiss happy at all. He coldly retorted, In the Norman Empire, your talent and ambition have found an opportunity to be unleashed, and your ideals have been realized one by one. Do you feel successful? Do you feel proud? Z leaned back on the sofa, looking up at the ceiling, and said with emotion, From a commoner with no status to a meritorious noble of the Empire, it only took me a mere 7 years. This is unimaginable in the Federation. However, this kind of advancement is to a considerable extent based on breaking the existing order through war, and this war has brought endless suffering to the people of Wessex and Ulst. This is something I do not want to see. Seeing that his brother seemed to have regrets, Weiss seized the opportunity to persuade him, It's not too late to pull back from the brink and turn over a new leaf. Z laughed. After laughing, he looked Weiss directly in the eyes, a firm sharpness revealing itself in his gaze. If you really think so, it means your understanding of reality is not sober enough, and you still have fantasies about those in power. You will suffer a big loss sooner or later. Weiss's persuasion just now was pale and weak, both in logic and reason. He didn't have high hopes for it, it was more of a probing gesture, or rather, a verbal reconnaissance by fire. Z continued, In fact, with my ability, the impact on the war is minimal. In other words, in this war, no matter which side I join, the result is the same. Now, I am a Baron and General of the Norman Empire, and the Lorraine military governor. I can protect the majority of Lorraine people in my own way and let them survive. Therefore, I have a clear conscience about my choices and actions. Weiss laughed contemptuously, Clear conscience. If it were me, I might be able to act as if nothing happened in front of others, but when alone, I would surely be tormented and in agony. This seemed to touch Z's heart. He hesitated for a moment and sighed, You are right. I do often fall into this kind of pain, but I believe this pain is a necessary process on the path to success, a test of will and spirit. I believe that dedication will eventually be rewarded. With my efforts, the Klemper-Heisen family will surely be able to recreate its former glory. In Weiss's view, Z's vision was completely wrong. If the war destroyed the Federation, then all the glory of the Klemper-Heisen family would be reduced to ashes, and any future wealth and status would be nothing more than living in humiliation under the occupation of the Norman Empire. If the Federation reversed the situation and counterattacked, the Klemper-Heisen family would be disgraced because a direct member was a high-ranking officer and a meritorious knight of the Norman Empire. How could it recreate its former glory? He stood up and stretched his limbs. The previous fainting was clearly caused by a blockage of thought due to a large amount of the host's memory flooding into his mind. He only needed a little rest for his body to recover as normal. Weiss looked at his watch. It had been nearly an hour since he landed, which meant he had been lying on the sofa for more than half an hour. The time was not long, but not short either. The pilot waiting for him on the lake must be anxious. He decided not to dwell on these emotional and logical issues anymore and went straight to the point. I'm here to take Bella away. Where is she? Z also stood up, facing Weiss directly. She is very well, very safe, no need to worry. I have already talked to her. The life of the guerrilla force has no benefit to her health or that of our parents. Bringing you here today is mainly to discuss this matter with you. I want father, mother, and Bella to go to a neutral country to live and come back after the war ends. They are not soldiers, there is really no need to get involved in the fighting between soldiers. In this war, they have already contributed enough to the country and can leave with their heads held high. Ziyi's points seemed reasonable but actually had logical flaws. However, this suggestion alone moved Weiss. For the resistance movement of the Lorraine people, the lord and lady had already contributed all their family property and plunged into it regardless of their safety. But they were not soldiers after all, nor did they possess any decent combat capability. In the current situation, the guerrilla force kept changing bases, and they could only follow, living in displacement and fear. Their physical condition was already much worse than before. Instead of continuing to let them suffer, why not be a little selfish and let them go to a neutral country not affected by the flames of war? This way, he could also travel light and lead the guerrilla force to fight the Norman army to the end. If I agree to your suggestion and let you take father, mother, and Bella away, will you let me return to the resistance organization and continue to lead the guerrilla force to fight against you? Hearing Weiss say this, a faint smile appeared on Ziyi's face. I will not use despicable means to force you to bow your head. If you are willing to fight, I will give you the opportunity. If one day you know you cannot defeat us, I will still make proper arrangements for you. This is our brotherly love. Chapter 25, The Distant Horn. The fastest update of Iron Soul of Steel. After calm consideration, Weiss responded with righteous indignation, you have reminded me. I truly haven't properly considered the relocation of my father and mother, letting them suffer quite a bit while following me. Rest assured, I will arrange for them to be transferred to a more stable place with more abundant supplies as soon as possible, allowing them to spend their remaining war years in peace. I believe that even if the environment isn't ideal, they would rather stay than travel abroad. As for me, if I cannot wait for victory alongside my comrades, I would rather die on the battlefield than live in such a way. After finishing these impassioned words, Weiss had expected Ze Klemper-Heisen to argue and persuade him, but he didn't expect Ze Klemper-Heisen to just walk up to him, open his arms, give him a hug, and whisper, everyone has their own aspirations, brother. I am deeply gratified that you have such determination. Fate has led us down opposite paths, ultimately standing on opposite sides of the battlefield. I don't think we have anything to mourn, let's do our best to do what we believe is right. Even if one day I die under your gun, or the opposite outcome, those who live must live well. Just remember, don't feel guilty. When saying these words, if they were sincere, Weiss believed that the person standing before him was broad-minded and talented. Unfortunately, those with different paths cannot make plans together. Even if there was a touch of emotion in his heart, he still calmly advised, if you still care about our brotherhood, and care about the honor of the Klemper-Heisen family, I advise you, the sea of bitterness is boundless, turn back to the shore. Ze Klemper-Heisen smiled, from the day I left, I had already cut off my retreat. Not for anything else, but to live for my ideals. Living for ideals is probably the highest state of living. Knowing he couldn't persuade the other party, Weiss sighed, all right, I should go. Ze Klemper-Heisen stretched out his right hand and pressed his thumb on Weiss's forehead, Bella is left to me to protect, and you must protect yourself. In his memory, during childhood, Ze Klemper-Heisen used to encourage him like this, but in reality, as the eldest son of the family, Weiss had never received such care. This intricate feeling made him somewhat agitated. You too. After saying this, he turned and left. Quast. Ze Klemper-Heisen called out. The Norman officer who had appeared earlier stood outside the front hall door and saluted, always at your service, sir. Ze Klemper-Heisen's instruction was only one sentence, escort this gentleman back. Weiss climbed into the car without looking back, and the brothers tacitly did not wave goodbye to each other. On the way back to the lakeside, Weiss saw the seaplane still hovering not far from the shore, and his heart, which had been hanging in the air, gradually relaxed. However, thinking of the current predicament of the Lorraine guerrilla fighters, thinking of the resistance movement in the Lorraine region falling into a low point, and coupled with the memories of Ze Klemper-Heisen's cleverness, alertness, and meticulousness in his youth, his mood suddenly became heavy. Relying solely on the people of Lorraine, this heroic resistance movement could hardly see a future. When would the external turning point arrive? Weiss returned to the lake shore, and the plane on the lake approached. When he boarded the plane again, the Federation Army pilot looked at him with surprise. Colonel, I thought the Normans weren't going to let you come back. Thank you for not leaving me behind, Weiss managed to squeeze out a smile. Seeing that the Normans on the shore had no unusual movements, the pilot calmly steered the plane to change direction and began to accelerate on the lake. After the plane finished taxiing and ascended into the air, he asked curiously, did the negotiations go well? Smooth? Or not smooth? This question made Weiss somewhat bewildered. After thinking for a while, he answered loudly, the war continues, the fighting never stops. What Weiss didn't expect was that shortly after returning to the secret base of the resistance organization, a cold wave arrived. While struggling against the blockade and sweeps of the Norman army, the resistors also had to fight against the harsh weather. It was already midwinter, and this terrible blizzard lasted day after day. The world was a vast expanse of white, apart from snow, one could hardly see anything else. Let alone walking in the forest, even in wooden huts or tunnels near the surface, one couldn't resist the cold. In the poorly conditioned new camp, the resistors couldn't use open fires and had to make do with improved smokeless heating equipment. Frostbite caused by low temperatures and malnutrition caused by a lack of food had become the top two enemies, weakening the combat effectiveness of the resistance organization. Morale in the camp was frozen just like this weather. Let alone fighting, even if the Norman army didn't come, before long, the team would fall apart. In this darkest moment, in the abyss of despair, the will of the resistors was tested like never before. Weiss failed to fulfill his promise to Ze Klemper-Heisen to send the Lord and Lady out of the Lorraine Mountains, instead enduring hunger and cold with them, surviving one difficult day after another. The day the blizzard stopped, the mountain forest was terrifyingly quiet, as if all living things had been frozen. Despite the freezing cold, the comrades still walked out of the tunnels, set up the damaged antenna again, turned on the radio, and searched for the radio signal of the Federation Army. A few hours later, the radio received a message that excited everyone. On the main battlefield, the Federation Army had sounded the horn of counterattack. They broke through the line of the Norman army at the Valence-Brubeck line, and then won 4 victories in 4 battles, pursuing the victory, recovering a large area of lost territory, and the strategic counter-offensive momentum had already taken shape. Hearing this good news, the comrades cheered and wept with joy. Later, they learned that the vanguard of the Federation Army had reached Vagrissa, only 200 miles away from Ao City. Once Ao City was recovered, killing back to Lorraine would also be just around the corner. The good news from the front line saved this guerrilla force on the verge of collapse overnight. But after the excitement, Weiss and his companions had to face the current predicament of the guerrilla force: insufficient food, lack of fuel, increasing wounded, shortage of medicine. Self-preservation was difficult, so how could they launch harassment against the Norman army and echo the Federation Army's major counter-offensive? There is a saying that there are always more solutions than difficulties. As the weather temporarily improved, the resistance organization was able to send out reconnaissance and liaison personnel again to obtain first-hand intelligence on the movements of the occupying forces. Soon, news from all sides was transmitted back to the camp. Obviously, due to the sudden change in the situation on the main battlefield, the Normans transferred those elite troops away from the Lorraine region. The 1st Marine Division even left in a hurry during the days when the blizzard was raging. As a result, the heavy blockade line established by the Normans in the Lorraine Mountains still existed, but its deterrent power was no longer what it used to be. Having ascertained the latest enemy situation, Weiss decisively led the guerrillas to take action. On one hand, they retrieved residual equipment and supplies from the old camps that the Normans hadn't noticed, thereby restoring and replenishing their combat power. On the other hand, they launched continuous reconnaissance on the distribution of the Norman army's strength in various strongholds and villages, laying the foundation for the next step. While actively preparing, the resistance organization broke its long-term radio silence and sought support from the Federation Army. Given that the active activities of the resistance organization behind enemy lines could contain enemy troops and coordinate with frontline battles, the Federation Army basically responded to every reasonable request made by the Lorraine guerrilla fighters. As the front line advanced, the distance from the Federation Army-controlled area to the Lorraine Mountains continued to shrink. Transport planes equipped with skis could complete round-trip flights in one night, and the efficiency and scale of transportation had significantly improved compared to the past. Not only that, but the Federation Army also dispatched new high-speed cruisers to harass the Norman army and brought large equipment and batches of supplies to the resistance organization in the Lorraine region. In this way, in just half a month, the resistance armed forces of Lorraine miraculously came back to life, and the comrades were all eager to have a big fight. On one side was the urgent request of the Federation Army, and on the other was the internal need of the guerrilla force. Launching an attack on the Norman army was like drawing a bow and setting an arrow, imperative. Weiss and Major Iserson calculated repeatedly and discussed constantly, deciding to adopt a feint strategy, feigning a raid on the mountain city of Slin, but actually launching an attack with Valence as the target. After the plan was confirmed, various units of the guerrilla force immediately set about implementing it. Unexpectedly, the Norman army stationed in the Lorraine Mountains took the initiative. With only 2 frigates providing support, they traveled under the cover of darkness and launched a surprise attack on the transport and airdrop field of the resistance organization with 2 battalions. In this battle, the Norman army broke conventions, focusing on the rapid advance of ground mechanized units, with air power providing only the most basic cover. Moreover, operating in areas far from their own strongholds, the Norman army scouts not only accurately detected the target area but also wiped out the outer sentries of the resistance organization. By the time the guerrillas' warning personnel issued an enemy attack warning, the resistors who were receiving and transferring supplies at the transport and airdrop field could no longer properly handle the scene. Between abandoning equipment and supplies and organizing a battle on the spot, the tough Colonel Kane chose a compromise strategy biased towards the latter, using elite combat power to block the enemy, covering companions to transport the medicine, fuel, and high-calorie food that the guerrilla force needed most. The vanguard company trained by Colonel Kane personally already had the appearance of special operations elites. They fully utilized the terrain, blocking the aggressive Norman army at a distance of just a stone's throw from the transport and airdrop field. Under the illumination of flares, the comrades used sniper rifles to take down one Norman soldier after another, hunted down enemy armored vehicles with anti-armor weapons, and constructed a death zone that was difficult to pass through with mortars. Before the Norman army could find a way to deal with it, they fought a beautiful battle for half an hour, venting the frustration and suppressed anger of the past half year. In this battle, although the Norman army was once beaten by the high-spirited guerrilla force to the point of being helpless, relying on the commander's excellent on-the-spot scheduling ability and the not-bad combat literacy of the infantry units, and utilizing the opponent's insufficient manpower and limited experience as a weakness, they quickly reversed the battle situation by suppressing forest defense with woodland tactics. The infiltrating combat troops almost cut off the retreat of the resistors, almost turning the defensive battle into an encirclement battle. The participating guerrillas had to escape into the tunnels, using preset retreat routes to get rid of the Norman army's pursuit. Although they avoided greater personnel losses, only a small portion of the war supplies delivered that night could be transported away, and 8 or 9 out of 10 fell into the hands of the Normans. Chapter 26 Camp Defense, fastest update of the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. Squad 1, defend the pass. If the enemy attacks fiercely, retreat after holding for an hour. If the enemy's attack is not fierce, try to hold for 2 to 3 hours. Squad 2, set up defenses in Area A. After Squad 3 withdraws, loop around from the right flank to the enemy's rear and pincer the enemy's combat units. Squad 3, set up defenses in Area B, loop around from the left flank to the enemy's rear, and surprise the enemy's artillery and supply units. Squad 4, set up defenses in Area C and support Squad 5 at any time. Squad 5, remain to guard the camp and guard against enemy flanking raids. At the number 1 new camp of the Lorraine guerrilla fighters, Weiss used a hand-drawn operational map to issue combat deployments to the commanders of each squad. These 5 guerrilla squads, each with 40 to 50 troops, plus the outpost guard units and the special operations unit, meant the combat personnel that could be mobilized this time were close to 300. Comparing longitudinally, it was still far from the heyday of the Lorraine guerrilla fighters, but after going through storms and being tempered by the waves, those who remained were mostly elite soldiers with iron wills and mature psyches. This camp was located in the northwest of the Lorraine Mountains. Due to the overlapping mountains, rugged terrain, and lack of easily exploitable mineral deposits, it was the most primitive and backward area in the entire Lorraine federal state. The camp was located in an inconspicuous mountain col, backed by a large mountain, and accessible from 3 sides. The so-called pass was a relatively flat natural passage among the craggy rocks. Although it was favorable for defense, it was not an impregnable natural barrier. At this time, only 4 days had passed since the Norman army raided the forest transport airdrop field. The Norman army set out from Bala and Slin respectively, trekking over mountains and rivers to reach this place. It was clearly a pre-planned combination punch. From the reconnaissance situation, the enemy had dispatched 1.5 regiments of infantry, over 3,000 people. The strength of the 2 sides was not only reflected in the 10-to-1 numerical gap. A few months ago, if the Norman army had dared to penetrate the mountain forest with ground troops, Weiss and his guerrilla force comrades would never have let the Normans leave easily. Times were different now, the resistance organization had suffered heavy losses. Equipment and ammunition could be quickly replenished, but elite soldiers were difficult to quickly supplement. Furthermore, the special status of the current Lorraine military governor, to say nothing else, was much more familiar with the local customs and geographical environment of Lorraine than his predecessor. This battle was destined to be a life and death struggle. Everyone, don't worry. Our army is winning battle after battle on the front line. The Normans are showing signs of decline, and their morale has been shaken. As long as the enemy does not send airships to participate in the war, we have at least a 60% chance of winning this battle, and even if the enemy brings in 2 or 3 warships, we can calmly deal with them. Major Iserson said confidently. On one hand, the guerrilla force comrades had bullets in their guns and food in their stomachs, so their biggest worries had been resolved, allowing them to deal with the enemy calmly. On the other hand, the Federation Army front line was constantly pushing forward, and the frontline airport was only 600 or 700 miles away, which was already within the effective combat range of the new attack aircraft. If necessary, the Federation Army Air Force could provide powerful daytime support to the resistance organization. Colonel Kane from the Federation Army Special Operations Unit was already in combat attire. The KT semi-automatic rifle with a sniper scope in his hand was wiped bright, and bomby grenades were hung on the armed belt worn diagonally across his chest. He said in a muffled voice, although the enemy is numerous, after the exchanges in the past few days, I can be sure that their first-class field troops have been transferred away. The troops sent to deal with us are only ordinary garrison troops, or even some second-line troops. As long as we take it seriously, do not be negligent, and do not make mistakes, the enemy will not be able to take advantage of us. The others received their orders and left. Colonel Kane also took the special operations unit he personally trained to enter the battlefield as hunters. Weiss did not stare at the map to ponder anymore, but fastened the leather combat gear that Bella had sewn for him. After checking his sidearm, he brought over an ammunition box and loaded bullets into the spare magazines. Seeing Weiss in this posture, Major Iserson said, since that day, it feels like you have become a different person. Weiss knew he was referring to his meeting with Z.E. Klemper-Heesen, and without raising his head, he retorted, do you think it's for the better or for the worse? It feels more rational and decisive, it should be for the better. Major Iserson replied in a speculative tone. Weiss quickly filled 2 magazines and inserted them into the spare positions of his combat gear. This piece of gear could carry 2 pistols, 6 to 8 pistol magazines, 4 to 6 semi-automatic rifle magazines, and 3 bomby grenades. In terms of ammunition configuration, it was like it was tailor-made for a sniper. Today, the role Weiss was to play was not just a combat commander overlooking the whole situation, but also a guerrilla fighter directly participating in the battle, a sniper with superb combat skills and excellent psychological quality. Being enemies with fellow brothers is a very cruel thing. He said coldly, only extreme rationality and decisiveness can cope with this situation. Between brotherhood and defending freedom, I choose to defend freedom. Major Iserson lowered his head and silently helped Weiss load the magazines. The sidearm he carried was the Wix semi-automatic pistol manufactured by the Krumble-Hessen factory, the masterpiece of the No. 1 firearm technician Wix. It used 3 PIR caliber special pistol ammunition and was fed by a 7-round magazine. It had great power and long range, enough to blast opponents in forest battles or urban street fighting. It could be said to be the Desert Eagle of this space-time. After filling the magazines, Weiss put on his helmet, tied his scarf, put on leather gloves, and took the sniper-type KT semi-automatic rifle, which was exactly the same as Colonel Kane's, from the gun rack. This rifle was the second semi-automatic weapon Weiss designed for the Klemper-Heessen family. Compared with the semi-automatic rifle that was bought by the Grumman Group in the early stage, its performance was relatively mediocre. Its features were simple operation and ease of disassembly, assembly, and maintenance. Before the Norman army occupied Lorraine, the Krumbel-Hessen factory had supplied the Federation Army with more than 20,000 1.4 PIR caliber KT semi-automatic rifles, about a quarter of which were sniper types equipped with special scopes. During the behind enemy lines resistance phase, the Krumbel-Hessen factory workers remaining in the Lorraine mountains continued to use the dispersed and transferred equipment and materials to produce weapons and ammunition. Although the monthly output plummeted to less than 100, and the proportion of sniper types was less than 1/10, these semi-automatic rifles, together with large caliber anti-armor rifles and mortars, became powerful weapons for the resistance armed forces to repeatedly strike the Norman army, making a considerable contribution to the resistance movement of the Lorraine people behind enemy lines. Before leaving the room, Weiss solemnly instructed the personnel remaining at the command post, "If I lose the ability to command the battle, Major Iserson will take full command here." Everyone was silent, only Major Iserson said with a serious face, "Colonel, you are the backbone of the Lorraine guerrilla fighters, so, no matter what, you must come back safely." Weiss patted his chest, "War is ruthless. Except for this eternal heart of freedom in my chest, I cannot give you any guarantees. Good luck, everyone." When he carried his rifle and crawled out of the tunnel, stepping on the thick snow on the ground towards the top of the mountain, the biting cold hit his face. He felt like he had returned to the Monomolan Mountains, back to that morning of mixed feelings. Time would not flow backward, and the lost lives would not be resurrected, but the spirit of the special operations elites who did not fear sacrifice and viewed death as a return had not been erased, and the will to pursue and defend freedom would never die. In the forest south of the camp, Norman soldier individuals wearing white winter uniforms were advancing towards the pass. The thick snow made the units march very slow, and conventional vehicles could not pass in this environment at all. Artillery and supplies could only use sleds as vehicles and be pulled by animal power. Compared with the past, when they took airships directly to the destination to implement landings, this way of marching and fighting was simply returning to the primitive era. Bad times, bad weather, bad conditions, it seemed everything was terrible. Even so, this unit still maintained a good formation. There was not the slightest slack on the soldiers, instead, they maintained full vigilance. An abrupt explosion broke the tranquility of the forest and pushed the tense atmosphere to the brink of eruption. After the explosion, besides the wailing of the wounded in the forest, there came shouts in Norman language, "There are mines." Mines were undoubtedly the most troublesome and helpless obstacle for infantry. The existence of airships caused countries to generally have a focus on the air and neglect the ground mentality in the development of weapons and equipment. Against this background, mine models were simple, their uses were not wide, and the research and development of mine detection equipment was rarely asked about. Encountering mines on the battlefield? Either fly over them, bomb them, or wade through them. Encountering obstacles suddenly while marching, a well-trained unit would definitely be calm. The Normans stopped moving as a whole, while the deployment of the front and rear units was carried out in full swing. The front array dispersed quickly, the center road implemented combat vigilance with the location of the mine explosion as the limit, while withdrawing the wounded personnel. The flanks extended continuously with a probing posture, and soldiers climbed trees to expand their field of vision. The center army set up defenses on the spot, fully alert, and machine gun and autocannon teams quickly occupied favorable positions, entering a ready-to-fire state. The rear guard unit tightened its formation, and the soldiers unloaded half of the artillery from the sleds, assembled them on the spot, and waited for orders. In just 5 or 6 minutes, this Norman army switched from combat marching to combat alert status. Without finding new enemy situations, the soldiers in the front array divided into several groups, covering each other while detecting mines and advancing. Although the method of detecting mines with bayonets was inefficient, the Normans only needed to open up a passage in the forest for the team to pass safely. The width did not need to be too wide, and if mines were found, they did not need to be cleared, just mark the location and bypass them. The Normans advanced towards the pass bit by bit. When they found suspicious situations ahead, they opened fire first. The resistance armed forces guarding the pass immediately fired at the Norman army. Bullets, autocannon shells, mortar shells, infantry gun shells, all kinds of bullets and shells began to whistle in the forest. In an instant, countless snow was shaken down, and ice straw splashed everywhere. The fiery explosion flames disappeared in a flash, thick smoke rolled and rose, and the bright red blood had turned dark brown before it hit the ground. Chapter 27, Defense Steady as a Dog. Fastest update for the latest chapter of Iron Soul of Steel. In this forest, filled with the roar of gunfire and rising smoke, the high point was a solitary ridge with rugged rocks. About 50 feet from the ridge top, Weiss, wearing a white camouflage suit, lay prone in a pre-dug foxhole. Beside him was a young soldier from the Samsona's second-class reserves. He guarded a field telephone, vigilantly observing the surroundings while waiting for Weiss's orders. This telephone had a direct line to the camp headquarters and was specifically used to transmit enemy movements back to the camp command. With Weiss personally stationed here, this place had virtually become the second command center for the resistance armed forces. Through the scope of his sniper rifle, Weiss closely monitored the battle in the direction of the pass. The invading Norman army consisted of at least 1.5 regiments, while the resistance armed forces at the pass position only had a combat detachment of over 60 men. Even if the Normans only sent 1 battalion as the vanguard, the disparity in strength between the enemy and themselves in this delaying action was quite significant. One must know that in the Norman Empire, which extremely revered military force, all types of conventional resources were prioritized for the military. The elite nature of frontline combat units went without saying, and even the military quality and combat capability of second-line units were quite formidable. In such a defensive battle, a company of the Federation Army might not be able to hold against a direct assault by a battalion of the Norman Army. Although the guerrilla force comrades had persisted in fighting under harsh conditions for a long time, forging a will of steel and skills adapted to operations behind enemy lines, their ability to fight in direct combat certainly could not be compared to Federation Army units. The reason this seemingly fragile front line could hold under the assault of the Norman Army was undoubtedly the resistance armed forces' extreme utilization of the terrain, geography, and existing weapons and equipment. The mortar position behind the side of the pass was set in a blind spot that the enemy ground troops could not observe and conventional artillery could not cover. Machine guns and autocannons were set in the forest on both sides of the pass, using thick tree trunks and stumps as cover. The gunners knew how to use crossfire and the principle of ballistic parabolas, thereby maximizing the lethality against the Norman soldier during defensive operations. Besides this, the carefully laid minefields also caught the Normans off guard. In the biting cold wind, the Norman army tirelessly launched one wave of attacks after another. When Weiss saw the silhouettes of the Norman soldier appear at the pass, an hour and a half had already passed. According to the operational plan, the first combat detachment defending the pass retreated in an orderly fashion, yielding the pass position to the Norman army, which had suffered significant casualties. On the surface, the Normans occupying the pass opened the door to attacking the resistance organization's camp. The resistors had almost no defensive advantages left and could only continue to resist stubbornly using the forest and pre-constructed bunkers and tunnels. Seeing the defenders of the pass quickly retreat into the forest, the Norman army that occupied the pass made no adjustments and directly crossed the position to pursue them. Between the pass position and the forest, there was an open area about 4,000 feet wide horizontally and about 2,000 feet wide vertically. Except for some snow mounds and rocks, there was no cover to rely on here. Those Norman soldiers wearing white winter gear rolled down from the pass like a group of snowballs. The vanguard of over 100 men rolled across the open area in no time, with follow-up troops coming in an endless stream. Suddenly, dense firepower erupted from the forest on the defenders' right flank, which was the attackers' left flank. Machine guns, autocannons, mortars, and a small number of tube artillery fired simultaneously. In an instant, the Norman army in the open area was blasted into chaos. The survivors lay down one after another, and the closely connected attack echelon thus developed a break. The vanguard had already pursued into the forest, while the follow-up troops were blocked in the open area and the pass position. A mere 2,000 feet of distance, in such a small-scale battle, was enough to become a tactical chasm. Seeing this situation, Weiss decisively ordered his little brother to contact the headquarters, notifying the 1st Detachment and 4th Detachment to press forward, and the 2nd Detachment to split forces to outflank and strike hard at the Norman army entering the forest. Striking hard and annihilating are two completely different concepts. The required manpower, adopted tactics, and time consumed also differ greatly. Given the current battle situation, if they could annihilate this rash enemy force, it would maximize the psychological damage to the enemy. However, this was not a hit-and-run engagement, but a guerrilla-style defensive battle to resolutely protect the camp. To win against superior numbers, the resistors had to strive to drag this battle into the night, fully utilizing the advantages of fighting on home turf and the essence of guerrilla warfare. Relying on the preset field communication lines and agreed-upon signal transmission methods, the guerrilla force quickly adjusted its tactics. The 1st Detachment that retreated from the pass and the 4th Detachment ambushed in the forest launched a combined counterattack. The 2nd Detachment, which outflanked the enemy's flank, blocked the enemy troops in the open area while simultaneously launching attacks on the enemies entering the forest. The dense trees blocked the line of sight, making it difficult to clearly see the battle situation in the forest. Weiss's God's eye could certainly penetrate obstacles, but this mentally draining secret technique could not be used indefinitely. Compared to the relatively clear daytime battles, the complex and ever-changing nighttime battles required the support of this auxiliary skill even more, so it could only be used occasionally at this time. As the sound of gunfire and explosions moved from the open area to the depths of the forest, Weiss activated a special vision that lasted for more than 10 seconds. The Norman soldier in the forest, under pressure from two sides while temporarily losing reinforcements, were in a very unfavorable situation, but they did not fall into chaos. Instead, they quickly contracted their front line and deployed defenses on the spot. In the forest, although the mortar shells of the resistance armed forces were unscrupulous, the irregularly distributed trees and uneven ground greatly weakened the explosive power, providing some convenience for the Norman infantry's on-the-spot defense. And the current battlefield environment was just right for special operations elites to show their skills. Long-range sniping and close-range raids complemented each other, while strafing and throwing grenades worked perfectly together. The guerrilla force comrades, through their battle-hardened forest warfare skills, forcibly broke the hard defense constructed by the enemy's personnel quality and tactical tacit understanding. Before long, the gunfire and explosions in the forest began to weaken, which meant that the commanders of the combat detachments had made the judgment that their tactical objectives had been achieved, and each led their troops to break away from the battle. During this period, the Norman army occupying the pass set up autocannons and light field artillery, quickly reversing the passive situation where they had encountered firepower suppression by the resistance armed forces at the pass and in the open area. Once the enemy firepower from the flanks weakened, the Norman soldier who had been blocked in the open area immediately pushed forward, and they soon entered the forest. In fact, from the moment the guerrilla force suddenly implemented firepower interception from the flanks to the Normans turning the situation around, the process only lasted for a little over 15 minutes. The Norman army committed to the battle, whether in the rhythm of switching between offense and defense or the efficiency of gathering strength to break the situation, could be called a model on the battlefield. The opportunity left for the guerrilla force was fleeting. Being able to inflict more than 50% casualties on the enemy vanguard was already quite difficult. Order the 1st and 4th detachments to enter the C-zone defensive position, and the 2nd detachment to withdraw to the A-zone defensive area to await further orders. After assessing the situation and issuing new orders, Weiss cast his gaze into the distance. The 3rd detachment's mission was to bypass the pass from a hidden mountain path, pass through the small trail in the minefield, and raid the enemy's artillery and supply units. Whether they could succeed was directly related to whether this camp defense battle could last through the daylight and drag the enemy into a nighttime overtime. In the snow-covered forest, intense gunfire drowned out the howling of the cold wind, accompanied by rising and falling explosions, as black smoke rose and rolled through the forest. Those Norman soldiers, like piranhas smelling blood, crossed the pass in droves and entered the forest via the open area. On this asymmetric battlefield, they possessed an absolute advantage in numbers and seemed not to need many tactical means to win victory. Yet, they happened to be a group of crazy perfectionists who revered the combination of strength and skill and were adept at exploring and using various tactical strategies. After entering the forest, they advanced in multiple columns, responding to each other from left to right. Sometimes they pushed forward steadily, sometimes they pierced through, sometimes they feigned an attack, sometimes they made a forceful breakthrough. By constantly changing the rhythm and adjusting the intensity, they made their opponents exhausted and unable to adapt. The Normans came aggressively, determined to win, but this resistance armed forces, upon learning of the enemy's attack, did not choose to retreat in a hurry, which was by no means giving up on themselves. After the Federation army turned to a strategic counter-offensive, the resistance forces behind enemy lines gradually recovered. This secret camp, far from the enemy's various strongholds, was not only the last fortress and barrier of the Lorraine people's resistance movement but also a symbol and banner of the resistance wool forged into steel. If they could achieve a victory here, its significance would be no less than any of the previous ambushes and raids against the Norman army. Upon receiving orders from the headquarters, the guerrilla force comrades quickly gathered their main combat strength to the C-zone. This was the core defensive line of the resistance armed forces protecting the camp, consisting of dozens of earth and wood bunkers and crisscrossing tunnels. These sturdy bunkers blended into the terrain and were difficult to destroy unless hit by direct artillery fire, while the tunnels were conducive to the rapid mobilization of combat personnel, and could be used as trenches once the top covers were removed. These carefully constructed fortifications allowed the resistors to maintain great resilience even when fighting against superior numbers. At the beginning, as long as the Norman soldier entered this area, regardless of what tactics they adopted, basically none could last more than 10 minutes. Before long, many Normans were lying helter-skelter in this forest. For companions who still had a breath of life, the Norman soldier behind would struggle to drag them away, while for those who had already died in battle, they could only let them gradually stiffen in the ice and snow. Through Weiss's sniper scope, the Norman soldier entering the C-zone had to dodge bullets fired from the bunkers while also guarding against bomb grenades thrown from unknown positions. It was hard to imagine that under such conditions, they could still continue to attack and slowly and continuously push their front line forward. Because the rear artillery could not directly hit the targets, the Norman soldier initially mostly used bomb grenades, tubular blasting charges, and individual flamethrowers to deal with the resistors' bunkers. Every time a bunker was destroyed, it cost at least a dozen or 20 lives, and in some places blocked by crossfire, the bodies of the fallen were even piled up. By the time the Normans transported the relatively bulky large-caliber autocannons up, the offensive firepower was greatly enhanced, the defensive advantage of the resistors began to weaken, and the stalemate only slowly began to change. Bang! The enemy was getting closer and closer, and Weiss on the ridge finally fired his first shot in this battle. Beside a bunker that had been blown open, a Norman soldier who was about to throw a grenade inside fell to the ground at the sound of the shot. The grenade dropped to the ground and immediately exploded, blowing several surrounding Norman soldiers away. Chapter 28, Blood Sun. Bang! 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 Under Weiss's calm and composed control, the KT semi-automatic rifle manufactured by the Krumble-Hessen factory kept emitting a rhythm of death. The recoil generated when firing the 1.4 PIR caliber pointed bullets was nothing to his current body. Although the hardships of the past few months had caused his weight to drop again and again, he was still much stronger than when he had narrowly escaped the snow avalanche in the Monomolan Mountains. The harsh life at the military academy and his brutal military career had forged his physique, and the incredibly perilous guerrilla warfare had made his mental will incomparably strong. Bang! Bang! Click! The crisp sound of metal colliding reminded the cold and sharpshooter that the bullets in the magazine were exhausted. Weiss quickly withdrew his upper body back into the foxhole, and while changing the magazine, asked his radio man and observer, "Is there any new news from the headquarters?" The young guerrilla soldier replied straightforwardly, "No. There is no news at all. Colonel." After loading the bullets, Weiss poked his head out to take a look and muttered to himself, "The battle on the outskirts of the pass seems to be over. I wonder how the 3rd detachment is doing." His subordinate replied in a low voice, "Let's hope everything goes smoothly." More than 10 miles away, east of the pass, deep in the snow forest, the guerrilla soldiers of the 3rd detachment belonging to the resistance organization were either crawling on the icy snow or leaning against thick tree trunks, pinned down by the dense gunfire from the front. In the forest in front of them, many corpses of Norman soldier with congealed blood lay scattered, several damaged artillery pieces were tilted on the ground, and a lot of equipment and supplies were scattered everywhere. The surviving Norman soldier were scattered, hiding behind sleds or trees. This was exactly the scene the resistance organization had expected. However, in the snow forest behind these Norman soldier, a strange mechanized unit suddenly appeared, more than 10 tanks, each dragging a sled, rumbling forward on the snow. These tanks had the upper part shaped like the common armored vehicles of the Norman army, with machine guns or autocannons as their main weapons, while the lower part appeared very abnormal. Consecutive days of snow had made the snow in this remote area waist deep. Wheeled vehicles could not pass no matter how much horsepower they had, and animal power combined with sleds seemed to be the only viable ground transport tool, but these tanks were able to sail in this vast sea of snow like a ship. Careful observation would reveal that they seemed to use a full-track construction. Since the northern border battle, the Normans had repeatedly deployed full-track heavy tanks on the Ulst battlefield, used to break through cities and strongholds in siege warfare. Although this type of tank was difficult to deal with, its operational efficiency was low, and it was prone to frequent breakdowns. At least until now, they had not shown the strength to change the pattern of the war. Because the raid emphasized speed, the guerrilla soldiers of the 3rd Detachment traveled light, carrying only a small amount of weapons capable of threatening the enemy tanks. The weapons mounted on those Norman combat vehicles simply beat these brave guerrilla soldiers into submission. If they fought hard, they would definitely suffer a great loss, so the detachment commander made assess the situation and issued an order: I will lead Group 1 to cover, the rest of the groups retreat. Hearing the retreat order, the guerrilla soldiers began to retreat in an orderly manner. This snowy forest was densely vegetated, which not only blocked the enemy's line of sight but also hindered the rampant gunfire and artillery shells. But when the soldiers left their temporary cover and got up to move backward, one after another, they were hit by bullets or shrapnel, blood spilled on the ground and instantly congealed into dark brown stains. Some died on the spot, some were lucky enough to survive. After most people withdrew from the combat positions, the firepower on the resistance organization's side dropped sharply. Although the Norman soldier in the forest were caught off guard by this bold raid, they were, after all, well-trained and well-organized regular combat personnel, with strong reinforcements behind them. Once the pressure from the front decreased, they immediately realized that the battle situation had changed. Those who originally dared not lift their heads quickly stood up to shoot, and those led by officers or sergeant would charge forward in groups of 3 or 5. In this way, the few guerrilla soldiers responsible for the rear guard faced the danger of being pinned down or even cut off from their retreat by the enemy. Through the gunfire in front, Mades noticed the enemy's tactical changes. He leaned against a big tree, turned halfway, and shouted, Group 2, Group 3, cover, Group 1, retreat. The snow had stopped but the wind had not. Shouting downwind, the loud voice could travel very far, but there were few responses from the forest behind. Having experienced many battles and survived the muzzle of the Normans many times, Mades knew something was wrong, so he quickly called the soldiers beside him to retreat, crawled down by the tree, and took out 2 bommy grenade and 2 spare magazines from his body. First, he used the KT semi-automatic rifle to shoot at the Norman soldier in his line of sight one by one, and after finishing 1 spare magazine, a few enemy soldiers had entered the throwing range, so he threw a bommy grenade with all his might, then adjusted his posture slightly, and threw the second bommy grenade with full force. Taking advantage of the momentum of the explosion, he carried his rifle and retreated, loading the magazine while retreating. The enemy's bullets whizzed past him. He did not change his expression or panic, and with the corner of his eye, he found a depression, loaded the magazine, agilely rolled into it, felt around, and took out the last 2 bommy grenade and a magazine. Everyone retreat. Return to the starting area. Contact the headquarters. Report the new enemy situation. After shouting these, Mades calmed his breathing while putting his attention back to the front. In the forest, the Norman soldier wearing white winter uniforms used trees as cover and advanced rhythmically. It seemed that after turning the battle situation around, they did not care at all about the ancient military philosophy of do not pursue a desperate enemy, but instead adopted a strategy of step-by-step advancement, quickly pushing forward in the direction the raiders were retreating. Bommy, throw. This was the habit of the Norman Empire's southern troops, while the northern troops would shout bommy, grenade. On Oren's planet, nicknamed Iceball, even in the south, the climate was not necessarily very warm. From ancient times to the present, soldiers were accustomed to wielding swords in the ice and snow. Hearing the enemy's shouting, Mades did not use his vision to detect and capture the trajectory of the bommy grenade thrown by the enemy, but hurriedly lowered his head to avoid being injured by the shrapnel caused by the explosion. A moment later, a violent explosion occurred nearby. The strong sensory impact gave him the illusion that his body and mind were out of control at the same time. His mind went blank at first, followed by countless thoughts rushing in at the same time, countless emotions intertwined, and he was completely dazed, unable to judge his current situation with normal thinking, let alone deal with the next situation. If he could, he would rather lie there until everything was over, but when the enemy's grenade was thrown into the depression where he was, the instinct for survival drove him to make the most correct reaction without any thought. With an awkward movement, like a shrimp struggling to escape from a frying pan, he crawled and jumped and rolled out. The impact of the explosion was like an invisible fist, slamming hard into his back, and he suddenly felt blood rushing up and his head ringing. The incomparably strong fighting spirit also shattered at this moment. In the command post of the resistance camp, the radio man reported to Major Iserson, "There is news from the 3rd Detachment. They raided the enemy's rear guard, but the operation was not successful. They encountered the enemy's snow tanks, about 20 of them." The major was silent for a long while. This is not entirely bad news. The enemy sent a rare snow tank unit, so there is a high probability that there will be no air support. Then should we call for air support? The radio man reminded, or should we ask for the colonel's opinion first? Yes, of course, of course. The major pondered. The radio man quickly switched the telephone line, tried it several times, and reported, I can't contact the colonel, it seems there is a problem with the line. Send a telegram. The major suddenly made a decisive decision, send a telegram to the Special Liaison Department, the resistance camp is under attack by enemy troops, requesting Air Force support. The radio man hesitated for a moment, took out the communication codebook, and turned to walk towards the radio operator. Before receiving the order to send, this radio was in a receive-only state to avoid the Normans tracking the radio signal, but under the current situation, radio silence was obviously no longer necessary. Thousands of miles away, in the frontier area of the Federal Army-controlled zone, a huge transport ship was flying slowly in the clouds. Since the Battle of Aokeng, the Federal Army had been in a state of severe shortage of airships for a long time, basically relying on fighter planes to compete with the enemy for air superiority. During that most difficult period, the fighter units, originally positioned as auxiliary roles, grew strongly into the backbone of the Federal Army's air power, and the Ulster Free Federation, with a large amount of territory lost, relied on the original industrial resources in the East and factories moved from all over during the war to organize fighter production with astonishing efficiency. The monthly output of new attack aircraft soared from 400 and 800 to an astonishing 1,500 plus, and in just a few months, the sky of Ulster returned to the iron wings of the Federal Army. Above these clouds, in addition to this huge transport ship, there was also a cruiser and 2 frigates cruising together. Judging from the outline, they belonged to emergency models built during the war, with relatively simple structures, easy to build in batches. What restricted their overall output was neither steel resources nor manual electricity, but the rarest and most magical resource on this planet, the star source stone that could generate huge floating power. The combat ships of the Federation Army Air Force were once exhausted in the continuous fierce battles with the Norman Army, while the losses of transport ship were much better, but during the stage of losing air superiority, they could basically only perform non-combat transportation in the rear. The transport ship in front of us obviously belonged to a pre-war model, with huge carrying capacity and a large capacity cargo hold, which could carry various military supplies. During the flight, its front deck hatch suddenly opened slowly. In the main cargo hold under the hatch, an E-type attack aircraft was parked on a mechanical catapult. The aircraft engine had started, the propeller was spinning rapidly, and 2 fully equipped pilots were sitting in the cockpit, one in front and one behind. After the hatch was opened, the ship crew member continued to use the wheel to adjust the orbital elevation angle of the catapult, so that the attack aircraft could fly out of the cargo hold by means of ejection and rely on aerodynamics to fly. Iron Eagle 1 ready to depart. 3, 2, 1. In the cargo hold, a sergeant issued an order in a loud voice. After the first plane was catapulted for takeoff, more than 20 ship crew member worked together and quickly put the second plane on the catapult. Iron Eagle 2 ready to depart. 3, 2, 1. In a moment, the 2 planes catapulted from the transport ship formed a group and flew towards the western region of Ulst, which was still under the occupation of the Norman Empire, while behind them, the huge transport ship was still continuing to catapult war eagles. Chapter 29, Unleashing the Trump Card. Latest update of Iron Soul of Steel. When the Norman army's full-tracked Norman combat vehicle appeared at the pass, Weiss had already returned to the camp headquarters from his observation and sniper position, which offered a good view. Previously, our perimeter reconnaissance did not detect the enemy deploying combat vehicles. They must have departed last, and their speed of travel on the snow is much faster than the normal marching speed of infantry. This is the only reasonable explanation for their sudden arrival, Major Iserson analyzed. Weiss stood before the field sand table handcrafted by the guerrilla force fighters, studying it while lost in thought. After a long while, he looked up and said, "It seems the enemy has put a lot of thought into catching us off guard. I am worried they have further tricks up their sleeve. Therefore, Major, not only must we not withdraw the perimeter scouts, but we must also have them strengthen their vigilance. We must absolutely not let the enemy exploit any loopholes again." "Orders have already been issued," Iserson replied. Weiss nodded, "Our overall plan remains unchanged as long as we hold out until nightfall, we can turn the tide. The key right now is to destroy those Norman combat vehicle units capable of traveling on the snow. They shouldn't be difficult to deal with, landmines, autocannons and anti-tank rifles can all do the job. To be safe, remind everyone to use steel core ammunition." "Orders have already been issued," Iserson's reply was identical to the previous one. This tacit understanding made Weiss take an extra look at him. There was both approval and relief in his eyes. This high-level advisor had worked at the General Staff headquarters for a long time. When he first arrived, he had the flaw of valuing theory over practice, but his adaptability was strong. Having experienced 2 surprise attacks, his understanding of guerrilla warfare modes had suddenly become clear, and he had gradually become a compatible gear, contributing his light and heat to the resistance armed forces in the way he excelled at it. Shortly after, a signalman came to report the reconnaissance situation ahead. The enemy combat vehicles had crossed the open area and entered Zone C. Zone C, located behind the pass in the open area, was a forest area with a depth of over 10,000 feet, or about 3 kilometers. Previously, the Norman army had charged in aggressively, only to encounter stubborn resistance from the guerrilla force. After a fierce battle, the Normans had retreated with bloody heads, and the guerrilla force had also paid a considerable price. Theoretically, this was a lull in the fighting for both sides to regroup and tend to the wounded, but now that the Norman army had suddenly committed fresh troops, it would inevitably put the resistance armed forces under immense pressure. After thinking for a moment, Weiss said to Major Iserson in a consultative tone, "Notify everyone to hold the front line and rely on the intact bunkers to deal with the enemy. If our weapons are ineffective, withdraw to the camp along the tunnels." Notify the remaining personnel of the 5th Detachment to immediately lay landmines between the defense line and the camp. Notify the 2nd Detachment to dispatch half of their combat personnel, carrying anti-tank rifles, to reinforce Zone C and flank the enemy's combat vehicle units. And mortars. Major Iserson reminded, in the woods, the enemy's combat vehicles cannot pick up speed, and mortars can play a perfect role. You're right, Weiss added, mortars not only have a certain destructive effect on the enemy's combat vehicles, but if the enemy has infantry accompanying them, they are perfect for dealing with them. Once we take out the enemy's infantry, we can use the tunnels to employ flexible tactics against their combat vehicles. Right. Iserson raised his voice, mortars, autocannons, anti-tank rifles, plus incendiary bombs and satchel charges. We can turn this forest into a graveyard for the enemy's combat vehicle units. Let's do it. Weiss clenched his fist. In this battle, the guerrilla force could not afford to fail. Standing from the occupiers' perspective, this was also a battle that had to be won. When they met last time, although he saw that there was still reason and compassion in Ze Klemper-Hessen's heart, that was only regarding civilians. For the guerrilla force that took up arms to oppose him, once on the battlefield, he obviously would not be soft-hearted. Almost at the same time, at the outpost in the pass, several Norman officer individuals stood in the bunkers dug by the guerrilla force, holding binoculars, intently observing the smoke-filled mountain forest ahead. Lord Baron Skala, there is no need for you to come here in person, a square-faced officer with a mustache said in a Norman language with a distinct southern accent. It's nothing during the day, but once night falls, in this kind of place, not only is the temperature low, but there is also a possibility of encountering the enemy at any time. The person the square-faced officer was speaking to, who was in the C position among these Norman officer individuals, was not outstanding in height, not handsome in appearance, and his temperament was not that extraordinary. Like those around him, he was wearing thick standard winter gear, and only the edge of the red-bottomed gold-decorated collar insignia could be vaguely seen at the collar. If it weren't for the title mentioned by his companions, it would be hard for outsiders to tell from his attire that this was a general-level figure. This Norman general, who had advanced into the ranks of the nobility through military exploits, took a golden pocket watch out of his pocket, opened the lid to take a look, and said in a neither humble nor arrogant, neither cold nor hot tone, "There are still more than 4 hours until dark. Since we are already standing here, there is no reason to let the enemy survive the next 4 hours." Another Norman officer, who also had a mustache, was tall, and had a long face, said with concern, "But the enemy we are facing is a guerrilla force, a group of guys as lowly and dirty as groundhogs, not the regular Federation army. The enemy can abandon the camp and disperse into the surrounding mountain forests. In that case, we won't be able to end the battle before dark." The general said, "Mr. Emden, the guerrilla force can disperse and transfer, but what about the civilians who provide them with support? Perhaps you can't feel it, but I firmly believe that this will be an excellent opportunity to severely damage the Lorraine guerrilla force. As long as we achieve victory, for the next few months, no matter how the front line is doing, the Lorraine region will be peaceful." The square-faced officer said, "You are a local from Lorraine, you understand the customs here, we certainly trust your judgment." This sounded like flattery, but the general seemed mocked, and an unhappy expression appeared on his face. The tall, long-faced Norman officer lowered his binoculars and held his head high. "Our combat vehicle squadron is in position. In woodland warfare, combat vehicle units should not act alone, infantry should provide close protection throughout." Another Norman officer curled his lips, "Don't worry, we will use bayonets to protect the butts of the combat vehicle units well. Don't take it lightly." The tall, long-faced Norman officer reminded seriously, "The cost of this type of combat vehicle is 3 times that of ordinary combat vehicles. In terms of value, one squadron is worth half an artillery regiment. If they are lost here, not only will I be unable to report back, but your unit's reputations will also be damaged." The infantry officers wanted to tease him, but the general coldly interrupted this meaningless conversation. "Major Emden is right, the value of the snow combat vehicle squadron is incomparable to ordinary units. Gentlemen, since General Sidlitz specifically transferred the snow combat vehicle squadron to support us, on the battlefield, we should cooperate with them unconditionally. Just as His Majesty said in Operation Order No. 1, the Norman army should be united and not divided to completely emerge from the shadow of failure and move towards new victory and glory." Hearing this, the tall, long-faced Norman officer's expression eased, and he nodded slightly at the general. "Rest assured, our snow combat vehicles are not that easy to deal with, and the enemies who attempt to resist will soon see this." At this moment, someone muttered inappropriately, "Thick breastplate, fragile butt." The infantry officers chuckled. The tall, long-faced Norman officer snorted coldly but did not refute anything. Before long, the other 2 officers present reported one after another. "Lord Baron, the Vadala Musketeer Battalion is in position. Lord Baron, the Seago Musketeer Battalion is in position." The general raised his binoculars again, observed for a moment, and said sternly, "Order, all units advance in 3 columns and strike directly at the enemy's lair." 3 red signal flares rose into the sky. A moment later, rumbling artillery fire sounded behind the pass. Although this scale of shelling could not compare to the earth-shattering volleys of the front-line battlefield, in this cold, windy, vast snowy forest, the continuous and accurate artillery output had intensified the disparity of this asymmetric battle. The shells fired by the light artillery fell into the depths of the snowy forest with a short, sharp whistling sound. The successive explosions largely covered up the rumbling mechanical roar in the forest. On the lead Norman combat vehicle, the commander poked half his body out of the roof hatch, twisted his body and shouted to those around, Keep the distance between vehicles, rear vehicles cover front vehicles, infantry cover rear vehicles. Brothers, victory belongs to the Norman Empire. Before engaging the enemy, in order to maintain communication and coordination, the commander of every Norman combat vehicle opened the roof hatch, either poking their heads out or exposing their upper bodies. Hearing the call of the lead commander, they echoed like a pack of wolves, victory belongs to the Norman Empire. Behind the combat vehicle group, hundreds of Norman infantrymen with rifles fixed with bayonets walked step by step into the depths of the forest. The companies walking in the front had neat uniforms and clean faces, one could tell they had not experienced fierce fighting before, so they were full of spirit and had powerful strides. The companies walking in the back, however, had soldiers with messy attire and dusty faces, and many were injured. The injuries were not serious, and they were simply bandaged and thrown back into the battle. Although they appeared cautious, their morale was not low, nor were they like frightened little animals that would lie down at any movement, but were in a state of high vigilance. The Norman army artillery deployed behind the pass conducted about 10 minutes of artillery preparation with a small number of light artillery pieces. When the artillery fire subsided, a large area in the depths of the snowy forest had changed color. From a distance, it looked like a white cake that had expired and molded, growing many brown patches. Some were trees with snow shaken off by shells, some were ground scorched by artillery fire, and there were a few places where defensive fortifications had their ammunition accidentally detonated. The Norman army's attack line pressed forward continuously. When they approached the area where the fierce battle had previously taken place, someone among the infantry loudly reminded, "Attention! Ahead is the guerrilla forces' defense line. Those bunkers are equipped with rapid-fire guns and rotary cannons. There are hidden tunnels around the bunkers, and the enemy can at any time." Before he could finish speaking, the guerrilla forces' guns and the Norman army's combat vehicle firepower competed to show their power, like roars raising momentum and igniting fighting spirit before beasts fight, ringing through the snowy forest filled with the smell of gunpowder and the breath of scorched earth. Chapter 30, A Different Kind of Opponent. Hiss. This is like hitting a tiger with a stick or shooting a swan with a slingshot. It's all in vain. Damn it, these bullets can't penetrate it at all. In the snowy forest, inside a flip-top firing bunker connected to a tunnel, a stocky guerrilla force fighter with bright dark eyes gripped a long anti-tank rifle. Ignoring the soreness in his shoulder from the massive recoil of the shots, he pulled back the bolt, loaded a large caliber bullet thicker than a thumb, and muttered complaints indiscriminately. In the tunnel behind him, a younger and thinner guerrilla force fighter was crouching. Hearing the shooter's helpless words, this backup shooter replied, "We didn't take the wrong ones, we're using steel core bullets. Command ordered us to use steel core bullets. Steel core bullets have much stronger penetration against steel plates than regular bullets." The shooter reset the bolt. "Let's hope they're right, otherwise our camp will be in big trouble." After saying this, he pressed his cheek against the stock, aimed with one eye, held his breath, steadied the rifle, and pulled the trigger. Thud. Before the sound of the gunshot had faded, the shooter quickly opened his eyes. His partner, the young backup shooter, also poked his head out from the tunnel's flip-top opening. Seeing that the target had no abnormalities, the former said with annoyance, "Looks like today isn't our lucky day, pal." The backup shooter looked in terror at the group of Norman combat vehicles rumbling into view and said tremblingly, "We have to let command know that only artillery can deal with them. I'll go report it now." The shooter hesitated for a moment, reached out to pull back the bolt, and loaded a 5 PIR caliber special bullet into the chamber. This type of anti-tank rifle was modified from a light autocannon of the same caliber. Although it used the same barrel, considering the recoil and the firing accuracy for individual operation, under normal circumstances, the propellant charge of the bullet was reduced by a quarter, and both range and power were weakened to a certain degree. However, this weakening had a negligible impact on conventional combat, and instead, it was welcomed by the guerrilla force comrades for its convenience and operability. "Go, pal. Go quickly. If you can't bring artillery back, don't bother coming back," he said to his partner, who lacked combat experience and had a timid personality, while aiming. The young backup shooter felt as if he had been granted an amnesty. He wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say. After hesitating for a moment, he scrambled into the tunnel as if fleeing. The enemy vehicles drew closer and closer. The roar of their high horsepower engines became increasingly clear. The piercing friction sound of metal tracks in operation, along with the menacing appearance of the rivet-covered vehicles, all formed a sensory assault on the resistance fighters. Although the guerrilla force comrades in combat positions inevitably felt panic and fear, those with firm wills were able to withstand the immense pressure, hold their posts, and persist in the fight. Thud. Another shot boomed out. The stocky shooter with bright dark eyes hadn't held out much hope for the result and continued reloading with an indifferent face. However, just then, he suddenly noticed that the Norman combat vehicle he had been attacking continuously was gradually slowing down and finally came to a stop. A moment later, its side door opened, and a crew member leaned out, seemingly calling for nearby infantry to come and help, but the accompanying infantry were blocked by the resistance fighters' fire and did not follow closely. Immediately after, the top hatch of the vehicle was opened, a crew member climbed out, jumped off the vehicle nimbly, and together with the one who opened the side door, carried a seemingly unconscious companion off the vehicle. The crew members who left the vehicle lost the protection of the armor for a short time. The guerrilla force comrades would not miss such an opportunity. The stocky guerrilla force shooter with bright dark eyes quickly changed targets and opened fire on the Normans outside the vehicle. At a distance of less than 1,000 feet, even if his marksmanship wasn't perfect, he had a 70 to 80% accuracy rate. This shot knocked down the Norman soldier who had climbed down from the roof. The other person, not bothering to check on their companions' injuries, hurriedly closed the vehicle door. Then, the vehicle began to move again. With the experience of that one-shot kill, the Resistance Armed Forces anti-tank rifle shooter aimed again at the upper front area of the vehicle, where the driver's observation window was located. Although protected by armor and tempered glass, it was a relatively weak spot for this iron beast. Shoot, shoot, keep shooting. Shoulder shock to the point of losing sensation? Switch shoulders and keep shooting. Swept by enemy gunfire? Duck down, avoid the bullets, and get back up to fight. Just like that, when the Normans' vehicles advanced to within 300 or 400 feet of the position, the Resistance fighters' line seemed precarious, as if the Normans could win with one more push. Yet at this match-point moment, it was the Resistance fighters who burst with extraordinary power driven by the will to survive. Their bullets, their artillery fire, as well as the incendiary grenades and bomb grenades thrown by individual soldiers, along with the minefields and demolition points they had laid, miraculously unleashed their power collectively in a very short period. Those Norman combat vehicles that could move quickly in the snow broke down one after another. By the time the Resistance fighters' firepower weakened due to ammunition supply and tactical reasons, more than half of the Norman combat vehicles had lost their mobility, with about half of those smoking and on fire, already classified as heavily damaged or destroyed. The advancing group of armored vehicles was intercepted, and their speed of advance was almost stagnant. During this time, the accompanying Norman infantry finally slowly caught up. Their arrival, on one hand, diverted the Resistance fighters' firepower, indirectly reducing the resistance faced by their own vehicle units. On the other hand, the machine guns and autocannons they carried strengthened the offensive sides, suppressing fire, and their bayonets and grenades posed a fatal threat to the guerrilla force comrades using tunnels to approach and attack the Norman combat vehicles. Furthermore, the Norman infantry attacking from the flank also arrived at the core defensive area of the Resistance fighters with difficulty and slowness. Overall, the Norman army's offensive operation through the snowy forest regained forward momentum, while the guerrilla force comrades, relying on existing fortifications to resist stubbornly, had been pushed to the brink of exhaustion and death by the powerful opponent. At the most critical moment of the battle, Weiss did not leave the camp command post for a single moment. He and Major Iserson stood firmly together, calmly commanding this battle with such a disparity in strength between the enemy and themselves. In order to weaken the enemy and buy time to the maximum extent, they used all mortars without reservation and had the comrades fire 4/5 of their stock of shells, retaining only a limited ammunition reserve for night combat. In the extreme absence of direct fire artillery, they managed to damage over a dozen enemy vehicles, which is unimaginable on a frontal battlefield due to the needs of anti-aircraft operations. The Federation Army's ground forces are heavily equipped with various types of anti-aircraft guns, most of which have the capability for ground fire. Therefore, on the frontal battlefield, when the Norman army concentrated armored vehicles for a forced assault, they often ended up battered and bloodied. After the Northern Border Campaign, the Normans also discovered that their armored mechanized forces were more suitable for rapid breakthrough and flanking maneuvers after the main force opened a gap in the line, so unless absolutely necessary, they would not commit armored forces to the front line of siege warfare. Seeing the enemy starting to exert force and their own front line nearing collapse, Weiss did not miss the opportunity to notify all detachments and combat groups to immediately transfer to the 2nd Reserve Defense Line. Send a signal to the 2nd and 3rd detachments, tell them to carry out a feint from the enemy's flank. Major Iserson did not raise any objections to Weiss's decision. After the order was issued, he said with concern, the losses of the 2nd and 3rd detachments have already exceeded half. If they cannot grasp the degree of the feint, it will be very easy for them to be wiped out. In that case, even if we hold out until nightfall, the effect of the original operational plan will be greatly discounted. Although younger and less experienced, Weiss patted Major Iserson on the upper arm like a senior. Now is not the time to be hesitant, Major. This war has progressed to this point, and the level of cruelty and bloodshed has exceeded everyone's imagination. Perhaps we will all die in battle, but we can be certain of one thing: those who ultimately survive must be people who possess both wisdom and courage. Of course, luck won't be too bad either. Soon, the guerrilla force comrades retreated one after another from the front line where they had withstood 2 rounds of enemy attacks to the rear. In most areas, they did not need to show their faces and could just transfer through the crisscrossing tunnels, and there was no need to deliberately destroy those bunkers and tunnels. Even if the enemy occupied these fortifications, they were not familiar with the complex tunnel system here, while the resistance fighters could easily set ambushes in places with poor light and firing angles. The resistance fighters' firepower dropped sharply, and the attackers moved steadily forward. It was as if both sides had reached an agreement in advance, completing the handover of the front line with great tacit understanding. When the Norman soldiers cautiously crossed the minefields, avoided traps, and entered the forest positions carefully constructed by the resistance fighters, there were neither prisoners nor spoils of war here. There were only shell casings all over the ground, as well as the remains of the fallen who had not been buried in time. Time was precious to the resistance fighters, and in this battle, it seemed even more important to the attacking side. After the Norman army captured the resistance fighters' forest front line, they stayed for less than a quarter of an hour. This even included the time it took for various troops to arrive at this front line at different times. Some infantrymen, covered in water and mud, did not even have a minute of rest before they continued to advance under the leadership of their officers. Some continued on the ground, some crawled into tunnels, some pushed straight forward, some flanked. The tactical coordination and sense of teamwork did not seem to have been weakened in the slightest by the previous combat losses. The few armored vehicles that could still move hurriedly replenished their ammunition. When dense gunfire and explosions rang out in the snowy forest, and the Norman infantry advancing from above and below encountered organized resistance from their opponents, they regrouped and followed the infantry back into battle. If the resistance armed forces had organized a defense on the spot during a hasty retreat, then the Norman army's continuous offensive, regardless of casualties and fatigue, might have brought them a sweeping victory, which was a matter of course in most of the battles where they ravaged Wessex and swept through Ulster. However, when their offensive rhythm was blocked by seemingly ubiquitous landmines and more hidden bunkers and firing positions, these Normans finally painfully realized that this time they had truly encountered a different kind of opponent. Chapter 31, Redemption and Salvation. In the heavy, chilling sky, 3 Federal Army fighter aircraft flew westward in a triangular formation. In their open cockpits, a thin layer of white frost had accumulated on the exposed skin of the pilots' faces, yet not a hint of fear of the cold could be seen in their blue eyes. At this altitude, where clouds were plentiful, the 3 aircraft had to maintain an appropriate distance to avoid becoming separated in the mist while also preventing collisions. Without sufficient training, it is very difficult to gauge this distance properly. During the flight, the lead pilot and his partner kept looking down at the ground. Below their wings were the mountains and rivers of Ulster, their motherland and home. However, in the depths of winter, the ground was a vast expanse of white, making it extremely difficult to determine their location using natural geographical features. In such circumstances, towns became more reliable reference points. Every town's urban outline and street layout had its own distinct characteristics, especially in mountainous areas where the orientation of the town, building density, and even the location of the assembly square varied. However, to identify the features of a town, the aircraft had to fly low. As they drew closer to the target area, the lead pilot gestured to his companions, "Reduce altitude, go down and take a look." The 3 white war eagles immediately dove toward the low altitude. Soon, the pilots found a town on the ground with smoke rising from its chimneys, but before they could fly over the town, flickering flames suddenly appeared on the ground. Immediately after, shells came whistling and exploded in the air. The fireworks in the daylight were not dazzling, the smoke produced by the explosions looked like ink splashed onto a grey curtain, distributed without pattern. Moreover, old smoke had not yet dissipated before new ones appeared, and the air currents stirred up by the explosions made the aircraft feel like a car speeding on a rugged mountain road. In an era without radar, anti-aircraft guns relied on manual observation and human judgment. Small-caliber anti-aircraft guns had short range and low power, while large-caliber ones had slow rates of fire and poor accuracy. Generally speaking, it was very difficult to shoot down an aircraft even with hundreds of shells. The 3 Federal Army fighter aircraft slightly adjusted their course and avoided the area where the enemy's barrage was concentrated. Clearly, they had no intention of wasting their energy and precious bombs here. After flying over the town, the lead pilot signaled, "Climb, follow me and continue flying forward." The 3 war eagles each pulled up their noses, flying away with disdain, carrying their contempt for the enemy. On the ground, in several open areas inside and outside the town, anti-aircraft guns still pointed their muzzles toward the sky, and groups of Norman soldiers looked up, watching the enemy aircraft disappear into the clouds. The combat alert was temporarily lifted, but these men did not disperse. Some remained at their gun positions, while most gathered around bonfires near the positions, relying on the heat from the burning wood to ward off the biting outdoor cold. At the beginning of the occupation of Lorraine, the Normans implemented a strategy of stationing a small number of troops and using airships for mobile patrols. However, as the resistance movement progressed, they were forced to send reinforcements and adopt various conventional and unconventional means to suppress the resistors. The acquisition and use of aircraft by the Lorraine resistance armed forces to raid Norman garrisons had effectively become a major turning point in this asymmetric war. Since then, the Norman army had to station combat airships in the Lorraine mountains and send additional ground troops and anti-aircraft equipment to various strongholds and towns. These combat forces were tied down in this barren and rugged land instead of being sent to the front lines to engage the regular Federation army. What gave the Normans even more of a headache was that the resistance movement in Lorraine seemed like a terrible, contagious germ. As time passed, not only was it not wiped out, but it also caused many originally stable occupied areas to become restless. Guerrilla force units, large and small, kept the local Norman army exhausted. The strained rear, in turn, increased the burden on the frontline troops. Earlier comfortable rotations turned into irregular warfare with no set time or place, and officers and soldiers found it difficult to get enough physical or mental relaxation. At the northwest end of the Lorraine Mountains, the founding members of the Lorraine resistance movement were engaged in a desperate fight against the elite troops of the Norman occupation forces. In the vast snowy forest, the experienced resistors did their best to leverage their home field advantage, making the Normans pay a heavy price for every step forward. However, the disparity in strength between the two sides, as well as the Norman army's innate advantage in tactical execution, caused the scales of victory to tilt continuously toward the attacking side. If it weren't for the untraceable landmines, the severed limbs on the ground, and the wails of wounded comrades causing the Normans to temporarily halt their offensive at the very moment victory was within reach, the resistors would have already lost this battle completely. Looking at the few remaining guerrilla force fighters around him, looking at every face that could not hide its despair, Weiss, who was good at boosting morale, did not know what to say. To others, if this resistance armed forces had relocated early and avoided a head-on collision with the Norman army, they would not be on the verge of annihilation. However, they did not know that the Norman army had meticulously planned this battle. Unless the guerrilla force abandoned the elderly, weak, women, and children to evacuate on their own, no matter which direction this resistance team moved, they would face the Normans' encirclement and interception. Without the protection of preset fortifications, there was almost no chance of winning the battle. Standing their ground might offer a glimmer of hope. Comrades, continue laying landmines to block the enemy from breaking through from the front, and guard against the enemy maneuvering from the flanks and rear. Norsen, Norsen. Move your autocannons to the left flank. Bacchus, ammunition. No ammunition? Your artillery team will act as grenadiers for now and join the battle directly. At the tunnel entrance, Major Iserson was meticulously deploying for battle. If it were himself, Weiss thought, he could only do this much. Since there was an Iserson here coordinating the battle, there was no need for him to stay in an overlapping position. He slung his sniper rifle over his back, adjusted his snow camouflage, and climbed up the high snow-covered tree to serve as the eagle eyes and sharp beak of the guerrilla force. In his special field of vision overlooking the forest, the distribution and movement of the Normans were clear at a glance. Weiss saw that the morale of the Norman soldier units was not high, and their physical condition was not ideal, but they possessed sufficient infantry firepower. The combination of machine guns, bomby grenades, and flamethrowers was quite intimidating in positional assault battles. Coupled with the cover of armored vehicles, if they spared no cost and were determined to make a frontal assault, there would be little suspense about winning the battle. Feint attack in the center, main attack on the right flank? Seeing the Normans split their forces into two routes in the forest, with a small number of troops advancing from the front and the majority moving toward the right flank of the battle line, Weiss snorted coldly. As the saying goes, one succeeds because of something and fails because of the same thing. The Norman army had won countless victories using skilled tactical strategies, so much so that they subconsciously formed the concept that tactics were superior to everything. Even in such a battle where the disparity in strength was clear, they were unwilling to launch a reckless all-out assault to win a battle by crushing with force, which instead gave the resistors a chance to counter each move. Weiss, up in the tree, could not shout loudly, nor could he move around at will, but a veteran had a veteran's methods. He tied a white strap to the rifle stock, holding half a pencil and a few pieces of paper. With just a subtle movement, he could write down the information he wanted to convey, grab a handful of snow from the branch, wrap it around the paper, and let it fall like naturally falling snow. The messenger waiting under the tree could then quickly deliver the intelligence and instructions he provided to Major Iserson. Just as the main force of the guerrilla force was actively responding to the enemy's imminent attack, on the right flank of the battle line, which was the south side of the snowy forest, the unique sound of 1.4 PIR caliber semi-automatic rifle fire suddenly rang out, 2 shots per group, for 3 groups. These rhythmic gunshots were like the opening notes of a symphony. In an instant, gunfire erupted in that direction, dominated by the powerful and resonant sound of the Norman army's standard-issue firearms. Weiss squinted and looked out, seeing a few faint green virtual frames almost submerged by a large pile of red virtual frames, but the continuous gunfire indicated that they had not really been swallowed by the opponent. In the gaps between the Normans' gunfire, one could occasionally hear a few crisp shots. That was the most outstanding work of the Crumblehessen factory in recent years. The battle on the flank diverted and dispersed some of the Norman army's attention, but it could not stop them from launching another attack on the resistance camp. This time, they not only committed hundreds of infantry but also sent more armored vehicles than before. Clearly, some of the vehicles that had broken down or suffered damage earlier had been repaired in time. With nowhere left to retreat, the guerrilla force fighters instead cast aside their psychological burdens and threw themselves into the battle with unprecedented calmness and composure. They moved quickly in the snow, relying on trees and cover to fight. They moved through tunnels that had not been destroyed or blocked by the enemy, threw grenades or fired from places the enemy did not expect, lured the enemy into pursuit, and then dealt with the enemy in the labyrinthine tunnels. At this moment, they were truly the masters of this land, merging with the environment and instantly ascending to the realm of winning with skill over force. The brave resistance of the guerrilla force, while not having the energy to single-handedly turn the tide of the battle, dragged the Normans into a war of attrition that they did not want to see. Normans stepped on landmines, resistors were shelled, and combatants threw bomby grenades at each other. The smoke from various explosions rose in the forest. Looking down from the air, it seemed as if the place had suffered a volcanic eruption, as if the vast snow forest was about to be destroyed. When the roar of aircraft descended, the intensity of the fighting in the forest suddenly decreased. The Normans, as if they had heard the command to withdraw, quickly stopped their attack and scrambled to retreat. During this period, although the Norman army also began to equip themselves with these aircraft built using internal combustion engine technology and aerodynamic principles, on the battlefield, this mechanical roar remained the unique hallmark of the Federation Army's air units. The Federal Army fighter aircraft taking off from airships saved fuel during the departure phase, allowing them to fly further with the same fuel capacity and stay on the battlefield longer. Ignoring the air defense firepower hastily organized by the Normans, they circled continuously over the snow forest, sweeping over the heads of the Norman army again and again. Although the Norman army was already familiar with their opponent's operational routines and used radios and signal flares to interfere with the opponent's ground-to-air communications, this could not stop the Federal Army fighter aircraft from attacking them like falcons pouncing on rabbits, bombing tanks with bombs, strafing infantry with machine guns, and smashing their attack deployments to pieces. Chapter 32, Using a Sledgehammer to Crack a Nut. The latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel are updated the fastest. Have they retreated? Major Iserson asked from under the tree. Weiss ended his mentally exhausting squinting and looked down at his partner, saying, they retreated to the pass and didn't continue to fall back. I've already scouted, the enemy didn't leave any ambushes and withdrew from the forest entirely. They took 6 of their combat vehicles and abandoned the rest. Long Cromwell Hyson, what should we do next? Major Iserson asked, looking up. Should we have everyone re-enter the front-line positions and prepare to fight the enemy? Regarding this question, Weiss did not answer immediately, but instead gazed into the distance in the direction of the Normans' retreat. This was the vast, snowy forest at the northwestern end of the Lorraine Mountains, where the resistance armed forces and the Norman army had been engaged in fierce combat from early morning until the afternoon. After repeated battles, the Norman army, having come from afar, gradually gained the upper hand. Just as victory was within their reach, Federal Army fighter aircraft traveled thousands of miles to deliver a thorough and satisfying airstrike. This wave of airstrikes had pinned the unprepared Norman army to the ground and thoroughly pummeled them. According to logic, the turning point of this battle had already appeared. If the Normans were sensible, they should pack up and retreat before it got dark. Otherwise, if the battle dragged on into the night, not only would they gain no advantage, but they might also get soundly thrashed. However, the Norman army did not flee. Instead, they reorganized their troops near the pass. Facing this abnormal situation, Weiss couldn't help but worry. If the enemy hadn't lost their minds, then they must have a backup plan. Based on past experience, this level of fighting did not seem sufficient to make the Normans lose their minds. When things are abnormal, there must be something sinister afoot. Reasoning through reverse thinking, the resistance armed forces were best served by turning passive into active. They should either decisively attack, conducting determined harassment to disrupt the enemy's plans as much as possible, or decisively retreat, avoiding the enemy's spearhead and waiting until nightfall to find an opportunity for a counterattack. Only in this way could they possibly disintegrate the enemy's determined offensive with their current weak strength. Just as Weiss was about to make a decision, an anomaly suddenly appeared in the sky. A massive, spindle-shaped warship descended rapidly from the clouds. The sudden sense of oppression seemed to make everything on the ground freeze in place. Is this a Norman assault ship? No, it wasn't an assault ship, but it didn't look like a battleship either. It was a large warship with different functions. If his judgment was correct, it must have been designed for ground combat on its bow, both sides, and the lower half of the hull. Large and small cannons were like the commissary of an alien centipede, meaning its field of fire and firepower in the lower hemisphere far exceeded that of ordinary battleships and assault ships. He had been observing for so long, looking left and right, yet he had actually overlooked such a big guy hiding in the clouds. Weiss felt annoyed, but the enemy gave him no chance to vent his emotions. The Norman army in the direction of the pass fired multiple red signal flares toward the snowy forest, clearly guiding their flying warship to its firing coordinates. Without warning or omen, this Norman warship suddenly unleashed its power while descending. When the cannons fired in unison, it felt as if the mountains were collapsing and the earth was splitting. The power was terrifying. Take cover! Take cover! Get into the tunnel! Weiss was in the tree, and Major Iserson was under the tree. The two of them simultaneously signaled their companions to avoid this sudden and terrifying catastrophe. As the shells fell, the violent explosions kicked up endless snow debris, as if creating a white, raging tidal wave that swept along the snowy forest. Wherever it reached, no one could stand. After sliding down the tree at top speed, Weiss and Iserson dove into the tunnel one after the other. The enemy ship's artillery fire was not just a warning, it was sweeping along the traces of the combat between the two sides. In the tunnel, they could feel the artillery fire getting closer and closer, and its immense power was enough to kill with a single shot. At this moment, Weiss's thinking was not controlled by instinctive fear. Instead, he calmly considered their current situation and response. The fierce battle on the front line was in full swing, and it was unlikely that this Norman warship was just passing by. Its appearance must have been intentional by the enemy. However, without escorting light vessels, and with no signal guidance from the Norman army visible, this method of appearance was inevitably puzzling. But, regardless of the reason, as long as it remained on the battlefield, the resistance armed forces would completely lose all hope of victory. What awaited them was nothing more than the two outcomes of glorious sacrifice or surrender. During a lull in the shelling, Weiss said to Major Iserson, "Thank you, friend. Thank you for your trust. Unfortunately, the enemy is too cruel, and we are not strong enough." Iserson looked at his face very seriously and said loudly, "Hey, friend, if you are saying goodbye to me, I will give you a hug, but if you intend to compromise, I will not accept your apology." With that, he stared in the dark tunnel, grinding his teeth. "I would rather die in battle than surrender to the enemy." "Never." Weiss sighed, "If I could trade my own life for the release of all of you, I would do it without hesitation." A huge explosion struck, engulfing everything and causing the narrow space in the tunnel to shake violently. The primary reason flying warships possessed overwhelming power against ground troops was the powerful artillery they carried. Sometimes, a single shell would leave no living thing within hundreds of feet. Even if one was in a bunker and escaped the external impact of the shell, one could not escape the fatal shockwave, ending up with shattered internal organs and dying. It was unknown how much time had passed, but the storm-like artillery fire finally eased. The two looked at each other in the dark, and then, Iserson said in a low voice, "Listen, Long Cromwell Hyson, I don't care if you have reached some agreement with the enemy. What I want to say is that using your life to exchange for all of us leaving alive is simply impossible to achieve. Because we are facing Normans who will stop at nothing for victory." Weiss was silent. The reason he said that just now was largely because they had sacrificed so much, and he truly couldn't bear to accept failure. Even if sacrificing himself could exchange for the survival of the majority, he would feel a bit better. Calming down, he had to admit that Iserson's worry was reasonable. Although the enemy's Lorraine military governor was his own flesh and blood brother, their last meeting had already been a concession made out of brotherly affection. He had come this far, putting in so much sweat and effort, enduring so much humiliation and loneliness. How could he be soft-hearted after such experiences? Taking a step back, given his status and position, even in Lorraine, he didn't necessarily have the power to cover the sky with one hand. Even if he kept old feelings in mind, the Norman army had lost so many men here. Could it be easily dismissed just because of one person's words? At this moment, above the snowy forest, at an altitude of over 1,000 feet, the Norman Empire's warship Sedlitzerberg had stopped descending. After repeated firing, all the downward-facing cannons were steaming with heat, and on the side of the warship, in a glass cabin that looked like a gem, two young men with beautiful little ponytails were each holding a cup of hot tea, watching the pitted ground as if they were watching a play in a theater box. A bunch of overestimating worms. A mere few hundred people actually have the courage to contend with the Norman army. The high and mighty member of the Hohenstaufen royal family, the third heir to the empire, Prince Barras, commented with his usual arrogant attitude. Your Highness, do not underestimate these worms. They have kept 2 of our military governors restless, killed and wounded thousands of our soldiers, caused us to expend a huge amount of extra supplies, and even tied down our elite ground troops for a long time. To be able to organize such a resistance war, that young man from the Klemper-Hessen family is not simple. One of the 3 major commanders of the Norman Empire's eastern front, Alvis Hochsedlitz from the Sedlitz family, replied calmly. Prince Barras sipped his tea. People who have luckily defeated you in war games don't exceed 10 in total, and the Klemper-Hessen family has 2 of them. How interesting. Alvis shrugged. I have to admit, they are very smart and have extraordinary talent in military affairs. If they could all be used by your Highness, that would naturally be excellent. So, you chose Lorraine, wanting to become the conqueror of Lorraine in the true sense, Prince Barras asked. No, this has no direct relation to them, Alvis replied. In fact, your Highness, please forgive my perfectionist obsession. Lorraine is the area the enemy least expects and the most suitable for our layout. We want to perfectly reverse this war here. Perfectly shape your heroic image of turning the tide. Prince Barras smiled slightly. I am the hero in the people's hearts, and you are the hero in my heart, the current war god of the Norman Empire. Alvis, however, did not have the slightest expression of happiness. He said in a low tone, Duke Orwa, Duke Le Breton, Marshal Fabrist, those famous war gods of the empire all ascended to the peak of their lives in the smelting of blood and fire. In the campaigns they commanded, the number of dead accumulated to hundreds of thousands, or even millions. But the campaigns where I served as the first commander are few and far between. On my record book, I'm afraid it doesn't even add up to 100,000 lives. Therefore, many people think that I only got to this point by relying on the influence of the Sedlitz family. Wargaming skills don't count as real skills, and the victories I won were all bullying the weak with the strong. Any general could have won, and won more easily. Prince Barras walked to the glass window with a steel frame structure, seemingly looking at the scenery, and also as if looking at his own reflection. Do you remember the second lesson Master Quaspara taught us? A true powerhouse doesn't need to care about others' opinions at all. All right. The philosophy of the strong, one side is endless power, the other side is endless loneliness, Alvis replied. Prince Barras held his head high and said, those who achieve great things must have sufficient patience. I believe that one day, we will reach the top at the end of loneliness, stand before the world, and accept the worship of the masses. At this moment, the cabin door behind them was knocked. After receiving permission, an officer in neat attire came in and reported, the ground troops have entered the forest. General Palbijinson requests instructions, should the Royal Marines be committed to the battle. Prince Barras had his hands behind his back and did not intend to answer, while Alvis considered for a moment, naval gun support plus ground troop sweeping should be more than enough to deal with the enemy's guerrilla force. Let them get ready, and wait and see. Chapter 33, Offering oneself to the enemy chieftain. Fastest update for the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. Under the gaze of the massive muzzles of the Norman warship, Norman soldiers wearing white combat uniforms deployed in skirmish lines and advanced orderly through the forest. As they gradually approached the main defense line of the resistance armed forces, they were surprised to discover a man holding a white flag waiting for them alone in the forest clearing. Raising a white flag did not mean surrender, but rather a request for negotiations. Both sides would temporarily cease hostilities, allowing the other to send an envoy to state their demands and list their conditions. If an agreement could be reached, a ceasefire would ensue, otherwise, both sides would continue to clash until a winner was decided. The leading Norman officer raised his hand to signal the unit to stop advancing. He was burly but not reckless. He crouched down several hundred feet away and used binoculars to cautiously observe the situation in front of and behind the person holding the white flag. Seeing nothing unusual, he waved his hand and sent a subordinate forward to make contact. In the forest clearing, Weiss held up a branch with a white handkerchief tied to it. Seeing that the other side had sent someone over, he loosened his shoulders and neck slightly, unbuttoned the first button of his jacket, and revealed the guerrilla colonel collar insignia issued to him by the Federation Army. This was not a battle for him alone, it was just that, at his insistence, the surviving guerrilla force fighters and Federation Army personnel were dispersed and relocated under the leadership of Colonel Kane and Major Iserson. Given the harsh weather and complex environment, all non-combatants and wounded were left behind. Weiss stood here holding a white flag to fight for a chance of survival for these people. The Norman soldiers sent over was very tall, like a moving cloud pine. He held his head high, puffed out his chest, and strode up to Weiss, looking him up and down. His gaze lingered on the collar insignia for a few seconds before he spoke in an Ulster language with less than authentic pronunciation and grammar. Negotiator, state your military rank and name. Weiss replied neither humbly nor arrogantly, Long Cromwell Hyson, a guerrilla colonel appointed by the Federation Army. Upon hearing this name, the Norman soldier's face lost some of its arrogance, and a hint of respect appeared in his eyes. Norman Empire Army, Vataram Musket Battalion, 2nd Class Sergeant, Holdejenk Pauls. I request a ceasefire in the name of the commander of the Lorraine guerrilla fighters, and I want to negotiate with your commander. There was no need for any pleasantries or flattery here, he went straight to the point. Our commander is just opposite, hand over your weapons to me and come with me, the tall Norman soldier said with a condescending posture. Finally, he paused, citing the terms of the Martin Forest Convention of the 100 Countries, we will guarantee your personal safety while you are here. I am not carrying any weapons. Weiss raised his hands to let the other party see the empty holster at his waist. In this situation, the sergeant did not force a body search but turned sideways, signaling Weiss to follow him. Weiss maintained the posture of holding the flag and walked unhurriedly toward the other side of the clearing. Because he had made up his mind to preserve the spark of the Lorraine resistance movement started in Samsonas at all costs, besides the safety of the unarmed personnel in the camp, his primary consideration was to buy as much evacuation time as possible for the guerrilla force fighters. As he walked, he observed and thought. After getting closer, without needing special vision, he could clearly see the Norman soldiers scattered in the forest like a wolf pack. Due to the temporary ceasefire, they had set up machine guns and autocannons behind the riflemen. If any abnormal movement occurred, they could advance to launch a fire assault or retreat to organize defense on the spot. Judging from their high spirits and vigilant state, the appearance of that Norman warship had given them a huge psychological boost. Vataram Musket Battalion, that's a southern unit, Weiss spoke in a low voice. The tall Norman NCO walking behind him grunted but didn't say much else. That burly guy, is he your battalion commander? Weiss continued, however, I want to see your unit commander, the person who can control the situation here. I'm afraid he's not qualified enough. I don't think you are qualified to make so many demands, the tall sergeant said impolitely, even if you are, you have to make them to him, not me. The bear-like, burly Norman officer put away his binoculars, lowered his head to adjust his uniform, and stood straight waiting for Weiss to arrive. Just then, a low wail came from the sky. Looking towards the sound, although the massive Norman warship barely moved, the tentacles all over its body, those large and small naval guns were rotating at a speed visible to the naked eye. Obviously, it would only sound an alarm and urgently adjust its artillery when threatened. Don't move, or I'll kill you. A low and cold voice came from behind Weiss. Weiss did not move rashly, but looked up at the sky. Several biplanes suddenly emerged from the clouds. This scene suddenly reignited the flame of hope in his already desperate heart. If the Federal Army fighter aircraft could take out this Norman warship, even if it just damaged or forced it away, there would still be a chance to turn this forest battle around. Of course, the guerrilla force fighters who had already begun to disperse and relocate must regain their confidence, muster their courage, and throw themselves back into this difficult battle. Being able to save non-combatants in the secret camp from being captured by the enemy, and being able to openly fight to the death with the enemy instead of embarking on a long and arduous retreat, Weiss believed that the vast majority of guerrilla force fighters would be willing to do so without hesitation. Unfortunately, a mere few attack aircraft, without adequate preparation, could not pose a threat to such a behemoth. They dived at high speed, circled rapidly, wove and rolled through the hail of bullets, and did everything they could to drop bombs on the Norman warship, scoring one effective hit after another, but the target remained unmoved. A Federal Army fighter aircraft was hit by artillery fire and exploded in midair. This scene plunged Weiss's mood back into darkness. From the moment the Norman warship sounded the alarm to this moment, it had only been a short 4 or 5 minutes. Weiss and the tall Norman soldiers were separated by a few steps, each looking up at the battle in the sky, as if they were two unrelated onlookers. When the surviving Federal Army fighter aircraft retreated and the sky returned to calm, this Norman sergeant named Holdis spoke again, since you are still holding the white flag, then, continue forward. Guerrilla Force Commander. Weiss turned his head to look at him, and incidentally looked at the forest behind him, hoping they hadn't turned back, because this was purely futile and a waste of precious time. After a while, the two finally arrived at the forest on the other side of the clearing. They had walked for a full 7 or 8 minutes for a mere few hundred feet. Standing in front of the bear-like, burly Norman officer, Weiss was not afraid at all. After stating his identity, he said sternly, I request to see your commander, I request a fair negotiation. The Norman warship above the forest had shifted its position due to the engagement with the Federal Army fighter aircraft. At this moment, the shadow it cast had covered this forest. Standing under the shroud of this shadow, the Norman officer said contemptuously, I am very curious, what makes you think you are qualified to choose your negotiation opponent here? If you want to surrender, I can accept your surrender on behalf of the Norman army. If you want to fight, then please return to your battlefield, and we will continue to fight. For unreasonable people, being humble often only makes the other party more arrogant. Weiss paused, if you don't care about those comrades who fell under our guns, and don't care if more people will fall, then you can make the decision for your commander: either end the negotiations and continue fighting us, or break the battlefield rules of thousands of years, kill me. The Norman officer snorted, his tone softening slightly, how do I know you are not deliberately stalling for time? This question hit the nail on the head, and Weiss was no longer a green kid fresh out of the military academy. He looked up at the massive Norman warship hovering above the forest and deliberately put on a frustrated face, if stalling for time were useful, I wouldn't mind trading my life to buy some time from you, even if it's just an hour or two. If you want to run away, stalling for time is certainly useful. The Norman officer's tone was cold and stern. Weiss had to sigh, but I have over 2,000 civilians here. In this weather, in this environment, where am I supposed to let them escape to? The Norman officer thought for a moment, as long as you lead them to give up resistance, we will provide reasonable arrangements for them. You cannot guarantee that. Weiss pointed this out bluntly, so, please take me to see your commander. This burly Norman officer stared at him for a few seconds, I can take you to meet the commander in charge of this battle, our Lorraine military governor, but I'm afraid he can't give you any absolute guarantees right now either. Hearing this, Weiss couldn't help but feel surprised. He really did come, personally commanding this battle. If it weren't for the appearance of this Norman warship with such overwhelming combat power, it would be hard to say who would win or lose this battle. However, the trouble now was not the confrontation between brothers on the battlefield, but the implication of the Norman officer's words, if even he couldn't decide, who could? Thinking of that possibility, Weiss couldn't help but look up and carefully observe the Norman warship that hung over them like dark clouds. It was so massive, yet it appeared all alone in an occupied area far from the front line, which was indeed very unusual. Furthermore, judging from its silhouette, this was a large battleship-class vessel, yet it was different from any capital ship he had ever seen before. Perhaps it was a special vessel executing a special mission, but what kind of special mission was it executing? Thinking of this, Weiss gritted his teeth. If we fight to the death, this tragic battle will make the Lorraine people forever remember the heroism of the resistance movement and will become the spiritual driving force for the Lorraine people to resist the Norman Empire's occupation. And if we give up resistance, for you, the significance should be no less than adding a few divisions of troops out of thin air, right? Chapter 34, A Dilemma. When meeting Ze again, Weiss was holding a white flag, yet he did not look dejected like a loser. Instead, he remained as calm, composed, and unyielding as ever. I have lost. Now, I have no other requests, only asking that you accept our fellow countrymen. They joined the resistance movement with their families because they were unwilling to be ruled by foreign enemies, but they have never participated in combat and have never killed any Normans. Furthermore, those injured soldiers entered the fight with the recognition and support of the Federal Army, and they deserve the treatment of prisoners of war. Ze rode a white horse, wearing a fur-collared cloak, looking down at his defeated opponent. His expression appeared as arrogant and cold as any ordinary Norman officer, but his eyes lacked that condescending contempt and disdain. He spoke with a rhythmic tone and precise pronunciation. You have lost this battle, and your fate is no longer in your hands. I cannot give any guarantees regarding your request. Weiss could understand the Norman language Ze spoke, but he did not react. Ze rode his horse up to Weiss and switched to the Ulster language. When we were young, we always thought we were omnipotent. As long as we were given the right opportunity, we could create miracles with our intelligence. This kind of thinking places subjective factors in the primary position and underestimates the role of objective reality. Some things are simply impossible to achieve. Weiss responded neither servile nor overbearing. You are right, but not entirely. In this battle, I lost to myself, not to you. Ze, the former heir of the Klemper-Hessen family, and now a sword baron of the Norman Empire and military governor of the occupied zone, clearly did not agree with Weiss's argument. He snorted, you will eventually understand that the cruelty of the battlefield cannot be experienced in classrooms, in books, or on a chessboard. The cruelty of the battlefield will not give you a chance to do it over. A loss is a loss. Investigating whether you lost to yourself or to your opponent is merely looking for a bit of comfort. Weiss replied, I understand. Wargaming can be best of 3, but on the battlefield, even if you win 100 times and lose once, you might become the final loser, just like my current situation. Ze, you are my beloved brother. Even if you have changed your identity, it cannot change our blood relationship. Please, no matter what, take care of our family and our fellow countrymen. As for me, do whatever you must, I will not blame you. Ze kept a straight face and was silent for a long while. Fine, I promise you, I will do my best. As for you, prepare for the worst. Weiss looked up at the Norman warship hovering above the woods. Ze's tone and expression made him feel that there were higher-level figures on board. Their arrival changed the course of the battle and caused the outcome to exceed Ze's control. However, recalling the suggestion Ze made last time they met, it was very likely that he already knew such a situation would happen, which is why he advised Weiss to have the civilians in the camp leave the resistance organization early on. It was precisely because he was indecisive then that he had reached this dead end, which is why Weiss felt he had lost this battle to himself. What needed to be discussed had been discussed, and the rest went without saying. Ze raised his voice and spoke again in the Norman language. Lorraine guerrilla force, I have decided to accept your surrender. Thus, this battle, and even the resistance war of the Lorraine people, is over. The invincible Norman army has won the final victory. From now on, every Lorraine person will unconditionally accept the military control of the Norman Empire until they are fully capable of managing this land themselves. Hearing this, the surrounding Norman soldier troops shouted victory in unison 3 times. Next, Weiss held up the white flag and led the Norman soldier troops around the minefield, through the defensive line, and into the hidden shelter of the resistance camp. There were more than 2,000 civilians who had followed the resistance organization here, as well as over 100 injured guerrilla force fighters who could not be moved. Whether for the young guerrilla force commander or the supporters of various ages, this was an extremely painful moment. They had to admit and accept defeat, abandon their vows for survival, and submit to the enemy's force. Thinking of the hardships they had experienced and the fallen comrades, many could not stop crying, but under Weiss's order, they stopped resisting, walked out of the tunnels one by one, accepted being captured by the Normans, and proceeded with the head count and registration as requested by the other side. The battle was over. Aside from himself, there would be no more bloodshed and sacrifice, and Weiss finally felt a sense of relief. After everyone had left the tunnels, he said goodbye to the Lord and Lady, then put down the white flag, removed his gear, and under the custody of the Norman soldier troops, returned to Ze. Ze, with a solemn expression, dismissed those around him. By this time, Weiss had mentally prepared himself for a heroic death, but Ze did not bid him farewell. Instead, he said, I have reported the situation to Prince Barris and General Sidlitz. The non-combatants in the camp will receive the punishment of forced labor and will be released once the term is served. This is the best result I could fight for. As for you, the good news is that they do not see you as an unforgivable enemy, but as an admirable opponent, so you will be imprisoned on the Sidlitzerberg. This shouldn't be bad news, so why was that expression on his face? Weiss was very confused. Ze continued, as far as I know, those two big figures visited the Ulster Free Federation as students of the Norman Empire's Royal Military Academy before the war. They had contact with you at Baston Military Academy, right? I guess you left a pretty good impression on them, which is why they didn't shoot you, but don't think being imprisoned on the Sidlitzerberg is a good thing. Unless you pledge loyalty to them, you will never get to leave that place. Weiss shrugged, perfect, I am exhausted in body and mind and need to find a stable place to rest for a while and reflect on my problems. I am not joking with you. Ze said with a look of displeasure, by the way, a reminder, if you annoy them with inappropriate language, it is still possible to leave there by being thrown down by a ship crew member from tens of thousands of feet in the air and smashed into pulp. Do you think that is very heroic? Weiss stared at Ze for a few seconds and suddenly understood. The reason he was so worried was that he was afraid Weiss's performance would affect his own impression in the minds of those two big figures, and their impression was of crucial importance to his future. Thinking this through, Weiss could not help but feel a surge of sorrow. On one hand, he understood the hardships Ze had endured over the years and admired his ability to reach this point starting from scratch. On the other hand, Ze was ultimately working for the enemy and was deeply trapped, unable to extricate himself. Both publicly and privately, this was a sad affair. After hesitating for a moment, Weiss said, "Don't worry, I would rather endure endless imprisonment and endless loneliness than intentionally annoy them to gain a momentary release. I believe you will also keep your promise and protect our family and fellow countrymen." Hearing Weiss say this, Ze's expression indeed softened quite a bit. He thought for a moment and whispered, "I heard that you were classmates with Nicola of the Leopold family and that you have a good relationship. If that's the case, you won't be too lonely on that warship." Weiss was very surprised by this. "You mean?" Ze had no intention of saying more on this topic. At this moment, a gondola with a steel frame and a glass cover had been lowered from the warship. Ze summoned the Norman soldier troops who were standing by nearby and instructed them to take Weiss to where the gondola had landed. Because of Nicola, Weiss felt no ill will toward that behemoth. Instead, he was full of anticipation for the reunion with an old friend. Very quickly, he was taken by the Normans into the gondola, which had wooden floors and exquisite decorations, and was then hoisted up to the warship. Then, under the custody of a team of Norman ship crew member troops, he took a long overdue hot shower, changed into clean, reasonably fitting clothes, and was taken to an upper cabin where he met one of the big figures Ze had mentioned. With Ze's warning, Weiss did not feel surprised when he saw that familiar face. "In the wargaming of that year, you won against me with a surprise victory, but on the real battlefield, I have returned the favor in full. Anything you want to say?" This Norman student who had unfortunately lost during the military exchange at Baston Military Academy asked triumphantly, in the manner of a victor. Weiss replied calmly, "Do not be arrogant in victory, do not be dejected in defeat." This Norman youth with a braid and wearing fine clothes seemed unimpressed by this answer. "You claim to be guerrilla fighters, but do you know that the guerrilla force is not protected by the 100-Nation Convention? We could very well execute you on the spot and bury you right here." The guerrilla force belonged to irregular armed forces. They did not wear regular uniforms or carry unit insignias during combat. Strictly speaking, they were indeed not protected by international conventions. Even if the Federal Army could prove they were assigned by them, the Normans could still ignore it. With this handle held by the other side, Weiss could only lower his head and say, "With your status and position, there is no need to bother with us insignificant resistors." Wrong. The Norman youth of extraordinary status said loudly, "On the battlefield, there is no distinction between noble and lowly enemies, only between legal and illegal ones. For legal opponents, we give the respect they are due, but for illegal opponents, we need not show mercy. The reason we spared them is as a grace from the Norman Empire to the Klemper-Hessen family, do you understand?" Whether these 2,000 fellow countrymen could survive indeed depended on the attitude of these big figures, but this was essentially not because of their generosity or grace, but a trade-off of interests. In an occupied zone like Lorraine, the more tolerance the Norman army showed, the more the public's resistance mentality would weaken accordingly. If enough time passed, a fundamental shift might even occur. The choice made by the Norman army today reflects the poise a military should have. It is an act of morality. As a reward, before you leave Lorraine, the level of resistance encountered will be correspondingly reduced. After the war ends, we will have the opportunity to restore friendship. Sincerely, I hope that day comes soon. Hearing this, the other party was not very happy. In your understanding, will this war be like the last one, with the Norman Empire winning at first and then losing, and you becoming the final victor? At this moment, being quick-tongued would be of no benefit, so Weiss answered cautiously, "War decisions are far from what someone at my level should consider. As an ordinary Ulst citizen and a Federation Army soldier who transferred to the guerrilla force, I hope my country does not lose the war, and even more, I hope war never happens. In fact, no matter the outcome of this war, on a technical and tactical level, we must admit that the Norman army indeed possesses an incomparable advantage compared to the armies of other countries." The young talent from the Sidlitz family seemed quite satisfied with this answer. He walked around Weiss. "You are very smart and very lucky. Prince Barris has invited you and your brother to dinner. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you. I hope you will think it over well during the time you wait for dinner. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? It might be in the eyes of others, but to Weiss, not only was this not a good opportunity, but it would also force him to walk on the edge of a cliff once again. Chapter 35, Iron Prison. A fist-sized ventilation window, an iron cot not long enough to lie flat on, a narrow, dim, and noisy environment. After talking with the big shots of the Norman Empire, Weiss was escorted by a team of Norman ship crew members to a cabin on the lower deck of the warship. As an aerial prison, its crudeness was entirely expected. Being in it, not only did Weiss not feel depressed or disappointed, but he actually found it to be a good place for spiritual cultivation. If he could let go of his burdens, stay here peacefully for a few months, sort out his experiences since joining the war, reflect on his gains and losses, and introspect, it should be more beneficial than harmful for his unfinished personal career. With Z looking after his family and fellow villagers, Weiss could temporarily be free of worries. The only exception was Nicola. Besides expectation, he couldn't help but worry. If a person were isolated for a long time in such an environment, enduring endless psychological torment, they might easily fall into depression. If both were suffering together, at least they would have spiritual support, and the situation would be much better. Nearly a full day of fighting had left Weiss exhausted. He sat cross-legged on the iron cot and fell asleep before long. He woke up abruptly when the cabin door opened. It seemed to be night, no light came through the small ventilation window, and only the cabin light outside provided a faint, dim glow to the pitch-black space. A strange and cold voice sounded at the door, Klemperhesen, come with me. After today, would he even have his surname stripped away, leaving only a simple code? Thinking of his plight as a prisoner, Weiss couldn't help but sigh softly as he followed the figure out of the cabin. The long warship corridor was filled with the bitter smell of burning coal. Concerned about Nicola's situation, Weiss looked around as he walked. There were many cabin doors here, each with a number and a window that could be opened and closed, but they were all closed at the moment, and no sound came from within. Weiss tried to use his special vision to investigate, but his brainwaves could not penetrate these steel cabin doors. Hey, buddy, Weiss intentionally made a sound, wanting Nicola to hear, but he was immediately stopped by the Norman ship crew member. The Norman did not hesitate to punch him in the abdomen and scolded him fiercely, shut up, no talking. Since he couldn't overpower them, Weiss had to wait for an opportunity. After walking up 3 levels, the air in the corridor was no longer filled with the unpleasant smell of burning coal, but with the tempting aroma of food. The armed ship crew member brought Weiss to a restaurant with exquisite furnishings and luxurious decor. A full set of gold tableware was laid out on the wooden dining table. Even more exaggerated was the gorgeous crystal chandelier hanging above the table. Heaven knows how the Normans kept it intact despite the violent vibrations of artillery fire. At this time, there were already 2 young waiters in military uniforms in the restaurant, placing fruits and dairy products at specific positions on the table. Z had arrived earlier. He was in a crisp, neat military dress uniform, standing alone by the porthole on one side of the table, wondering what he was thinking. Seeing Weiss, he frowned. He neither approached nor came over to talk. The two just stood silently opposite each other. The scene was very awkward. Before long, 2 young men with braids and wearing gorgeous military uniforms entered from another door. The 2 waiters took the opportunity to pull out chairs for them. After they sat down one after another, they poured hot tea for them. One of these 2, Weiss had seen in the afternoon. He was a member of the illustrious Sidlitz family of the Norman Empire, a young and promising army general. The other had also visited Baston Military Academy as part of the Norman Empire's military delegation, and Weiss had had a face-to-face exchange with him at the welcome banquet. At that time, although Weiss felt this person was extraordinary, he never expected that the one playing the pig to eat the tiger was actually a member of the Norman Empire's royal family. Please sit down. Outstanding brothers of the Klemperhesen family. The highest-ranking person present, Prince Barris, the third in line to the Norman Empire's throne, invited the 2 guests to sit in a seemingly easygoing manner. The 2 attendants had already turned to the other side of the table and pulled out chairs for the 2 Klemperhesens. Z sat opposite Prince Barris, and Weiss naturally sat opposite his old rival. General, we witnessed a wonderful thing today. Mr. Klemperhesen, who is loyal to the Norman Empire, defeated Mr. Klemperhesen, who is loyal to the Ulster Free Federation, is that right? Prince Barris said to his companion with a smile. On a Norman Empire warship, at a table with 2 big shots, the conversation was in the Ulster language, which seemed to be an even more wonderful thing. To be precise, Your Highness, it is Mr. Klemperhesen, who is loyal to the Norman Empire, who arduously defeated Mr. Klemperhesen, who is loyal to the Ulster Free Federation. Mr. Klemperhesen, who is loyal to the Ulster Free Federation, very reluctantly surrendered to Mr. Klemperhesen, who is loyal to the Norman Empire. The young army general of the Norman Empire went around in a very awkward circle. The brothers across the table lowered their heads in embarrassment. In the eyes of others, this battle between brothers was just an interesting story, but they didn't even have the qualification to be angry. How sad that was. That said, Mr. Klemperhesen Jr., as a guerrilla colonel of the Ulster Army, you are indeed a difficult opponent. Not only did you defeat our genius general in wargame simulations, but you also killed one of our generals in reality. Speaking of which, you seem to have caused us quite a bit of trouble in AO City, is that right? Weiss still didn't respond, but the situation didn't stall. The young army general from the Sidlitz family interjected at the right moment, Your Highness, you must not forget that the Battle of AO City was the vindication battle for our sword Baron of Skala. He is the true protagonist of that battle. Z hurriedly stood up and said, if it weren't for Your Highness's trust and the general's support, even if I had the ability, I wouldn't have had the opportunity to demonstrate it. The victory in the Battle of Ao City was due to the bold decisions of the commanders and the fact that we had a sufficiently powerful army. If the roles were reversed and the Ulster army were given such an opportunity, they would find it difficult to grasp it. Prince Barris was obviously tired of such flattery. He skipped it directly and said to Alvis Hoxadlitz, so, the Klemperhesen brothers had already clashed in Ao City. Although we were on the same battlefield, we never met. I didn't know he was in Ao City, and he didn't know I existed. Ze said respectfully and firmly, Your Highness, ever since that cold winter when I crossed the Monamolan Mountains alone to come to the Norman Empire, Ze Klemperhesen had already died and my family thought I was dead too. Sitting before you is Falmio Scala of the Norman Empire, your sword baron. At this moment, the attendant opened a bottle of wine and began to pour it into the glass chalice in front of everyone. Prince Barris picked up the wine glass with one hand, fixed his eyes on the bright red liquid in the glass, and said unhurriedly, I appreciate your talent and admire your decisiveness, loyal sword baron Scala. Ze hurriedly stood up, but Prince Barris gestured for him to sit down first. The most important reason why I fought for the position of Lorraine military governor for you is that you are familiar with everything here. On our strategic chessboard, Lorraine doesn't look very conspicuous, but it can play a key fulcrum role at critical moments. As long as this game of chess is won, there is no doubt that we will get what we want, and you will also get what you want, so don't lose the big picture over some tricky issues. Prince Barris's words were clearly pointed. Ze hurriedly expressed his loyalty, saying he would never let personal feelings affect the overall situation. On the battlefield, the commanders of the Norman Empire could give full play to their military talents, but in front of these big shots, they were like different people, respectful, timid, and servile. Regardless of whether they were good at it or not, they had to flatter carefully. Weiss had long seen through all of this and firmly believed that he would never become one of these riches. In terms of military strategy, the three people present can be said to be top experts. If we could fire 3 arrows at once, we would definitely be able to make our army invincible on the battlefield. Speaking of this, Prince Barris stood up with his wine glass. Come, let us raise a glass for the victory of the Empire. The young talent of the Sidlitz family and the lost one of the Klemperhesen family both raised their glasses immediately. Only Weiss sat motionless. Even if the next second was death, he could not toast to the enemy's victory. The atmosphere at the table instantly became awkward, but Prince Barris seemed to have expected it. Not only did he not get angry, but he laughed heartily twice. A true Ulster warrior is indeed courageous and has integrity. In my opinion, given the corruption and greed of the ruling class in Ulster, this war was originally without suspense. It was the strength of the Ulster soldiers that saved this country from the brink of collapse time and time again. Today, we don't toast for the country, not for the faction, but for the noble character of the soldier. Cheers. Weiss then raised his glass, said nothing more, and drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. After sitting down again, Prince Barris glanced at Weiss. Seeing his expressionless face, he turned his gaze to his loyal sword baron and said, You don't look much alike, and your tempers seem to be very different, but you are brothers. This is really a strange thing. We have been like this since we were young. Ze replied respectfully, and his humility made Weiss inexplicably angry. He said loudly, My brother has been clever, diligent, and brave since he was a child. He is the best among his peers, unlike me, lazy, stupid, and without rules. It's simply one in the sky and one on the ground. Barris laughed, Although your personalities are different, you are both first-class combat commanders and first-class weapon designers. The attendant pushed over the dining cart and served various fresh and delicious dishes to the plates according to each person's wishes. Weiss picked up the knife and fork and weighed them secretly. Although they could serve as miniature cold weapons, their texture was soft and their power was too small. Facing an adult Norman, let alone a fatal blow, even a serious injury would be difficult to achieve. Barris seemed to see through Weiss's thoughts, and the victory of this battle put him in a particularly good mood, so he joked, The purpose of tableware is to deal with food, it cannot be a weapon of war, nor can it be a tool for escape. Weiss looked down at the things in his hands and said with a self-deprecating tone, This may be my only opportunity to dine here, so I was wondering if I could keep them as a souvenir. Barris understood the meaning, of course. He slowly put away the smile on his face and changed to a serious expression, You may not have heard that the iron prison of the Sidlitz family is an existence that spans wars and ignores history. For hundreds of years, I don't know how many people have been imprisoned in it, from their youth until they die of old age. Even if you are a world-famous hero, you will be slowly forgotten by people. Time is often more cruel than any punishment. Iron prison? Hundreds of years? What's the situation? An ancient prison built on a cliff? Weiss was a little confused. Could it be that the result of not joining them was being thrown into a prison with no hope of ever turning over, exhausting his life inside? Wouldn't that be more painful than death? Ze didn't say anything, nor did he give Weiss any hints. Weiss didn't know what to say, so he simply said nothing. After a while, the young talent of the Sidlitz family spoke up, Okay, Your Highness, you are using the iron prison to scare people again. Look at Mr. Klemperhesen, he looks like he has lost the will to live. How pitiful. After saying this, he turned to Weiss with a face of hypocritical kindness, You are very lucky, Mr. Klemperhesen. The Sidlitz family's notorious iron prison was closed 20 years ago, so you don't have to worry. Generally speaking, we no longer treat our opponents in such inhumane ways. Even in ordinary prisoner of war camps, the conditions are much better than before. Of course, war is war. We cannot ensure that all prisoners of war can survive, no one can ensure that. Weiss also understood the meaning. While the other party was touting civilization, they very cleverly added a threatening hint. Although the historical iron prison no longer existed, as Ze said before, they could completely imprison him indefinitely on this warship. In essence, what was the difference from the iron prison of the past? Chapter 36, The Theory of Victory and Defeat. Latest updates for Iron Soul of Steel. The Norman Empire is certainly militarily strong, but also has its advantages. If the same group of people ruled both countries, it would be hard to say who would have the upper hand. Alvis Hoxedlitz, a young talent of the Sedlitz family who had attained the rank of army general at a young age, shifted the conversation at the dinner table from the non-existent iron prison to the current situation. On the surface, the Norman army seemed like a spent force, while the Ulst army had launched an unprecedentedly powerful counterattack with their backs against the wall. The momentum of offense and defense had reversed, but it was clearly too early to conclude that the war had turned. The current Norman Empire was running its domestic economy at full throttle for military production and had annexed the resources of all of Frisia, 3/4 of Wessex, and half of Ulst, reaching an unprecedented military peak. Stopping this fully operational war machine would not be easy. If the actual power holders of the Ulst government and military were people with courage, strategy, and dedication like Mr. Klemper-Heesen, the North Frisia crisis might not have spiraled out of control, and this war might never have started at all. Alvis's flattery seemed bizarre in such a setting, but Weiss knew that this kind of praise was intended to slowly dissolve his resistance. Ultimately, they still wanted to recruit him for their own use. Being favored by big shots of the Norman Empire, if nothing else, meant his abilities were recognized. I am just an ordinary defender of Lorraine, the pros and cons at the national level are beyond my scope of consideration. Weiss tactfully stated his position. Alvis calmly cut the tender steak on his plate. It seems Mr. Klemper-Heesen does not have a clear enough understanding of himself. In my opinion, both of you have a very accurate grasp of the battlefield situation, which is a natural obstacle that prevents ordinary people from becoming high-level commanders, and you both seem to have an innate talent for this. Our sword baron, Ze, began to show incomparable military talent starting from North Frisia, but before stepping onto the battlefield, he chose the right object of loyalty within the complex Norman Empire. I dare say that in the Norman Empire, apart from His Highness, no one would give such unwavering trust to an outsider with a questionable stance. When Alvis said this, Weiss noticed a faint smile on Prince Barris's face, a posture of calmly accepting praise, while at the same time, Ze stopped all movement and stared intently at Alvis. The expression on his face seemed to be pure pride, but the luster flashing in his eyes was something perhaps even he himself could not explain clearly. And you, little Klemper-Heesen, not to mention your skills on the sand table, I have had the honor of reading the articles you published in the internal publication of Baston Military Academy. They are very thoughtful and insightful. You are one of the few knowledgeable people in the Ulst army. Although we lack knowledge of your performance in the early stages of the war, your actions in Lorraine alone are enough to make us full of expectations for you. Alvis finally revealed the true intention of this dinner. If it weren't for Ze, Weiss would have flatly refused the enemy's recruitment, even if it meant being thrown out the window by a Norman ship crew member the next second. But now, not only did he have to consider Ze's situation, he also had to consider the more than 2,000 fellow countrymen who had just been captured by the Normans. These heavy burdens forced him to adopt a more tactful approach, burying his head in the delicious food, neither speaking nor expressing an opinion. Seeing Weiss so silent, Prince Barris put down his cutlery and said, "It seems that the recent performance of the Ulst army has made you doubt the prospects of the Norman Empire in this war. Well, that is understandable. In fact, recently, even within our own ranks, some people have wavered and begun to prepare for their own retreat." How ridiculous! With the highest-ranking person at the table putting down his cutlery to speak to him, Weiss could no longer pretend to be deaf and dumb. He raised his head and met the other's gaze. Looking at history, very few wars end with the total defeat of one side. Most wars end in a negotiated truce. When most people hope for the war to end, ending it through peace talks might be the most decent result for both sides. You are right. Wars that end in the total defeat of one side only exist in distant history. Since the modern era, no war has been fought to completely annihilate the other side. Regardless of the process, the end of this war must be a peace treaty signed by both sides. But truce negotiations require not only military opportunities but also political factors. As far as current conditions are concerned, neither militarily nor politically are the requirements for a truce met, so this war should continue for a long time. Barris provided his own analysis and judgment. In fact, whether the warring parties can reach a truce depends not only on the current situation but also on whether both sides can agree on the terms of the truce. If the Norman Empire is determined to demand large swaths of territory from Ulst and Wessex, especially those natural barriers with important national defense significance, these two countries would certainly rather fight to the death than accept it. Now, the Norman army has just switched from offense to defense, and the occupied area is basically at its maximum, so the psychological expectation for a truce is certainly something the other side cannot accept. Weiss was well aware of this. His words just now were a futile wish. Unless a miracle happened, it was simply impossible for both sides to reach a truce at this point. Weiss fell silent again. Regarding his cold reaction, these two big shots of the Norman Empire were surprisingly calm and patient. This composure and patience, which exceeded their age, made Weiss feel more and more that they were truly terrifying opponents. Barris picked up the glass in front of him again. After every battle, those who survive should pay tribute to those who died. Today, we should toast to the fallen Norman soldiers, and also pay tribute to the brave guerrilla force fighters. Weiss could not refuse this drink, and the big shots drank the wine in their glasses in one gulp, so he had no choice but to do the same. Two attendants quickly refilled their glasses. Then, Barris raised his glass to Weiss and said, "This cup is to pay tribute to our tenacious opponent." The wine was very strong, but Weiss still drank it in one gulp. Barris's tolerance for alcohol seemed to be exceptionally good. He immediately raised his glass to Ze and said, "This cup is to the heroic sword baron, Ze. You ended this cruel battle with the minimum cost. Well done." Ze quickly raised his glass to respond to Barris. After the two drank, the third heir to the Norman Empire continued, "We have discussed it. Your suggestion is very good, but there is one problem. This group of laborers has a special status. Without a suitable organizer and supervisor, the technical quality cannot be guaranteed. I wonder, if our little Klemperhesen can bravely shoulder this responsibility." "What do you mean?" Weiss turned his gaze to the other party. "Unless otherwise agreed upon when the war ends, the guerrillas and guerrilla supporters who surrendered to us today will all be subjected to at least 3 years of forced labor in the Norman army's labor camp. Given that most of these people are residents of Samsonas and have experience working in the Krumbelhesen factory, they are suitable for military production. However, military production has very high requirements for technology and quality and cannot tolerate any negligence. So, Mr. Klemperhesen, to put it bluntly, I believe only you are qualified for the role of Commander-in-Chief of this special labor camp. If you refuse, then we may very well consider other options." Weiss thought for a moment, "Is this the full requirement?" Barris suddenly laughed, and this laughter made Weiss feel very uncomfortable. At this moment, Alvis said, "A few days ago, I took the time to carefully read the internal publications of Baston Military Academy in recent years and found that the person who defeated me in the war game was not only accomplished in military and political aspects but also a quite talented weapon designer. It is a pity and also fortunate that your technological achievements in weapons were not valued by the Ulst army. We have already had professional engineers test them, and 2 of the technical solutions can be used to improve the existing weapons and equipment of the Norman army. The new Krumbelhesen factory is fully capable of handling this. Improving weapons for the Norman army was essentially no different from directly joining the Norman army." Weiss, of course, could not accept this role of a traitor. He gritted his teeth and said, "What if I refuse?" Alvis did not answer directly but said calmly, "As far as I know, the material supply of some special labor camps is not so stable. If you want to ensure their living conditions, it is best to do it yourself. Do you understand what I mean?" The helplessness and sorrow of the winner takes all were like strong wine spilled on a wound. It was heartbreaking, but he could only endure it. After some difficult weighing, Weiss sighed, "I can accept it, but I have a request. I hope to see Nicola Leopold. If she is willing, we can go to the labor camp together." Her. Barris keenly captured the pronoun Weiss used. He and Alvis exchanged a smile. "Don't underestimate our intelligence capabilities," Alvis said. "We know everything about the dirty things in the upper echelons of the Ulst military and government." This made Weiss feel confused. Alvis did not dwell on this topic but said to Weiss, "Although your request is not excessive, based on some special reasons, we cannot agree for the time being." "What happened to her?" Weiss asked persistently. Alvis did not speak, and this time it was Barris who answered, "She is fine. After returning from the tour of the Norman Empire, she has figured out a lot of things. We believe that it won't be long before she figures everything out and then makes the right choice." Although the alcohol had a slight effect on the stability of his mood, it did not hinder Weiss's concentration. He clearly captured several key points in this sentence: tour of the Norman Empire, figuring things out, and she. Surprised, Weiss probed, "I always thought that war was a war between men, and women should not get involved." "You think so, but you haven't done so. There are quite a few women among the rebels we captured, right?" Alvis threw the question to Ze. Ze hesitated slightly, "About 3 or 4 out of 10. Alvis turned to Weiss, "As far as we know, there are quite a few female pilots in the Federation Army Aviation Unit. Speaking of which, it is on our side that there have never been women in frontline combat troops, and the number of women in auxiliary personnel is also small." On this topic, Weiss was speechless, but through this point, he felt that the Norman Empire's war mobilization mechanism still had weaknesses. It was not surprising that there were few women in frontline troops, but the fact that there were few women in auxiliary personnel meant that a large number of low-intensity jobs were filled by men. Since the Norman Empire's population base was already small, once the war entered a stalemate, their endurance would certainly be the first to have problems. Chapter 37, Lorraine Immortal. Latest update of Iron Soul of Steel. As dinner ended, for Weiss, it was time for the stage of the battle to be completely turned over. The guerrilla warfare he had once been so ambitious about had a fairly good start and had survived round after round of enemy suppression, but it ultimately ended in failure. Returning to the narrow and dark air prison, Weiss was lost in thought, with no one to confide in. He knew clearly that Nicola was on the same warship, and he had so many things to say, so many things to ask, yet he had no opportunity. That night, the Norman warship departed, flying towards an unknown destination. When the morning light shone through the small ventilation window, Weiss was called out by the armed ship crew member on board. He followed them through the dark, winding corridors and arrived at the disembarkation hatch at the very bottom of the warship. Standing before the ramp, he saw a familiar and dear sight. "Long time no see, Samsonas." Outside the warship, a team of neatly uniformed and spirited Norman soldiers stood in formation, waiting. They were not here to welcome 2 big shots, but to escort the newly surrendered commander of the guerrilla force. To Weiss's surprise, the 2 Norman soldiers at the head of the formation had drums hanging on their chests. As the procession began to march into the city, they beat the drums in a monotonous rhythm, and the troops marched to the beat, as if they were musketeers heading to the battlefield in the flintlock era. When this troop entered the city, Weiss suddenly realized that the Normans wanted the residents of Samsonas to come out and see that their beloved guerrilla hero had become a prisoner, and he had returned alone. Look, this is the price of resisting the Norman Empire. The Normans thought that doing this could disintegrate the resistance of the people of Samsonas and trample on their unyielding will. Weiss walked in the ranks without a word, head held high, chest puffed out. When familiar faces appeared on the side of the road, he did not avoid them or dodge. Instead, he took the initiative to meet their gazes, his face calm, nodding slightly, like a warrior heroically facing his death. Summoned by the sound of drums, more and more people gathered by the roadside. At the intersection, those in the back had to stand on tiptoe to see the situation in front. However, compared with the festivals before the war, the popularity of Samsonas had weakened a lot. Along the way, Weiss saw no more than 1,000 people. Even if most people didn't come because it was still early, the current population of Samsonas was only about 10,000, only 1/10 or 2/10 of what it was before the war. The Normans escorted Weiss to the Lorraine military governor's office. This magnificent new building had become a striking landmark in Samsonas, but it probably only left unpleasant memories for the local people. As Weiss entered this fortress-like building, the huge Norman warship took off again, flying over Samsonas towards the southeast. Watching it leave, Ze seemed as if a spell on his body had been lifted, his constrained expression disappeared, and his body movements became lively again. Dismissing the others, Ze walked up to Weiss. Don't overthink it. Now, all our fates are tied together. No matter how reluctant you are, stop the hostilities. If you anger them, not only you, me, and our families, but many others will suffer. We cannot afford this consequence. Weiss raised his hands. Do I need to swear an oath to have these shackles removed? Ze stared into his eyes for a few seconds. I can't read you, Long Cromwell Hyson. You are completely different from who you were in the past. Although I can read you, I would rather not, Weiss retorted. Ze frowned. In this current situation, his heart must be full of contradictions and entanglement, but having made the choice back then, how easy is it to turn back now? What exactly is their intention in detaining Nicola? Although he knew the hope was slim, Weiss still tried to find an answer from Ze. Ze, as expected, did not answer. He paced back and forth with his hands behind his back, and after a while, he stood in front of Weiss again. I think their demands for you are not too excessive. For a period in the future, you will be responsible for organizing production at the Krumblhesen factory. You don't need to manufacture guns or cannons, nor do you need to produce ammunition. Your task is to manufacture specific parts and then modify the equipment they bring in. As long as you can complete the rated quantity tasks, I can help you secure the best possible living conditions and ensure that the sick and wounded receive proper treatment. This is a ridiculous demand. Weiss said angrily, no matter what is produced for them, even if it is ordinary food or medicine, it is indirectly supporting them in fighting against the Federal Army. The reason they are doing this is, first, they want to slowly wear down our fighting spirit, and second, because they lack labor in their own country, they will sooner or later transfer secondary production to the occupied areas. Ze was not surprised at all by what Weiss said, but he became a bit more vigilant towards him. Did I say something wrong? Weiss asked back deliberately. Ze pondered, the Norman Empire does indeed have some shortcomings in manpower and resources, this is the biggest lesson they learned in the last war. Because of this, after defeating Wessex, they adopted a gentle occupation method. Most occupied areas quickly returned to normal production, and in Ulst, they are implementing the same occupation strategy. For our people, exchanging cooperation for a relatively stable life is better than being displaced and starving in the war, right? As he said this, there was a rush of footsteps outside the door. Ze turned around, waiting for the person coming in to say report. He raised his voice and said in the Norman language, what is it? The person who came was a low-ranking Norman officer. He said loudly, report, Governor, some people have gathered outside. Should we disperse them? How many people? About 500, the man replied, and it is still increasing. Oh, I see. Ze waved his hand, signaling the Norman officer to step down. Then, he paced to Weiss's side. I suddenly understand their true intention. The Norman army certainly doesn't lack this bit of equipment, Weiss echoed. In the process of reorganizing the Krumblhesen factory for production, it is not difficult for them to obtain previous technical data. So, my role is like a flag hanging on a flagpole, its symbolic significance is far greater than its actual effect. Right. Then just honestly hang yourself on the flagpole. At least you can save more than 2,000 lives. As Ze said this, he walked to the window. Every window in this fortress-like building was small and used a design similar to a shooting hole, so the view outside was not very ideal. After watching for a while, Ze walked to the door, called his deputy, and ordered him to unlock Weiss's shackles. Let's go. Ze said in the Ulster language, go and see those who regard you as a hero. Tell them that as civilians, they have neither the necessity nor the ability to shoulder the duties of a soldier. When Ze's deputy, a seemingly clever Norman soldier, walked up to Weiss, ready to use the key to open his shackles, Weiss did not cooperate but stepped back. No need to unlock them, just like this, very good. Ze was very surprised. He stared at Weiss, his expression uncertain, and his deputy also cast a look at him, seeking his opinion. After a standoff of at least a minute, Ze gave his deputy a look. The Norman soldier put away the key and turned to walk out. With a grave expression, Ze walked to Weiss's side and whispered, although they have left, their eyes have not left here. Sometimes, I admire those in high positions. Their wisdom is simply not something our class can understand. They are the chess players, and we are the chess pieces. Perhaps, the fate of a chess piece is innate, and all resistance is in vain. Weiss was surprised at Ziyi's passive attitude, but then he thought that the two young big shots had really played a good game of deep strategy. The most orthodox heir of the Klemperhisen family had become their military governor, and the factories and equipment of the Klemperhisen family had been put back into production to serve the Norman army. Now, no matter what he did or how he chose, it would be difficult for the Klemperhisen family, which had hundreds of years of history, to escape its tragic fate. What a tragic fate! Let's go. If I don't go out, they won't disperse with peace of mind, and something might go wrong. Now it was Weiss's turn to take the initiative to suggest. Ziyi did not refuse, but reminded, humiliation and submission or bloodshed, today, you can only choose one. Yesterday, I had already made my choice, Weiss replied. Ziyi glanced at him, then keep your sanity. So, Ziyi in front, Weiss behind, the two walked out of the room, through the cold corridor, and arrived at the door of the governor's office hall. Below the steps, the gathered crowd seemed sparse, but a rough estimate showed that it was far more than 500 people. Ziyi stopped, and Weiss continued to walk a few steps forward, raising his hands high to let the people of Samsonas see the shackles on his hands. People of Samsonas. I am very sorry, I failed to bring you good news of victory. After an arduous resistance, the Lorraine guerrilla fighters you had high hopes for unfortunately lost the key battle. Those who survived, including me, have become prisoners of the Norman army. We will return to the Krumbelhesen factory and use our labor to exchange for the food needed for survival. In the long time to come, we will have only one goal, to live well for those comrades who died. These words no longer had the generosity and boldness of mobilizing the people to support the resistance movement, but only the helpless compromise of a dead end. After these words were finished, the hundreds of Samsonas people present were all dumbfounded. Even if they didn't want to believe everything they saw and heard, reality was reality. Even if we lost the battle and became prisoners of the enemy, even if we gave up resistance and worked silently every day, we will never forget that we are Lorraine people, the immortal Lorraine people. Lorraine immortal. Lorraine immortal. Calls came from the crowd, although not loud enough, although not inspiring enough, it was the unyielding cry of the Lorraine people. Lorraine immortal, the battle continues. Weiss looked up, but tears had already burst out. He didn't remember in which dream he saw himself returning triumphantly, becoming the pride of Samsonas, and accepting the cheers of the people. When he woke up from the dream, he stood here intact, becoming a pitiful loser. In order for his family and many followers to survive, he had to endure humiliation. Chapter 38, Filling the Gap. Long before the Norman army occupied Samsonas, the important equipment and inventory of the Krumbelhesen factory had been evacuated and transferred. During the hostilities, some factory facilities were damaged. In wartime, restoring such a factory to production was no easy task. When Weiss stood before the gates of the Krumbelhesen factory again, a familiar scene greeted him. The factory layout was the same as before, with chimneys standing tall, neat factory buildings, and workers coming and going. It was as if the war was just an illusion, and everything was still as it had been. Ziyi was dressed in a neat Norman uniform, wearing a white helmet, and walked to Weiss's side with his hands behind his back. Although he was dressed as a Norman officer, he was still filled with emotion regarding the changes in the Klemperhesen family. When I left here, I never imagined that the industry of the Klemperhesen family would regain its former glory in your hands. Long Cromwell-Hysen, your performance has truly impressed me. Weiss looked calm, rather than calling it my credit, it's more the power of capital. Without the injection of external funds, the factory wouldn't have been able to expand production lines or purchase new equipment on a large scale, and it wouldn't have been possible to secure large orders from the military. Ziyi patted him on the shoulder. Regardless, you solved a problem that had been troubling me. Thank you. However, if you hadn't left back then, these achievements should have been ours together. And I believe that if you were here, the scale of the factory would be even larger than this. In Weiss's view, although the sense of family honor was not enough to replace Ziyi's longing for status, power, and position, fundamentally, the sense of family honor was the factor that could most influence his stance at the moment, so he said this. Ziyi didn't take the bait, but sighed heavily. The current manager of the factory was a Norman officer with the rank of major. He looked to be in his 40s, approaching 50, and walked with a slight limp, presumably a retired personnel recalled after the war broke out. This man led the way, with several heavily armed Norman soldiers following beside him. Ziyi brought Weiss into the factory area and walked toward the central plaza. Along the way, the workers stopped one after another to pay attention. For the brothers of the Klemperhesen family, many of them were not strangers, but the looks cast at them no longer held the warmth of the past, but were filled with vigilance and even hatred. Factory production is back on track. Once those 2,000 laborers join, the manpower issue will be basically solved. If you can't complete the established task quantity, I won't be able to help you explain it. Ziyi said as they walked. The topic, after all, circled back. The goals they set. Weiss asked. Ziyi retorted, what else? One is a prince of the noble Norman Empire, and the other is a general commanding hundreds of thousands of troops. It is mind-boggling that they would issue direct orders for the production tasks of such a factory. Weiss said with a sneer. I was also very surprised. The only reasonable explanation is, they are very interested in you, pay close attention to you, and hope to test you and win you over in some way until you are truly used by them. When Ze said this, there was a faint hint of envy. Even if he was really being targeted by big shots of the Norman Empire, Weiss felt no joy, but rather deep disgust. What Ze pursued and craved was something he had once admired and longed for, but since he was born in Ulst and raised in Ulst, and chose to serve the Federal Army, he took pride in loyalty and shame in betrayal. Unless he suffered a great injustice or was ruthlessly abandoned, he would not consider changing allegiances. Therefore, he said dismissively, forget it. This planet doesn't revolve around any one person. No matter who is missing, the world won't be destroyed, everything will continue as usual. Ze glared at him, subconsciously wanting to correct him, but thinking that this was in Lorraine, in the Crumble-Hessen factory, and not in a public place in the Norman Empire, he ultimately didn't reprimand him. Next to the factory's central plaza was an office building where the manager's office and the broadcast room were located. When the group arrived at the central plaza, the factory manager leading the way, that elderly Norman officer shouted to his subordinates, "Play military music." The sound of the Norman army's military music immediately came from the loudspeakers. The workers stopped working one after another and gathered at the entrances of the various factory buildings. After asking Ze for instructions, this major with a slight leg problem walked into the broadcast room. His awkward Ulster language came from the speaker, "Attention. Attention. All personnel of the Crumble-Hessen factory, pay attention. According to the appointment order signed by the Lorraine military governor of the Norman Empire, starting from today, the production operations of the Crumble-Hessen factory will be responsible by a member of the Klemper-Hessen family. You are familiar with Mr. Long Cromwell-Hessen. All personnel, except for factory guards, must unconditionally obey his instructions and must not have any resistance. It must be emphasized that starting from this week, if the weekly production quota is met, the full ration will be issued. If it cannot be met, the ration will be halved. The team with the lowest output and the most defective products will be issued 1/3. If the standard is not met for 2 consecutive weeks, the ration will be issued at 1/3 for all, and the team with the lowest output and the most defective products will be sent to the labor camp with the worst conditions. If the standard is not met for 3 consecutive weeks, someone will pay a heavier price. Therefore, I hope you cherish the opportunity we provide you. This speech clearly placed Weiss in the position of a scapegoat. So when Ze asked him, "Do you want to say a few words to your old friends?" he firmly refused. Weiss's lack of cooperation made Ze somewhat unhappy. He lifted his chin and said in a business-like tone, "Remember, whether the output meets the standard determines the food ration for all workers next week. Whether to work on a full stomach or work on an empty stomach, you handle it yourself. If the workers are hungry, don't expect them to be able to manufacture qualified products." Weiss reminded him bluntly. The brotherly warmth from just a moment ago was like a rainbow after rain, seemingly beautiful, but disappearing in the blink of an eye. Ze left behind the sentence, "Now, this is something you need to worry about, not me," and left with a straight face. When they arrived at the factory, Ze had accompanied Weiss from the main gate to here. When he left, he got into a car directly at the central plaza of the factory and drove away. After watching this military governor leave, the former manager of the factory now only responsible for guard and security work, the limping major brought Weiss to the office next to the broadcast room in a relatively polite manner. "According to the orders of the Lorraine military governor Lord Sword Baron Skala, from now on, this is your office. The organization of factory production is now officially handed over to you." This Norman major's Ulster language was not only poorly pronounced but also had terrible grammar. After finishing, he pulled a document from the file rack on the corner of the table and handed it to Weiss. "This is the factory's task list. This week's work is to produce 1,400 G-type parts and 350 L-type parts. No matter how much equipment is sent, the modification work must be completed. Inside are also the technical drawings for these 2 types of parts. Oh, by the way, I heard they originated from your design, the genius designer of the Klemper-Hessen family." Weiss glanced at the major and took the file folder from his hand. Sure enough, the so-called G-type parts were hydraulic buffers designed for single-barreled autocannons and small-caliber artillery, which served to improve the firing accuracy and speed of the weapons. The L-type parts were 4-wheeled towed gun carriages designed for medium and large-caliber anti-aircraft guns, which served to improve the movement speed and off-road capability of the gun carriages. These 2 pieces of equipment indeed came from the technical papers Weiss submitted at the Baston Military Academy, which were eventually published in the Academy's internal journal. The original intention of writing these 2 papers was not to bring revolutionary progress in weapon technology to the Federal Army. It was even somewhat ridiculous at the time. In order to get excellent grades in the Ordnance Technology course with Nicola, Weiss used his own advantages to come up with these 2 weapon improvement plans that did have some practical significance. At first, they did not attract the interest of the Federal Army. Later, Weiss cooperated deeply with the fat vice president of the Grumman Group, whose private industry involved various artillery, so Weiss gave these 2 improvement designs that could enhance the efficiency of active equipment for free. The fat vice president's factory successfully trial-produced samples and recommended them to the senior officers in charge of armament technology. If it weren't for the signs of war becoming more and more obvious, the Federal Army began to comprehensively strengthen combat readiness. The senior officers responsible for armament production hoped to obtain as many mature equipment as possible, and the senior officers in charge of military training also believed that what the Army needed most were weapons that were easy to learn and simple to use. These 2 designs that could effectively improve the efficiency of existing equipment would have a good chance of being adopted by the military. Things are often blooming inside the wall but fragrant outside. The improvement designs that the Federal Army eventually shelved were accidentally obtained by the Normans and quickly put into practice. Old equipment plus new parts usually have a higher cost-performance ratio than producing new equipment, and the time required is relatively short. However, how much the actual combat effectiveness can be improved depends on the improvement potential of the weapon equipment itself and the degree of fit between the two. In Weiss's view, the Norman's discerning eye was fundamentally an adaptation strategy caused by changes in the battlefield situation when the Norman fleet was rampant in the sky. The Norman army's ground anti-aircraft troops did not have an urgent need to improve anti-aircraft weapons. But now, the Norman fleet was in a sorry state under the powerful suppression of the Federal Army fighter aircraft, and the Norman army, which could not get air protection, had to fight against Federal Army fighter aircraft alone, making the importance of anti-aircraft weapons increasingly prominent. Weiss had little experience in purely organizing production, but factory production organization has a lot in common with the logistics and supply of the army. Whether the production tasks assigned by the Normans can be completed depends not only on the efficiency of the workers, but also on the production capacity and arrangement of machinery and equipment, the quality and quantity of materials, etc. However, when he asked his predecessor for various data on factory production, he was met with prevarication. The ridiculous thing was that this limping major actually refused to provide him with the roster of factory personnel for safety reasons, and refused to tell him the statistics on the gender, age, and health status of the employees. Weiss was fuming inside but couldn't lash out, so he said, "Within the walls of this factory, I still have the most basic freedom, right?" The major thought for a moment. "As long as you don't do dangerous things, including inciting workers linguistically, you can go wherever you want within this factory. Of course, to ensure your safety, as long as you step out of this room, my guards will accompany you throughout. I hope you can understand." "What if I understand, and what if I don't?" Weiss asked irritably. The major seemed not to understand this sentence and didn't respond at all. Chapter 39, There is an organization here. There was no choice, no selection. Nominally, he was the production organizer of the Crumble-Hessen factory. Even if not the CEO, he could be considered the production director. Yet, even his most basic personal freedom was restricted. Norman soldiers followed him everywhere. Without an order from the Lorraine military governor, he couldn't dream of stepping a foot outside the factory area. Life back at the Crumble-Hessen factory began just like that. The factory operated on a 3-shift system. From morning to night, the machines never stopped, and production never ceased. It was very busy. Weiss soon discovered that the Normans were not only using the production facilities here to manufacture the 2 types of components used to improve the performance of active equipment, but were also secretly organizing the production of 1.4 PIR caliber bolt-action rifles. To his questioning, Ze's reply was very frank. These firearms were provided to the local security forces and police departments in Lorraine. Not even one would fall into the hands of a Norman soldier. Moreover, Lorraine's local security forces and police personnel could not be sent to the front lines to fight against the Federal Army. Therefore, what he had said initially was not deceiving Weiss. Today, the Crumble-Hessen factory, indeed, did not provide the Norman army with weapons and ammunition directly used for combat. Weiss did not buy Ze's explanation, but he had no choice but to accept the reality. After all, those civilians who had followed the resistance armed forces and migrated from place to place had already been escorted back to Somme zonas. Whether they could obtain sufficient living supplies and medical care was directly linked to the production results of the Crumble-Hessen factory. In other words, if the factory stopped production or the equipment was damaged, and the output did not meet the requirements of the Normans, those 2,000 exhausted and destitute non-combatant prisoners would bear the brunt of it, and the factory workers would also suffer. Given the current situation, this would only lead to a vicious cycle and result in an unmanageable outcome. Weiss's forbearance did not mean he was helpless. Under the guise of organizing production, he walked through every corner of the factory every day, engraving the configuration of equipment and personnel into his mind. Counting the 2,000 or so people who returned to the factory as forced laborers, there were now over 4,000 workers. The ratio of men to women was close to 1 to 1, but among the males, the elderly and the young were the majority, with very few able-bodied young men. The females were mainly middle-aged and young, plus a small number of girls nearing adulthood, with almost no elderly women. Judging from their proficiency in operating the machinery, the overall level of male and female workers was quite similar, with an efficiency of about 40 to 50% of qualified, skilled workers before the war. In terms of labor efficiency and quality, even before the forced laborers joined, completing the tasks assigned by the Normans would have been more than enough. Obviously, the factors restricting production were not the people, but the machinery and raw materials. Weiss examined carefully and pondered repeatedly, gaining a quantitative grasp of the problem. The Crumble-Hessen factory had originally purchased modern casting, stamping, boring, and welding equipment to mass-produce new firearms and small-caliber autocannons, forming multiple assembly lines. If these devices were intact, they could cope with producing bolt-action rifles, as well as manufacturing hydraulic buffers for small-caliber artillery and 4-wheeled carriages for large and medium-sized artillery. However, before the Norman army occupied Somme zonas, Weiss had organized reserve troops and factory personnel to disassemble and transfer the factory equipment, and they had moved it multiple times during the resistance movement. Due to limited disassembly and transport conditions, and because the resistance fighters had consciously destroyed some important equipment that could not be taken away when attacked by the Norman army, these various reasons led to the current incomplete production lines at the Crumble-Hessen factory. Some processing steps had to be done manually, which affected efficiency and quality. Regarding materials, although the Normans tried their best to guarantee them, wartime supplies inherently had various congenital deficiencies, especially the severe shortage of copper parts and rubber tires, which became the biggest bottleneck restricting production. According to what Weiss learned from the workers, the Normans sent a flight transport ship every week to bring in weapons to be modified, take away the modified equipment, and incidentally bring various materials that could not be self-sufficient in Lorraine. When they were lucky, they would bring refined copper ingots and tires of specified specifications, but in most cases, they brought piles of scrap metal. When encountering this situation, the workers had to act as garbage sorters, throwing copper products into the furnace to melt, and then casting them into the parts they needed. As for tires, the Normans also knew that waste products could not be used, so they asked the factory to find substitutes by any means necessary. As a result, the workers sometimes had to spend extra time preparing raw materials, causing the factory's weekly output to be very unstable. In view of this, many workers even suggested returning to their old trade, producing firearms of the Norman army's standard specifications in exchange for stable food supplies, and then finding ways to tamper with the weapons produced by the factory, which would be equivalent to indirectly supporting the Federal Army's combat, killing two birds with one stone. Although the workers' proposal had its merits, after consideration and weighing, Weiss decided to maintain the current production direction focusing on auxiliary equipment, while manufacturing a small number of old-fashioned rifles to supply Lorraine's security and police personnel. Doing so could avoid the risk of the factory being forcibly taken over by the Normans and minimize the factory's contribution to the enemy's war machine as much as possible. To stabilize production and keep everyone from going hungry, Weiss thought of some practical methods. The first was scientific coordination of production, for example, sending more able-bodied young laborers to the casting workshop, keeping casting production running at full capacity for several days, and concentrating on manufacturing a batch of copper parts sufficient for 2 or 3 weeks. After the raw materials were used up, these young laborers would be transferred to the stamping and welding production lines in a timely manner. The second was to reasonably allocate shifts, arranging the physically weaker elderly and young to the night shift, and correspondingly reducing the intensity of night production, improving production quality through the relative concentration of daytime production without reducing overall efficiency. In addition to these internal adjustments and reallocation methods, Weiss also tried every means to use external forces to solve the problem at his request. ZE agreed to carry out operations within his jurisdiction, with the security team and police collecting various usable copper products and serviceable rubber tires to send to the factory. Although these actions only started to take effect in the second week, under Weiss's flexible scheduling, the Krumble-Hessen factory actually met its production tasks for 3 consecutive weeks, allowing those fellow countrymen who had followed the resistance armed forces without hesitation to get through the initial difficulties. Although the Krumble-Hessen factory was operating under the control of the Norman army, Weiss's actions still won him the recognition of most of the factory workers and his former followers. As time passed, the Norman guards at the factory saw that Weiss was dedicated to organizing production and that his work was highly effective. They also received praise from their superiors, so they relaxed their supervision of him slightly, at least not following him around man-to-man as they did at the beginning. When Weiss was checking the machines in the workshop, the Norman soldier responsible for watching him just stood at the workshop entrance. If workers talked to him, as long as it wasn't for a long time and their behavior and expressions were normal, the Normans would no longer frequently step in to interfere. As an important initiator of the Lorraine resistance movement, Weiss could have used his reputation to organize a secret resistance movement among the workers. But having just experienced the failure of armed resistance and reaching the lowest point of his life, he did not act in haste. Instead, after work every day, he constantly reflected on the reasons for the failure and calmly and cautiously thought about the way forward, until one day, an elderly worker slipped him a note, like a stone thrown into water, sending ripples across the calm surface. In the dead of night, Weiss pulled the crumpled note from the lining of his sleeve and read the words on the note by the light of a flashlight: "Lorraine is immortal, the battle never ends. The hero returns, reborn from the ashes. Loyalty can be witnessed, time waits for no one. Workers' Resistance Alliance." That night, although Weiss had many dreams, he slept more easily than ever before. The next day, at the place where he received the note the day before, under the guise of tying his shoelaces, he stuffed a note under the machine and nodded to the elderly worker who was watching him not far away. The note read: "To the Workers' Resistance Alliance, thank you for your encouragement. The enemy is still strong now, and we must wait for an opportunity. Lorraine guerrilla fighters." Since then, Weiss communicated with the secret resistance organization every day through small notes. The Krumble-Hessen factory, under the direct control of the Norman army, had workers that could be roughly divided into 2 categories. One was the prisoners and laborers who had lost their freedom, and the other was the citizens recruited from the local area. The former were strictly guarded, lived and ate in the factory, and had no extra salary, while the latter, although they could not leave some zones without authorization, were not restricted within the range set by the Normans, and their work could be used to support their families. Because of this characteristic, the factory was not completely isolated from the outside world. Even the workers who had lost their freedom had the opportunity to obtain some information from the outside from other workers. It was through the Workers' Resistance Alliance that Weiss learned that in the months since he had become a prisoner, the Norman army and the Federal army had been fighting inextricably on the front lines, and what was encouraging was that the Federal army's counterattack momentum was still continuing. Its front line was constantly moving westward, gradually approaching Lorraine. Following this trend, the restoration of Lorraine was just around the corner. Having experienced the cruelty and dangers of war, Weiss was not as optimistic as the civilians, especially after hearing what Prince Barras and General Sidlitz had said on the Norman warship that day. The Norman army seemed to have a strategy to reverse the situation, and this duel had a great deal to do with Lorraine. Thinking of this, Weiss could not help but feel some regret. If he had positioned his role low enough before, instead of exposing the strength of the Lorraine guerrilla fighters too early, and bringing about the all-out attack of the Norman army because of his sharp edge, he could have used the intelligence reconnaissance role of the resistance organization at this time. The only thing to be thankful for was that the Lorraine guerrilla fighters were not completely wiped out in the final camp battle. More than 100 fighters were dispersed and evacuated, and even if they suffered losses during the retreat, the sparks were still preserved. In addition, Intelligence Officer Brooks and the Resistance Organization intelligence personnel he trained did not participate in that battle. As long as they were careful enough, they should be able to escape the Norman army's manhunt. These two forces, along with other resistance organizations in the Lorraine region, still had a chance to find out the enemy situation and pass important intelligence to the Federal Army, allowing them to make preparations early. Chapter 40, The Integrity of the Old Lord. On a sunny evening, beside the central square of the Krumblhesen factory, Weiss was wearing his usual brown work clothes, hands clasped in front of him, watching the workers changing shifts with a calm and kind gaze. Major Furl, the Norman officer in charge of factory security, kept his head high and his hands behind his back, looking at the workers moving within his line of sight with a distinctly cold, indifferent expression. When the shift change ended, the Norman soldier closed the factory gate as usual, but shortly after, they quickly opened it again. A yellow-green camouflage sedan drove into the factory area and headed straight for the central square. Before the car even stopped, Major Furl had shed his previous arrogance and was facing the car in a standard military posture. After the sedan stopped, the orderly of Ze Klemperhesen got out of the passenger seat and walked quickly to Major Furl, exchanging a few words in the Norman language. The limping major nodded somewhat reluctantly, and the orderly then said to Weiss, "Get in the car." Weiss, neither happy nor sad, unhurriedly approached the sedan, opened the door himself, and sat in the empty back seat. As the sedan drove out of the factory area, the orderly of Ze Klemperhesen turned back from the passenger seat. "The governor has already headed to Krumblhesen Castle." Weiss nodded without replying. Since returning to Samsonas, he had been confined to the Krumblhesen factory. Ze Klemperhesen hadn't come to the factory again, but they had spoken on the phone every 3 to 5 days, though the conversations were mostly about official business, only occasionally mentioning the family's situation. Today was the birthday of the Lord, and Ze Klemperhesen had informed him in advance that he was permitted to leave the factory tonight to reunite with his family. As the sedan drove along the mountain road leading to the Krumblhesen factory, a biplane flew in from the northeast. Weiss squinted, and sure enough, it was a Federal Army fighter aircraft, and it was clearly carrying heavy weaponry. The upper limit of its attack power was equivalent to a second-class frigate. This biplane schemed lightly over the Samsonas urban area, leaving the sparse anti-aircraft fire behind, and then circled near the city, clearly scouting the deployment of the Norman army. Before the plane could get close, the orderly of Ze Klemperhesen had the driver pull the car to the side of the road. The area was rugged with rocks and sparse vegetation, with only the occasional tree or bush, which was not enough to conceal the car. The orderly drew his pistol from its holster and shouted at Weiss in the Ulster language, "Get out of the car and lie on the ground." Weiss could recognize the identity of the fighter aircraft, but the pilot wouldn't know there were his own people in the car. He might see this sedan looking like a Norman officer's vehicle and drop a bomb. So, he quickly got out of the car, ran a dozen meters away with the driver and the orderly, and lay on the ground. The roar of the plane's engine grew closer. Looking up, he saw the white fighter aircraft skim overhead at low altitude. It didn't fire at first, but a moment later, it circled back, and this time it ruthlessly strafed with its machine gun, shattering the sedan's windows instantly. Under the threat of the Federal Army fighter aircraft, the driver and the orderly lay tightly on the ground, not daring to move. With Weiss's battlefield experience and close quarters combat ability, this was originally a good opportunity to seize a gun and fight back, or at least take the chance to slip away, but he hesitated and ultimately didn't make a move. A car whose occupants had already fled obviously didn't hold much attraction for the Federal Army fighter aircraft pilot. After the strafing run, it didn't turn back but instead made a return strike toward the Samsonas urban area. About 2 minutes later, a loud explosion came from the direction of the city. The Federal Army fighter aircraft quickly flew out of sight, and Weiss climbed up unhurriedly. The scattered anti-aircraft fire had already ceased. In the sunset, a plume of black smoke billowed up. Judging from the direction, the bomb's impact point was either at the Krumblhesen factory or not far from it. There were Norman Army anti-aircraft positions deployed near the factory, as well as a barracks and training ground, all of which were potential bombing targets for the Federal Army fighter aircraft. "Is the car still usable?" the orderly asked the driver in the Norman language. Weiss could, of course, understand it too. The driver got into the car and tried it. The sedan could actually still start. Weiss walked over and took a closer look. Apart from the windshield, the roof and the left door had also been hit by bullets. Its aesthetics and weather shielding functionality were compromised, but it shouldn't be a big problem to repair. The sedan was barely usable, and the orderly seemed to heave a sigh of relief. He turned to look at Weiss and holstered his pistol, seemingly satisfied that Weiss hadn't taken the opportunity to escape. His tone was noticeably more polite. "Please get in." Weiss sat in the sedan without a word, his thoughts shifting from the longing for a reunion with his family to what had just happened. That Federal Army fighter aircraft was carrying a very powerful bomb and had lingered near Samsonas for quite a while, which meant the flight distance from its airfield to here couldn't be very far. The Federal Army's front line might have already advanced into Lorraine. Ever since the Ulster fleet was annihilated by us, they can only rely on these crude aircraft to fight us. What's the point? This is the era of the flying fleet, the driver muttered in the Norman language. The orderly was still in the passenger seat. He glanced at Weiss and replied in the Norman language, "Don't underestimate these aircraft. They don't need star source stone, so they aren't limited by star source stone production. As long as there is enough steel and wood, you can produce as many as you want. These things don't have strong individual attack power, but when there are many of them, they can threaten our warships. They just don't dare to fight us head-on. The driver's words were full of disdain. In contrast, the orderly's thinking was much more pragmatic, give it a rest. Head-on battles only exist in nightly stories. As long as you can win, who cares about the method? When the sedan arrived at Krumbeheisen Castle, the sunset clouds on the horizon were as red as fire. For those who hadn't experienced the hardships of war, this natural scene was beautiful and spectacular, but for those who had participated in battles and seen many bloody scenes, this scene inevitably evoked memories they didn't want to touch. The crystal chandelier in the castle hall was already lit. Although there was no music, the air was filled with the alluring aroma of food and faint sounds of conversation. Suddenly feeling the taste of home, Weiss felt a lump in his throat. If there were no separations, if there were no flames of war, and everything was the same as before, how happy it would be. Before Weiss could walk into the castle, a not-so-familiar figure appeared at the hall entrance. You were attacked by enemy planes on the way. This was the voice of Ze Klemperhiesen, calm as always, seemingly without any hint of worry. Sorry, to me, it wasn't an enemy plane, but a combat aircraft of my own side. Weiss corrected him without hesitation. Ze Klemperhiesen was caught off guard and was momentarily speechless. The Norman soldier following Weiss quickly reported in the Norman language, Sword Baron Lorraine military governor, we were indeed attacked by enemy planes on the way. The car was hit by bullets, the glass was broken, and the roof and doors were pierced. Fortunately, we got out of the car and took cover, so no one was injured. This reminds us that the war is ongoing, and we must not let our guard down at any time, Ze Klemperhiesen said in an instructive tone. Yes, I will follow your instructions, the orderly replied. Stay here and wait. Without my summons, you are not to enter without permission. Leaving this instruction, Ze Klemperhiesen turned and walked into the hall with Weiss. Compared to the last time Weiss came to meet Ze Klemperhiesen alone, the furnishings in the castle hall didn't seem to have changed much, but the feeling was very different at this moment. Their family was sitting on the sofa in the hall, the Lord and Lady, and Bella. The separation from the Lord and Lady had only been a month, and the last time he saw Bella was more than a month ago at the fall of Secret Camp No. 4. There was no wailing or tearful words upon the family reunion, they just walked to each other silently, hugged silently, and were reluctant to separate for a long time. All right, you must all be hungry. Dinner is ready, let's go to the dining room. The lady broke the silence first. So, Weiss and Bella supported the Lord on the left and right and walked toward the dining room. Ze Klemperhiesen was left behind, but he wasn't alone. The lady held his arm tightly, as if she were afraid of losing her eldest son again. For a mother, no stance or status was important, the well-being of her children surpassed everything. The five of them arrived at the dining table and sat in their accustomed seats. Weiss then noticed that the seat of Ze Klemperhiesen had always been reserved for him. Strange servants brought them steaming hot food. The dishes and style were much the same as what Weiss had eaten here in the past. Ze Klemperhiesen uncorked the wine bottle, poured wine for everyone himself, and said, Tonight, we have no camps, no differences in status, and we won't talk about things outside. We are just an ordinary family, having an ordinary dinner. No one responded to this, but no one raised an objection either. Today is your birthday, my beloved father, Ze Klemperhiesen raised his glass and said, I know that no gift can change your view of me, and no matter how the gift came about, you wouldn't accept it, so. I have no choice but to give you a special birthday gift, a promise, no matter what happens, as long as it is possible, I will try my best to preserve the Krumbeheisen factory and let your life's work continue. The Lord didn't look him in the eye but gave a cold snort. In the view of this old gentleman, family honor was inseparable from loyalty to the country. For hundreds of years, the Klemperhiesen family had served Ulst. Even if Lorraine fell, they would rather close the factory and seal the machines than compromise with the enemy. And this time, Ze Klemperhiesen had not only betrayed Ulst but had also become an invader and occupier. Given the Lord's temperament, the fact that he was allowed in the door and allowed to sit at the dinner table was probably out of the lady's love for her son. Not being well received by the Lord, Ze Klemperhiesen had no temper. He sulkily drank a glass, poured himself some wine, and raised his glass again. Anyway, it is not easy for our family to sit together today. Who can predict what will happen in the future? Just for tonight, just for this moment, let us toast together, not for anything else, just because we are a family. However, no one at the table raised their glass, not even the lady, who just looked at the Lord with expectant eyes. The Lord kept a straight face, frowned, and remained silent for a long time before looking at his resurrected eldest son with sharp eyes, saying word by word, a family should be united against the outside world, supporting and helping each other. Even if we are reduced to the lowest level of society, hungry and cold, we cannot lose our dignity and integrity. Otherwise, even if the entire Lorraine becomes the family's property, what is the meaning of it? Chapter 41, The Way Out. The fastest update to the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. Although the atmosphere of this family dinner was somewhat strange, no one left early. In times of war, food was precious, and 7 or 8/10 of the dishes on the table were eventually finished. In the latter half of the gathering, the ladies' chatter became the main theme. The men didn't say much, but they drank quite a bit of wine. Because of the current special circumstances, Weiss was unable to prepare even the simplest birthday gift for the Lord. In fact, for over a year, the Lord and Lady, along with Bella, had steadfastly followed the resistance organization as they moved from place to place without a single word of complaint. The hard years had aged the already elderly Lord significantly, and the once fair-skinned and round-faced lady had also become quite haggard, which always left Weiss with a lingering sense of guilt in his heart. Regarding Weiss's apology, the Lord waved his hand and said meaningfully, "To have you all sitting here, whole, healthy, and safe, is the best gift for me." After dinner, Ze had originally intended to have an orderly send Weiss back to the Crumble-Hessen factory, but his car was damaged. Driving on mountain roads at night without a front windshield would not only be bone-chillingly cold but also unsafe. Thus, Ze personally called Major Furl to explain the situation, promising to send the Klemper-Hessen family's special gentleman back the next morning. This allowed Weiss to spend a night in his long-lost home. Ze, of course, did not know that allowing Weiss to stay overnight at the castle actually gave him a perfect opportunity to escape. Relying on his human radar, Weiss could precisely locate the surrounding guards at night even with a full company of soldiers stationed around the castle. As long as there were no complete barbed wire barriers or minefields, Weiss could take advantage of the dead of night and the sentry rotations to quietly slip away. While bathing, Weiss had already gone over the escape route and subsequent arrangements in his mind. However, when he came out after washing up, he was shocked to find Ze sitting at his desk. "Do you mind if I stay here tonight?" Weiss gave a cold smile. "What, worried I'll run away?" "That is one of the reasons." Ze actually didn't deny it. "And the other reasons?" "A late-night chat about brotherly affection." "That is the second reason." Weiss thought for a moment. "You're not still thinking of persuading me to serve the Normans, are you?" "That's not in tonight's plan. I wouldn't want to be driven out in the middle of the night by father waving his cane." A smile finally appeared on Ze's face, though it was only a self-deprecating one. "Oh, come on, you'd be afraid." Weiss snorted. Ze replied, "What if I am afraid, and what if I'm not? What must be faced still has to be faced, doesn't it?" Weiss walked to the desk. "There are only the two of us here, there shouldn't be any listening devices, right?" Ze looked at him, and the expression of disdain on his face clearly gave Weiss a definitive answer, "Of course not." "Then we might as well have an honest talk," Weiss suggested. Ze spread his hands. "Fine. Have you thought about the future?" Weiss asked. "If the Norman Empire wins, what will you do? If the Norman Empire loses, what will you do then?" Ze did not answer but instead asked back, "What are you trying to say?" "I want to hear your plan for the rest of your life," Weiss answered. Ze frowned. "Can we not talk about this?" "Why not talk about it?" Weiss countered. "Is it because you have no plan, or because your plan wouldn't be accepted or forgiven by the family?" Ze was silent for a while, then sighed. "Regardless of whether the Norman Empire wins or loses, many things are not for me to decide, and unfortunately, I have already been drawn into the power struggle of the Hohenstaufen imperial family. My future depends largely on whether the person I serve can reach the pinnacle of power. Actually, the less you know about these things, the better. Every country, whether centralized or democratic, monarchical or republican, has its power struggles." This was not surprising at all. Weiss put himself in Ze's shoes and could only sigh as well. The fate of a chess piece. Speaking rationally, the Norman Empire has a better chance of winning this war because, from the perspective of the decisive factors of war, it possesses significant advantages in most aspects. Wessex has been crushed, and Ulst has been in its dark period these past few years. If the Norman Empire wins the war and the person I serve wins the power struggle, all my dreams can be realized, and I will have the ability to fulfill my promises to protect you and protect Lorraine." Weiss pondered these words for a moment and was suddenly struck with shock. "They promised you the golden crown of the Kingdom of Lorraine." Ze stared straight at Weiss. "Did you deduce that?" This rhetorical question seemed to be an admission of Weiss's deduction. The terrible temptation of a golden crown was something the person involved might be deeply mired in, unable to extricate themselves. Weiss quickly advised, "The vast majority of Lorraine people have no interest in independence, they are proud to be part of the Ulster Free Federation. The Kingdom of Lorraine the Normans promised you, even if established with their help, would not gain the support of the Lorraine populace because it violates the freedom we believe in. Besides, the pride of the Klemper-Hessen family lies in its manufacturing and its contributions, it has nothing to do with politics or power." Ze was somewhat angry. He lowered his voice and said forcefully, "That's because it had no political advantage and never had the chance to touch power. Look at those prestigious families, their peak was when a member became a prominent political or military figure. Moreover, ordinary noble families only have a peak period of 2 or 3 generations, but if one becomes a royal family, it could last for many generations." Having said that, his tone shifted. As long as I can succeed, your talents can also be fully utilized without being suppressed or insulted by the old nobility. In the past, though you were lazy and casual, once your potential is unleashed, you are at least not inferior to me in military matters. Think about it, if the two of us join forces, there is a great chance for the true rise of the Klemper-Hessen family." Weiss was no saint, but he had no ambition for power. However, exploring the history of 2 spacetimes and 2 trajectories, the independence of Lorraine was undesirable. Seeing Ze so obsessed, he decided to pour cold water on him. "From your perspective, the Norman Empire has the victory in its grasp, but from my perspective, the hope of the Norman Empire winning is actually very small. The Ulster-Wessex allied forces have already endured the most difficult period and are now working hard to turn the tide of the war. Think about it, the current Ulster and Wessex armies are in a position of fighting with their backs to the wall, their morale is firm, and they are fully committed. Meanwhile, the current Norman army has had its will numbed by existing victories, even putting a large part of its energy into fighting over the fruits of victory. If this continues, in maybe a year, or maybe half a year, the offensive and defensive positions of the war will completely reverse. This bucket of cold water indeed caused Ziyi's state of mind to gradually cool down from his recent fanaticism. He frowned and thought for a while, then asked, from your perspective, the current Norman army has already begun to show obvious degradation compared to the early stages of the war. When was the last time the Norman army won a significant victory on the battlefield? It seems it was still back at AO City. Weiss countered. Ziyi's frown deepened. Weiss took the opportunity to probe. They are hoping to turn the tide of the battle in Lorraine and have made precise deployments for this, right? Ziyi was noncommittal and watched Weiss intently. While carefully guarding against the other's counter-tactics, Weiss tried every means to shake his stance. Do you think that by defeating the Lorraine guerrilla force, you've eliminated the threat from behind the front lines? In Lorraine, or even in any state of Ulst, as long as there are residents alive, you are in the role of invaders and will be punished as invaders militarily. According to wargaming rules, that's at least a 30% reduction in combat power, and on a real battlefield, the proportion is probably even higher than that. Although I'm not clear on what your specific deployments in Lorraine are, my intuition tells me that in this campaign, you won't be able to achieve your intended goals. At best, you'll block the Federation army from reclaiming Lorraine, and you will also exhaust the strength to launch a new offensive during the campaign. Ziyi tapped his fingers lightly on the table, which seemed to be his habitual movement when entering deep thought. After a long while, he spoke, the Battle of Lorraine will begin very soon. Whether the situation develops as you predict or follows the direction we've envisioned will be clear before long. If you are right, I will carefully consider your suggestion. However, if we win a decisive victory, I hope you will set aside your outdated liberal ideas, consider the future of the family, and fight alongside me. The Norman army had indeed made key deployments in Lorraine. I must find a way to get this intelligence out so the Federation army can prepare early. If the Normans invest heavy troops in Lorraine, it's a perfect chance to deal them a heavy blow and consolidate the results of the counter-offensive. Weiss thought to himself. Until then, you can only continue to stay at the factory under strict supervision, unable to have any contact with the outside world. This is their intention. Ziyi admitted somewhat reluctantly. Everything was under their control, in many ways, his own role was no different from that of a chess piece. Don't worry, I promised you this. As long as our family and fellow townspeople are not harmed, I can give my life. By comparison, what does this kind of forced labor matter now? Weiss used the first sentence to lower the other's guard and the second to probe for military intelligence, but there's one thing I'm curious about. Look, on the way back from the factory today, that Federal Army fighter aircraft performed reconnaissance and attacks almost unhindered, and you had no way to deal with it. Without air superiority, how could you possibly turn the tide in Lorraine? Regarding that, you're lucky, you'll see the answer with your own eyes tomorrow morning. But I must warn you, do not attempt to send this news out. That would not only harm you but also kill many people, Ziyi said with a serious face. Tomorrow morning? In that case, the Norman army's aerial deployment would be in place by tomorrow morning. If it were warships, anyone could see them, and there would be no need for him to pass on the news. So, what was the answer? A new type of ground anti-aircraft gun? No matter how strong an anti-aircraft gun was, it could only be used for passive defense and not for seizing air superiority. There seemed to be only one logical possibility for the answer, the Normans had also begun mass-producing airplanes. The next morning, while lying in bed, Weiss indeed heard bursts of mechanical roaring. The noise was so loud it was as if the castle were situated right next to an airfield. Walking to the window to look, whoa. The open ground to the north of the castle had actually become a temporary airfield. What was going on? Chapter 42, The Normans' Layout. The fastest update for the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. The eagles of the Empire have already begun to spread their wings and fly high. A camp bed was placed near the door of the bedroom. Ziyi lay on the bed, hands pillowed behind his head, staring at the ceiling. The words came from his mouth, flat yet seemingly carrying a hint of pride. Weiss stood by the window, silently watching the open ground that had been bustling since early morning. That place was originally the Klemper-Heisen family's horse racing track, and it was also the largest and flattest piece of grassland in this mountainous region. Before Lorraine fell, although the Federal Army had strengthened the military forces here, the Normans were surging south from the north at that time. To stabilize the front lines, the Federal Army constantly drew troops from various locations, and the garrison defending Lorraine always fell far short of expected levels. Furthermore, all of the Federal Army's air power was concentrated to combat the powerful Norman fleet. There were hardly any warships or planes stationed in all of Lorraine, so this flat grassland had never served much of a purpose. Later, the Norman army broke through the western line and invaded Lorraine at a very high speed, and the Federal Army lost Lorraine almost at the point of collapse. When the Ulstian resistance in Lorraine shifted from the front lines to the underground, that grassland remained just a piece of grassland. Now, however, it was in the hands of the Normans and had been given a new role. The roar in the early morning came from those planes appearing on the grassland. Their fuselages and wings were covered in dark canvas, and the propellers were painted black, making them look like a flock of fierce vultures. From their silhouettes, these Norman planes were largely identical to the Federal Army fighter aircraft, front-mounted engines, biplane construction, cross-shaped tail fins, landing gear with 2 in the front and 1 in the back, and machine guns placed above the open cockpit with the muzzles rising above the upper wing. Clearly, the Normans' design philosophy for planes was almost a plagiarism of the Federal Army fighter aircraft. This situation occurred entirely because Ulst had conducted research and application in the field of aerodynamic aircraft earlier, with significant results even before the war broke out. After the war began, the Federation Army's airships suffered heavy losses, and strategic needs prompted them to invest a great deal of energy into the research and production of combat aircraft. For the shrewd Normans, researching their own planes by grinding the spear before the battle was certainly less efficient than borrowing. After all, collecting Federation Army fighters with intact main bodies on the battlefield was not a difficult task. Z, who had slept on the camp bed for a night, had slightly messy hair and many wrinkles in his shirt. He sat up, slowly tidying his hair and shirt while asking, "The Empire's Warhawks aren't any worse than the Federation's fighters, are they?" Weiss squinted and looked. In terms of combat capability, there really wasn't much difference between the two. Although the Normans had started very late in this regard, they were not inferior in terms of metal materials or engine technology. As long as they concentrated experts in machinery and aviation, combined with the disassembly and study of the Federation Army's mature products, it was entirely possible to rapidly develop combat aircraft with similar or even superior performance. There is one thing you cannot compare to: your pilots cannot be mentioned in the same breath as the elites of the Federation Army's flight units. In this battle, your fledglings will certainly learn that lesson. Weiss was full of confidence on this point. Not only because he had witnessed the excellent performance of the Federation Army's fighters, but also because his resistance organization once had such a group of outstanding pilots. Besides their high piloting skills, their decisive style and firm fighting spirit had left a very deep impression on Weiss. One must know they often flew planes that couldn't even stop a bullet to fight against the Norman steel warships. Without the toughest quality and the most resolute will, how could they have persisted? To Weiss, those Norman pilots standing by the planes on the grass outside, watching the maintenance crew inspect the aircraft, looked like a group of ignorant fledglings. Just then, Ze's voice came from behind Weiss. "Your attitude just now is the same as the high command of Ulster-Wessex before the war, blindly confident and underestimating the opponent." True, the Norman army equipped planes much later than Ulst, but to be so certain that our pilots are inferior to Ulstian pilots is perhaps too arbitrary. We certainly know that today's Ulstian pilots are all elites who have experienced bloody battles. Their flying skills, combat experience, and psychological quality are all top tier. To counter such elites, and even to defeat them, one must have the same capabilities. Therefore, every current pilot of the Empire is an outstanding soldier selected from the aviation units. They have already undergone over a month of rigorous training, and each has at least 100 flight experiences and a certain amount of combat simulation. Although no amount of training simulation can replace actual combat, as long as they survive the first few battles, they will quickly be able to enter the ranks of first-class pilots. Weiss dismissed the mysterious confidence CE showed regarding the pilot's abilities, but he also knew that indulging in verbal sparring here was not only pointless but also carried the risk of saying too much. So, he stopped arguing and instead coldly observed this temporary airfield. To the naked eye, 5 planes were parked on the grass, but when he squinted to observe, he was shocked to find another 4 that had been camouflaged as sheds and bushes. Yesterday at dusk, that Federation Army fighter that flew to Samsonas for a reconnaissance mission had passed near here, and the pilot had clearly failed to see through these camouflages. Otherwise, it should have dropped its bombs here instead of on the targets in the city of Samsonas. Seeing that Weiss didn't speak, Ze walked to his side and also looked out the window. "I know you must be thinking that since only one Ulstian plane came yesterday and we didn't dare to sortie, we must be afraid. In fact, to achieve operational surprise, more than half of the planes you see flew in from the rear early this morning. The combat aircraft deployed to the Lorraine region can only begin executing combat missions starting today. If Ulstian planes come again today, their luck won't be so good." "We shall see," Weiss replied flatly. "There's something I've actually been curious about." Z returned the favor with Weiss's tone from last night. "What exactly is your relationship with that young lady from the Liebold family?" "Schoolmates and friends," Weiss replied. "You know her identity?" Weiss hesitated for a moment. "Actually, I know President Leopold is her father, but I always thought she was a man like me." "It's quite ridiculous, isn't it?" "It is a bit funny," Z replied. "I've seen her twice, and even though she wears men's clothing, if you look closely, you can still tell. You studied with her in Baston for 3 years and didn't notice at all." "I'm just a fool." Weiss mocked himself. She seems to be fond of you." Z's words were entirely like an older brother teasing a younger brother, without any other meaning. "She said that." Weiss cast an urgent gaze at Z, but in the next second, he saw a smug expression in the other's eyes and immediately realized this guy was playing him. "She was captured by us on the AO City battlefield. His Highness Barris personally came forward, hoping she could be used by us, but as expected, she firmly refused. Later, we sent her back to the Norman Empire to let her see for herself the superiority of the Norman Empire compared to Ulst, hoping she would change her mind." Although the news Nicola spoke of was what Weiss longed to know, his saying it at this time made his intentions suspicious and warranted caution. "Why are you telling me this?" "Because she is the best pilot in Ulst, and we hope she can help us train our pilots," Z replied. "You might as well give her a plane and have your pilots chase her, that kind of training would be best," Weiss said mockingly. Z didn't respond but straightened his collar. "All right, time to send you back to the factory. Who knows when we'll meet next?" Weiss pondered privately for a moment and asked one last question. If the factory is attacked and chaos ensues, and many people go missing, including me, what would be the consequences?" "Consequences?" Z gave Weiss a complex look. "If that really happens, I have only one piece of advice for you: protect yourself." "Understood." Weiss nodded. Even after a night, Z's car had not been repaired. The drive from Krumbeheisen Castle back to the Krumbelheisen factory wasn't far, and the car wasn't driven fast, so the lack of a windshield could be managed. Along the way, Weiss continuously saw dark painted planes flying toward the grassland north of the castle, which had seemingly become a temporary nest for those vultures. As they were about to arrive at the factory, a convoy drove toward them. The military trucks were full of Norman soldiers, and they were towing medium-caliber anti-aircraft guns mounted on four-wheeled carriages at the Krumbelheisen factory, looking as if they were heading to the temporary airfield north of the castle to set up defenses. Seeing this scene, Weiss couldn't help but show a bitter smile. Even if the factory didn't produce guns and ammunition, as long as it served the Normans, it was helping the Norman army. As for what specifically was produced, there was no essential difference. No amount of annoyance or regret would help now. Weiss encouraged himself in his heart, since he had preserved his useful life, there would surely be an opportunity to shine and use more contributions to make up for these helpless mistakes. After thinking it over, a flash of inspiration hit him. Since he could now pass messages to the outside world through the Workers' Resistance Alliance, why not find a way to get in touch with the intelligence officer Brooks and relay the intelligence about the Normans' layout in Lorraine to him? If the intelligence channel was effective, he could feign submission and find a way to obtain core intelligence from the arrogant Prince Barris and the conceited General Sidlitz, giving the Federation army a push toward winning this crucial battle. Although it was dangerous and could potentially backfire, for the sake of the overall victory, it was worth a try. Upon returning to the factory, he immediately set to work writing a note and then using the convenience of inspecting production to go to the workshop, stuffing the note into the crack under a machine as usual. As he walked past that older worker, he whispered, "The weather is bad," and then left as if nothing had happened. Chapter 43, Waiting for an Opportunity, Creating an Opportunity. The fastest update to the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. With the arrival of the Norman fighter units, the aerial confrontation between the two sides in Lorraine arrived quickly, as expected. It was several days later that Weiss witnessed the fighters of both sides engage in a life-and-death struggle when Norman and Federation fighters encountered each other near Somme-Zones. This was already the nth such battle between the two armies in the Lorraine airspace. Perhaps having learned that the Norman army had deployed a field airfield in Somme-Zones, or perhaps as a natural intersection of both sides' combat deployments, over a dozen Federation fighters flew in from the east, and the Norman army dispatched a similar number of fighters. In the aerial battle that lasted about 10 minutes, the Federation army's performance was as dominant as the Norman armies had been in the early stages of the war. As Weiss had said, training is no substitute for actual combat. Moreover, many Federation pilots had experienced life-and-death struggles, and their technical proficiency and psychological resilience were simply not comparable to the greenhorns of the Norman Empire. After a few rounds, a third of the Norman fighters were shot down, and the rest scattered in flight, their ranks utterly broken. Besides crushing their opponents, the Federation fighters also launched attacks on ground targets in Somme-Zones. Intense anti-aircraft fire and explosions were heard for a time from the direction of Krumbeheisen Castle. Although it didn't last long, thick billows of smoke rose up and took a long while to gradually dissipate. This aerial battle, with its clear process and outcome, left the workers in the factory jubilant, while the Norman soldiers became like frost-bitten eggplants, each one dejected and no longer barking orders at the workers, especially the laborers, as they usually did. The proud Major Furl actually turned a blind eye to Weiss when he encountered him, showing no reaction whatsoever. For once, Weiss took the initiative to speak to him. "Hey, Major, I have a small proposal that I think your superiors might be interested in." "What proposal?" The lame Norman Major looked at Weiss with a face full of suspicion. Weiss said unhurriedly, "It's a proposal, but you could also call it a deal that can improve the performance of Norman aircraft." Improving aircraft performance was undoubtedly like providing charcoal in a snowstorm for the Normans at this time. Major Furl immediately changed his expression and asked expectantly, "Are you sure?" "I have some certainty, but it requires time and inspiration." A major source of inspiration is whether you are willing to provide sufficient conditions for it. This occasional cunning was a necessity of struggling against the enemy, not a part of his character. In this regard, Weiss and Ze belonged to the same category of people. Major Furl thought for a moment, "I can report this, but I need at least a basic concept. For example, what aspect of the aircraft's performance is the thing you make intended to improve, what materials are needed for manufacturing, the man-hours per unit, the durability of the components, and so on. I think you must have served as a quartermaster. You're actually quite an expert on factory production." Before this, Weiss had never noticed this ability in Major Furl, always thinking he was just a fierce guard. Furl's recent eagerness had caused him to unconsciously reveal this. After being seen through by Weiss, Furl hesitated. "Of course. Don't think you can deceive me, you'd better put away such thoughts as soon as possible." Weiss said, "Since you are also an expert in this field, it will be easier for us to communicate. You see, for an airplane, the most core component is its engine. However, the performance of an engine depends on its complex structure. Once manufactured, it is usually very difficult to modify. Therefore, to improve the performance of an airplane in a short time, one must start from other aspects, such as the airframe structure and weapon configuration." Major Furl listened very seriously, sometimes pondering, sometimes nodding. When Weiss stopped, he hurriedly said, "That makes sense. Go on." Weiss slowed his speech. "I am confident that I can make technical improvements to your planes in terms of airframe structure and weapon configuration, increasing performance by at least 30 to 40%. The materials required for the improvements are basically the same as the original materials of the plane. It will take about 2 to 3 weeks from design to completion. If all other production resources of the factory are redirected, the weekly output should not be less than 100 units. Besides sufficient manpower, I also need the help of one person. However, this is not something you can decide, nor even your governor. Therefore, I suggest you report this upward through your procedures as soon as possible. With Major Farrell's age and experience, he wouldn't be fooled by a few words from others. He stared intently at Weiss's face, as if trying to discern the truth or falsehood, the substance or emptiness of this matter from his expression and eyes. After a good while, he finally looked away. I basically understand what you mean. I can report it, but I want to know, what is your purpose? Frankly, I want to secure more food and better conditions for my people. As things stand, even if we complete our quotas, our living conditions are still terrible. Weiss offered a high-sounding reason. The lame major looked up at the sky. The fierce battle was a thing of the past, now only 2 Norman planes were circling in the sky. But the previous combat, and the wreckage of those planes that were still burning and smoking after crashing, reminded him of the gap in strength between the two sides' flying units. It seems you've come around. This sentence from Major Farrell meant that he had accepted Weiss's proposal. Weiss stood with his hands in the pockets of his denim overalls, looking up at the sky just like Farrell, but the focus of their gazes was entirely different. After a final deliberation, Farrell turned and walked toward his office. The factory had a direct line to the military governor's office, and the military governor's office was equipped with a radio transceiver, which could theoretically contact the Siedlitzerberg at any time. However, in this era, communication efficiency was clearly not as fast as in later generations. It wasn't until dusk that Major Farrell appeared before Weiss. Prepare your plan. General Siedlitz wants to talk to you personally. When? Weiss asked casually, but he was quietly probing for enemy intelligence. Since the aerial clashes in Lorraine were becoming more frequent, it meant that ground battles centered around Lorraine were about to begin or had already started. The amount of time would determine whether the plan was brief or detailed. Farrell did not conceal or hide anything, but answered directly, tonight or tomorrow morning. Is there enough time? To play the part fully, Weiss said with a serious face, have someone bring a dinner to my office. From now until they arrive, do not disturb me. Farrell agreed immediately. Back in his office, Weiss placed paper and pen on the desk but didn't start right away. As a typical 21st century engineering student and military enthusiast, early aircraft design principles were not a problem at all. What he was weighing was how to come up with an improvement plan that looked good on the surface but was actually mediocre in effect. If he changed the biplane to a triplane, it could quickly improve the climb rate and agility of the aircraft. If he contributed a machine gun synchronization gear, it might help the Normans create the Fokker scourge of this time and space. Both of these improvements were too powerful, providing them to the Federation Army would be fine, but providing them to the Normans would cause big trouble. Weighing the pros and cons, Weiss finally selected several more applicable plans. First, modify the water-cooled heavy machine guns manufactured by the Krumm-Beheisen factory into air-cooled machine guns suitable for aircraft, using the same caliber as the Norman Army's standard machine guns. Although the power would not increase, the rate of fire and sustainability would improve to some extent. Second, armor the Norman fighters by adding stamped steel plates at the engine and cockpit positions to increase their survivability, though this would correspondingly reduce their maneuverability and range, a trade-off. Third, refit the Norman fighters with fairings to reduce air resistance and directly increase flight speed. Fourth, change the bracing wires between the two wings of the Norman planes to rigid struts, which could also reduce flight drag and improve flight performance. Having straightened out his thoughts, Weiss let out a long breath and then devoured the dinner Farrell had sent over like a whirlwind. After filling his stomach, he began to pace back and forth in the room, digesting his food while wondering if he had missed anything important. When negotiating terms with the Normans, he must highlight Nicola's flying experience so the Normans would agree to let her join the project. After that, he just needed to take her out of the factory amidst the chaos and escape Norman control. Perfect. After nightfall, the Siedlitzerberg, which possessed very powerful ground attack capabilities, had still not appeared. Weiss went to the various workshops of the factory as usual to inspect production. Thanks to the earlier adjustments and scheduling, the weekly output could now smoothly reach the target quantity. Whether it was the free workers or the laborers who had lost their freedom, basic living conditions could be guaranteed. What made Weiss feel gratified was that only a minority of workers still held a hostile attitude toward him. Most people seemed to have understood the true reason for his survival by compromise, and more were willing to communicate with him. Although verbal communication was still under strict Norman surveillance, Norman soldiers would not stop casual topics unrelated to their stance. When Weiss walked to the workshop where notes were passed with the Workers' Resistance Alliance, a youthful-looking worker intentionally passed by him and said in a low voice, "It looks like tomorrow will be a fine day." Weiss understood perfectly. Pretending to inspect a machine, he retrieved a folded note from a gap beneath the machine and quietly hid it in his clothes. As usual, he would only check the contents of the note after completing his inspection of all the workshops and returning to his room. This time, he still had a few workshops left to visit when he heard a dull roar in the sky. Looking up, the massive warship appeared over Samsonas like a dark cloud before a storm. They got here pretty fast. Weiss muttered to himself. At first, he didn't think much of it. As the Norman warship slowly descended, he suddenly noticed through the ship's searchlights that the vessel was riddled with bullet holes and many of its naval guns were damaged or destroyed. Squinting to observe, he thought, hey, this big guy is quite badly hurt. Chapter 44, Meeting Again. The fastest update for the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. After a quick and concise observation, Weiss discovered that not only the Siedlitzerberg, but also the several accompanying Norman warships were all damaged. The light ones had lost 20 to 30% of their combat power, while the severe ones were already in a semi-crippled state. Looking at it this way, it seemed they had been severely battered by the Federation Army's aircraft groups. Wanting to fight a turnaround battle in Lorraine without air superiority? Wishful thinking. Weiss felt a sense of gratification in his heart, but when he took the luxury gondola to the Siedlitzerberg, his internal emotions were completely suppressed. What he showed on the outside was his usual calm and self-possessed demeanor. The meeting place with Alvis Hochsedlitz was the same cabin as last time. Although it had been tidied up, one could still see from the cracked portholes, missing hooks, and other small details that this warship had once suffered a violent impact. Alvis sat behind his desk, eyes closed, looking very exhausted. Major Furl reported to me that you have a plan to improve the aircraft and want to use it as a condition to strike a deal with us. Yes. Weiss's answer was not a word more. Alvis continued with his eyes closed, tell me, what are your conditions? Weiss had already organized his thoughts, but he intentionally slowed down his speech. First, I need Nicola to assist me. Second, if the design is successful and the Krumblhesen factory switches production to the new components, I will determine the monthly task volume. Moreover, as long as the task is completed, the food rations for the workers will be increased by 60%. Alvis waved his hand, a small matter. As long as the plan you mention is feasible, I can agree to it now. Settled so easily. Weiss could hardly believe it. He silently looked at the young man in the crisp military uniform behind the desk. Did he feel everything was under his control, or was he so rattled by today's blow that he had no heart to bargain? After a while, Alvis opened his bloodshot eyes. He glanced at Weiss and then tapped the bell on the desk. A moment later, his adjutant entered from outside. Go and invite Miss Leopold. Hearing this, Weiss's heart rate suddenly accelerated. After the adjutant left, Alvis closed his eyes again. You have a temperament very similar to your brother's. You are both the kind of smart and confident people who only promise to do what can be done. So. I believe you, and I expect the combination of you two to be more efficient than our engineers. Hearing Alvis's words, Weiss was not moved. Instead, he muttered in his heart, truly a conceited fellow, thinking everything is under his control? After that, neither of them spoke again until the cabin door was opened. Weiss turned around, and with just one glance, he almost burst into tears. The person walking in from the door was none other than his long-lost best friend, the dropout of Baston Military Academy, and the ace pilot of the Federation Army, Nikolai Leopold. Her attire at this time was no different from usual, the same concise short hair, the same efficient riding suit, and the same pair of maroon boots. At this moment, Weiss couldn't help but think of what Ze had said, disguising as a man is actually not hard to identify. Meeting again after a long separation, Nicola was stunned for a moment, then rushed forward and gave Weiss a solid hug. Head to head, Weiss heard a slight sob. He patted Nicola's back and whispered, I finally found you, I found you. The two held each other like this for a while until Alvis, behind the desk, finally couldn't help but cough. After the two separated, he said indifferently, all right, you two, there will be plenty of time to be together in the future. Now let's talk business. Weiss and Nicola stood side by side, neither of them responding. Alvis stood up. Compared to the two in front of him, he had a clear height advantage, so he looked down at them, little Mr. Klemperhesen, you can take her with you. Besides ensuring her personal safety, you must submit a feasible plan within 3 days. If either of you is missing, or if you both disappear together, or if you cannot complete the task within 3 days, then, sorry, many people in the Klemperhesen family and even Samsonas will suffer. I mean what I say, this is not about morality or character, but about responsibility and punishment. In addition, after the plan is determined, the number of modifications per week must reach more than 50. For every increase in the number completed on this basis, the food rations will increase accordingly. That's all. What do you mean? Nicola looked at Weiss in surprise, what did you promise him? Weiss gave her a smile without hesitation, trust me, come with me. In the past, Nicola would have followed him without hesitation, but this time, a look of hesitation and doubt actually appeared in her eyes. Seeing Weiss's firm expression and his gaze not flinching at all, she reluctantly accepted. Lieutenant Noetz. Alvis called out. The Norman soldier who had just escorted Nicola in responded with full vigor, General, what are your orders? You take a squad and be responsible for the absolute safety of Miss Leopold and little Mr. Klemperhesen. Listen closely, absolute safety. Alvis emphasized. Understood, General. I will surely fulfill the mission. The man replied without hesitation. This Norman officer was burly and dark-skinned. Weiss glanced at him and felt he was a shrewd and capable character, likely not easy to fool. Next, like bringing home a lost child from a police station, Weiss led Nicola back to the Krumblhesen factory. The Lieutenant Noetz assigned by Alvis followed to the factory with 20 soldiers carrying field gear. Weiss noticed that the attire of these soldiers was different from the usual Norman Empire army units. They were also different from the 1st Marine Division he had encountered in the Northern Border Campaign and the 2nd Marine Division he had dealt with in the Lorraine Guerrilla War. From their attire, equipment, and spirit, they seemed to be an elite Marine unit specifically assigned to the Siedlitzerberg. Weiss's dormitory was arranged with the laborers, but the Normans had specifically given him a small single room. Besides the bed, table, and chairs, there was even a small bathroom. Apart from the suites requisitioned by Norman officers, this was already the best accommodation in the factory. After obtaining the consent of Major Furl and Lieutenant Noetz, Weiss gave this small suite of his to Nicola and moved to the large shared bunk next door to live with the laborers. After settling down, Nicola's gaze basically followed Weiss's movements. When the two Norman officers were chatting at the door and there was no third person in the room, she finally couldn't help but ask, "Tell me, Long, what exactly did you promise him?" Weiss sat down beside Nicola and lowered his voice, "I promised them to help them improve their aircraft." Nicola immediately frowned, looking as if her emotions might explode at any moment. Weiss quickly gave her a comforting smile, "Because of this excuse, we have the chance to meet again." Nicola's expression did not soften, instead, she asked with a sense of wariness, "You can improve aircraft?" "I told them I wasn't entirely sure, and that your flying and combat experience were the best, so it's impossible for me to help them." Before Weiss could finish, Nicola interrupted him bluntly. This coarseness and irritability were a far cry from her past self-restraint and cultivation. Perhaps it was the long-term house arrest, combined with the Norman's various attempts to make her change her stance, that caused this change in temperament. Weiss lowered his voice as much as possible, "Don't worry, you don't need to do anything practical. Just cooperate with me in a play, and when the opportunity is right, we'll escape together." At this point, Nicola's wary expression finally softened. She eagerly stared into Weiss's eyes, "Really?" Weiss hesitated for a moment, then took her hands, which were neither particularly smooth nor very delicate, "Of course it's true." Nicola wept, "Long, you don't know, many times I can no longer distinguish what is true and what is false. I hope your appearance can lead me out of this terrible shadow and back to real life." Crying at the drop of a hat like this was certainly not the way a man acts. After only a few words of private conversation, the two Norman officers at the door walked in. Lieutenant Noetz said in fluent Ulster language, "Sorry, you two, out of caution and also on the orders of the superior we must participate in the entire process of your communication regarding technical or non-technical matters. If there are other special circumstances, they must also be within our knowledge and arranged in an appropriate manner before they can proceed." Although the last sentence of this fellow was very euphemistic, Weiss understood the meaning in a second. But after all, having been an older holy man for so many years, his cheeks immediately burned like fire. Nicola's experience and thinking determined that she was even simpler than Weiss in terms of emotions, but simple did not mean dull. Seeing Weiss's face turn red, she quickly realized Lieutenant Noetz's underlying meaning and immediately became angry out of shame. "Lieutenant, what nonsense are you talking about? If you provoke me, don't blame me for filing a complaint against you before your Prince Barris." Lieutenant Noetz chuckled, "I'm so sorry, I almost forgot that you are a distinguished guest of our Prince Barris." Through the conversation between these two, Weiss realized that although Nicola was very firm on major issues of principle, after spending a long time with these Normans, she was inevitably influenced subtly. Once some extreme situation occurred, such as President Leopold having an accident, and the Normans deliberately lent her a hand at that time, the familiarity of long-term association might make her lose her proper reason. Just as she said herself, she could no longer distinguish what was true and what was false, and she might turn to the Norman side in some way, leading to irreparable consequences. He must use sincere and honest emotions to dispel the false and disguised kindness of the Normans. Just a few seconds later, Weiss made a bold and firm decision. He tightly held Nicola's hand and then turned to Lieutenant Noetz, "Thank you for your understanding, Lieutenant. As you said, we indeed need a little time for our emotions to melt. You can stay at the door. We will never escape or discuss anything during this time." Regarding what Weiss said, Lieutenant Noetz looked surprised, while Major Furl, standing at the door, touched his nose with a half-smile. After standing awkwardly for a while, Lieutenant Noetz raised his hand to look at his watch. "All right. I'll give you half an hour." Then, he turned to leave, but before taking a step, he suddenly turned back and said to Nicola, "Is this true? Miss Leopold, you too." At this time, Weiss cut in, "Many years ago, we were already the closest of partners, weren't we?" Nicola blushed, yet Weiss's counter-question skillfully used several ambiguous terms, making it impossible for Nicola to deny. Seeing her default to what Weiss said, Lieutenant Noetz had no expression or words, he simply turned and left, and took the initiative to close the door for them. Weiss finally breathed a long sigh of relief. The fastest update for the latest chapters of The Iron Soul of Steel. "My reputation is ruined by your hands today." Nicola's words didn't sound resentful, instead, they were like a lover's playful reproach, momentarily confusing Weiss. Seeing Weiss standing there dazed, Nicola gave him a nudge. "Hey, what are you spacing out for? Whatever you want to say, whatever needs to be said, you've only got this half hour." "Oh." Weiss recovered from his daze and organized his thoughts. "Let's start with the matter of improving the aircraft for the Normans. This is our Crumblehezen factory. Before the Normans occupied this place, we organized a large-scale evacuation and hid all the equipment that could be dismantled and moved in various secret strongholds. Unfortunately, the Normans sent Ze, my missing elder brother, who is now a high-ranking officer of the Norman Empire. With him serving as the Lorraine military governor, our resistance movement suffered great losses, and those scattered, hidden pieces of equipment were gradually recovered by them. The factory resumed operations and became their tool. Moreover, they forcibly tied the factory's production to the workers' survival. As for me, a month ago I was still leading a guerrilla force through the mountains to deal with the Normans. However, in the final battle a month ago, we lost completely. To save the lives of over 2,000 non-combatants in the camp, I had the surviving guerrilla members evacuate while I surrendered alone. Subsequently, the Normans agreed not to harm the civilians who had followed and supported the resistance, and even the wounded who couldn't evacuate were spared, on the condition that I organize the production here, and those civilians were forced to work here as laborers. Putting it this way, can you understand? Weiss listed the sequence of events as clearly as possible. Nicola was familiar with his way of thinking and expression, so understanding it wouldn't be difficult, but as for a deeper level of understanding, that is, acceptance, she still showed hesitation and wariness. After pondering for a while, she whispered, if it were me, I would rather use my own sacrifice to exchange for the safety of my companions. Weiss explained calmly, I can swear to you, Nicola, that I had indeed made up my mind to sacrifice myself at that time. After finishing the negotiations with the enemy, all it would have taken was a pistol and a bullet for me to end this ordinary yet convoluted life. But Ze stopped me. He said it was requested by Prince Barris and General Sidlitz. They wanted me to work for them, so they wouldn't allow me to die. If I insisted on seeking death, they would tear up the negotiation agreement and kill all my wounded soldiers and the supporters of the resistance. Nicola said with a serious face, if it were me, I would not serve the Normans in any form. You know, this is essentially supplying ammunition to the enemy, allowing them to kill more Federation army soldiers on the battlefield and plunder more of our land and resources. Weiss sighed and asked in return, even if they used the safety of your family to blackmail you, you still wouldn't compromise. Nicola opened her mouth. In the past, she would have proudly said that with the support of the Federation's people, no one could harm her father or other family members. However, having witnessed the cruelty of war, she was no longer as naive as before. After considering for a while, she asked in a low voice, so, you only survived in disgrace to protect your family and the civilians who have always supported you. That is a large part of the reason, Weiss replied. Furthermore, I really want to live to see us welcome victory, and I really want to live to see you again. This timely bit of sentimentality caused Nicola to burst into tears. Weiss reached out and gently stroked her head as he had in the past, but because he now knew her true gender, the touch felt very different from before. Is this really your name? He asked softly. Nicola doesn't sound like a girl's name. Nicola sighed. Before I was 5, my name was Isabel Leopold, but after I turned 5, I changed my name to Nikolai Leopold. Was it because something special happened when you were 5? Weiss asked again. Yes. Other than giving an affirmative answer, Nicola said nothing else. Weiss vaguely remembered what the old lord had said to him on Bella's birthday, and seeing Nicola's state, he did not press further. Trust me, I have a thorough plan that will allow us to escape from here while ensuring the safety of my family and the surrounding civilians. Long, did you know? I only realized later that there are very few people I can trust, truly very few. Nicola didn't explicitly state what followed, but Weiss could feel how much she hoped he was still that person she could trust and rely on. At this point, no amount of explanation or oaths could compare to the phrase time will prove everything. Nicola suddenly threw herself into Weiss's embrace and began to sob loudly. This crying clearly had another meaning. Sure enough, after crying for a while, she sobbed, my brother, Caesar, has fallen in battle. Weiss was shocked. What? When did this happen? In which battle? Nicola's character was so strong that she quickly stopped crying and lowered her eyes. They said it was over 2 years ago, during the Battle of Malagasarcio in the Northern Campaign. They found his body in the wreckage of a Federation warship, but I only found out about this a short while ago. The Normans told you? Is this credible? I didn't believe it at first either, Nicola said. But when they produced Caesar's belongings and photographs taken at the scene, I had to believe that Caesar, who had lost contact long ago, had indeed fallen in battle, and it was in distant Wessex. Hearing this, Weiss's first reaction was that the Normans had deliberately faked it to break Nicola's spirit. However, this was merely speculation. Based on his speculation alone, he not only couldn't counter the persuasive evidence but would also cause Nicola to fall into deeper struggle. Before the Battle of Ao City, I met my father. He didn't mention this, nor did he show obvious sadness. But thinking back now, his mental state was indeed a bit off at that time. If it weren't for a very heavy blow, his eyes wouldn't have changed like that. Nicola murmured to herself. Her behavior reminded Weiss of a pitiful and tragic character, Xianglin Cao. To prevent Nicola from becoming despondent, he said resolutely, no, Nicola, listen to me. The deaths of millions of Federation army soldiers, the loss of vast territories, and the sacrifice of countless civilians are enough to plunge President Leopold into deep, endless sorrow. As for whether your brother, Caesar Leopold, has truly fallen in battle, no matter what others say or what indirect evidence they produce, it is not to be believed. If it is true, once we escape Norman control and return to the Federation army-controlled zone, I will accompany you to find the president and ask him personally. Unless he admits this fact himself, I will never believe it. Nicola shook her head. Thank you, Long. Actually, I have already accepted this reality. You should know, I gave him that crystal pendant he carried with him. Only if something happened to him could the Normans have obtained that pendant. Furthermore, the photos of his remains are very clear, and certain features match perfectly. Since the conversation had reached this point, Weiss could only lower his head in silent mourning. After a long while, Nicola looked up. Her face still bore tear tracks, but she spoke strongly, all right, Long, let's not talk about that anymore. Let's talk business. The Normans are very shrewd, especially regarding machinery. They have excellent engineers. Don't think about fooling them with unsuccessful designs. I've already tested them, and it's completely useless. While wiping away her tears, Weiss explained, since the Crumblehazen factory resumed operations, it has mainly been producing 2 types of components. They are based on our technical works from the Bastion Military Academy, remember? The small cannon buffers and the high-mobility gun carriages. I remember, of course I remember. We got top grades in our technical courses because of them. But why? Because after they occupied AO City, they looted the records of the Bastion Military Academy. During the cleanup, they found those 2 technical papers in the school journal. They felt our designs could improve their existing weapons, so they just happened to use the Crumblehezen factory for production, Weiss explained. Seemingly out of a habitual mindset of questioning everything, Nicola said, Bastion Military Academy is 1,000 miles away from here. Why wouldn't they use the remaining equipment of the Grumman Group on the spot? Why did they have to come to Lorraine? Why must they have the Crumblehezen factory produce weapon improvement components designed by Long Cromwell Hyson? Long, this is definitely no coincidence, it's their conspiracy. I agree with you, it is their conspiracy. But there's one thing I still can't figure out, why did they choose me? Among the officer corps of the Federation Army and the graduates of the Bastion Military Academy, I'm at most an outstanding performer, and an unconventional outlier at that. So, why me? Nicola didn't answer but watched Weiss's face with a curious gaze, seemingly also puzzled by the Norman's choice. After a moment, as if remembering something, she whispered, Tell me, what kind of aircraft improvement plan are you prepared to provide them? In the fields of aircraft design, manufacturing, and operation, Nicola's practical experience was much greater than Weiss's. Because he needed Nicola's help to refine the plan, Weiss laid out his considerations in full. To his surprise, after he finished speaking, Nicola's expression became somewhat strange. You know what, Long? After hearing all this, my first thought was, if I can't bring you back to the Federation Army-controlled zone, then I should kill you as soon as possible to prevent your wisdom from being used by the Normans. When Nicola said this, there wasn't a hint of killing intent on her, but based on Weiss's understanding of her, this was by no means a joke. We were classmates for 3 years and shared almost everything. Did you ever think I was the kind of person who could change a war from a technical level? Weiss asked in return. To be honest, there's actually a little bit of that, Nicola said. In fact, people who are familiar often overlook things, while a stranger, especially one with insight and discernment, might discover value that ordinary people easily ignore after just one contact. Weiss was speechless. Although he wasn't a genius, his foresight in weapon technology indeed had great utility value. It was just that the Federation's military system was rigid, and the military-industrial complex was controlled by vested interests, making his value difficult to realize. Meanwhile, those Normans could be called natural-born soldiers. They gathered intelligence extensively and paid close attention everywhere. The probability of them having a keen eye for talent was indeed much higher than that of the Federation Army. Chapter 46, Led Astray. The fastest update to the latest chapters of the Iron Soul of Steel. Half an hour passed, not a minute more, not a minute less, and there was a knock at the door. Weiss glanced at Nicola. She had been quite normal just a moment ago, but now, her face suddenly flushed red. When the person outside knocked for the second time, Weiss said, Please, come in. Lieutenant Noetz, who had been assigned by Alvis to ensure the absolute safety of the 2, walked in unhurriedly, glancing around without reservation. At this moment, Major Furl stood at the doorway, looking at Weiss with a faint smile. Get a good night's rest. We'll discuss the technical issues in depth tomorrow. Don't worry, I'm sleeping right next door. After saying this to Nicola, Weiss stood up and said to Lieutenant Noetz, whose eyes were wandering everywhere, Miss Leopold is very tired today. Let her rest early. Lieutenant Noetz fixed his gaze on Nicola's flushed face and said meaningfully, There's no need to worry about anything, Miss Leopold. I have already stationed soldiers around this house for round-the-clock security. I will never allow anyone with ill intentions to harass you. Although she knew the other party was subtly issuing a warning, Nicola had to respond politely, All right, I understand. Thank you, Lieutenant. Lieutenant Noetz bowed ceremoniously and said, It is a pleasure to be of service to a lady such as yourself. After leaving the room, Weiss said to Lieutenant Noetz, Now, may I go and settle into my new quarters? Lieutenant Noetz held his head high and said, Of course. That room could originally accommodate 10 people. I've discussed it with the Major, and from the perspectives of comfort, safety, and being conducive to your work, we've had the workers move to other rooms. Aside from you, the Major and I will each assign 2 soldiers to stay with you. We will instruct them to disturb your work as little as possible. Weiss said irritably, Fine, I have no objection. Lieutenant Noetz extended his hand, signaling that he could go. Weiss went straight to the room next door. In the Crumblehezen factory, this kind of large dormitory with 2 large communal bunks, each capable of sleeping 5 or 6 people, was a shelter specifically arranged for laborers. Though simple, it could at least satisfy the needs of providing shelter and a place to sleep. Previously settled here were men from 2 large families who had originally worked at the Crumblehezen factory. After the Norman army arrived, they followed the resistance organization, moving between various secret camps and producing a large amount of weapons and ammunition for the resistance armed forces. The resistance armed forces had killed hundreds or thousands of Norman soldiers, and they deserved a great deal of credit for that. Perhaps long-term hardship had disciplined them. The room was kept very orderly by them. Aside from a slight damp smell, there were basically no other odors much better than the barracks filled with the smell of sweat and stinky feet. As fellow captives, neither Weiss nor Nicola had much luggage. Taking advantage of the fact that the Norman soldiers who would be living with him hadn't arrived yet, Weiss chose the bunk right next to Nicola's room. If not for the close surveillance of the Norman soldiers, he could have found a way to chisel a hidden hole in the wall to facilitate secret communication with Nicola at any time. Weiss quickly settled into his bunk. Before long, the 4 assigned Norman soldiers walked into the room, carrying their field gear. They placed their weapons in the corners by their beds and hammered nails into the wall to hang their combat gear, lunch boxes, and canteens. Once these items were in place, the room immediately took on the feel of a barracks. Major Furl paced to the front of Weiss's bunk and reminded him unhurriedly, at any time and under any circumstances, please do not touch the soldiers' belongings. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety, and the governor certainly wouldn't want such a thing to happen. Regarding the Norman soldiers' weaponry, although Weiss felt a slight bit of envy, Lieutenant Noetz and the soldiers he brought looked like they were not to be trifled with. Additionally, there were over 100 Norman soldiers stationed at the factory. Never mind Weiss being alone, even if all the workers were mobilized, the hope of success was extremely slim. With a rational mindset, Weiss responded calmly, I understand. Thank you, Major. Major Furl turned around and suggested to Lieutenant Noetz in the Norman language, why don't we stay in my office for a while? I have a bottle of fine chestnut liquor there. A couple of glasses will make for a very comfortable sleep. Lieutenant Noetz glanced at Weiss, then looked at the Norman soldiers assigned to closely guard these 2 special individuals, and turned to walk out the door without a word. After washing up and turning off the lights, Weiss lay on the unfamiliar bed, unable to fall asleep for a long time. Everything that happened today, especially Nicola's arrival, made him feel as if he were in a dream. But thinking that she was just on the other side of this wall made him feel particularly grounded and warm, and he had a different kind of expectation for tomorrow morning. Amidst the sound of the Norman bugle, Weiss woke with a start from his dream. He subconsciously climbed up and saw the Norman soldiers across from him putting on their coats, buttoning up, and donning their boots, feeling quite out of place. These 4 Norman soldiers clearly hadn't relaxed their vigilance toward Weiss just because they had shared a room for a night. Whether dressing or washing up, at least one person's eyes were fixed on him. At least for now, Weiss had no other ideas. He quickly dressed and, under the surveillance of the Norman soldiers, went to the door of Nicola's room. Although he heard some movement inside, he didn't knock or call out, but waited silently at the door. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the door opened from the inside, and only then did he clear his throat. Seeing Weiss standing at the door, Nicola was a bit surprised, followed by a long absent smile. Did you sleep well last night? Nicola gave an and then said, I couldn't sleep at first, but then I fell asleep. I slept very well. I haven't had this feeling in a long time. Weiss grinned. Me too. After they had only spoken a few words, Lieutenant Noetz appeared. The fellow said gruffly, oh, up and working so early in the morning? Good. This is very good. Working for the Normans was something Nicola remained very resistant to. Although Weiss had explained his thoughts to her yesterday, as soon as Lieutenant Noetz spoke, her expression immediately darkened. You seem prepared to participate in our work throughout the entire process. Lieutenant Noetz asked in return, do you mind? Weiss said irritably, unless you are an expert in this field, not only will you be unable to help, but you will also interfere with our work. The Major and I will take turns staying in your office. We will try not to speak, move around, or disturb your work. I'm sorry, but this is non-negotiable. Lieutenant Noetz stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze constantly drifting between Weiss and Nicola, as if observing their expressions and trying to guess their inner thoughts. Office. Weiss scoffed. Lieutenant, do you really think the best weapon designs are completed in an office? Such a childish idea is completely at odds with the impression you've given me. Suddenly being mocked harshly by Weiss, Lieutenant Noetz's face immediately became strained. Weiss's intention in saying this, of course, was not to make the other party lose face. Before Lieutenant Noetz could get angry, he quickly explained, to improve a piece of equipment, the prerequisite is to fully understand its performance, master its potential for improvement, formulate an improvement plan based on current technical conditions, conduct technical tests, and then go into full production. Do you understand what I mean, Lieutenant Noetz? The Norman officer only gave a cold snort and did not respond. Seeing Major Furl walking over from outside, Weiss deliberately raised his volume. The first step in formulating a design plan is for us to understand the construction of your aircraft and the specific data of the main components in detail. If possible, bring one to the factory for us to study carefully. Major Furl indeed chimed in, aircraft? Isn't there an airfield over by the castle? However, it wouldn't be easy to bring one to the factory, would it? Despite having a lower military rank, Lieutenant Noetz glared at Major Furl quite rudely, signaling him not to speak recklessly. Major Furl was a bit embarrassed, and he shrugged. Around here, this isn't exactly a secret. Lieutenant Noetz turned his gaze back to Weiss's face and said with extreme seriousness, unless you give me a reasonable preliminary design, I cannot possibly allow you to have access to such important secrets. Weiss turned to look at Nicola. These words just now had clearly given her a sudden realization helping the Normans improve their equipment also meant they could fully understand the performance of the enemy's equipment, thereby specifically enhancing the performance of their own. As long as they found a way to pass this intelligence out, its significance would be immense. Seeing the heaviness in the depths of Nicola's eyes vanish, Weiss understood perfectly. He said to Lieutenant Noetz and Major Furl, regarding this point, we already have a relatively mature design, which is to install a cowling on the aircraft engine used to reduce the drag the aircraft experiences, effectively increasing the aircraft's speed without changing the engine's performance. Furthermore, if the aircraft's payload allows, we can install suitable protective steel plates for the pilots to reduce the probability of them being killed or wounded by bullets in aerial combat, indirectly improving the aircraft's survival rate in battle. Of course, these two improvement methods might be an either-or choice, or both could be used. Other improvement designs with more limited effects might also be applied to your aircraft. The key still lies in seeing the design, construction and technical performance of the existing aircraft to determine their potential for improvement. Weiss's words left Lieutenant Noetz stunned. Major Furl was naturally more professional in terms of equipment technology. He lowered his head and pondered for a while, then gave Lieutenant Noetz an affirming look. Lieutenant Noetz then said, I must report this matter to General Sidlitz. Only with his permission can I allow you to approach our aircraft. Weiss made a suit-yourself gesture. Lieutenant Noetz turned to leave but then remembered something and turned back to ask, additionally, I want to know, if our aircraft's potential for improvement is limited, how long would it take at the fastest to design a new one from design to mass production? First, for any weapon, the process from design to mass production usually takes several months or even longer. Of course, it's not absolute, but the more rushed the time, the worse the maturity and stability of the design. Second, I only agreed to help you improve existing equipment. Redesigning a weapon is absolutely impossible even with a gun to my head. I will never compromise on this point. After Weiss said this, he immediately gave Nicola a reassuring look, telling her that he had a bottom line. Chapter 47, Norman Flying Shark. The fastest update for the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. Receiving instructions from the Sidlitzerberg, Lieutenant Noetz led his men to escort Weiss and Nicola to a field airport near Krumbeheisen Castle, allowing them to conduct technical research on the fighter aircraft currently used by the Norman army using drawings combined with physical objects. After several hours of research and analysis, Nicola's judgment was consistent with Weiss's original speculation. The performance of these Norman fighter aircraft was equivalent to the early aircraft used by the Federation Army. After more than a year of development, the performance of the Federation Army's fighter aircraft had certainly improved to a certain extent. Therefore, in terms of the hard indicators of combat aircraft, the Normans currently had no advantage. As for the technical ability and psychological quality of the Norman pilots, there was no comparison at all. Thus, following Weiss's line of thought, the two formulated a plan for the Normans to improve their fighter aircraft. Adding a fairing to the nose would undoubtedly reduce wind resistance and increase speed, while an appropriate cooling design cleverly hid a latent hazard. Full-range flight or continuous sorties in a short period could lead to engine failure or burnt-out wiring. As for changing the tension wires between the wings to rigid struts, the Normans adopted this with some skepticism. After finalizing the improvement plan, Weiss worked through the night with the workers. Under the full supervision of two Norman engineers, they completed the first component trial production for the technical improvement. The next morning, before the sun had risen, 3 Norman pilots took off in 2 prototypes and 1 original model respectively. In a head-to-head comparison, the prototype with the fairing and rigid struts delivered a convincing performance in terms of maneuverability, and even the prototype with only the fairing while retaining the tension wires was more competitive than the original model. According to the original plan, beyond maneuverability tests, the Normans were to further verify the prototype's stability and applicability. However, as the 2 prototypes and the original model were returning to the airport, a fleet of Federation Army aircraft suddenly attacked. In this clearly targeted air raid, the Federal Army fighter aircraft easily swept through the Normans' aerial picket line and concentrated their strength on bombing the Norman airport located north of Krumbeheisen Castle. Both prototypes were damaged, and Weiss, Nicola, and the workers transferred from the Krumbeheisen factory only escaped disaster by fleeing into a ditch. The Federation Army's bombing left the air combat forces deployed by the Normans in Samsonas almost completely destroyed. Even with a feasible improvement plan, there were now few aircraft left to modify. This sudden turn of events allowed Nicola, who had been feeling uneasy, to breathe a sigh of relief. Next, they were taken back to the Krumbeheisen factory by a grim-faced Lieutenant Noetz, who said they were to wait for further instructions from the higher UPS. This wait lasted from morning until evening. For Weiss and Nicola, such an opportunity to steal half a day of leisure from a busy life was truly rare. Despite being monitored by Norman soldiers, they calmly drank tea, chatting about everything from life to history, just as they had in the past. That old-school friendship, full of shared interests and devoid of ulterior motives, seemed like a spiritual sanctuary, allowing them to temporarily set aside the various pains and burdens brought by the war. In this plain yet precious time, they found the selves that had once been buried by the fires of war and slaughter. After night fell, the massive Norman warship Sidlitzerberg appeared alone over the city of Samsonas. Weiss observed it with his special vision. Despite only 2 days having passed, this warship had miraculously recovered from its near-death state. All combat readings had reached or exceeded 80% of their maximum values, making it fully capable of continuing operations. Based on time and distance calculations, it had likely undergone emergency repairs at the supply point in the mountain city of Slin. Thinking back to when Weiss had joined forces with the local resistance armed forces in Slin to raid the Norman army, the Normans had not yet fully converted Holystone Square into an airbase. It seemed that over the past 6 months or so, the Normans' layout in the Lorraine region had been continuously advanced and perfected. If detailed intelligence could be obtained, it would certainly be of great help to the Federation Army's continued counter-offensive momentum and even the successful recovery of Lorraine. To Weiss's surprise, after the Sidlitzerberg arrived, those 2 big shots neither appeared nor summoned him or Nicola. Throughout the night, it remained hovering over Samsonas, like a large fish sleeping in the sea, without taking any action. With a heart full of vigilance, Weiss lay down with his clothes on, sleeping very lightly. On one hand, he feared Nicola would be taken away again by the Normans, and every extra day spent here brought another measure of hope for escaping their predicament. On the other hand, if the Federation Army's flight units launched a heavy assault on this Norman warship, the factory area would inevitably be affected. While protecting Nicola, he also had to do his utmost to use his human radar to lead her away. Although Weiss had made ample mental preparations, both material preparations and arrangements for an escape route were currently still in the planning stages and had not yet been implemented. If an opportunity suddenly arose, it remained unknown how much support the Workers' Resistance Alliance could provide, or whether the surviving guerrilla force and intelligence personnel could provide timely coordination. Since joining the army, and especially after experiencing those unforgettable bloody battles, Weiss had developed the habit of thinking before acting, which was the key to his early success in the Lorraine resistance movement. This current situation, full of uncertain factors, kept his heart hanging in mid-air. Before he knew it, dawn arrived. Weiss rose quietly and tiptoed to the window. The Norman warship was still in sight, but it was no longer hovering statically, it was turning while climbing higher. As Weiss squinted, his special vision revealed that besides this capital ship-class Norman warship, there was also a fleet of lightweight warships further and higher up. They looked like a surprise force lying in ambush in the clouds. Was their target the Federation Army's flight units? To set such a large-scale ambush just to deal with a few dozen Federation combat aircraft? One must realize that the Federation Army's combat aircraft now came wave after wave, group after group. Even if the warships successfully ambushed and took out 30 or 50 of them, it would only be a drop in the bucket. What was the point? Weiss was somewhat bewildered. Before long, the Norman soldiers living with them began to get up, and there was a slight noise from next door. Realizing Nicola was still there, Weiss breathed a small sigh of relief. Just as he was waiting for her to come out, that unpleasant Lieutenant Noet strode in from outside. He walked straight up to Weiss, stared at him for a few seconds, and snorted, "Your design plan was carefully evaluated by our senior engineering team last night. Although it is indeed effective, it still doesn't reach the level we require. If this is all you're capable of, I'm afraid I'll have to take Miss Leopold back." Weiss hesitated for a moment. There are usually many ways to improve a weapon, but the time you gave us was too short, so we had to present the simplest and most direct plan first. Lieutenant Noet stared intently into his eyes, like an experienced interrogator trying to catch any suspicious points from a prisoner's subtle expressions. After Weiss finished speaking, he thought for a moment and suddenly switched to a much softer tone, "Fine. Our senior engineering team, especially the chief engineer, saw from the two simple improvements you proposed that you indeed possess extraordinary talent in this area, so they decided to give you a chance. However, I need to remind you that the object of this improvement is a top secret of the Norman Empire. Therefore, if you decide to accept, the entire factory will enter a state of high lockdown. Even ordinary workers will no longer be allowed to enter or leave at will, and this state will last for some time, perhaps 2 or 3 months, perhaps half a year, or even longer. Depending on the battle situation, right?" Weiss guessed. Lieutenant Noetz did not answer, but instead said, "The show is about to begin. You'd better hurry up and wash your faces, and come out to watch the battle in your most spirited state. If you cannot draw the correct conclusions from this battle and subsequently propose the plan we want, then when you wake up tomorrow morning, you probably won't have the chance to see her again." The feeling of being coerced was very unpleasant, but at this moment, Weiss was more filled with curiosity about the show he mentioned. Those two ambitious big shots had come to Lorraine in person and were going to such great lengths here, they were clearly intending to do something big. But the pathetic performance of those Norman fighter aircraft earlier was completely mismatched with their grand ambitions. If there wasn't a follow-up, or some more powerful secret weapon or secret tactic, Weiss would feel he had lost to an opponent he shouldn't have lost to. Shortly after, the wailing of sirens came from the sky. Weiss and Nicola followed the Normans to the open ground of the factory area, and many workers also walked out of the workshops to look up. In their line of sight, the massive Sedlitzerberg struck a pose of facing the enemy alone, and a group of black dots had already appeared on the eastern horizon, undoubtedly the Federation Army's aircraft fleet. Suddenly, Weiss saw a group of dark things emerge from the clouds. They were much smaller than light warships, and their silhouettes were different from common combat aircraft. Instead, they were a group of monsters with long bodies and short fins. The ratio of their bodies to wings was almost like that of a shark. Not to mention how heavy their bodies, reflecting a metallic luster in the sunlight, actually were. Just looking at the silhouette made one wonder, how could such a thing even fly? However, these strange fellows could not only fly but also flew very fast. They dived for a distance and quickly switched to level flight, then swept over the Sedlitzerberg at high speed, charging toward the Federation Army fleet in an arrowhead formation. Previous battles had proven that an equal number of Norman fighter aircraft were no match for the Federation Army's flight units, yet this group of weird flying sharks numbered only 1/3 of the Federation Army's aircraft. Seeing them aggressively pounce on the Federation Army fleet, Weiss was greatly surprised and hastily used his special skill. With this look, he discovered that the firepower and protection levels of these aircraft far exceeded those of ordinary fighter aircraft. The firepower was more than double, and the protection capability was more than 10 times greater. What on earth are these monsters?